Chapter 1. Awakening the D-Class Talent. The system has emerged. Stand firm. Do not disrupt the formation. At Jiangcheng's 9th High School, in the Awakening Square, over 2,000 senior students have gathered. Today marks the National Unified Awakening Day, which coincides with the high school graduation day. This day represents a pivotal turning point in the destinies of all third-year students. Those who awaken exceptional talents will undoubtedly soar, while those with lesser abilities may find themselves languishing in mediocrity. However, there is one comforting certainty. The probability of awakening stands at 100, meaning everyone will awaken, albeit with varying degrees of talent. Upon awakening, except for those with S-class talents, the principal continued, the rest must vacate the school premises to prepare for tomorrow's dungeon trial. In 1 month, everyone will be evaluated. Now, the awakening officially commences. The speaker was Zhang Leitang, the principal of Jiangcheng 9th High School. As his words resonated, a wondrous beam of light descended from the heavens, landing upon the awakening platform. Instantly, this radiance formed a shimmering barrier. Passing through it would grant students their talents. Yi Zhifan, Blade Master, D-Class. Zhou Maoming, Marksman, D-Class. Jun Xiaoyao, Sword Hero, D-Class. In accordance with class order, each student crossed the luminous barrier, awakening their respective talents. Beside the barrier, an LED-like crystal display showcased the awakened professions and their ranks. However, a staggering 80% of those awakening revealed D-Class talent. The talent levels spanned 5 ranks: D-Class, C-Class, B-Class, A-Class, and S-Class, with D-Class being the lowest and S-Class the highest. Observing the awakening results, the principal and teachers could only wear bitter smiles. Buzz at that moment, a golden light erupted from the awakening platform, soaring skyward, accompanied by a resonant hum. Golden talent, this is S-Class. Finally, someone has awakened an S-Class talent. Our 9th High School has produced an S-Class talent. The last S-Class appeared 2 years ago. Witnessing this spectacle, the principal and teachers were filled with exhilaration. The students present shared in their excitement. For if one person had awakened an S-Class talent, perhaps the next to do so might be among them. Ji Qingchen, Ice Mage, S-Class. The LED crystal display illuminated with the information of the awakened Ji Qingchen from Class 1. Standing upon the platform was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, proud and ethereal, enveloped in a radiant aura that enhanced her already stunning appearance with an air of mystery. Ji Qingchen, the school belle of Jiangcheng 9th High School. Su Xingchen, do you feel the pressure? Zhang Ping inquired of his classmate in Class 2. Yet, his tone suggested a hint of mischief. The school belle's girlfriend has awakened an S-Class talent, the most formidable ice mage who wouldn't feel daunted. Don't rush, Su Xingchen. Perhaps you too may awaken an S-Class talent. Awakening an S-Class is no easy feat. It is remarkable for our school to have even one S-Class talent in a year. Last year, there wasn't a single one. Su Xingchen may be facing a breakup soon. Campus heartthrob, if I awaken to a level, let us be friends. The male students of Class 2, Grade 3 cast glances at Su Xingchen, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. The girls, on the other hand, were elated, for Su Xingchen was unlikely to awaken to its level. Thus, it was certain that Ji Qingchen would break up with him, and after their separation, they would have a chance. After all, Su Xingchen was quite handsome. At Jiangcheng 9th High School, Ji Qingchen was the top belle, while Su Xingchen was the foremost heartthrob. Su Xingchen chuckled lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, internally he was quite anxious. To be frank, awakening to its level was exceedingly difficult. A single level awakening in a cohort brought joy to the principal and teachers, and no cohort in the history of 9th High had ever produced 2 levels. Consequently, his aspirations to awaken as an level were virtually futile. In this world, strength commanded respect, and talent reigned supreme. How could he feel joy for his girlfriend if she awakened the strongest level talent? As a transmigrator, he was born into misfortune. His father perished in battle before his birth, and his mother succumbed during childbirth. He grew up in an orphanage, devoid of any golden finger or system in a world where awakenings were commonplace. The years he spent were largely in vain, for he understood that no amount of effort would suffice. Everything hinged on awakening. From elementary to middle school, He and Ji Qingyan were classmates. In high school, they were no longer in the same class, yet their romance had begun in middle school. Early love is still love. The awakening process was swift, and soon it was Su Xingchen's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the awakening platform. This was his sole opportunity. Su Xingchen, Sword Master, level. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Xingchen's information appeared on the crystal panel. As the words echoed in his ears, his heart plummeted. He barely remembered how he left the awakening platform. Before long, Su Xingchen found himself at the school gate. Xingchen. At that moment, a melodious voice reached his ears. It was familiar, unmistakably Ji Qingyan. He responded with a soft murmur. What else could he say? At that moment, his feelings were a tumultuous blend of emotions. He harbored hope that Ji Qingyan would not break up with him after all. They had been together for several years. Though their love during their student years was simply hand-holding, a shared conversation, it was undeniably sweet. Yet there was also a sense of rejection, for being a level talent predetermined his limited future, while Ji Qingyan, with her unparalleled level, had boundless prospects. Ahead, even if Ji Qingyan chose to stay, the pressure would be immense. I'm sorry. Ji Qingyan approached Su Xingchen, her tall and statuesque figure strikingly perfect, her exquisite face captivating. Though only 18, she had matured exceptionally. I have no right to blame you, Su Xingchen replied, raising his gaze to meet hers, feigning indifference. I must go. With a soft smack, Ji Qingyan gazed at Su Xingchen and gently kissed his cheek before turning and running back into the school. Su Xingchen's heart felt numb, and he was left in a daze. Separation. Ultimately, it has come to an end. To claim that it does not hurt would be disingenuous. However, he was reluctant to show it. Yet, when Ji Qingyan bestowed upon him a kiss, it left him momentarily bewildered, for this was a first, and it was initiated by her. In times past, Su Xingchen would have been elated. Yet now, it was a bitter experience. After all, it was a kiss of parting. He gazed at her graceful silhouette until it vanished from sight. Su Xingchen withdrew his gaze, numbly making his way towards his rented accommodation. At that moment, a crisp voice resonated in his mind. An electronic tone. The sound startled Su Xingchen. System. 18 years. He had traversed through 18 years. The golden finger and the system had been dormant for that long. Even during his awakening, they had not manifested. Just as he had begun to lose hope, it finally appeared. Chapter 2. The beginning with a golden attribute, mythical equipment. System loading. 1, 2, 3. Before Su Xingchen, a luminous panel measuring 2 feet in length and width materialized. The panel was white. This was not the system's interface, but rather the panel possessed by all awakened individuals. However, apart from the loading progress bar, no additional information was displayed. What a pace. He mused, this will take about 10 minutes. As he observed the loading progress, anticipation surged within him. He was anxious to discover how this system might assist him, fervently hoping it would not be some extravagant wealth system or a live streaming platform. Ideally, he yearned for its-level talent. Speaking to himself, Su Xingchen quickened his pace, striving to return home before the system completed its loading, so he could thoroughly comprehend its workings. Indeed, after approximately 10 minutes, 98, 99, 100 system loading complete upon arriving at his rented abode, the system had finished its loading. Where are the functions? Su Xingchen inquired hastily as he closed the door. One could hardly blame him for his urgency. It pertained to his future. Couldn't this system have appeared when I was still in the womb? Why make me wait 18 years? System version 1.0. Experience gain, 200. Item drop, 100. Automatic recycling, 100. Attribute drop, 100. System space dimensions, 500m times 500m times 500m. System functions. The host need only hunt demonic beasts to receive double experience, a 100 item drop rate, and when the backpack reaches 80 capacity, excess equipment will be automatically recycled. Hunting demonic beasts will guarantee attribute points drop. As the system's voice resonated, prompts appeared on the luminous panel. This, Su Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the information. It was indeed astonishing. The only regret was the absence of its-level talent. Special ring activated. Name, Combat Power Ring. Combat Power, 1000. Rarity, Unique. Attribute, permanent enhancement of overall combat power by 200. Note, Activation of the petrification ring requires 0 gold coins. As Su Xingchen stood in shock, a prompt reappeared before him. A new interfacia secondary page materialized. Before him lay a circular wheel with 12 slots. Among these 12 slots, 6 were designated for rings, however. 5 remained gray, indicating they had yet to be activated. The only activated one was named the Battle Power Ring, exuding an impressive aura. The other 6 slots held an air of mystery regarding their potential contents. Mythical equipment, golden attributes. Su Xingchen was momentarily rendered speechless. This system was astonishingly powerful. Not only did it encompass fundamental functionalities, but it also featured special rings that could be activated with mere coins. Mythical grade indeed, it was extraordinary. The battle power surged by a staggering 200, effectively doubling his strength. System, he inquired, if I understand correctly, all I need to do is acquire more coins, am I right? This contraption bore an uncanny resemblance to the VIP systems he had encountered in his previous life while gaming. Host is correct, the system responded. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Talent, D grade. Occupation, Swordmaster Apprentice. Level, 10.00. Bond, none. Wealth, 1,028. Battle power, 2,400 base power. 200. Active skills, Sword Control Technique, 0.00. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 0.00. 10,000 swords returning to 10.00. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Aura, 0.00. Gazing at the main panel, Su Xingchen felt his heart race. Astonishingly, his battle power had reached 2,400. It is worth noting that those newly awakened typically possessed a base power of only 200, yet he now boasted an impressive 2,400, easily surpassing even Scrade talents. The battle power ring contributed 1,000 power, while the base power stood at 200, with the ring's attribute of 200, the calculation being 1,200 by 200, 2,400. The figures were indeed daunting. Tomorrow marks my first dungeon after awakening, he mused. There's still time to practice in the outskirts. With that, Su Xingchen dismissed the virtual screen. This screen was akin to those of others, albeit with 2 additional secondary pages, one for the system and another for the ring slots, visible only to him. Subsequently, Su Xingchen swiftly organized his essentials into the system space and exited his room, making his way to the outskirts. Before long, he arrived at the bus station, where a plethora of students gathered. It was evident that these were awakened professionals eager to hone their skills before entering the dungeon at Su Xingchen. Have you broken up? Upon reaching the station, he was immediately recognized. This was to be expected, as the location was in close proximity to 9th High School, and Su Xingchen was the school's most admired figure, well known to all. Moreover, today's predominant topic revolved around awakenings and Ji Qingyan's Scrade Ice Mage status. Discussions regarding Ji Qingyan inevitably led to Su Xingchen, the quintessential couple of the school, the first beauty and first heartthrob. However, post-awakening, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Ji Qingyan had awakened with Scrade Ice Mage talent, while Su Xingchen had only attained a grade talent. In a world that revered strength above all, this path is destined to lead nowhere, no matter how striking Su Xingchen may appear. Even if we part ways, she remarked, it is not for you to decide. With a faint smile, Su Xingchen dismissed the notion of being angered by such individuals. It was utterly unworthy of her time. Regardless of circumstances, she had shared a close bond with Ji Qingyan for years, while others could merely harbor feelings of envy and resentment. Moments later, the bus arrived at the terminal, East Gate. Su Xingchen squeezed onto the bus, which was filled to capacity, buzzing with lively chatter. The atmosphere suggested an imminent transformation into a formidable presence. After half an hour, she disembarked. Other passengers formed small groups for safety, yet Su Xingchen declined the company of several attractive female classmates, choosing instead to walk alone towards the city gate. With a hint of amusement, she thought, with a system in place and a mythic grade Owlian ring starting with golden attributes, do I really need a team? The sword control technique is at a mere 0.00, making flight impossible, she mused. For now, I must rely on my own legs. Upon exiting the city, a wave of desolation greeted her. In the wilderness, humans were plentiful, a phenomenon often described as many people, few monsters. Thus, she resolved to venture to the farthest reaches. Though perilous, the chances of encountering beastly foes were significantly higher. She ran, her legs propelled as if on the wheels of the wind. After approximately 20 minutes, Su Xingchen finally encountered a monstrous creatura, terrifying, three-meter mutated bull. As noted in her readings, this was a common low-tier beast, classified as first level. With a combat power exceeding 500, a group of 2 or 3 could easily defeat it, while those with superior talent might dare to face it alone, albeit at great risk. With a swift motion, an iron sword materialized in Su Xingchen's hand, provided by the school. Though not classified as equipment, it posed no issue for her. With over 2,000 combat power, she could easily challenge the mutated bull. Qinglian's sword song, one of the active skills of swordsmen, she intoned. The iron sword in her grasp traced an elegant arc, unleashing a spectacular wave of sword energy that surged toward the mutated bull. Truth be told, this resembled the techniques found in fantasy games. Should she attain first-level mastery of the sword control technique and achieve flight, it would truly mirror the battles of celestial realms. With a resounding impact, the sword energy struck the mutated bull, resulting in a muffled thud as it collapsed. A notification echoed through the air. Congratulations on slaying a first-level beast mutated bull. The system began its calculations. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Weapons. Achieving Level 8. Congratulations on defeating a first-order monster. Mutated bull. Experience 10, 200, gold 100, attribute 10, upon completion of the settlement. No equipment was dropped. However, he did acquire gold, along with attribute points. Originally, he was supposed to gain 5 points of experience, but with the system's enhancement of 200, he received an increase of 10 points. This gold serves as a unique currency across the entire world, akin in purchasing power to 1 yuan from a previous life. In other words, he had just amassed 100 gold coins. Yet considering that activating a new golden attribute, specifically a special ring, requires at least 100,000 gold coins, his elation was somewhat diminished. System, where can the attribute points be utilized? After slaying the mutated bull, Su Xingchen hastily departed, continuing his search for monsters. Simultaneously, he attempted to communicate with the system, having neglected to inquire about the specific use of attribute points in his haste. Attribute points are used to enhance skills. The system's response was succinct and clear. Indeed, it was for skill enhancement. Once he accumulated sufficient attribute points, he intended to upgrade his sword control technique. Su Xingchen nodded in agreement. Such a technique was of utmost importance. Just imagine the elegance of soaring through the skies on a sword. How exhilarating and liberating it would be. Not to mention, it would eliminate the need to traverse the ground, allowing for a swifter pursuit of monsters and ensuring a greater chance of escape. In less than a minute, he encountered another first-order mutated bull. With a single stroke, it was vanquished. Congratulations on defeating a first-order monster. Mutated bull. Experience 10, 200, gold 100, attribute 10. The rewards remain consistent. Fortune was on his side, as numerous mutated bulls still lingered ahead. He must have stumbled into their den. Congratulations on defeating a first-order monster. Mutated bull. Experience 10, 200, gold 100, attribute 10. Congratulations on defeating a first-order monster. Mutated bull. Experience 10, 200, gold 100, attribute 10. Each encounter resulted in a swift victory. As the battles progressed, Su Xingchen experienced a qualitative improvement in his combat skills. After all, his education at school had merely provided him with foundational knowledge and theoretical concepts. Essentially, it was nothing more than empty rhetoric. Now, he was engaging in tangible confrontations with monsters, and gradually, the initial fear he harbored towards these creatures dissipated. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 2, base combat power, X, 110. Not long after, a golden radiance enveloped him, shimmering momentarily before merging with his being. Shortly thereafter, an alert sounded, announcing his elevation to level 2. His combat power had indeed increased, albeit modestly, with the base combat power now rising to 110. It doesn't feel much different, Su Xingchen mused himself. Upgrades are indeed a boon, augmenting one's combat prowess, albeit modestly. With a foundational strength of 200, An increase to 110 translates to a gain of 20 points. In fact, when considering the golden attributes of the strength ring, the enhancement amounts to 40 points. Without the acquisition of new gear, the ascent in power is rather sluggish. With 100 attribute points at one's disposal, the system facilitates the enhancement of sword mastery. Su Xingchen is filled with anticipation. Spending one attribute point, your sword mastery elevates from 11 to 21. Having expended an attribute point, sword mastery has increased by 1. By this calculation, 10 attribute points yield a 1 increase. To elevate sword mastery to 100, a total of 1,000 attribute points is required. The battle must continue. Observing this, Su Xingchen muses that 100 attribute points are insufficient, necessitating further hunts for monsters. Moreover, combat also serves to enhance the Qinglian sword song. Regrettably, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin is at a mere 0, rendering it uncastable. Otherwise, it could also be improved during battle. The clash of steel resonates. Swish, swish, whoosh. Engagements are relentless. Su Xingchen seems to transcend reality. Fortunately, his prowess is substantial, lest even his iron sword would falter. First-tier monsters are swiftly dispatched, crumbling under the assault. Thus, Su Xingchen adjusts his expectations. With no equipment dropping, no prompts are necessary. Gold 100, experience 10, 200, attributes 10, experience 10, 200. Time passes incrementally. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3, basic strength x 110. Upon leveling up once more, he reaches level 3. Though the increase in strength is modest, it is nonetheless an advancement. Even the smallest of gains is worthwhile. However, considering other adventurers, an increase of 450 points in strength is quite significant, given their foundational strength is also 200 points. Unlike Su Xingchen, who benefits from the augmentation of the strength ring. After leveling up, Su Xingchen does not pause, for he harbors a singular ambition to elevate his level beyond 5 before dusk. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier monster, Mutated Bull. Experience 10, 200, gold 100, attributes 10, dropped. Strange Fire Blue Frost Swordmaster, white, X1. As the mutated bull collapses, the notification chimes. Hearing this sound ignites excitement within Su Xingchen. He had set parameters for prompts only upon equipment drops. Now, the alert signifies a gear drop, specifically for sword masters. How could this not bring joy? It is noteworthy that among the various professions, only weapons and armor are class-specific, while other equipment bears no such restrictions. This signifies that the item just acquired pertains to either a weapon or armor. In gaming, nothing is more frustrating than obtaining equipment that one cannot utilize. Ceasing combat, he seeks a secluded and safe spot to examine his newfound gear. Name, Ethereal Fire. Frost rank, Human rank, White, class, Swordsman combat power, 200 required level. Level 1. This is the most ordinary equipment of the human rank, characterized by its white quality. Such gear lacks any attributes and, consequently, does not possess additional properties. Nevertheless, despite being merely white-grade human equipment, it grants a combat power of 200. Combined with the 200 enhancement from the combat power ring, the total rises to 400, which is certainly preferable to wielding a mere iron sword. Combat power 400. Currently, Su Xingchen's combat power stands at 2,884 points. Upon donning the new equipment, he extended his hand. At that moment, he no longer held an iron sword, but rather a rather exquisite long sword, emanating flickers of fire, intertwined with traces of frost. It was undoubtedly more impressive than the iron sword. A smile graced Su Xingchen's face as he gazed upon the ethereal fire frost. He then resumed his hunt for monstrous beasts. Swoosh swoosh roar in the desolate outskirts, known as Outskirts No. 2. This location lay far beyond the city gates of Jiang City, approximately 50 miles away. In Outskirts No. 2, monstrous beasts proliferated, and they were significantly stronger. With Su Xingchen's combat power, he felt no pressure whatsoever in this area. One by one, the beasts fell, and his experience continued to rise, along with his coins and attributes. Congratulations on slaying the second-order beast, Earth Dragon. Experience 100, 200, coins 1,000. Attributes 10, dropped, Crescent Moonbow, Archer, Blue, one yet another second-order beast had succumbed. These beasts possess a combat power of around 5,000. Although Su Xingchen could not defeat them in an instant, it required little effort. Upon vanquishing the Earth Dragon, it dropped a piece of equipment, a top-tier weapon designated for archers. However, this weapon was unsuitable for a swordsman. Now at level 8, he anticipated that his attributes should suffice to upgrade his sword mastery. Glancing at the twilight sky, he realized it was time to return. Initially, he had intended to head back sooner, but upon discovering that his attribute points were nearing 1,000, he resolved to amass that threshold. With 1,000 attribute points, he could elevate his sword mastery to 100, enabling him to soar through the skies on his sword. A well-sharpened blade does not hinder the task of cutting wood. Attributes, 1,690 points. System, upgrade sword mastery. Chapter 4. The sale of weapons, 500,000 gold coins. Activation of the petrification ring, golden myth. Consumption of attribute points, 980. Your sword control skill enhances from 0.21 to the first tier at 0.01, one-click upgrade, consuming 980 attribute points. The cultivation of sword control has succeeded. Reaching the first tier, whoosh with a mere thought, the ethereal fire, Azure Frost, was released, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the distance. Su Xingchen, with his mental prowess, directed the Azure Frost, which promptly reversed course and began to orbit around him. Sword control is not only a means of combat, but also serves as a mode of aerial travel. Bang! Su Xingchen leapt into the air, landing upon the Azure Frost, envisioning himself soaring like an immortal swordsman. Yet, the disparity between his vivid imagination and harsh reality resulted in a swift fall. Fortunately, the height was not great, otherwise, he could have met with a fatal outcome. Afterward, Su Xingchen gradually acclimated over the course of half an hour. As dust ascended, he finally succeeded in flight with his sword, albeit at a cautious speed. Whoosh whoosh, gliding on the Azure Frost, his combat prowess soared 20 meters above the ground, swiftly heading towards the east gate, trailing a mesmerizing azure light behind him. 20 minutes later, he covered 50 miles. Quite a brisk pace indeed. Upon reaching the east gate, he encountered two practitioners wielding knives and guns in flight, both evidently seasoned veterans at level 30, not mere novices but rather remnants of earlier generations, albeit slightly behind in their progression. Once inside the city, Su Xingchen understood the necessity of adhering to regulations. Flying and combat were strictly prohibited. He boarded the last bus back to his rented accommodation, took a quick shower, and indulged in a cup of instant noodles. Activating the holographic interface, he accessed the exchange platform for practitioners, which functioned akin to a computer or mobile device. Does anyone have equipment for sale? The kind suitable for novice gunners? Human tier, white, 50,000 gold coins. Weapon and armor prices have doubled. Novices had no equipment to sell, as they scarcely had enough for themselves. Acquiring gear was exceedingly difficult. Have you all ventured out to hunt beasts? Who will take me along? C-class healer, support role here. In the days surrounding Awakening Day, equipment prices soared. As a wave of novices clamored for gear, I am seeking the equipment of a sword master, suitable for novices, and I am willing to pay a 50% premium. Jiangcheng, the practitioner's exchange platform. However, few strong individuals engaged in conversation, as it primarily served novices. The chat messages were confined within Jiangcheng, not linking to other cities. The platform brimmed with various messages, yet most were requests for gear, with scant offerings for sale. The reason was simple. Equipment was exceedingly rare. This archer's weapon has been sold. It serves no purpose for me. He perused the chat messages while savoring his instant noodles. Su Xingchen murmured to herself, lamenting her lack of funds. After all, the archer's weapon was of no use to her. Selling it might just unlock a new special ring. After all, it was a premium archer's weapon of human grade. 1. Selling an archer weapon, human grade blue. Price, 500,000. No bargaining, the highest bidder wins. Su Xingchen sent out a message. This price was 200,000 above the standard, yet it was justified by the common need for equipment. Once the message was sent, she glanced at the screen. 500,000 I want it. She proceeded to send a trade request. Within 10 seconds, a response arrived, and, simultaneously, a trade request popped up in the upper right corner of her interface. Su Xingchen began to operate, placing the Moonfall bow on the market. After confirming the price entered by the other party, she clicked to trade. Naturally, there was no risk of being deceived during the transaction, for there was a 3-minute window to cancel. Only after those 3 minutes would the items and currency transfer to both parties' accounts. Moreover, the accounts on the interface were all registered under real names. Who would dare to engage in fraudulent trading? Ding! Account ending in 6667 received 500,000 gold coins. The notification chimed. The 500,000 gold coins had been credited. The transaction incurred no fees, as it was a private trade. A marketplace transaction would certainly attract fees. Damn, I was a moment too late. It turned out to be a premium weapon. Although the archer's weapon at 500,000 was pricey, it was worth it. Big shot. Do you have any more equipment? I'm looking to purchase a swordsman's weapon and clothing. I seek various beginner-friendly gear. Just like that, she earned 500,000. Frustratingly, after teaming up to slay a dozen first-tier beasts, not a single item dropped. Did they think they could obtain equipment from slaying a mere dozen beasts? Whereas the logic in that? Typically, one might expect a drop after defeating 200 beasts, theoretically speaking, but in reality, one might need to slay 300 or even 400 before seeing any equipment drop. On the chat screen, by the time Su Xingchen realized it, she had already completed the transaction. Seeing the blue premium weapon for sale, others were filled with envy. A blue premium item, especially a weapon, although expensive, it could significantly enhance one's combat power. With a few hundred more combat points, facing a first-tier beast would be a cinch. After finishing her instant noodles, Su Xingchen entered the system page. Notification: conditions to activate the petrification ring have been met. Would you like to activate the petrification ring? A prompt appeared on the screen. Activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen confirmed. Just 100,000 gold coins to activate a special ring. This was of golden mythical grade, and its attributes were indeed worthy of being called divine. After all, this was a system-provided item. The petrified ring has been activated. Name: Petrified Ring. Combat Power: 1000. Rank: Unique. Attribute: Golden Mythical. Effect: during combat, there is a 30 chance to petrify the target. Lasting for 5 seconds. Note: activation of the domain ring requires 01,000,000 gold. The petrified ring is now activated. Indeed, it is a golden mythical item. The combat power remains unchanged, yet has increased by 1,000 points. The attribute effect is petrification, akin to the paralysis ring in the game, but far more formidable. A 30 chance to petrify, enduring for 5 seconds. Extraordinary. Terrifying. One can only imagine the scenario in battle when an opponent suddenly becomes immobile, standing there to be struck. How alarming is that? The next special ring is the domain ring, which requires 1 million gold for activation. Upon seeing the subsequent prompt, Su Xingchen realized he must strive to amass wealth. His combat power now stands at 5178. With such power, he could effortlessly vanquish second-tier beasts. Tomorrow, during the dungeon trial, he hopes to acquire some exceptional equipment. Su Xingchen glanced at his status panel, noting he possessed but a single weapon. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an information alert sounded. Ji Qingluo, Brother Xingchen, let's form a party for the dungeon at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The message was from Ji Qingluo, the twin sister of Ji Qingyan. Despite their twin status, their personalities are polar opposites. Ji Qingyan is haughty and aloof, while Ji Qingluo is lively and spirited. Their sole commonality is their beauty. Su Xingchen, what is your class and talent? Su Xingchen deep. Not directly addressing the party invitation, but rather expressing curiosity about Ji Qingluo's talent and class. He mused, could this charming little troublemaker possibly be of A rank? After all, she is Ji Qingyan's twin. It would not be surprising for Ji Qingluo to awaken an A rank talent, considering Ji Qingyan awakened an S rank. Of course, one can never be certain. The awakening of talents is often shrouded in mystery. Chapter 5. Su Xingchen. Are you nurturing me? I can't handle a Ji Qingluo S rank. Healing. I will nurture you when the time comes. Ji Qingluo's messages arrived at a leisurely pace. She was aware that Su Xingchen had awakened with a D-rank talent and feared that disclosing her S-rank ability might wound his feelings. Yet, she was reluctant to deceive him, which left her in a state of inner turmoil. After much contemplation, she finally decided to reveal the truth. Su Xingchen, upon receiving Ji Qingluo's message, was momentarily taken aback. Another S-rank? So it seems that S-ranks are a family affair. Without the system, he would have felt genuinely hurt. It wasn't that he lacked psychological resilience. Anyone in his position would feel the weight of such pressure. However, with the system in place, he began to believe that innate talent was not as paramount as it once seemed. Ji Qingluo, upon reading Su Xingchen's response, was filled with indignation. Su Xingchen, I could just as easily bite you to death. Leave me alone. I'm done with you. She despised his remarks about her modest bust size, which had merely developed a bit later than others. In truth, her figure was not lacking. What was wrong with being slender? As Su Xingchen observed Ji Qingluo's furious emoticon, his spirits lifted considerably. The sudden emergence of two S-ranks at Jiangsu No. 9 High School was bound to create quite a stir. The principal and teachers would surely be overjoyed. Even more astonishing was the fact that both S-ranks were of the highest caliber, one being an exceptional ice mage and the other a coveted healer, known as Ling Long, neither of whom belonged to any trivial profession. Professions were categorized into 6 types: blade master, gunner, swordsman, archer, mage, and Ling Long. Blade masters wield blades, gunners handle firearms, swordsmen brandish swords, archers utilize bows, and both mages and Ling Longs employ staffs. Ultimately, regardless of the profession, the essence lay in combat power, for it was the cornerstone of all. Ling Longs were healers, colloquially referred to as nurturers. Mages were of 3 distinct schools: ice, fire, and thunder. The differences in combat among various professions were primarily due to their skills and weaponry, with no significant disparity in overall effectiveness. With a flick of his wrist, Su Xingchen deactivated the virtual screen and retired for the night, preparing to gather his strength for the dungeon expedition the following day. The next morning, Su Xingchen rose early, packing mineral water and provisions into the system space. After completing his preparations, he ventured outdoors, taking a stroll around the supermarket before hailing a taxi to the Jiangsheng Practitioner Center. Upon his arrival, he found the center bustling with practitioners. Given that it was Awakening Day, access was restricted to newcomers for the next few days to manage the large crowd. Jiangsheng boasted 42 high schools, each accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 students. Every year, over 100,000 high school students awakened, and naturally, they would seek to undertake trials in the dungeons, necessitating the smooth operation of these trials. Brother Xingchen, as he approached the practitioner center, he heard a sweet, melodious voice that was undeniably pleasing to the ear. Judging solely by the sound, it was clear that it belonged to a charming, soft-spoken young girl. "You're here so early? Skipping your usual slumber?" Su Xingchen gazed at the exquisite maiden at the entrance and inquired. He had neither accepted nor declined the proposal to form a team the previous day. Yet this little troublemaker had taken it upon herself to assume his agreement. "I have just arrived as well, Brother Xingchen. Let's team up, just the 2 of us. I will support you alone. Is that agreeable?" The little sprite pouted her lips and chattered animatedly, encircling Su Xingchen like a piece of sticky toffee. Ever since childhood, she had enjoyed clinging to him. "Qingluo, let us join forces. We came together, after all." Su Xingchen, being a D rank, felt that he would only hinder the team. "Qingluo, we should team up 3 A ranks and 1 C rank, plus your S rank healer. We would certainly be the top squad in the 9th High. Indeed, we could tackle the challenging dungeons for 60 credits. Upon witnessing Ji Qingluo's attachment to Su Xingchen, the students who accompanied Ji Qingluo were consumed with envy. Previously, they had been jealous of Su Xingchen, the most handsome boy at 9th High, for being favored by Ji Qingyan. But now that Su Xingchen had awakened as a D rank, they regarded him with disdain, viewing him merely as an attractive underachiever. Ji Qingluo's continued affection for him baffled them. How ironic it was that before his awakening, the top school belle favored him, and afterward his younger sister also took a liking to him. Enough. Whom I team up with is none of your concern. I have told you countless times not to hover around me, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, anger flaring in her eyes as they turned icy upon hearing her classmates speak of Su Xingchen. It's not worth getting upset over. Su Xingchen gently chided as he tapped her head before proceeding toward the career center. Brother, wait for me. Ji Qingluo rubbed the spot he had tapped, grimacing slightly, and upon seeing Su Xingchen moving away, she hurriedly stretched her long legs to catch up, creating a fragrant breeze in her wake. Aren't you going with her? Su Xingchen glanced at the girl beside him, curiosity evident in his voice. The day prior, upon awakening, Su Xingchen had understood that Ji Qingyan would be heading to a prestigious academy. With her exceptional S-rank talent, she would not need to concern herself with credits, as the universities would eagerly claim her. As for dungeon trials, the institutions would provide guidance, treating her with utmost reverence. Not to mention, even A-rank talents were fiercely contested by the universities. After all, talent is graded into 5 levels. S-rank as the pinnacle, A-rank as the top genius, BC as elite, and D-rank as the general populace or underachievers. I do not wish to go. I want to attend school with you, brother, Ji Qingluo stated, tilting her delicate face to gaze at Su Xingchen. Which dungeon do you wish to select? Su Xingchen regarded Ji Qingluo earnestly, admiring her flawless, radiant visage, full of vitality. At last, he averted his gaze and inquired about the little minx. He felt nothing, truly, although she was merely a few days younger. She had always been a little girl in his eyes, having known her since childhood. More importantly, he was romantically involved with Ji Qingyan, and this little troublemaker was nothing more than a nuisance and a shadow. You choose, I shall follow. Fear not, I can't support you, Ji Qingluo responded. As she spoke, she instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling what Su Xingchen had said last night about her modest endowment. It was not that she was lacking, merely still in the process of full development. Besides, she was at least a B-cup now, even if she could not compare to her sister. She often harbored doubts that Xingchen Gij favored her sister over her due to the disparity in their bust sizes. Hee. Su Xingchen unconsciously glanced at her chest and chuckled lightly. You, Ji Qingluo warned, feeling a flush of embarrassment and indignation at Su Xingchen's gaze. To speak candidly, flat-chested girls are particularly sensitive to such scrutiny. Qingluo, I am opting for the disaster-level dungeon. Will you join me? Su Xingchen surveyed the entrances, noting 4 in total: ordinary, difficult, desperate, and disaster levels. 90% of the participants chose the ordinary level, while the remainder selected difficult. No one dared to venture into the desperate level, and the entrance to the disaster level stood completely deserted. Disaster level? Brother, are you serious? Ji Qingluo's expression shifted upon hearing Su Xingchen's words. Chapter 6. The Secret Realm of Lanling. A calamity level instance. The instance is divided into levels: 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, and a rebirth instance. The novice instance, or the level 10 instance, is accessible to players ranging from level 1 to 29. The level 30 instance can be entered by players from level 30 to 49. The level 50 instance accommodates players from level 50 to 69. The level 70 instance is for players from level 70 to 89, while the level 90 instance serves those from level 90 to 99. To access the rebirth instance, one must attain level 100. Each level of the instance presents 4 degrees of difficulty: normal, hard, desperate, and calamity. The mortality rates are as follows: normal, 20, hard, 40, desperate, 90, and calamity, 99, 999. The death rates clearly indicate the escalating difficulty of the instances, hence, few opt for the desperate and calamity levels. However, it is well known that greater risks yield higher rewards. I am going, Su Xingchen remarked with a smile. To be honest, the novice instance at level 10, regardless of its challenges or horrors, remains limited. With the system support, it seems unreasonable to choose normal or hard levels. I shall join as well. Ji Qingluo replied without a hint of hesitation, following closely behind. The two made their way towards the entrance of the calamity level instance. Notification. Entry through the calamity level instance entrance is prohibited unless necessary. If you wish to select the calamity level instance, please confirm. Upon arriving at the entrance, a crimson light barrier manifested before them, accompanied by a clear and resonant notification sound. Confirm. After Su Xingchen confirmed, Ji Qingluo swiftly followed suit. Their information was recorded, and they passed through the light barrier into the passageway. Inside the calamity level instance, there were a total of 8 altars, 4 for the novice level and 4 for the level 30 instance. As novices, even if they mistakenly selected the wrong level, they would not be thrust into the calamity level instance for level 30. There was only one team mode available. Su Xingchen surveyed the 4 novice-level calamity instances. Only one allowed for team formation, while the other 3 did not, implying that upon entry, they would be randomly separated. Let us go with this one, Ji Qingluo nodded, pointing to the instance that permitted team play. Instance name: the Secret Realm of Lanling level. Calamity conditions: level 20 or below. Age 20 or below. No external items allowed. Duration: 3 days. Rating: 100 points. Team formation: allowed death probability: 99. 99. 3 days, is that so? Su Xingchen goes. Glancing at the instance details, they would need to endure 3 days within the instance. The gaze fell upon Ji Qingluo, who stood there unencumbered, her hands empty. Naturally, Su Xingchen was similarly unburdened. However, his possessions resided within the confines of the system space: blankets, toiletries, provisions. Indeed, Ji Qingluo nodded, albeit without grasping the full implication of Su Xingchen's words. It was true. Who would venture into a dungeon trial laden with luggage? I activated the dungeon teleportation. Prepare yourself. Su Xingchen refrained from elaborating further. Merely 3 days, endurance would see them through. Subsequently, he stepped forward to initiate the dungeon's teleportation. Very well. I will form a party. You can join. Ji Qingluo replied. Buzz, novice dungeon, catastrophe level, Lanling secret realm activation. Su Xingchen's palm rested upon the glowing panel of the teleportation device. Instantly, a resonant hum echoed. Following this, a crimson brilliance soared skyward, creating a significant commotion that startled all within the vocational center. Who would dare embark on a catastrophe-level dungeon? Such audacity. The campus heartthrob from 9th High, Su Xingchen, with his D-grade talent as a swordsman, alongside the S-grade healer Ji Qingluo. Were they courting danger? The novice dungeon at catastrophe level was notorious for its perilous nature, often regarded as a one-way ticket. Daring to confront the catastrophe-level dungeon was unheard of in the past decade. The heartthrob and the school beauty fell in love, only for the latter, awakened to her S-grade ice mage abilities, to part ways with the D-grade talented swordsman. The school beauty's sister harbored feelings for him, and little did they anticipate that both would venture into the catastrophe-level dungeon together, an act that epitomized the essence of shared fate. The terrifying spectacle left countless adventurers astounded, their attention drawn toward the direction of the catastrophe-level teleportation altar. From a distance, a boy and a girl stood atop the altar, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light. Recognition dawned upon some. Those two were Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo. Swish, swish, the multicolored luminescence whirled rapidly, and soon the brilliance dissipated, taking with it Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo, as though they had evaporated into thin air. The world fell silent, yet countless adventurers remained in a state of shock. Catastrophe level, an endeavor with a near-certain fatality rate. Principal Zhang remarked, 9th High is formidable indeed. This cohort has produced 2 S-grade talents. And to think they are twin sisters, Ice Mage and Ling Long, the most potent occupational combination. Alas, Ji Qingluo has chosen not to attend Huaxia University. In Jiangcheng, within the office of 9th High's Principal Zhang Leitang, he conversed with several teachers, engaging in dialogue with representatives from Huaxia University, one of the nation's premier institutions. Often hailed as a cradle for champions and the most coveted school for aspiring students. Chen Mingxue, a faculty member from Huaxia University's admissions office, primarily stationed in Jiangcheng, diligently sought out outstanding candidates from various high schools. This year, the prospects were indeed promising. Ji Qingluo wished to take Su Xingchen to Huaxia University. However, Su Xingchen possessed merely a D-level talent. Their relationship had always been amicable since childhood, and youthful capriciousness could be understood. Principal Zhang chuckled. In truth, Chen Mingxue had intended to bring both Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo to Huaxia University yesterday, but Ji Qingluo insisted on bringing Su Xingchen along. Chen Mingxue did not acquiesce. The reason was simple: school regulations. Huaxia University does not admit students with talents below B level. To be precise, only those with at least 300 credits may enter Huaxia University. And Su Xingchen's D-level talent certainly does not meet this threshold. Even an S-level talent cannot transgress this rule. Alas, school regulations. Furthermore, the number of admissions is limited. Huaxia University enrolls merely 500 students each year, Chen Mingxue remarked. While appearing somewhat regretful, a sense of pride illuminated his features. After all, he was a teacher at Huaxia University, a prestigious institution renowned across the nation, a cradle for the strongest. Countless powerful individuals have emerged from its halls. It is exceedingly difficult for those with B-level talents to gain entry. And what qualifications does a mere D-level individual possess to attend Huaxia University? One must not allow an S-level talent to undermine the established regulations. Principal, we have received news from the Career Center. Ji Qingluo has ventured into a catastrophe-level instance. At that moment, the office doors swung open, and a female teacher entered. She spoke softly to the principal. What? Ji Qingluo has gone to a catastrophe-level instance? What is happening? Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang Leitang paused, and his expression shifted rapidly. He could no longer remain seated. Chapter 7. The terrifying trial task just moments ago. Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen formed a team. The two ventured into the cataclysmic dungeon known as the Lanling's Secret Realm. The female instructor remarked, her face betraying a hint of anger. After all, Ji Qingluo was her student, a rare gem with S-level talent. It was a hard-earned achievement that brought her prestige among colleagues, a reason for lifelong pride. Yet before even entering university, she had plunged into a cataclysmic level. It felt utterly unjust. Typically, an S-level talent would advance directly to university. Yet Ji Qingluo had to remain for assessments. Well, if she had to undergo evaluations, so be it. Yet here she was, gallivanting off with Su Xingchen to a perilous level, and her resentment towards him grew. With her own D-level talent, he was dragging Ji Qingluo into a realm of danger. What madness was this? This Su Xingchen. The principal wore a look of exasperation, nearly pounding his fist on the table. He recognized Su Xingchen, the most handsome boy from the 9th high school, who was romantically involved with Ji Qingyan. Before his awakening, he excelled in all subjects, yet his talent was merely D-level. Just yesterday, Ji Qingluo had lamented his decision to forego Huaxia University. And now, he was leading Ji Qingluo into the cataclysmic dungeon. This fellow was indeed a harbinger of trouble. Alas, the existence of school regulations was surely justified. Chen Mingxue feigned a sigh, speaking with a hint of detachment. He almost expressed how wise he was for not allowing Ji Qingluo to accompany Su Xingchen to Huaxia University. Wait a moment. I must call the school to inform them of Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen's venture into the cataclysmic dungeon. Just yesterday, a teacher had chided him for being inflexible in his decisions. Now, they would see the consequences. Fortunately, he had not permitted Ji Qingluo to join Su Xingchen at Huaxia University. Otherwise, whoosh, 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 the transmission to the cataclysmic dungeon took an unusually long minute. Once the transfer concluded, Su Xingchen's eyes lit up as a gust of wind brushed against him. With a flicker of thought, the ethereal fire, known as Qing Shuang, manifested beneath his feet, allowing him to stand steadfastly in midair. He reached out to grasp Ji Qingluo's attire at her waist, surveying the surroundings and realizing they hovered 30 meters above the ground. Thank goodness he could manipulate a sword. Otherwise, a fall could prove fatal. Ji Qingluo was also aware that the transmission had ended. Just then, she felt a tightening at her waist, realizing Su Xingchen had seized hold of her clothing. She paid it no mind initially, but soon noticed she was suspended in midair. Glancing down, a gasp escaped her lips. They were so high above the ground, it was terrifying. Her hands, which had been clutching Su Xingchen's sleeve, now gripped his waist tightly, fearing she might plummet. Ji Qingluo, I thought you were quite brave. Su Xingchen teased, flicking her forehead playfully. Ouch! Su Xingchen, that hurt. Ji Qingluo protested, usually sweet and docile, addressing him as Brother Xingchen, but now calling him by his full name in irritation. The sudden jolt shifted her focus, and she tilted her face upwards. With an expression of unbridled fury, she appeared as though she might bite. Whoosh! Su Xingchen descended upon his sword. Why are you shouting? He retorted. Wait a moment. How can you fly with a sword? Why can't I? The mischievous girl's mind raced. Moments ago, she had been yelling, and now she was glaring at Su Xingchen before her gaze shifted to the strange flame beneath his feet, Qing Shuang. A question arose. How can you fly with a sword? Why can't I? Because my sword control technique is at the first level. Don't you have any awareness of your own capabilities? Su Xingchen shot a speechless glance at Ji Qingluo. In school, during lessons, you're mostly asleep, aren't you? Don't you know this fundamental knowledge? It's first-level sword control. We only awakened yesterday. How did you advance to first level so quickly? Ji Qingluo was utterly astonished. The skills are notoriously difficult to cultivate. Many at levels 30 or 40 cannot even fly. Yet you awakened yesterday, and today you can fly with a sword. That is exceedingly rapid. I went to the outskirts yesterday afternoon, Su Xingchen replied. Upon finishing his words, he fell silent as a virtual screen appeared before him, revealing the details of the trial mission. Lanling's Secret Realm, Trial Mission 1. Reach level 30 within 3 days. 2. Hunt 10,000 first-level demon beasts. 1,000 second-level demon beasts. 100 third-level demon beasts, and 10 fourth-level demon beasts. 3. Navigate the Lanling Tomb and defeat the Lanling Evil Soul. Rewards. Experience 10 million. Mysterious Treasure Box 2. Countdown 71, 59, 21. As Su Xingchen absorbed the trial mission information, his expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Ji Qingluo's virtual screen displayed the same trial mission. After perusing the details, her exquisitely beautiful face exhibited a whirlwind of emotions, her lips pouting in discontent. Isn't this just cruel? A calamity-level trial is truly a death sentence. Pouting, she murmured, what new novice could possibly complete such tasks? Furthermore, one cannot bring in equipment from others. Even if a family expert offered gear, it cannot be brought in. The rules of this calamity level are excessively harsh. That mission could very well lead to one's demise. After speaking, she cast a pitiful glance at Su Xingchen. Regretting it? Su Xingchen inquired. Only a puppy would regret. Ji Qingluo proudly lifted her chin and straightened her chest, responding earnestly. Let us go. Su Xingchen tousled her hair, fluffing her silky locks. However, the mischievous girl shook her head, her hair falling back into place. Where are we going? Ji Qingluo asked, puzzled. Completing this trial mission? It would be a miracle. The first-tier demon beasts are notoriously difficult to slay, yet the task demands the extermination of 10,000 of them, alongside 1,000 second-tier beasts, 100 third-tier beasts, and 10 fourth-tier beasts. It is not merely beginners who would struggle. Even those of the 30th or 40th level, hailed as prodigies, would find this endeavor insurmountable. Moreover, this is merely one of the trials, and indeed, the least formidable among them. Of course we must undertake the task. Have you not noticed the countdown? Su Xingchen remarked. Every moment is invaluable, for the precious dungeon only allows for 72 hours. Oh, Ji Qingluo responded, her curiosity piqued. If Brother Xingchen intended to tackle a task, which one would he commence with? Furthermore, he had mentioned venturing to the outskirts yesterday and had even cultivated his sword technique to the first tier. How was that achieved? One thing was certain. He had genuinely hunted demon beasts. However, if he could indeed vanquish first-tier beasts, it would surely be a slow process. A year would scarcely suffice for 10,000. With a whoosh, Su Xingchen, accompanied by Ji Qingluo, soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly traversing the vast expanse before them. Ji Qingluo clung tightly to his waist, fearful of falling, her heart brimming with envy as she nestled her head against his back to shield herself from the wind. Her cheeks flushed with a blend of nervousness and shyness. Yet she felt an undeniable joy. Previously, While she had been close to Su Xingchen, her actions had been limited to tugging at his sleeve, as her elder sister was in a relationship with him. Now that her sister had parted ways with Su Xingchen, an opportunity had presented itself. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from ahead, demonic howls that suggested a plethora of beasts were near. Soon, the formidable figures of the demon beasts came into view, and Ji Qingluo's anxiety surged as she faced them for the first time. The fear gripped her heart, yet Su Xingchen remained unfazed, continuing his flight until they finally descended to the ground, surrounded by the beasts. Brother Xingchen, Ji Qingluo stammered, her lips trembling as she anxiously gazed at him. However, Su Xingchen paid her no mind. He gripped the extraordinary fire, Qing Shuang, and unleashed his blade with precision. Chapter 8. Ji Qingluo unleashes an exceptional weapon. Ascends to level 22. With a swift motion, the sword glimmered, and a first-tier beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. However, Su Xingchen did not pause. His sword continued to slice through the air, bringing down beast after beast. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. Golden Armored Pig. Experience 10, 200. Gold 20. Witnessing Su Xingchen's prowess in battle, Ji Qingluo felt utterly helpless. After all, it was her first encounter with beasts, and it seemed as though she had stumbled into a den, surrounded by creatures. As a novice, her fear was entirely understandable. At that moment, a notification chimed, and her astonishment grew as she received experience and gold. A one-hit kill? The first-tier beast was effortlessly dispatched by Brother Xingchen. In her eyes, even if he ventured into the wild, his ability to face a first-tier beast was limited. One would typically need to exert significant effort to defeat such a creature. Yet, to her surprise, Su Xingchen annihilated the beast with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The sword light flickered and the sword energy surged. Indeed, the swordsman was the most magnificent class. Experience 10 gold, 20 experience, 10 gold, 20 in no time. Ji Qingluo's experience surged, bolstered by her S-rank talent, which granted her double the experience of a D rank. However, the gold dropped could not compare to Su Xingchen's bounty. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level 2, base combat power X 110. Soon, Ji Qingluo reached a new level. During her ascent, she remained in a state of shock, primarily due to Su Xingchen's astonishing speed in hunting the beasts. Brother Xingchen, you are incredible, Ji Qingluo exclaimed with excitement. Is this the power of a D-rank talent? Surely an S-rank cannot be this formidable. Stay close, Su Xingchen advised. This place is teeming with beasts. Little Huashui is merely a novice healer, lacking combat prowess. One misstep could lead to disaster. Upon hearing this, little Huashui hurriedly stayed by Su Xingchen's side, clutching his garment. With a flurry of movements, Su Xingchen became completely immersed in battle, as beasts continued to fall like chaff before the scythe. He even cleaved through 3 or 4 first-tier beasts in a single stroke, effortlessly dispatching even second-tier beasts. Yikvingluo stood be utterly mesmerized. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 9 base combat power X 110. Su Xingchen also leveled up, reaching level 9. Brother, I found equipment. Yikvingluo exclaimed. Her voice filled with excitement. She had discovered a new weapon in her backpack, evidently dropped moments ago. Although she and T personally defeated the beasts, being in a team with Su Xingchen meant that the beasts he felled counted as her own victories. The staff, shimmering with a blue radiance, is a remarkable artifact. The color blue signifies excellence. It is a staff that she can wield. Her first piece of equipment is a blue weapon. How could one not feel exhilarated? This exquisite weapon boasts a combat power of 400. She is now ready to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Su Xingchen was equally elated. A blue-grade weapon of human rank, with a power of 400 points, when combined with her inherent strength and upgraded abilities, would amount to 600 or 700. Such power is more than sufficient to confront a first-tier beast. Combat and the honing of skills are indeed the swiftest paths to advancement. Very well, Ji Qingluo nodded. Combat power is the foundation of confidence. Thus, the little troublemaker ventured into battle. Although her primary role was that of a healer, she possessed combat skills. Healing was merely one facet of her abilities. Boom, crack, sizzle. An S rank is truly an S rank. Though a novice, she quickly acclimated to the rhythms of combat. Su Xingchen, not far from her, dispatched most of the beasts, occasionally leaving one for her to engage. More equipment was found, albeit in white. Before long, Ji Qingluo's excited voice rang out once more, announcing the discovery of new gear. The thrill was palpable. Equipment equates to power. Qingluo, do exercise caution. Most of the beasts in this vicinity are first tier. Just stay close enough. I need to hasten my pace, or I will not complete the task. Su Xingchen advised Ji Qingluo. In truth, the little healer was quite a sight in battle, resembling a celestial being. However, this pace would not suffice. They needed to accelerate their efforts, slaying more beasts to amass gold and attribute points. This would enable the activation of new special rings, as well as the enhancement of skills like 10,000 swords return to 1 and Qinglian sword song. The stronger the skills, the quicker the hunt for beasts. All right, Ji Qingluo nodded earnestly, her demeanor reflecting an endearing obedience. That's wonderful. My brother is so formidable. She dared to believe that her brother was not merely an apparent Durang talent. He must possess a hidden profession. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? His prowess surpassed even that of an S rank. Sister, thank you for granting me this opportunity. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen wielded the ethereal flame of Qing Shuang, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword lights and gleaming blades. The sword techniques of Qinglian sword song were elegant and striking, ethereal yet sharp, and their might was formidable. In the face of the sword energy and brilliance, one beast after another fell. He now fought with complete abandon, for there was no time to spare. With 10,000 first-tier beasts and another 1,000 of the second tier, as well as those of the third and fourth tiers, his strength must be augmented to cope with the challenges ahead. Experience 10, experience 100, gold 100, attribute 10, attribute 10. The experience gold and attributes continued to soar. As for the equipment, 2 pieces had dropped, yet Su Xingchen chose not to equip them, for his current strength was adequate for hunting first and second-tier beasts. He would don the equipment when time allowed, for every moment was precious. Time flowed relentlessly, unnoticed. As twilight gradually descended, a soft hum resonated in the air, announcing a significant milestone. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 22. Base combat power, x110. At long last, having achieved level 22, I found myself a step closer to the coveted level 30, after having vanquished a staggering 812 beasts. Qingluo, I called out, glancing at the dimming sky. She was not far from me. After all, in our first expedition into the dungeon, we found ourselves utterly alone, surrounded solely by fearsome creatures. The presence of a young girl amidst such peril could indeed be daunting, especially in a disaster-level instance. Brother, I have reached level 18, exclaimed Ji Qingluo as she sprinted towards me, her face alight with joy. Unable to fly, she could only run. Level 18, that's impressive. Tomorrow, let us aim higher. In the morning, we shall hunt first-tier beasts. In the afternoon, we will tackle the second-tier ones. That should propel us to level 30. Let us find a place to settle for now, I replied, nodding in agreement. Level 18 was indeed achieved swiftly, considering our combined efforts in slaying 812 beasts. Regrettably, second-tier beasts were scarce. Most of our encounters were with first-tier foes, each yielding a mere 5 experience points. Fortunately, Ji Qingluo, being of S rank, received 200 of the standard experience, and my system enhancement afforded the same boost. Without such advantages, our progress would have been considerably slower. With a swift motion, I took to the skies on my sword, standing atop the ethereal blue flames, while Ji Qingluo trailed closely behind. She did not inquire about our destination, trusting my guidance implicitly. Soon, we arrived at a serene lake, not far from which stood a sheer cliff, atop which was a small cave, a spot I had noted earlier that day. In the wilderness, a cave is the safest refuge. As our mentor had always advised, at any moment, one must first secure an escape route and a place to rest. Thus, I had wisely scouted ahead. Entering the cave, We found it to be a modest few square meters in size, yet ample enough for our needs. It was dry and suitable for habitation. Brother, we haven't brought any camping gear. What should we do? Ji-Ching Luo finally voiced her concern, realizing the oversight at this moment. Chapter 9, not too small. Quite adorable indeed. You just remembered now, didn't you? Su Xingchen chuckled lightly, raising her fingers as if to playfully tap Ji-Ching Luo on the head. However, Ji-Ching Luo seemed to possess a sixth sense, retreating just in time. Upon witnessing Su Xingchen's thwarted attempt, the mischievous girl burst into a fit of giggles. But how are we to sleep? And I wish to take a bath as well. After her laughter subsided, Ji-Ching Luo spoke softly. In the wilderness, the nighttime temperature was quite low. Having battled throughout the day, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Yet without blankets, how could they possibly sleep? Moreover, she longed for a bath, feeling sticky all over. Here were mine. Make do for now. With a flick of her wrist, Su Xingchen conjured a pair of large undergarments and a shirt as if by magic. Subsequently, she produced body wash, shampoo, and even a brand new toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel. Brother, is this some sort of magic? Ji-Ching Luo exclaimed, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. After a moment of hesitation, she circled around Su Xingchen twice, attempting to decipher the reason behind her brother's ability to summon such an abundance of items from thin air, but to no avail. Finally, with a curious expression, she inquired, embodying the essence of a curious child, I have awakened a hidden class. Hurry and wash up. Su Xingchen remarked after observing their surroundings in the Lonling's secret realm, noting that aside from them, there appeared to be no other souls present. She knew she had to fabricate a story. It would be absurd to confess to possessing a system. But, Ji-Ching Luo took a few cautious steps toward the cave entrance, her voice trailing off hesitantly. But what? Su Xingchen pressed. Goodness, why are you dawdling over a bath? It's not like you're facing punishment. Do you want me to jump down? What if I fall and get hurt? Ji-Ching Luo glanced down at the opening, finding her reasoning. Indeed, it was quite high, at least 20 meters. She couldn't fly, and even at level 18, jumping down would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Oh, what level is your flying skill? Su Xingchen suddenly realized, momentarily forgetting that Ji-Ching Luo lacked the ability to fly. Dvacati chiki patnast, Yikving Luo replied. That's impressive, Su Xingchen exclaimed. In just one day, without dedicating time solely to practicing her flying technique, she had remarkably achieved 23. Truly exceptional. Being of S rank is indeed extraordinary. You could have flown on your sword long ago. Are you subtly bragging? I've only reached 23 in a day. What about you? You awakened yesterday. Yet today, you can already fly on your sword. If you say I'm quick, wouldn't that imply you're even more astonishing? Well, I'm an exception. Su Xingchen chuckled lightly, jesting about how her attribute points had directly enhanced her abilities. Given the presence of attribute points, elevating skills was merely a matter of moments. With that, she turned to re-enter the cave. Brother, as Ji-Ching Luo observed Su Xingchen heading back to the cave, she hurriedly called out, What's wrong? Su Xingchen, puzzled, replied, What is it? I'm afraid, Ji-Ching Luo whispered, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Su Xingchen's eyes. Her delicate face was flush crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, her earlobes blushing a soft pink. She wanted to express her desire for him to stay nearby, yet the words eluded her. The mere thought filled her with embarrassment, rendering her utterly flustered. What should we do then? Su Xingchen pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. From the perspective of this little enchantress, it was indeed understandable to feel fear. What if there were creatures lurking in the lake? What if a beast appeared? What if there were ghosts? However, he mused, You're frightened, but I can't just watch you bathe, can I? Although, I suppose I could keep an eye on you from a distance. But you must not let me see you bathing. Ji-Ching Luo instinctively replied, her words tumbling out in haste. Once she finished, she wished she could find a crevice to hide in, utterly mortified. How embarrassing, she thought, as if anyone would want to look at you. Su Xingchen remarked. Yet he found a spot to sit nearby, keeping her company. If you dare to mention my small chest again, I shall bite you to death. No peeking, understand? Ji-Ching Luo fumed, her teeth grinding in irritation. Am I not pretty enough? I am no less charming than my sister. Moreover, I am gentler, softer, and more easily toppled. Why is it that you seem to scorn me? Frustration bubbled within her. Is it because my chest is small? But it's not that small, it's quite cute. Actually, in her agitation, her courage swelled significantly. Indeed, at that moment, she was no longer afraid. She sought a shallow area of water that would shield her from the wind and prying eyes, yet remained within Su Xingchen's protective range, ensuring he wouldn't gaze upon her. Only then did she hastily shed her clothing and commence her bath. Typically, she would linger in the bathroom for no less than half an hour, but today she was unusually swift, completing the task in mere minutes. Nevertheless, she dawdled a bit, washing her intimate garments, hoping for a productive night ahead. After all, she couldn't possibly go without anything underneath. Currently clad in Su Xingchen's oversized shirt and baggy shorts, she felt somewhat exposed, her small frame dwarfed by the clothes, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. "Brother, I'm done," Ji Qingluo announced as she returned. Her head bowed, unable to meet Su Xingchen's gaze. "Qingluo, you look quite lovely in my clothes," Su Xingchen remarked, glancing at Ji Qingluo. Although the sky had darkened, some details remained visible. She was so petite, and his attire appeared comically large on her, upon a pair of elongated, smooth, and tender jade-like legs. Clad merely in oversized shorts, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, lest the tempestuous beauty become incensed. "Oomph." Ji Qingluo, both bashful and indignant, remarked on the absurdity of it all. The shorts were simply too large. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen summoned his sword, transporting Ji Qingluo into a cave. "Tidy up a bit. I shall take a bath," he instructed, producing bedding for her to arrange as he prepared to cleanse himself after a day of battle. A soothing bath would alleviate his fatigue, ensuring he could rest well and rise early the following morning. Time was of the essence. With a mere 3 days allocated for this instance, the daunting task at hand remained unaccomplished. The calamity level was perilously high, a veritable death trap. The likelihood of completing the mission seemed bleak. Given the formidable nature of the undertaking, even 3 years might not suffice, especially considering that all participants were novices. Yet, Su Xingchen's unique attributes afforded him a chance to triumph in this trial. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement. The cave, though modest in size, could comfortably accommodate two. A small portable lamp cast a gentle glow within. After ensuring everything was in order, Su Xingchen departed, heading to the nearby lake to bathe. In mere moments, he emerged, refreshed and donned in a new pair of oversized shorts. He returned to the cave in less than 5 minutes. "Brother, you finished so quickly?" Yi Qingluo exclaimed, astonished. "That was remarkably fast. It was just a bath, not a soak in a hot spring." "It dries quickly in the breeze at the cave entrance," he replied. Despite the temperature being mild, the wind would ensure that everything would dry overnight. Su Xingchen's gaze fell upon a small, palm-sized piece of fabric hanging in the cave, a light pink pair of shorts adorned with cartoon patterns. A chuckle nearly escaped him at the sight. Chapter 10. Comprehensive Skill Upgrade. The return of the 10,000 swords. What to do if the wind blows them away? Ji Qingluo noticed Su Xingchen's gaze lingering on her intimate garments, and she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. Though the two often engaged in playful banter, they had never crossed the boundaries of privacy. It was already awkward enough to have her personal items drying in the cave. Now that Su Xingchen had mentioned it, her cheeks burned even more. She had contemplated hanging them outside, but the fierce winds at night posed a risk of blowing them away. Thus, she decided it was best to keep them inside. Even if she chose not to wear them tomorrow, only she would be aware of their presence. "Huh." Su Xingchen chuckled heartily, breaking the tension. "How do you expect to share a blanket?" Ji Qingluo felt a mix of shame and amusement, yet the initial awkwardness began to fade. She gestured towards the bedding. One mat, one blanket, one quilt. How would they manage to sleep? Clearly, it was meant for one person. Yet now it was shared by two. One on each side, or shall you stand while you sleep? "But please, do not stand beside me," Su Xingchen jested, unfolding a virtual light screen to assess the day's achievements and simultaneously upgrade her skills. "Oomph." Ji Qingluo huffed softly, merely trying to bolster her courage. She settled on the other side of the bedding, her heart racing. Although they had spent considerable time together, they had never shared a room, and now, in the wilderness, a solitary male and female found themselves alone. With no one else in this world, the notion of sleeping under the same quilt felt undeniably intimate. Seeing Su Xingchen engrossed in her virtual screen ignited Ji Qingluo's excitement. She activated her own display, reflecting on her first trial in a dungeon. Her initial encounter with monstrous beasts, her first level up, and her first acquisition of gear. The thrill was palpable. In just one day, she had reached level 18. Even among other S-class prodigies, it could take them over 10 days or even a month to achieve such a feat for other adventurers. Reaching level 18 could span several months. Su Xingchen opened her backpack, her luck not particularly favorable. After an entire day of efforts, she had only obtained 2 pieces of white equipment: the Golden Domain Bracelet, offering 100 combat power, and the engraved ring, also providing 100 combat power. Without hesitation, she adorned herself with these items. Next, she examined her gold coins, attribute points, and combat power. Gold coins: 1, 316, 500. Attributes: 59, 100 points. Combat power: 7, 760 points. After reviewing her stats, she noted that her combat power had not increased significantly. The level up had only added around 1,000 to her base power. Combined with the 2 pieces of equipment, which contributed another 200 combat power, her total combat power reached a commendable 760 points. What brought her joy, however, was her attribute points. Each beast she hunted guaranteed a gain of 10 attribute points, and today she had slain 812 beasts. Adding this to her remaining attribute points, his attribute points had reached a total of 59,100, allowing for the enhancement of his skills. Swordsmanship, level 1-3. 14. Green Lotus Sword Song, 30. 18. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, 0, 0, 0. Thunder Sword Barrier, 1, 0, 13. The D-grade talent was utterly inadequate, without an increase in attribute points. Achieving level 1 seemed an unattainable dream. However, the Green Lotus Sword Song had reached 30, primarily due to extensive combat experience, having slain 5,000 to 6,000 beastly foes. System: upgrade the Green Lotus Sword Song. Su Xingchen communicated with the system. The upgrade commenced. Consumption of 700 attribute points. Green Lotus Sword Song advanced to level 10. 18. Damage of Green Lotus Sword Song increased by 10. With the expenditure of 700 attribute points, he successfully elevated the Green Lotus Sword Song to level 1. Post-upgrade, the damage rose by 10. Thus, if his combat power was 10,000 during battle, he would inflict 11,000 points of damage on his adversary. This effectively translated to a 10 increase in combat power, applicable solely to the Green Lotus Sword Song. He resolved to continue enhancing it. To reach level 1, merely 1,000 attribute points were required. What about level 2? He decided to try, as the Green Lotus Sword Song, being his primary skill, was destined for improvement. Consumption of 10,000 attribute points. Green Lotus Sword Song upgraded to level 20. 18. Damage of Green Lotus Sword Song increased by 20, now at level 2. The damage enhancement reached 20. This damage attribute did not stack. He still had 400 tribute points left. Unable to further upgrade the Green Lotus Sword Song, he needed to enhance 10,000 Swords Return to Origin and Thunder Sword Barrier. He turned to upgrading 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, a group attack skill and the pinnacle of sword techniques, possessing unparalleled might. Su Xingchen had longed to upgrade this ability, but had previously lacked the necessary attribute points. Consumption of 1,000 attribute points. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin upgraded to level 10,000. Damage increased by 200. Attack range 100 by 100. The upgrade was successful. The attack range extended to 100 meters by 100 meters, with damage soaring to 200, significantly surpassing that of the Green Lotus Sword Song. He sought to continue the enhancements. Level 1 was insufficient. Although attribute points were precious, they were inherently meant for skill enhancement. The more formidable the skills, the swifter the hunting of beastly foes, thereby generating a virtuous cycle of attribute acquisition. Consumption of 10,000 attribute points. 10,000 swords returned to origin upgraded to level 20,000. Damage increased by 300. Attack range 200 by 200. Cooldown 180 seconds at that moment. Su Xingchen yearned to venture forth and engage in battle with a beast to test his 10,000 swords returned to origin. The spectacle would undoubtedly be impressive. Next, he aimed to enhance the Thunder Sword Barrier, a passive skill which could be plainly described as a defensive mechanism. When subjected to an attack, it would generate a barrier of thunder to withstand the assault, a vital means of preservation that required upgrading. Consumed 990 attribute points. Thunder Sword Aura upgraded to first tier 0.013. Thunder Sword Aura defense increased by 150. In the earlier battle, Su Xingchen faced virtually no attacks from the monstrous beasts. Furthermore, the Thunder Sword Aura had not yet been cultivated to the first tier, rendering it ineffective. Now, having reached the first tier, it will manifest during an attack, providing a formidable defense enhancement of 150. Continuing onward, I shall elevate all skills to the second tier, though the limited attribute points constrain this ambition. Consume 10,000 attribute points. Thunder Sword Aura upgraded to second tier 0.013. Thunder Sword Aura defense increased by 200. Defense may not be as overtly impactful as damage, yet it remains paramount. Next, I turn my attention to the sword control technique, which is still at the first tier. With remaining attribute points, I can advance this skill to the second tier. Consume 9,700 attribute points. Sword control technique upgraded to second tier 0.14. Flight speed 200. Number of swords controlled 2. Remarkably, the sword control technique indeed enhances speed. In terms of flight, my velocity has doubled compared to before. Moreover, during combat, I can manipulate 3 swords from a distance. Just envision the spectacle of 3 swords soaring through the air, striking down the monstrous beasts. How magnificent it would be! Currently, I can only wield 1 sword. Alas, if only I possessed 3 weapons, how splendid that would be! Alas, my skills have reached the second tier. I ponder whether advancing to the third tier will demand 100,000 attribute points. Su Xingchen mused the eternity. To ascend to the first tier required 1,000 attribute points, and the second tier demanded 10,000. Thus, for the third tier, it seems likely that I would require a staggering 100,000 points. With 3 active skills and 1 passive skill, a total of 4 skills reaching the third tier would necessitate a daunting 400,000 attribute points. Now, I am poised to activate a new special ring. A look of anticipation graced Su Xingchen's face. The domain ring, gilded and mythical in nature, can be activated once more. Chapter 11. Domain Ring. God's means having completed the upgrade of his skills, Su Xingchen elegantly swiped his finger to open the special ring panel. He had already activated 2 rings, the combat ring and the petrification ring. To be candid, the petrification ring had not been particularly impressive yesterday, as the ferocity of his combat prowess rendered each strike a lethal one. The demonic beasts scarcely had the chance to be petrified before they succumbed. Notification: activation conditions for domain ring met. Would you like to activate the domain ring? A prompt appeared, indicating that the conditions for activation had been fulfilled. Activation was essential. Accumulating gold was solely for the purpose of unlocking new special rings and enhancing skills. After all, what good is gold if one does not utilize it? Domain ring activated. Name: Domain ring. Combat power: 1000. Grade: unique. Quality: golden, mythical. Attribute: during combat, releases a domain effect within a 3-dimensional space of 500 by 500 by 500 meters, weakening the opponent's overall power by 50, including but not limited to combat power, damage, defense, speed. Note: activation of the teleportation ring requires 0.10,000 gold. Upon observing the attributes of the domain ring, Su Xingchen was momentarily dumbfounded, utterly astonished. This was nothing short of extraordinary, true to its name. The domain function was indeed formidable. Within a span of 500 meters in width and height, it could diminish the opponent's strength by 50%. The system was inherently remarkable, undeniably powerful. How could a low-tier practitioner wield such divine capabilities and not be formidable? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he prepared to activate the next ring, the teleportation ring. The name alone conveyed its purpose. However, the activation required a staggering 10 million gold coins. 10 million, an arduous endeavor. Would it be possible to earn such an amount during this trial dungeon? He resolved to rest. For tomorrow, he would reach level 30 and aim to vanquish both second and third-tier demonic beasts. Failure to accomplish this would result in the trial dungeon's failure. Other dungeons might merely signify defeat, but failing a catastrophe-level dungeon meant something far graver. It equated to death. After activating the domain ring, his combat power surged to 9,760 points, nearly reaching the threshold of 10,000. He decided to sleep, for tomorrow promised to be busy. Su Xingchen closed the virtual screen and murmured a soft word before lying down on the makeshift bed. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo emitted a soft sound, barely audible. As she doubted even she could hear it, she felt anxious and shy. After all, it was her first night sharing a space with a boy, even if that boy was her brother Xingchen. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she heard the steady, gentle rhythm of his breath, signaling that he had drifted into a deep slumber. This realization eased her anxiety slightly, and she cautiously shifted her position to lie beside Su Xingchen, her entire being paralyzed with nervousness. Her heart raced. Finally, she was sleeping beside her brother. How delightful, how exhilarating, yet how embarrassing. Perhaps due to the fatigue from the day's battles, she soon succumbed to sleep. In Jiangcheng, an individual has ventured into a catastrophe-level dungeon, bringing along the S-rank Linglong. Alas, youth often breeds recklessness. At Huaxia University, within the admissions office, a video call from Jiangcheng was received. Yes, Teacher Zhou, Chun Mingxue replied, relieved that he did not acquiesce to Ji Qingluo's demands. Otherwise, it would have been a futile effort that soured his mood. He felt a sense of pride at this moment, as several teachers in the office had previously criticized him for lacking flexibility, even suggesting he should shamelessly invite Ji Qingluo to join Huaxia University. Now, however, Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen have entered the catastrophe-level dungeon, never to return. Is your rigidity in recruitment truly comparable to their decision to enter a catastrophe-level dungeon? Had you accepted Ji Qingluo's conditions, she would have enrolled at Huaxia University. They are twins, one an S-rank Ice Mage, the other an S-rank Linglong. What more needs to be said? This was voiced by Teacher Zhang Min, who advocated for pursuing Ji Qingluo. Isn't it merely a matter of taking in a D-rank student? Nonsense. The facts have proven my decision was not erroneous. Does Huaxia University lack S-ranks? We must not allow one student to contravene our regulations, Chun Mingxue stated coldly before terminating the call. In truth, he felt a pang of regret. Had he acquiesced to Ji Qingluo's modest request, he could have recruited 4 S ranks and several A ranks for Huaxia University this year. Although they would not be his students, there would still be some measure of camaraderie with those he had admitted. Have you heard? Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo have entered the catastrophe-level dungeon. What? Into the catastrophe? Is that not courting death? It seems they could not accept the harsh reality of awakening a D-rank talent and decided to gamble their fate in the catastrophe-level dungeon, clinging to a minuscule chance of survival, perhaps even rising to prominence. Indeed, even if they do not return, they would at least gain notoriety. It is just unfortunate that Ji Qingluo was ensnared in this endeavor. An S-rank healer, such a beautiful girl, has been led astray. At Jiangxi No. 9 High School, many have learned that Ji Qingluo was lured into the catastrophe-level dungeon by Su Xingchen. Instantly, a flurry of discussions erupted, rife with indignation. If one wishes to seek death, let them do so alone. Do not drag Ji Qingluo into this. Such a talented and beautiful girl being led to ruin is simply beyond comprehension. The last recorded instance of someone entering a catastrophe-level dungeon was over a decade ago. 19 years prior, an individual ventured into such a dungeon and never returned. It is unfathomable that another has dared to enter. Not to mention the catastrophe level Even the dire-level dungeons are seldom approached. According to statistical data, in the past decade, only 322 individuals have ventured into dire-level dungeons, with merely 19 returning. If the dire level is so formidable, how much more so is the catastrophe level? Confidentiality must be maintained. Is a rule. The professional center houses several individuals. During their leisure time, they gossip about someone who encountered a calamity-level event today. Although some are aware of who faced such a disaster, the professional center is strictly prohibited from disclosing personal information. In the depths of the Lanling secret realm, within a cave, the following day dawns. Su Xingchen awakens and instinctively turns off the power bank. Attempting to rise, he discovers that Su Xingchen rests her hand upon him, her delicate, fair leg draped over him, resembling a child clutching a teddy bear deep in slumber. A faint fragrance wafts into Su Xingchen's nostrils, and he notes her body is soft and light, her skin smooth as jade, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Su Xingchen, rise and shine, he calls after a moment of contemplation. She must not indulge in further slumber. It is imperative to awaken, for their trial task remains uncompleted. And now is not the time for lounging. Just a little longer. Su Xingchen murmurs sleepily, instinctively tightening her grip with her hands and legs, reluctant to rise. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon her. She opens her eyes to find herself half sprawled atop another person, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she recognizes Su Xingchen beside her and recalls the events of the previous day. They had entered the calamity-level dungeon together and ended up sleeping in close proximity. Initially filled with shyness and nervousness, she had lost track of time while sleeping. Yet upon awakening, she finds herself in such an embarrassing position. Instantly, her face flushes a bright crimson as she hastily turns away, retracting her legs and removing her hand from Su Xingchen's form before sitting up. Last night, she had cuddled her brother throughout the night. I will go wash up first. Please check if your clothes have dried, Su Xingchen says, rising to gather his toiletries. He then departs the cave on his sword, leaving behind a flustered Su Xingchen, who must change her attire. It would be quite improper for her to wander about clad in his oversized shorts and shirt. Moreover, she is not wearing anything beneath them. Chapter 12. Hunting third-order beasts and unveiling the golden mythical weapon. As Su Xingchen departed the cave, Su Xingchen exhaled a sigh of relief. How embarrassing! Seizing the opportunity while he attended to his personal grooming, she hastily changed her attire. Fortunately, her undergarments had dried. Cautiously peeking at the entrance, she swiftly removed her shirt and shorts, replacing them with her undergarments. This remarkable change of clothing shattered her previous record, taking merely 10 seconds. Next, she tidied the bedding and blanket, as she would require them for the night. Moments later, Su Xingchen returned, stowing the bedding into the system space before guiding Su Xingchen away from the cave. Once she had freshened up by the lakeside, Su Xingchen retrieved bread and mineral water from the system space. Today's objectives were clear. 1. To hunt first and second-order beasts. 2. To reach level 30. 3. If possible, to attempt hunting a third-order beast, though this would prove challenging. As they ate, Su Xingchen conversed, while Su Xingchen, cheeks puffed like a hamster, listened intently. Brother, first-order beasts are no trouble, and second-order beasts are manageable as well. However, third-order beasts possess a battle power ranging from 15,000 to 20,000, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Su Xingchen mumbled through her meal, but Su Xingchen grasped her meaning. Third-order beasts are not insurmountable. Just watch and learn. Yesterday was unfortunate, yielding only 2 white-grade items. I hope for better luck today. Have you finished eating? He continued. Third-order beasts typically boast a battle power of between 15,000 and 20,000, though some may be even stronger. My own battle power approaches 10,000, and with my sword techniques, the sword art of the Azure Lotus and the Thunder Sword Strike, having reached the second level, as has my one sword returns to origin. Moreover, I possess both the Petrification Ring and the Domain Ring. Today, I hope for favorable fortune to fully equip myself. Not necessarily rare items, but even a complete set of ordinary gear would suffice. All right, Ji Qingluo said, cheeks still full, swallowing before speaking. With a swift motion, they soared through the skies, riding the winds of the sword art, heading towards the site of yesterday's battle. However, Su Xingchen did not halt. He continued onward. The further they ventured, the more densely populated the beasts became, with second-order beasts becoming increasingly prevalent. This confirmed that they were on the right path. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead them to third and fourth-order beasts, or even directly to the ancient tomb of Lanling. Stay close to me and refrain from engaging in combat. Su Xingchen instructed Ji Qingluo. We must not underestimate second and third-order beasts, especially for you. After speaking, he descended, raising his hand to summon the, feeling a twinge of distress for possessing only one sword, an instrument required for both flight and combat. How wonderful it would be to have an extra blade. With a swift flourish of his sword, he unleashed the technique one sword returns to origin. In an instant, the air crackled with energy. Countless streams of sword energy materialized from thin air, enveloping an area of 200 by 200 meters. Within this expanse, the monstrous beasts were simultaneously subjected to a cataclysmic assault. This was the second-tier technique known as 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, exuding an aura of power and magnificence. Strikingly fierce and utterly devastating. Experience points surged by 100, gold by 1,000, and further increments of experience continued to accumulate. In the wake of this attack, the beasts fell in droves. It can be asserted that any creature within the realm of 10,000 swords returned to origin was vanquished. Experience and gold, alongside attributes, ascended incessantly. Jie Qingluo, with delicate hands, clutched Su Xingchen's garment, presenting an image of utmost innocence. Her exquisitely beautiful visage radiated a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with joy. Brother, what do you call this move? It's 10,000 swords return to origin, right? It's so impressive and powerful. Upon witnessing Su Xingchen's onslaught, she was taken aback. This strike had felled all monsters within a radius of 200 meters. Among the 6 professions, only the sword master and the mage possessed area of effect attacks, albeit challenging to cultivate and enhance. It was unexpected that her brother had unleashed such a terrifying area attack. Indeed, 10,000 swords returned to origin, Su Xingchen confirmed with a nod. With a swift motion of his long sword, the Qinglian sword song was executed, intermittently triggering 10,000 swords returned to origin. The principal factor was the cooldown period of this technique, which lasted 180 seconds. Typically, it was unnecessary to deploy 10,000 swords returned to origin due to its considerable consumption of energy. Gradually, Su Xingchen became engrossed in the battle, transcending into a state of oblivion. Congratulations on defeating a third-tier beast, Sword-Toothed Tiger. Experience 5,200, gold 10,000, attributes 10, drop. True martial radiance, Swordmaster, 1. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, beneath the Qinglian sword song, a third-tier beast succumbed. The third-tier beast, possessing 15,000 battle power, was effortlessly slain by Su Xingchen's sword energy. As the sword-toothed tiger fell, a notification sounded. Upon hearing this, and witnessing the emergence of a golden glow from a beast, Su Xingchen's heartbeat kvikan palpably. Not only he, but Jie Qingluo also wore a look of astonishment. Shock transformed into exhilaration. The third-tier beast had dropped a golden mythical equipment. Golden, mythical grade. Brother, a mythical item has dropped. Her expression mirrored that of someone who had just won 100 lottery jackpots of 5 million each. Indeed, the excitement was even greater than that. Mythical. This was golden mythical. According to the data, a total of 203 pieces of golden mythical equipment had been recorded nationwide. Naturally, this statistic pertained to human-tier equipment. Higher-tier gear remained shrouded in secrecy, with no one willing to disclose such information. The data available reveals the extraordinary rarity and preciousness of the golden myth, a testament to the passage of millennia. It can be asserted that the golden myth is even more valuable than a treasured heirloom. To my astonishment, during a trial with my brother, I unexpectedly obtained a piece of golden myth. Come, let's take a look. Su Xingchen nodded, extending his hand to grasp Ji Qingluo's delicate fingers as they soared swiftly through the skies on their swords. retreating from the battle to a secure location. Upon arriving in safety, Su Xingchen opened his backpack, which was largely empty save for a resplendent long sword emanating a golden radiance. Its appearance alone exuded an aura of magnificence and power, for it was indeed a golden myth. Beside him, Ji Qingluo rested on Su Xingchen's back, her chin resting on his shoulder, her gaze fixed upon the virtual screen. Her expression shifted constantly in excitement as she marveled at the golden equipment. Name: True Martial Radiance Grade. Human Tier Attributes. Golden Combat Power, 2000 required level. Level 1 Attribute 1. Ignores defense, guaranteeing a 10 damage infliction with every strike. Attribute 2. Enhances sword damage by 200. Attribute 3. Continuous damage for 10 seconds. This golden myth equipment of human tier is indeed formidable. The combat power enhancement alone is a staggering 2,000 points. Notably, it possesses 3 attribute effects. The first attribute ensures that each strike inflicts a guaranteed 10 of the opponent's health, meaning that after 10 successful hits, death is inevitable, provided the strikes land. The second attribute amplifies sword damage by 200, implying that in battle, with a combat power of 10,000, one could unleash an effect equivalent to 20,000. The third attribute inflicts continuous damage over 10 seconds, akin to the enduring bleed effect from a Taoist's red poison in the game, ensuring persistent harm to the adversary. Golden equipment is exceedingly powerful. After reviewing the details, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, "Indeed, golden myth equipment surpasses even the most cherished heirlooms." Possessing such an item presents a lethal temptation not only to novice players but also to seasoned warriors. Furthermore, in the hands of the strong, these attribute effects become even more monstrous. "Let us proceed," Su Xingchen remarked as he equipped the True Martial Radiance, noting that it could also be utilized, for he had the ability to wield 3 swords. Chapter 13, Level 29, Combat Power 17968. The original possessed only 200 combat power, now replaced by the combat power has surged by 1,800 points. With the addition of a combat power ring that offers a 200 boost, the actual increase amounts to 3,600 combat power, bringing its total to over 10,000, specifically 13,360 points. Excellent. I desire exquisite equipment. I crave the epic. I yearn for the legendary. Nodded, her demeanor entirely that of a playful young girl. She directed a prayer towards the direction of the demonic beasts, hoping they would yield exceptional equipment. His whoosh splatter a golden mythic gear truly exhibits formidable strength. Although the combat power did not double, the damage inflicted is undeniably impressive. Under the technique, even third-tier demonic beasts succumb effortlessly, akin to slicing through tofu, and he is equally formidable. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 23. Base combat power x110. Level up achieved. Reached level 23. Drawing closer to level 30. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 24. Base combat power x110. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 29. Base combat power x110 by noon. S level reached 29, while attained level 26. In combat, the demonic beasts fell one after another. Second and third tier beasts yielded more equipment than their first tier counterparts. In just one morning, acquired a blue bracelet, a red ring, and 6 pieces of white equipment. Also obtained 2 red and 2 white items. The higher the level of the demonic beasts, the greater the drop rate. It seems today we will amass a wealth of equipment. Taking a moment to rest, the two sat upon a stone, consuming sustenance and sipping water. First tier demonic beasts 10,000 defeated, completed. Second tier beasts 1,000, also completed. Third tier beasts 100 remaining, still needing to defeat 44. We have yet to encounter any fourth tier beasts within an hour. We should both reach level 30, and then we shall seek the... It will be ideal to locate it today, said, as he handed a bottle of juice to. After exiting the dungeon this time, we must diligently hone our skills. Pouted, chattering away. Her skills are too rudimentary. She must cultivate them. To be frank, she has almost forgotten her role as a healer, for he requires no healing. The only way she can assist him is by using during breaks to help him swiftly regain his energy. Your skills are indeed lacking. You should practice more in the wild, nodded, acknowledging the deficiencies in his abilities. However, for others, her skill enhancement was remarkably rapid. After finishing her meal, Su Xingchen began to examine her new equipment. Upon opening her backpack, she discovered 9 pieces of gear. 6 were white, 1 was blue, and 1 was red. The quality of the equipment was categorized as follows: common, white; exceptional, blue; epic, orange; legendary, red; and mythical, gold. Common equipment offered 100 combat power, while exceptional gear provided 200. Epic equipment contributed 300 combat power, but these 3 qualities only had slightly higher combat power, without any additional attributes or properties. Weapons and armor had double the combat power compared to other gear. Legendary equipment granted 500 combat power, and mythical equipment provided 1,000 combat power. These 2 categories included attribute properties, with weapons and armor also boasting double the combat power of other items. Name: Xian Yu Ring Grade. Human Tier Attributes: Red Combat Power, 500 required level. Level 1, Attribute 1. Poison Resistance 100, Attribute 2. Damage increase 20 for Su Xingchen. Even a slight increase in combat power was inconsequential. Her primary focus was the attribute properties. This legendary item, with its 100 poison resistance, was formidable, allowing her to completely ignore toxic attacks. Additionally, it offered a 20 increase in damage. After equipping it, she proceeded to don the exceptional bracelet, an ordinary necklace, a standard piece of clothing, and a common helmet. With this, she was finally fully equipped. Although the quality of her gear varied, there were no empty slots left. The total combat power from these pieces amounted to merely 1,100, which, when considering the 200 enhancement, brought her to a total of 2,200 combat power. Now, Su Xingchen's combat power reached an impressive 17,968 points. It was time to depart. She would rest later that evening. Calling out to Ji Qingluo, she felt a twinge of reluctance, yet there was little choice. Time was limited, and failure to complete the task would lead to dire consequences. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement. Her demeanor gentle. She was a Linglong, with S-grade healing abilities, capable of restoring mental vigor, life, and treating wounds. However, the exhaustion of the soul remained incurable, for they were all human, not divine beings, subject to the natural laws of existence. After exiting the instance, a good 2 days of rest awaited them. Observing Ji Qingluo's condition tugged at Su Xingchen's heartstrings. She reached out, ruffling Ji Qingluo's soft hair, making it fluffier. Ji Qingluo nodded again, obediently, though this time her voice carried a hint of a delicate coo, imbued with a sense of endearment. With a swift motion, they soared through the air on their swords. Heading forward, behind her, Ji Qingluo wrapped her arms around Su Xingchen's waist, resting her cheek against Su Xingchen's back. Their focus was now solely on hunting third-tier monsters, disregarding the first and second tiers. Completing the mission was of utmost importance. Congratulations on defeating the third-tier monster, the mutated blue wolf. Experience 500 200, gold 2,000 drop, healing staff, exquisite, gold 1 soon. Su Xingchen made his move. With a single strike, he felled the third-tier beast. However, to his astonishment, as the creature collapsed, a golden radiance enveloped the mutated blue wolf. Upon witnessing this golden glow, Su Xingchen's heart trembled. The golden light signified a rare drop, akin to his own. Naturally, Ji Qingluo was also present. A golden drop. Another golden drop. Overwhelmed with excitement. Just as the thrill surged through him, a notification sounded. This piece of equipment was allocated to her. What did this signify? It indicated that this gear was suitable for her use. Although they were in a team mode, Su Xingchen was the captain. Originally, Ji Qingluo had formed the team. But upon entering the dungeon, she appointed Su Xingchen as captain due to his swift monster hunting abilities, which promised greater rewards. When distributing the spoils, the allocation would naturally favor him unless the equipment was particularly suited to Ji Qingluo. Now that she heard the notification and found the equipment in her backpack, it was evident that it was indeed appropriate for her. Among the 6 primary professions, only weapons and armor had specific class distinctions. The rest were universal. Clearly, the recently acquired gold item was not universal. Thus, the equipment must either be a weapon or armor. Brother, a weapon, the healing staff, a golden myth. Ji Qingluo exclaimed joyously to Su Xingchen, suddenly invigorated. How could one not be elated upon obtaining a piece of golden mythic gear? Then you should check it first and equip it, Su Xingchen replied, not pausing in combat. Time is money, and time is life, especially when both were at stake. Ji Qingluo softly responded, her voice melodious. The beautiful maiden, graceful and fragrant, began to examine and admire her new acquisition. What? When Ji Qingluo beheld the attributes of the equipment, she instinctively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 14. Fourth Order Demon Beasts. Red attire with dual explosions. What happened? While engaged in battle, Su Xingchen heard Ji Qingluo's exclamation and inquired. His curiosity piqued. The golden myth was indeed extraordinary. Its attribute effects were certainly remarkable, a fact he had experienced firsthand. Ji Qingluo understood this as well. Yet her astonishment raised questions about the nature of the attribute. The attribute effect enhances combat power by 150. Moreover, it is transferable. Ji Qingluo breathed heavily, her excitement palpable. A 5-fold increase. Even more exhilarating was the realization that this attribute could be passed on. This meant that the 150 enhancement could be inherited by higher-tier equipment. After all, practitioners could not rely solely on human-grade gear throughout their careers. Eventually, higher-tier, Xian-grade equipment would emerge. At that point, the combat power of human-grade gear would become somewhat obsolete. To replace, it would be a pity. Yet to retain, it would mean diminished power. Now, with the ability to transfer attributes, the situation was remarkably favorable. Indeed, it was astonishing. If higher-tier equipment could not be obtained later, this attribute would continue to be passed down. Now, your combat power must be considerable, Su Xingchen mused. The doubling effect of the attribute was among the most formidable. It was said that a century ago, a golden myth with a 200 enhancement emerged, wielded by an invincible powerhouse, who was the only person in the last 100 years to survive an encounter within a disaster-level dungeon. 10021 Combat Power. Ji Qingluo exclaimed gleefully. She was elated. Her equipment surpassed Su Xingchen slightly, and with the addition of this golden myth weapon, her power exceeded 10,000. Then let us not waste any time. Su Xingchen replied with a smile, harboring no jealousy. On the contrary, he felt genuinely happy for her. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 30, base combat power x110. As they spoke, several third-order demon beasts fell, and Su Xingchen's level rose to 30. Simultaneously, Ji Qingluo reached level 27, drawing closer to 30. With a crackle and a rumble, they continued their battle. Ji Qingluo could take on third-order demon beasts single-handedly, while Su Xingchen could eliminate them in an instant. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 28, base combat power x110, in no time. A radiant glow enveloped Ji Qingluo as she attained level 28. Brother, we have completed the task of defeating the third-order demon beasts. Let's seek out the fourth-order ones. Ji Qingluo suggested. At level 28, hunting fourth-order demon beasts would elevate her to level 30. With the task concerning third-order demon beasts completed, there was no time to linger. They must first set out in search of fourth-order demon beasts. All right, Su Xingchen nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared through the skies on his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo towards the distant horizon. A roar echoed as a colossal beast, towering over 100 meters, emerged, an intimidating fourth-tier creature. Qingluo, remain here while I test my skills, Su Xingchen declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The fourth-tier beast possessed an approximate combat strength of 100,000, while his own was barely 20,000. Yet, he felt capable of engaging it. His skills were formidable. And more crucially, he possessed a domain ring and a petrification ring. Once petrified, the beast would suffer a 10 damage reduction from his true martial radiance, making its defeat feasible. Furthermore, within his domain, the beast's overall strength would be diminished by 50. Thus, effectively, the fourth-tier beast combat power would be reduced to 50,000. The reason he chose to confront it alone was to act without restraint. If Ji Qingluo accompanied him, he would need to worry about her safety. Additionally, his mastery of sword flight allowed for agile maneuvers in the air around the beast. He decided to test the waters first, should the situation turn dire. They would retreat and strike together. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, Ji Qingluo was initially resistant. However, she instinctively trusted her brother's judgment. Even though he was merely of D-rank talent, his recent displays had completely reshaped her understanding of such classifications. In fact, she believed him to be more powerful than even some S-rank individuals. Her curiosity about her brother's hidden profession grew immensely. Acknowledging her unspoken concerns, Su Xingchen nodded and gently set Ji Qingluo down before soaring toward the fourth-tier beast on his sword. At that moment, he stood upon the ethereal blue frost of a mystical flame, wielding the true martial radiance. With the invocation of the Qinglian sword song and the gathering of countless swords, he unleashed his full power. The fourth-tier beast, now endowed with considerable intelligence, was taken aback by the audacity of a mere human daring to strike first, its anger palpable. However, it quickly sensed the ominous threat of annihilation approaching. The radiant sword light of the Qinglian sword's song struck the beast, while the multitude of swords enveloped it, exacerbating its injuries and causing blood to erupt violently. Su Xingchen deftly maneuvered around the beast, relentlessly attacking. The creature's roars grew weaker, and it soon realized it was petrified, rendered immobile, and subjected to human assault like a stationary target. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the fourth-tier beast collapsed, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Congratulations on defeating the fourth-tier demon beast, Furious Golden King. Experience 10,200, gold 10000, attributes 10, drops, God of War crown, red 1. The demon beast fell, accompanied by a notification sound. Meanwhile, 2 red glimmers emanated from beast. On Su Xingchen's side, he obtained a piece of equipment, a red item of legendary status. The drop rate for a fourth-tier demon beast is quite impressive. Ji Qingluo was utterly delighted, having acquired another red item. How could she not be? Red gear is an incredibly precious rarity, not to mention red items. Even ordinary white equipment is hard to come by, as many adventurers struggle to collect them after 1 or 2 years of effort. Equipping it now, Su Xingchen remarked, having already opened his backpack. A piece of red equipment shimmered brilliantly, radiating allure. This item is second only to the golden mythic tier. Name, God of War crown tier. Human attributes. Red power, 500 required level. 1 attribute 1. Defense increased by 50 attribute 2. 100 resistance to negative emotions. Remarkable indeed. While the power is impressive, the 2 attributes are undeniably formidable. A 50 increase in defense is substantial, but the second attribute is particularly terrifying, providing complete resistance to negative emotions. Indeed, the mind is paramount. The helmet enhances defense while shielding against adverse feelings. Equipped upon donning the crown, his overall power surged by 1,000, reaching a total of 18,968 points. Brother, look, do I look beautiful? Ji Qingluo inquired, eager for Su Xingchen to observe her character panel. Quite alluring indeed, he replied, noting her noticeably enhanced figure. Turning his gaze to Ji Qingluo's character panel, he realized that her red item was a beautiful feathered garment. The panel displayed her character in a striking manner, accentuating her curves. In the midst of their conversation, he instinctively glanced at Ji Qingluo's figure, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight. Chapter 15. The Final Task. Entering the ancient tomb of Lonling Su Xingchen. I shall bite you, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the first half of the statement, wholeheartedly agreeing with her brother's sentiment, for it was indeed beautiful. However, the latter part of the remark veered into frivolity, leaving her perplexed as to how it was associated with sensuality. Sensuality is one thing, but why must you allude to me in such a manner? My bosom is not insignificant either. It still requires development. How vexing, truly vexing. Moreover, he was audaciously gazing at her chest. While a casual glance might have been excusable, it was evident he was comparing it to the character panel before him. In a moment of irritation, she turned and playfully nipped at Su Xingchen's shoulder, though she refrained from truly biting him, reluctant to inflict any harm. "All right, let us continue," Su Xingchen said, extending his finger to gently poke Su Qingluo's forehead before dismissing the virtual screen. "We still need to defeat 9 more 4th-tier beasts." In truth, he felt a swell of anticipation, hoping that the 4th-tier beast would yield a complete set of orange gear, or perhaps even red gear. Gold-tier mythics were a far-fetched dream, akin to striking an improbable fortune. Even though the drop rate for red and gold items in calamity-level dungeons was elevated, one could hardly expect a continuous cascade of such treasures. With a swift motion, they soared through the skies on their swords, embarking on the quest to locate the 4th-tier beasts. Boom! Boom! The second 4th-tier beast fell, illuminating the air with an orange beam. Boom! The 3rd beast succumbed. Another orange glow followed. Boom! The 4th beast collapsed, casting forth a golden light. The 5th orange. The 6th a radiant red. The 7th orange again. The 8th red. The 9th red once more. The 10th orange. Su Xingchen and Su Qingluo were exhilarated. Each 4th-tier beast vanquished guaranteed to drop. Were these truly guaranteed monsters? And to top it off, the lowest yield was epic orange gear. Congratulations, you have completed the 1st-tier beast task. Congratulations, you have completed the 2nd-tier beast task. Congratulations. You have completed the 3rd-tier beast task. Congratulations, you have completed the 4th-tier beast task. Congratulations. Your level task is complete. Notice, the ancient tomb of Lanling will open in 180 seconds. Countdown. 179. 178. 177. 176. Once the 10th 4th-tier beast fell, the notification chimed. The preceding tasks had all been accomplished. Only upon the completion of every task did the ancient tomb of Lanling become accessible. With a countdown now in effect, the most critical task loomed ahead, equipping their gear. Su Xingchen turned to Su Qingluo, his heart racing with excitement and trepidation. After all, this was a calamity-level dungeon. He was not oblivious. He had recognized that the earlier tasks merely served as a threshold. The true trial awaited in the final stage, the ancient tomb of Lanling. Within its depths, they would need to vanquish the malevolent spirit of Lanling, which would undoubtedly be of at least 5th-tier beast caliber. All right, Su Qingluo nodded in agreement, mirroring Su Xingchen's feelings of exhilaration and anxiety. Fear lingered within her, a dread of failing the final task, which would spell the end of their trial together. The consequences of failure were dire. Either they would be trapped here for eternity or perish in this realm. If it were the former, she felt no trepidation, for she could spend a lifetime with her brother in this place. Upon reflection, even death did not instill fear within her, as it meant she could depart this life alongside him. They settled in place, examining the gear they had acquired after vanquishing 9 formidable 4th-tier beasts, which yielded 9 pieces of equipment, 5 orange, 3 red, and 1 gold. Su Xingchen had obtained 3 orange items, 1 red, and 1 golden piece, which was named Xianjin armor. This armor was of human tier, adorned with golden attributes, boasting a combat power of 2,000 and requiring a level of 1 to equip. Its attributes were as follows: a 100 increase in defense, a capacity to negate 50 of damage taken, and the ability to withstand attacks from equipment of a lower quality than its own. Such enhancements were remarkable. The defense boost was substantial, and the damage negation rendered her nearly impervious to harm. The domain ring she possessed already weakened incoming damage by half, and with the additional protective measures offered by the Thunder Sword's aura and other defensive enhancements, any attack that reached her would be significantly diminished. The prospect of nullifying 50 of that remaining damage meant she would hardly sustain any injuries. Furthermore, the armor's invulnerability against weapons of inferior quality ensured that any armament below the human tier gold would be incapable of breaching its defenses. Even weapons of the orange tier in the Xian tier would struggle to overcome such a legendary piece of equipment. The next item she examined was the Mingyue bracelet, also of human tier, boasting red attributes with a combat power of 500, requiring level 1 for use. It provided a 50 increase in defense and a 50 boost in damage, while the red gear paled in comparison to the golden myth. it was nonetheless legendary when compared to equipment of lesser quality. Afterward, Su Xingchen briefly assessed another orange item, which proved to be lackluster. Its combat power was merely marginally higher than ordinary gear, lacking any notable attributes. The orange necklace contributed an additional 300 points to her combat power. With this new equipment, her total combat power soared to an impressive 25,068 points. Qingluo, how are you faring? Su Xingchen inquired, shutting off the luminous screen as the countdown ticked down to a mere minute remaining. All set, Qingluo affirmed, deactivating her virtual display and bracing herself for what lay ahead. The once clear sky darkened ominously, shrouded in thick clouds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Witnessing this transformation, Yi Xingluo clutched Su Xingchen's arm deeply. He remained silent, merely reaching out to gently stroke her head, a gesture that provided her with immense comfort. As the countdown drew nearer, the sky darkened completely, save for a singular blood-red light that emerged, seemingly materializing out of thin air, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a portal several meters in size. This portal resembled the gaping maw of a malevolent beast, as if it sought to devour all existence. Everything will be fine. Let us proceed, Su Xingchen reassured Qingluo. With a wave of his sword, they soared towards the portal, vanishing within its depths in the blink of an eye, as though they had evaporated into thin air. Once they entered, the portal itself faded from view. However, their journey through the portal did not lead to a traditional transportation. Rather, they found themselves within a corridor bathed in a blood-red glow, permeated by a sinister odor that instilled profound dread within their hearts. Suddenly, Su Xingchen beheld ghostly apparitions. These entities lacked physical harm, but were capable of inflicting negative emotions and fear, wounding the very soul. Despite their intangible nature, the consequences they wrought could be far more devastating than physical injury, effectively killing in silence. Do you possess any entries related to negative emotions? Su Xingchen inquired of Qingluo. Yes, she nodded in affirmation. Then we shall be fine, Su Xingchen replied, reassured by the knowledge that with such entries, Qingluo would remain unscathed by the phantom's torment. With a swift motion, the true martial radiance erupted forth, its razor-sharp sword light cleaving the specters in two, causing the severed phantoms to vanish into nothingness. Let us act together. We must navigate through this passage, Su Xingchen declared, grasping Qingluo's hand with one and wielding his sword with the other, unleashing a powerful assault as they charged deeper into the corridor. This is our final task. The dawn of victory is within reach. 10 million experience points await, along with a mysterious treasure chest. Chapter 16. Vanquishing the malevolent soul of Lanling. Trial completion. Additional rewards. In the dimly lit passage of the ancient Lanling tomb, Su Xingchen and Qingluo forged ahead, their path marked by silence. Save for the faint whispers of the ethereal spirits being purged, time slipped away, and after approximately half an hour of relentless combat, a door materialized before them, signaling the end of the corridor. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast, cavernous space that resembled a secluded world of its own, bathed in a blood-red hue, devoid of any other color. At the center of this space stood an altar, upon which rested a statue that was half human, half beast. With a thunderous roar, as if sensing their presence, the statue's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Gradually, it came to life, unleashing a ferocious bellow. A fifth-tier entity, indeed, the most formidable of its kind. Su Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically. Prior to their arrival, he had anticipated that the malevolent soul of Lanling might be fifth tier, and this notion had given him a semblance of assurance. However, standing before this true embodiment of power sent a chill down his spine. What are they to do now? Qingluo, too, was taken aback. A fourth-tier adversary would have been within her capabilities, albeit with injuries sustained in the process. Yet, as an S-grade healer, she could manage as long as she survived to heal. But a fifth-tier foe, especially the strongest variant, posed a dire challenge. Even with her combat prowess exceeding 10,000, she knew she could inflict little damage on this malevolent soul. Be cautious. Heal me, Su Xingchen instructed, instinctively glancing at Ji Qingluo, assessing her figure. He noted her modest proportions, yet recognized potential for growth. "Could you please refrain from staring at my chest?" Ji Qingluo retorted, exasperation evident in her voice. "I'm here to heal you, not to be scrutinized. While a casual glance is acceptable, it feels as though you are mocking me." In her heart, she lamented the drawbacks of her role as a healer, especially with her smaller stature. Her brother often jested about it, fueling her resolve to mature swiftly. One day, she vowed, she would surpass even her sister in size, and he would have no choice but to reconsider his jests. With no further attempts to tease Ji Qingluo, Su Xingchen summoned his sword and charged towards the now animate statue, which loomed ominously at 300 meters tall, exuding an aura of terror. Before he could close the distance, a colossal hand descended towards him. Green Lotus Sword Song. All swords returned to their origin. Su Xingchen unleashed his strike without hesitation, sending a blade towards the malevolent soul, while simultaneously enveloping it with the power of his technique. The air erupted with a cacophony of tearing sounds as the space around them fractured. The sword energy failed to repel the giant claw, which bore down upon Su Xingchen. Despite the protective effects of his domain, he realized that being struck would result in grievous injury, if not death. As Su Xingchen deftly evaded the attack, he was determined not to be struck, despite his formidable defenses and the presence of the Thundersword Chi. Hiss! Whoosh! At that moment, peril surrounded Su Xingchen. Beset by the malevolent spirit's assaults, the towering figure of the evil soul lacked the agility of Su Xingchen. With a resounding roar, its massive claws lunged toward him once more. Yet, at that instant, Su Xingchen swung his sword, petrifying the evil soul, rendering it as immobile as a statue. Finally, he had succeeded in petrifying it. It seemed that against high-level beasts, the likelihood of achieving petrification diminished. How he wished to upgrade the petrification ring. Seizing the opportunity while the evil soul was immobilized, Su Xingchen relentlessly attacked. In the distance, Ji Qingluo was fully focused, poised to unleash healing and restorative spells at any moment. Although Su Xingchen appeared to be in a dangerous predicament, he consistently dodged the evil soul's strikes while maintaining his offensive. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before he would vanquish the evil soul. She felt a deep sense of astonishment. A fifth-tier beast of the most elite caliber was being dispatched by her brother. Other adventurers, even those at levels 60 or 70, would hardly stand a chance against a fifth-tier beast. Suddenly, she witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The evil soul had indeed been petrified. What could this mean? Was it a restriction of this realm? No, that was not right. It was clearly the power of her brother's sword strike that had caused the petrification. But what kind of skill was this? She had never heard of swordsmen possessing a petrification ability. Not even other classes had such extraordinary skills. Time slipped away, and soon enough, the evil soul collapsed. As it fell, a golden beam of light emerged from its body, accompanied by 3 red and 2 orange beams, 5 in total, creating a breathtaking display. A grande explosion. A tremendeuse explosion. Congratulations on defeating the 5th-tier beast, Lianling Evil Soul. Experience 100,000, 200, gold 1,000,000, attributes 10, drops, Skynet Bow, Archer, gold, 1, Mingwei Shuani, Mage, red 1, Withered Wood Ring, red, 1, Black Gold Bracelet, orange, 1. In Su Xingchen's ears, the notification sounded. 6 beams of light erupted, and he alone had obtained 4 pieces of equipment. Congratulations, you have completed the Lianling Tomb quest. Notice, Lianling's Secret Realm quest completed. Quest category, unique, upon completion. The secret realm will vanish. Congratulations on completing the quest. Rewards. Experience 10 million. Mysterious treasure chest 2. Congratulations on finishing the quest over 24 hours ahead of schedule. Additional reward. Mysterious treasure chest 1. Notice, at the end of the dungeon quest time, teleportation will be available. Following the drop information, the dungeon's notification sounded, announcing their successful completion of this trial. They had triumphed. Rewards have been distributed, and unexpectedly, an additional reward in the form of a mysterious treasure chest has been granted. As the sound fades, for luminous orbs materialize before Su Xingchen, and the same occurs for Ji Qingluo, who also receives 4 orbs. Subsequently, these orbs are absorbed into their backpacks. A gust of wind sweeps over them, and the space around them vanishes. The ancient tomb of Lanling disappears, leaving the two standing in the wilderness, as if the recent events were merely a figment of their imagination. This is astonishing. Brother, we have completed the mission. We have conquered the calamity level. In a surge of exhilaration, Ji Qingluo leaps into the air, throwing herself onto Su Xingchen, her arms encircling his neck, her entire being draped over him. We triumphed at the calamity level. I can barely contain my excitement. We can finally take a well-deserved rest for a day. Though they have cleared the level, there are still 25 hours remaining before they will be teleported out. Su Xingchen remarks, surprised at how swiftly they managed to navigate the ancient tomb of Lanling. Indeed, while the swiftness is remarkable, it also harbors danger. It is fortunate that he was there. Had it been anyone else, they might not have even made it through the passage. Let's find a place to properly examine the rewards from this calamity level. At present, to ascend to level 31, they require 200,000 experience points, and to reach level 40, a total of 5. 4 million experience points is needed. This reward of 10 million experience points could potentially elevate them to around level 43. Levels are inconsequential. What matters most is this mysterious treasure chest, Ji Qingluo says softly, her cheeks flushed as she descends from Su Xingchen. I was too excited just now and lost my composure. Cool me. Let's find a place to settle down and tally our spoils. Su Xingchen takes to the skies on his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo as they soar toward the distant cave where they had camped the previous night. Chapter 17. 10 million experience points, a surge in levels for a century. We have been the only ones to conquer the Cataclysm level. The drop rates at this level are terrifyingly high. Outside, it is rare to encounter exquisite equipment, yet astonishingly, the least we possess are epic items, alongside golden myths. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be envious. Throughout our journey, Ji Qingluo chattered incessantly, her joy and excitement palpable. Her beautiful visage was adorned with a radiant smile, exuding an irresistible charm and youthful vigor. Before our triumph, she bore immense worry, though she kept it unspoken. Now, however, all that remained was exhilaration. Your skills must be enhanced, Su Xingchen reminded the young girl, cautioning her not to revel too much in their success. This time, she had merely coasted through the dungeon. While that was inconsequential, she needed to elevate her abilities as well. For instance, at the very least, she should hone her flying skills. Understood. Brother, may I ask you something? Ji Qingluo obediently nodded, her expression earnest. She tilted her small face upwards to gaze at Su Xingchen. What is it? Go ahead and ask, he replied. If I didn't allow you to inquire, would you refrain from asking? Would you blame me, sister? She inquired cautiously. I would blame you. I have no right to, Su Xingchen responded flatly. The disparity between an S rank and a D rank was vast. They belonged to entirely different realms. Even in proximity, their interaction would be far from harmonious. With a sigh, Ji Qingluo understood. Although her brother claimed not to be upset, she knew he must be feeling the weight of their circumstances. They had been together since middle school, sharing years of affection. Such matters left her at a loss for words to comfort Su Xingchen. With a swift motion, they soared through the air on their swords, leaving behind a trail of azure light as they sliced through space. In half an hour, they arrived once more at the lakeside. Let us take a bath and then enjoy the view, Su Xingchen suggested. Without further ado, he stored away and they descended rapidly. Brother, what are you doing? Ji Qingluo exclaimed as they suddenly lost weight, instinctively clutching Su Xingchen tightly. Just as she grasped the situation, with a splash, they had plunged into the water. Swimming here will not lead to any complications, Su Xingchen jested, delighted by Ji Qingluo's drenched appearance. You're bullying me, she protested, fully submerged. The thin fabric of her clothing clung to her, revealing an alluring silhouette. Though she could swim well enough not to drown, she splashed water at Su Xingchen playfully. I'm merely assisting you, he declared. What are you doing? She exclaimed suddenly. Upon encountering Su Xingchen, Ji Qingluo found herself in a state of astonishment as he removed his clothing, leaving only his undergarment. Overcome with embarrassment, she swiftly covered her eyes and turned away. Taking a bath, Su Xingchen remarked, perplexed. Isn't he still wearing his shorts? Don't boys typically do this? I am still present here. Ji Qingluo's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned and swam towards the shore. By the time she reached the bank, Su Xingchen had already completed his bath. I shall head to the cave. Call for me once you're done. Please wash my clothes, he instructed as he approached the shore. Finding a secluded spot, he changed out of his undergarment. Although there was little modesty between him and Ji Qingluo, he still maintained his boundaries. After exchanging greetings with her, he soared into the cave on his sword. Once he donned clean garments, he began to organize the bedding. After a span of 20 minutes, Ji Qingluo's voice resonated. Brother Xingchen, come and get me. Her tone was crisp, sweet, and melodious, a pure delight to hear. Whoosh! Su Xingchen descended, landing on a branch by the lakeside. The garments they had exchanged were now washed clean by Ji Qingluo, who was still clad in Su Xingchen's oversized shorts and shirt. What is the status of your flying technique? He inquired. Yesterday, it was at 22, and today, 51, 81. With another 2 days of practice, I shall be able to fly, Ji Qingluo answered. Over the past 2 days, she had exerted herself diligently, reaping substantial rewards in proportion to her efforts. Whoosh, whoosh, they soared into the cave, creating a simple concealment. The two then seated themselves on their respective beds, eagerly activating the virtual light screen. For luminous orbs remained. The first orb experienced 10 million bound. The second orb, mysterious treasure chest. The third orb, mysterious treasure chest. The fourth orb, mysterious treasure chest, additional. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen utilized them. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level. 32, base combat power, 110, a golden glow enveloped Su Xingchen. The notification chimed again. He had leveled up. Initially at level 31, he now used 10 million experience points to ascend, with the experience required for further levels increasing to 200, 000, 300, 000, 400, 000. Thus, to rise from level 31 to 40, a total of 5. For million experience points was necessary. Naturally, the experience required escalated with each subsequent level. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 33, base combat power, 110. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 34, base combat power, 100. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 41, base combat power, 110. His level soared rapidly. Having exhausted 10 million experience points, Su Xingchen ascended to level 41. Upon reaching level 40, the experience required for each subsequent level began to be calculated in millions, 200,000, 300,000, and so forth. This 10 million experience facilitated a leap of 10 levels. Beside him, Ji Qingluo radiated a golden glow, also utilizing experience points to level up. Brother, what level are you now? Ji Qingluo inquired from her perch on the bed. Her long, delicate legs were exposed to the air, and her exquisite 10 toes resembled silkworms. Captivatingly beautiful, her gaze was fixed on her virtual interface as she conversed with Su Xingchen. I am at level 41, Su Xingchen replied. Before entering the dungeon, he had been at level 9, and within just 2 short days, he had reached level 41. Though the catastrophe-level dungeon was perilous, it was equally extraordinary. I am also at level 41, Ji Qingluo responded. Initially, when Su Xingchen was at level 9, she had only just reached level 1. However, the experience required before level 10 was minimal, and after entering the dungeon, their experience points had aligned. With his 10 million experience, both Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo had attained level 41. Nevertheless, Su Xingchen stood at level 41, 89, 24, while Ji Qingluo was at level 41, 56, 39. It's time to open the treasure chest. I wonder what treasures lie within. A smile graced Su Xingchen's face, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Given the formidable nature of the catastrophe-level dungeon, which offered a reward of 10 million experience and 2 mysterious treasure chests, what could possibly be contained within these enigmatic chests? Moreover, The additional reward hinted at something even more intriguing. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to open the second treasure chest. Successfully opened the mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Chapter 18. The Summoning Ring, capable of calling forth the true dragon. The mysterious treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained Swordsmanship of the Abyss 1, Swordmaster's Cloak 1. The mysterious treasure chest has unveiled its rewards. Among the 2 items acquired, he is aware that the Swordmaster's Cloak is an equipment piece, yet the nature of the Swordsmanship of the Abyss eludes him. However, it is fortunate that both items pertain to the art of the sword, undoubtedly intended for a swordmaster. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeds to examine them. Name: Swordsmanship of the Abyss category, Technique grade, Divine attribute, Colorful combat power, 10,000 function, an unparalleled sword attack. During battle, utter the phrase, Swordsmanship of the Abyss. Accompany me. Unleashing tenfold sword power, cooldown, 1800 seconds. What an extraordinary ability. In the heat of battle, invoking the Swordsmanship of the Abyss could amplify his sword power tenfold. This implies that with a combat power of 10,000, employing this technique would grant him an astounding strength of 100,000. Such a comprehensive enhancement is indeed remarkable. Of course, this is merely a temporary boost, and, with a cooldown period, it cannot be utilized as frequently as ordinary attacks. It is undeniably impressive and stylish. Just imagine the spectacle of declaring, Swordsmanship of the Abyss, accompany me, amidst combat. How magnificent! Next, Su Xingchen continues his exploration. Name: Swordmaster's Cloak grade, Profound attribute, Golden combat power, 100,000 required level, 50 attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 200. Attribute 2. Enhances defense by 200. Attribute 3. Grants invisibility when stationary. Effect ceases during combat. Su Xingchen did not anticipate that the Swordmaster's Cloak will be a piece of profound grade equipment. A golden mythos with astonishing attributes. Additionally, it possesses the ability to render him invisible, his only regret being that he cannot don it yet, as he must reach level 50, and he is currently only at level 41. Ascending to level 50 will require considerable effort. Indeed, profound grade equipment is formidable, boasting a combat power of 100,000. The first mysterious treasure chest has been successfully dealt with. He then proceeds to open the second mysterious treasure chest. The mysterious treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained Crimson Emperor, Swordmaster, Gold, 1, Universe Treasure Ring Gold, 1. The second chest has also yielded 2 rewards. It is evident that both items this time are equipment and are of golden mythos quality. During his school days, he had heard from his teachers that legendary and mythic grades were highly coveted. However, he now realizes that such rarity is not as unattainable as it once seemed. After all, he and Xing Luo together possess several pieces of golden mythos equipment. With the opening of this mysterious treasure chest, their collection of golden mythos items has likely surpassed 10. Name: Crimson Emperor grade, Profound attribute, Golden combat power, 200,000 required level, 50 attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 300. Attribute 2. Permanently enhances overall combat power by 200. Attribute 3. Contains the essence of Crimson Sword intent, with a 20 chance to unleash the Crimson Sword formation. What incredible discovery! Once again, we encounter a weapon of the mystical golden tier. However, it requires a level of 50 for equipping. It is indeed formidable, extraordinarily so. The attributes of its 3 inscriptions are remarkably astonishing. The enhancement to swordsmanship damage is a staggering 300, but what captivates Su Xingchen even more is the 200 increase in overall combat power, which is permanent, akin to the combat power ring. The third inscription embodies the essence of the Red Abyss sword intent and possesses a chance to trigger a sword formation. Clearly, one must strive to level up. Without advancement, one cannot even don this equipment. This piece of gear is not for sale, no matter the cost. Name: Qian Treasure Ring Tier. Human Tier inscriptions. Golden combat power. 1,000 required level. Level 1, attribute 1. Overall damage enhancement of 20. Attribute 2, 100 poison resistance. Attribute 3, spatial volume of 10m times 10m times 10m. This piece of equipment is of human tier and can be utilized immediately. However, upon observing the third inscription, Su Xingchen hesitated, for the second inscription duplicated his own, given his own 100 poison resistance. Instinctively, his gaze shifted to Ji Qingluo beside him. He decided to open the last treasure chest first. Extra mysterious chest. Successfully opened the mysterious chest. Congratulations. You have received Summoning Ring, Special, Gold. 1. The extra mysterious chest has been opened, yielding a solitary reward. Yet, the name seems intriguing, causing Su Xingchen's heart to flutter instinctively. This summoning ring is all too familiar, reminiscent of his past life, or rather, the entire system feels familiar, akin to items within the game. Name, Summoning Ring Tier, Special Inscriptions, Golden Combat Power, 38888 required level, Level 1, Attribute 1. Can summon a true dragon, Initial Combat Power, 999999, Infinite Resurrection, Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Attribute 2, contains a Spirit Beast space. After reviewing the attributes of the Summoning Ring, Su Xingchen sighed inwardly. As expected, this indeed allows for summoning, and moreover, the summoned entity is a true dragon with an initial combat power of 999,999, just shy of 1,000,000. More importantly, this true dragon can resurrect infinitely. Subsequently, Su Xingchen clicked to equip it. Equipped successfully. Placement location, special ring panel, a notification sound chimed. As the summoning ring did not replace the mystic jade ring, but was instead placed directly in the special ring panel. With 2 mysterious chests and 1 extra mysterious chest, 5 rewards have been obtained. Now, Su Xingchen has utilized the sword path of Lin Yuan and the summoning ring. The Red Abyss Emperor is not yet at the required level. The sword hero cloak is also beyond his reach. The Qiankuan treasure ring is currently set aside to see if Ji Qingluo possesses any spatial equipment. If not, he shall bestow it upon her. The primary reason being that the attributes of the Qiankuan treasure ring overlap with his own, and equipping it would only marginally enhance his combat power. At present, his combat power has reached 124,878. Qingluo, do you have any items with spatial inscriptions? Su Xingchen inquired, addressing Yi Qingluo. None here, Ji Qingluo replied. I have one, Su Xingchen responded. Transfer the Qiankuan treasure ring to Ji Qingluo. Wow, golden myth, but what about you, brother? Ji Qingluo exclaimed upon seeing the golden hue in the trade window. However, she hesitated to confirm the transaction, as this golden myth was given to her by her brother. What would he have for himself? Ipaze space, Su Xingchen explained. This ring duplicates the attributes of my other equipment. Wearing it merely enhances my combat power slightly. I see. Thank you, brother. By the way, I will give you the equipment I previously couldn't use. You can sell it, Ji Qingluo said, promptly placing several orange and red items, along with 1 golden piece, into the trade window. Perfect. I am in need of gold, Su Xingchen nodded, acknowledging that gold was precisely what he lacked the most. By the way, the extra treasure chest yielded a summoning bracelet. Do you have the means to summon? If not, I shall give you the summoning bracelet. Ji Qingluo turned to sit beside Su Xingchen on the floor, her lips pouting as she spoke. In truth, she was reluctant to part with it, as she cherished the summoned pet dearly. Yet, if her brother lacked such a capability, she would endure the pain of relinquishing the summoning bracelet, believing that a more powerful brother could better protect her. After all, during the recent disaster-level encounter, she had been carried through by him effortlessly. Your reluctance is evident, Su Xingchen sighed, playfully teasing her. Having known each other since childhood, they were well aware of each other's temperament and disposition. I am not reluctant, Ji Qingluo quickly replied, noticing Su Xingchen's expression, and simultaneously initiated the trade. The summoning bracelet remained in her backpack. I was just teasing you. I possess a summoning ring. Su Xingchen chuckled, tousling Ji Qingluo's hair, making it fluffier. Really? Yi Xingluo, Gazed, Ernesti at Su Xingchen. Chapter 19. Credits indeed, it is true. Take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, while there is still time and an abundance of monsters, We can enhance our skills through battle. Let us not squander such an opportunity. What do you think? Su Xingchen spoke earnestly. In truth, he wished to accumulate more gold and attribute points. Currently, his gold stood at 810, 208, and his attribute points totaled 71, 220. I will listen to my brother. Su Xingchen nodded, appearing quite obedient. Where are we going? She inquired curiously, clad only in her brother's oversized shorts and shirt, feeling quite unprepared for the outside world. Even though within the confines of the cave, it was manageable. To celebrate our successful completion of the trial, we shall have a barbecue, Su Xingchen declared. As he spoke, he took Su Xingluo's delicate hand and soared into the air on his sword, leaving the cave behind. He gently set Su Xingluo down beneath the cave and instructed her to wait, before flying off in search of firewood and wild rabbits. In this realm of Lanling, while it was predominantly inhabited by monsters, there were also smaller beasts such as wild rabbits and chickens. He had noticed them the previous day, but had not been in the mood to pursue them until now. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Su Xingchen returned, carrying 2 wild rabbits, a chicken, and even a few mushrooms, all sourced from a withered tree of considerable girth. I will wash the mushrooms, Su Xingluo exclaimed joyfully upon his return, though she felt somewhat helpless. Start a fire? I lack the means. Kill the chicken? I cannot do that. All right, Su Xingchen replied, placing down his catch. He summoned his ethereal fire, Qing Shuang, and deftly sliced the withered tree into manageable pieces for firewood. Following that, he proceeded to prepare the chicken and rabbits, cleaning them by the edge of the lake. Brother, you haven't forgotten the barbecue seasonings, have you? Su Xingluo perched on a rock, propping her chin in her hands, watching Su Xingchen with keen interest. You guessed correctly. Su Xingchen laughed, producing an array of condiments, jars, and grilling tools, along with beverages and juices. These were all procured that morning at the supermarket on their way to the Adventurers Center. After all, he had ample space in his inventory and had stocked up on various necessities. He took out iron skewers, threading the wild rabbits and chicken, as well as the mushrooms. A fire was soon kindled, and the barbecue commenced. Brother, which university do you wish to attend? Su Xingluo asked as she helped brush oil and sprinkle seasoning during the grilling. We shall see how things unfold when the semester begins. What about you? Su Xingchen replied. After awakening, attending university also depends on credits, which are determined by one's talent, level, combat strength, and performance in trials. S grade, 100 points A grade, 80 points B grade, 60 points C grade, 40 points D grade, 20 points. These represent credits attainable through innate talent, with the majority of individuals possessing a D grade talent, thus earning a mere 20 points. In contrast, an individual like Su Xingluo, who boasts an S grade talent, accumulates 100 points, while Su Xingchen, with only 20 points, remains in a lesser category. Level credits: level 20, 100 points level 15, 80 points level 10, 60 points level 5, 40 points level 2, 20 points to secure a minimum of 20 credits. One must reach at least level 2. Achieving a rank beyond level 20 allows for the maximum score of 100 points, a feat accomplished by both Su Xingchen and Su Xingluo, as they both stand at level 41. Catastrophe level: 100 points desperate level, 80 points challenging level, 60 points ordinary level, 40 points. These are credits obtained from completing dungeon tasks, contingent upon surviving the ordeal. In this regard, both Su Xingchen and Su Xingluo again achieve full marks, having reached the catastrophe level. Combat power credits: combat power 4,000, 100 points combat power 3,000, 80 points combat power 2,000, 60 points combat power 1,000, 40 point combat power 500, 20 points. This is the most challenging category to attain high scores. Every individual starts with a base combat power of 200 points. To reach a combat power of 500, one must don 3 pieces of white equipment. Achieving a combat power exceeding 4,000 is significantly more arduous. Typically, only those of S grade or individuals who invest substantial resources can attain such heights, which remains the domain of wealthy families. Without a doubt, Su Xingchen and Su Xingluo also secure full scores in this category. Brother, wherever you choose to attend university, I shall follow, Su Xingluo stated earnestly. Though my talent credits amount to only 20 points, my scores in the other 3 categories are perfect, undoubtedly granting me entry into one of the 4 prestigious universities. Initially, she could have directly enrolled in Huaxia University, but she opted to accompany Su Xingchen instead. Little did she anticipate that her brother would elevate her status. Now, her credits are all perfect, and she is certain that she is the only one nationwide to achieve such a feat. Be careful. Don't burn yourself. Take your time, Su Xingchen said as he skillfully dissected the roasted hare with a small knife and handed it to Ji Qingluo. Leveling up is truly challenging. It has taken 2 whole days, and I have yet to acquire a single piece of equipment. At this rate, I might not even secure admission to the most ordinary of universities. Finally, I have reached a combat power of 1,000. Let us celebrate. I heard someone from the 9th high school ventured into a catastrophe level dungeon. Is that true? Such a D-grade talent is merely seeking attention, came the retort. However, one must not dismiss him entirely. He was once the heartthrob of 9th high, romantically involved with the leading female student. Alas, after she awakened her S-grade ice mage powers while he remained a D-grade, their relationship ended, leaving him to strive against the odds. Yet, he managed to entice another S-grade talent into the catastrophe level dungeon. The calamity level is a path to certain death. In the professional center, some venture into the dungeons while others emerge from them. However, 90% of individuals opt for the normal level dungeons, with only a few daring to choose the difficult level. Some return laden with spoils, while others meet their demise. The calamity level remains a hot topic, particularly since it has been nearly 2 decades since anyone dared to enter. Regrettably, I had hoped to seize the opportunity to recruit that S-rank girl into Jiangnan University, only to discover that she had ventured into the calamity level dungeon, a foolish romantic whim. Chu Mingyao, having confirmed that the girl with the awakened S-rank talent, Ling Long, had indeed gone to the calamity level, could only lament the girl's infatuation. She admired the girl as freedom, even if it meant following her heart into danger. At 26 years of age, Chu Mingyao serves as a mentor at Jiangnan University, possessing an S-rank talent and standing as a formidable 9th-tier monarch. Yet, her prowess and gifts are often overlooked due to her striking beauty, earning her the title of the most enchanting female mentor at Jiangnan University. And indeed, she is considered the most beautiful goddess across the entire institution. Her exquisite visage, flawless figure, and graceful curves are captivating, a slender waist and long, delicate legs that are smooth and fair. Mentor Chu, since Ji Qingluo has ventured into the calamity level, shall we return to the university? Inquired a teacher from the admissions office who accompanied her. Although Mentor Chu is merely a mentor, she is a true powerhouse. It is unusual for someone of her stature to be involved in high school recruitment. However, she had heard that Jiangsu No. 9 High School had produced 2 S-rank students, twin sisters, to be precise. Typically, S-rank individuals are swiftly claimed by prestigious universities. Yet, one of the S-ranks did not attend Huaxia University, choosing instead to remain behind. Thus, she seized the opportunity to visit Jiangsheng before the term commenced, hoping to recruit the S-rank student for Jiangnan University, only to find that the girl had entered the calamity level, a venture that equates to a death sentence, rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 20. Copy levels and limitations. Reaching level 46, there was still no rush to return to school. A few more days could be afforded. You may attend to your own matters. Do not mind me, replied Chu Mingyao, the proud and formidable goddess, radiating an air of authority. After all, she was a 9th-tier sovereign. Even the president of Jiangnan University had to treat her with utmost respect. Very well, Teacher Chu, we shall take our leave. The admissions office staff bid farewell to Chu Mingyao before dispersing back to various high schools in Jiangsheng, each responsible for their own recruitment. The calamity level had not been approached since 19 years ago, and regrettably, no one had returned since. These 2 young ones were indeed bothersome, running off to calamity levels for no apparent reason. Chu Mingyao was quite vexed. With her capabilities, she believed that upon encountering an S-class entity, securing admission to Jiangnan University would be within her grasp. While Jiangnan University may not rival Huaxia University, it remained a prestigious institution, renowned throughout Jiangnan province. In the Lanling's secret realm, on the 3rd day, at 8 in the morning, Su Xingchen finally roused Ji Qingluo. Unlike the previous day, when they had awakened at 6, today was leisurely. There was no urgency, for they had already cleared the dungeon and had naught to worry about. Even an extended slumber would pose no issues. However, having the rare opportunity to explore a calamity-level dungeon, where the drop rates far surpassed those found outside, it was no wonder they had amassed such a wealth of golden legendary items. Thus, with time still remaining after the dungeon's completion, it was prudent to hunt more monsters to collect gold, enhance attributes, and acquire gear. "Brother, shall we hunt fourth-tier beasts?" Jichin Luo inquired curiously while tidying herself and enjoying her meal. "Indeed, I hope to obtain some excellent equipment," Su Xingchen affirmed with a nod. After finishing their meal, Su Xingchen soared into the sky on his sword, taking Jichin Luo along as they headed towards the site of yesterday's battle. In just half an hour, they arrived at the location, only to find that fourth-tier beasts were no longer present. They encountered only first, second, and third-tier monsters. Realizing the situation, they understood that the fourth-tier beasts were tied to the quest and had vanished upon being defeated. Fortunately, first, second, and third-tier beasts remained, or else they would be left waiting idly. Observing the monsters before them, Su Xingchen and Jichin Luo began their summoning simultaneously. Suddenly, the space quivered lightly as a massive true dragon materialized in the air. The dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length and several meters in girth, boasted silver scales that radiated a brilliant sheen, exuding an aura of grandeur and might. At the same time, the atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming dragon's might. This was the true dragon he had summoned, boasting a staggering combat power of 999 as per the attributes of the summoning ring. Truly formidable. On the other side, not far from Jichin Luo, a magnificent azure bird appeared, exuding an air of pride and terror. This azure bird bore the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, embodying immense power. Its combat strength also reached an astonishing 999 points. At this moment, Jichin Luo sat atop the azure bird, brimming with excitement. A pet, a mount, a battle companion. She could scarcely believe that she had acquired her very own fighting ally and steed, and that it had occurred right at the first dungeon. It is noteworthy that many formidable warriors lacked such companions and mounts. As dusk fell and they regrouped at their resting point, Su Xingchen addressed Jichin Luo, remarking on her newfound mount and battle companion, indicating that she was no longer in danger. "All right, brother, farewell." Jichin Luo waved her small hand and soared into the distance on her azure bird. With such a powerful battle companion, hunting monstrous beasts would undoubtedly be swift. The two of them, pressed together, could hardly maneuver. Watching Jichin Luo depart, Su Xingchen stood upon the back of a true dragon, setting off in another direction. The true dragon roared, its mighty voice echoing through the heavens. With an undeniable bloodline dominance, countless beasts trembled in fear, too intimidated to move. The battle soon commenced, with notifications of experience and rewards flooding in. Experience 100, experience 10, 000, gold 1, 000, gold 100, attribute 10, attribute 10. Possessing a combat strength of 120, 000, Su Xingchen could easily dispatch fourth-tier beasts, let alone those of the first, second, and third tiers. With techniques like the Azure Lotus Sword Song and the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, along with his mastery of swordsmanship, waves of monsters fell before him. Experience, gold, and attributes surged at an astonishing rate. Moreover, the true dragon, serving as his battle companion, mount, and pet, also joined the fray. With its own combat strength of 999, a single swipe of its claw turned clusters of beasts to nothingness. As time flowed steadily onward, levels rose. Level 41, 89, 99, level 42, 33, 10, level 42, 49, 05, and so forth, culminating at level 46, 21, 40, level 46, 58, 11. The sky gradually darkened as Su Xingchen ceased fighting. After a full day's combat, he and the true dragon had finally reached level 46. Despite the abundance of beasts hunted, the experience required for leveling had skyrocketed to the millions, while the lower-tiered beasts yielded minimal experience. Therefore, attaining level 46 was already a remarkable achievement. By the end of the day, Su Xingchen's accomplishments were as follows. Level 46, 58, 11. Attributes, 661, 540 points gold, 6, 910, 230, equipment, 113 white items, 31 blue items, 14 orange items, 5 red items, and 1 golden item. All these pieces of equipment were of human rank. At present, the elusive Xian-tier equipment remains unobtainable. Such equipment is expected to manifest only within dungeons designed for levels exceeding 30. The level must be kept under 50. Surpassing this threshold would result in missing the trial of the 30-level dungeon. Su Xingchen gazed at the sky, and soon thereafter, mounted his dragon, soaring towards the cave's direction. With a true dragon at his disposal, he felt no inclination to fly with a sword. Now, at level 46, he was not far from 50. Yet the thought of the 30-level dungeon trial dulled his desire for further advancement, mindful of the possibility of exceeding 50 and thus being barred from the 30-level dungeon. For every profession, the dungeons were fixed. Level 10 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and disaster. Entry requirements not exceeding level 20. Level 30 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and disaster. Entry requirements not exceeding level 50. Level 50 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and disaster. Entry requirements not exceeding level 70. Level 70 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and disaster. Entry requirements not exceeding level 90. And level 90 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and disaster. Entry requirements being rebirth or below. Upon reaching level 99, there would also be rebirth dungeons. Each profession could only enter each level of dungeon a maximum of 4 times, and they could not repeat difficulties. Currently, Su Xingchen and Ji-Qing Luo had surpassed 20 levels, rendering them unable to access the 10-level dungeons, thus relegating them to the 30-level tier. However, even within the 30-level dungeons, they could only enter a maximum of 4 times. Therefore, he had to carefully manage his level. A roar echoed through the heavens. Soon, Su Xingchen returned on his dragon, alighting beside the stone wall by the lake, allowing the true dragon to rest nearby. There is no need to summon it into the confines of the summoning ring, for the dragon could stand guard through the night. Although the Lanling secret realm was devoid of other individuals and inhabited only by low-tier beasts, having a dragon nearby ensured a more peaceful slumber. Upon seeing Su Xingchen, Ji-Qing Luo's heart brimmed with joy. She had returned some time ago, but had not spotted him, her thoughts consumed with concern for his well-being. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the Lanling secret realm. Return to the Adventurer's Center. How are you? What level are you now? Su Xingchen and Koyith. With an S rank of Ling Long, the experience rate stood at an impressive 200. This is one of the formidable advantages of being S rank. However, despite Su Xingchen being D rank, the system enhancement also granted him a 200 experience rate. After a day of combat, he wondered how much Ji-Qing Luo had progressed. I'm now level 44, Ji-Qing Luo replied. Ascending from level 41 to 44 was indeed a swift advancement, albeit still somewhat behind Su Xingchen. By the way, we must manage our levels, Su Xingchen cautioned Ji-Qing Luo. If this little troublemaker tries to compete and surpasses level 50, it would be a pity. Brother, shall we opt for the Cataclysm difficulty for the level 30 trial dungeon? Ji-Qing Luo asked. With her brother by her side, the Cataclysm level seemed manageable. Otherwise, she could simply coast through. Of course, he affirmed. Difficulty is relative to others. After all, not everyone is named Su Xingchen. Take the Lanling secret realm, for instance. 10,000 first-tier monsters posed a significant challenge for all who ventured here. After exiting the dungeon, let us enhance our skills. We can tackle the level 30 dungeon once we're in college. For the level 30 dungeon, we'll choose Cataclysm difficulty. Once we conquer the level 30 Cataclysm dungeon, we should be able to advance directly to the level 50 dungeon, or even higher. The instructor mentioned that prior to reincarnation, it is inconsequential. True strength is attained post-reincarnation. While Su Xingchen spoke, he prepared his attire and made his way toward the lake. With a resounding splash, he leapt into the water. By the time he returned to the cave after bathing, Ji-Qing Luo had already tidied up the bedding. Now, she could summon the Azure Bird. Even if she could not fly herself, The bird could carry her aloft. She no longer needed Su Xingchen to escort her at all times. That night, they exchanged no words. The following morning, they rose early, for today marked the conclusion of their trial in the Lonling Secret Realm. They would be teleported back to the Adventurer Center that morning, finally returning. For the past 19 years, we are the only ones to have completed the Cataclysm level. After finishing their meal, the two sat on the expansive lawn, awaiting the teleportation. The little troublemaker was brimming with excitement, and so was Su Xingchen. As time passed, Su Xingchen gazed at the virtual screen, where the countdown for the mission steadily dwindled. In the sky, beams of light began to appear. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown reached 0, the light in the sky coalesced into a portal that hovered in the air, soon stabilizing. Observing its height, Su Xingchen mused, even the return presents a challenge. If one cannot fly, entry into the portal is impossible. Let us go, Su Xingchen said, extending his hand to grasp Su Qingluo's. The eerie blue flames manifested beneath their feet. In an instant, the two soared toward the portal, swiftly entering its embrace, while the blue flames were extinguished. Inside the portal, time twisted and warped. The Practitioner Center was abuzz with activity, a veritable hive of excitement. This period was known as the peak of dungeon trials, as a multitude of students prepared to embark on their quests following the Awakening Day. Early in the morning, throngs of people gathered, queuing to enter either the normal or hard dungeons. Forming a team. D-grade healer needed. For the normal dungeon, one spot was open among 4. For the hard dungeon, adventurers were summoned to the Blood Moon altar, seeking those with C-grade talents or above. Is anyone heading to the Abyssal Dungeon? I'm a B-grade gunslinger, looking for 2 A or S-grade teammates to tackle the Abyssal Dungeon for a major endeavor. Anyone interested? If not, that's fine. 3 days prior, someone ventured into the Cataclysm Dungeon. If they completed it, they should be returning today. Complete the Cataclysm Dungeon trial? You must be jesting. For nearly 2 decades, no one has dared to enter the Cataclysm level, where the mortality rate hovers near total annihilation. How can anyone return? The Cataclysm level is far too perilous. No one dares to enter. Regardless of which tier, every Cataclysm level is exceedingly terrifying. Across the square, teams were forming everywhere. Rarely did anyone venture into a dungeon alone. The topics of conversation, while waiting, were predominantly centered around dungeons and equipment. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated from the heavens. The unexpected sound of thunder caught everyone's attention, their astonishment palpable, for it was a clear morning with the sky painted in the hues of dawn. Boom! The noise intensified, drawing the gaze of countless individuals skyward. A crimson portal appeared. Oh my! The portal radiates a red glow. The Cataclysm level. Someone has returned from the Cataclysm dungeon. The portals for normal and hard levels emitted a white light, returning without a sound. The abyssal portal glowed blue, and upon return, it remained blue. However, the Cataclysm portal shone red both upon entry and exit, signifying that someone had indeed returned from the Cataclysm level. The returning portal glowed crimson, signaling the Cataclysm. Could it be Su Qingluo from the 9th Academy? Only Su Qingluo and Su Xingchen had ventured into the Cataclysm level, and it appeared that Su Qingluo had returned alive. Witnessing the spectacle in the sky left everyone dumbfounded. The appearance of a red portal symbolized calamity, destruction, and death, with the color itself indicating the portal's tier. Amidst the shock, the vast square of the Practitioner Center erupted in fervor. Over the past 3 days, the tale of the S-grade prodigy from the 9th Academy entering the Cataclysm level had circulated widely, with many believing that the S-grade prodigy would not return, evoking a sense of loss among countless onlookers. After all, that was an S-grade talent, a truly remarkable individual, venturing forth seemingly to meet their demise. Little did they anticipate what was to come. 3 days hence, a red portal of cataclysmic proportions emerged. Thus, from this calamity, the S-class prodigy of our 9th high school has returned alive. Whoosh, whoosh. The portal hovered 20 meters above the ground before halting. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from the portal. The moment their feet left the ground, a long sword materialized. The duo soared upon their swords, spiraling through the air. the blade trailing a radiant arc reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow, exuding an unparalleled coolness. Ultimately, they descended beside the teleportation altar. Ji Qingluo. She is indeed our Ji Qingluo from the 9th High School, having survived the cataclysmic dungeon. Su Xingchen, having traversed through a disaster-level ordeal, albeit as a D-class, owes his survival to the prowess of Ji Qingluo, an S-class, yet one cannot deny the extraordinary fortune he possesses. 19 years later, someone has ventured into the calamity level and returned unscathed. The novice disaster-level dungeon, while categorized as beginner, remains profoundly daunting for newcomers. Emerging from such a perilous realm, one can only speculate about the formidable equipment they must have acquired. It seems they possess a complete set of gear. Could it be that the disaster-level dungeon has become less formidable? The art of sword flight has reached the first tier. Remarkably, within a mere 3 days, their swordsmanship has ascended to this level, truly astounding. It is indeed a momentous occasion for our Jiangcheng Professional Association, as we finally have individuals emerging from the catastrophe level. Upon closer inspection, the two figures are none other than Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen. In an instant, students from the 9th High School were overwhelmed with excitement and a profound sense of pride. Many others, however, were filled with envy. The ability to fly upon swords is simply too magnificent. The fact that Su Xingchen has attained first-tier swordsmanship in just 3 days is nothing short of remarkable. In truth, a greater curiosity looms over what rewards and equipment they have secured. It is inevitable that countless formidable individuals from Jiangcheng, as well as from neighboring provinces and beyond, will discreetly inquire whether the duo has obtained legendary crimson or mythical golden artifacts, particularly since they have emerged from the disaster-level dungeon. Indeed, their return is bound to create ripples throughout the realm. Chapter 22. Emerging from the tremors of the catastrophe-level instance Jiang City. I have returned. Exhilaration coursed through Ji Qingluo as she emerged alive from the catastrophe-level instance. At last, she felt truly safe. Although she had once lain within the calamity of the Longling's secret realm, her contribution had been minimal, yet her heart had been fraught with tension. Let us proceed, Su Xingchen suggested, making his way toward the exit while contemplating how to navigate away from the practitioner center. Outside the altar's exit was thronged with people, those poised to enter the instance, instructors, and staff from the practitioner center. Upon witnessing newcomers emerge from the catastrophe-level instance, they were filled with curiosity and astonishment, eager to glean information and seek advice on strategies, yearning to experience the dangers of the catastrophe-level instance for themselves. All right, Ji Qingluo replied obediently, following Su Xingchen toward the exit. Soon, they arrived and stepped outside. Ji Qingluo, what level are you? Ji Qingluo, what is your combat power? Ji Qingluo, was it dangerous in a catastrophe-level instance? Ji Qingluo, sell me a strategy. I plan to explore the catastrophe-level instance. I want a strategy too. Yi Kvingluo. I am an instructor from the admissions office of Nan University. As they emerged, a multitude greeted Ji Qingluo, creating a vibrant scene. In contrast, Su Xingchen stood by, completely overlooked, perceived merely as an inconsequential presence. To them, Su Xingchen, with his D-grade talent, had only survived the catastrophe-level instance by virtue of Ji Qingluo's S-grade prowess, rendering him unworthy of attention. Among the crowd were newly awakened high school students, practitioners from previous cohorts, staff from the practitioner center, and instructors from various university admissions offices, all encircling Ji Qingluo at the center. Excuse me, Ji Qingluo said with a sweet smile, attempting to navigate through the throng. After exchanging polite pleasantries, she sought to leave, only to find herself trapped by the crowd. At that moment, Su Xingchen reached out, guiding her through the throng. Ji Qingluo nestled behind him as they swiftly exited the practitioner square. These people are insane, Ji Qingluo remarked, exhaling with relief once they were free from the square. Do you believe that some will dare to venture into the catastrophe-level instance? Human nature is such. Su Xingchen believe. Though the catastrophe level is terrifying, witnessing someone emerge alive will undoubtedly entice others to take the risk. After all, if even a D-grade talent can return, then surely they can as well. I believe it. I need to rest for a couple of days. I feel a bit weary, Ji Qingluo acknowledged. Following this, The two took a vehicle and departed from the practitioner center. After more than half an hour, they disembarked. Well then, farewell, Su Xingchen waved. Goodbye, brother, Ji Qingluo replied. Ji Qingluo felt a pang of reluctance as she watched Su Xingchen depart. What? Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen have returned from the disaster-level dungeon? Jiang City, 9th High School. The principal was engaged in discussions with teachers from various universities' admissions offices, a period of intense activity following the awakening day. At this moment, upon receiving a phone call, his expression shifted dramatically, casting doubt on his own hearing. The S-ranked Ji Qingluo has returned. This must be a mistake. It is known that she ventured into the disaster-level dungeon alongside Su Xingchen. Is it possible for someone who entered a disaster-level dungeon to return? Principal Zhang, who has returned from the disaster-level dungeon. Disaster level? Ji Qingluo has returned? Are both who entered the disaster-level dungeon still alive? Principal Zhang, what is going on? Please enlighten us. In the office, over 20 admissions teachers, along with several instructors from 9th High School, were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Although they could not hear the conversation on the other end of the line, they could glean certain insights from the principal's words. In that moment, excitement rippled through the room. Just 3 days prior, 2 students from 9th High had entered the disaster-level dungeon, a matter that had stirred considerable attention. Yet few believed they would return. Now, however, news of their return was circulating. The ability to emerge from a disaster-level dungeon, regardless of one's talent or strength, held immense value. How could they secure such students for their own institution? How splendid it would be. All right, understood. After Principal Zhang listened intently to the details, he responded and ended the call. At this moment, Zhang Leitang's countenance shifted, revealing a blend of surprise and elation. This year, Jiang City's 9th High School is exceptionally formidable. Not only has it produced an S-ranked student, but 2 students have also survived their venture into the disaster-level dungeon. According to the reports, the 2 students returned unscathed and in excellent condition, evidently having garnered significant experiences. Principal Zhang, the admissions teachers from various universities, all turned their gazes towards him, each face brimming with anticipation. 3 days ago, our Ji Qingluo, the S-ranked Ling Long, and the D-ranked swordsman Su Xingchen entered the disaster-level dungeon, the Lonling's secret realm. And today they have returned from the dungeon in perfect condition. This is all the information I have received. The specifics remain to be verified. Zhang Leitang cleared his throat, gathered his thoughts, and spoke. Though his demeanor appeared composed, his heart surged with excitement and exhilaration. Who wouldn't he desire to mentor a student renowned throughout the realms? It is truly astonishing. It has been countless years since anyone has returned alive from a disaster-level dungeon. The disaster level is exceedingly challenging. Despite its terror, it offers unparalleled opportunities. It seems I must reach out to Ji Qingluo. Such a promising talent must enroll at Huaxia University and not be led astray. Did you not say to disregard the student Ji Qingluo? Teacher Chun, does Huaxia University still desire the D-level talent Su Xingchen? I trust that Teacher Chun will exhibit flexibility in admissions. Our Kyoto University must also strive to compete. Within the principal's office, a brief silence ensued, followed by a collective sigh of astonishment. Gradually, thoughts began to formulate on how to entice Ji Qingluo to their institution. An S-level talent is already remarkable, especially one who has emerged alive from a cataclysmic level dungeon. She must be secured. However, as they listened to Chun Xueming speak, subtle sarcasm began to permeate the air. It was unexpected that the 2 from the 9th High, who ventured into the cataclysmic level, return alive. How did they achieve this? The 9th High has gained notoriety. Zhang Leitang may be unable to contain his laughter. An S-level Ling Long and a D-level swordsman, managing to conquer the trials of the cataclysmic level dungeon? One wonders what the nature of that cataclysmic realm entails. What equipment did Ji Qingluo acquire from such an ordeal? Did they obtain the fabled red legend? Surely, they cannot possess golden mythic equipment. The news of Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen returning alive from the cataclysmic level dungeon has spread. In that moment, countless individuals were astounded. Indeed, some even entertained the notion of venturing into the cataclysmic realm themselves. Curiosity piqued regarding the equipment the 2 had secured, for it is well known that the cataclysmic level is fraught with peril, yet the opportunities it presents are extraordinary. To return alive guarantees an encounter with fortune. They have returned. Remarkably, they have returned. It seems this journey was not in vain. Chu Mingyao also received this news. Upon hearing it, she remained in stunned silence for an extended period. Amidst her astonishment, excitement bubbled within her. Time was of the essence. She must act swiftly lest others seize the opportunity first. With that thought, she rose, elegantly striding out of the room. Chapter 23. Is he worth it, being a D-class talent? The dungeon serves as the most significant resource. In high school, there are no exclusive or private dungeons, as the institution is solely responsible for imparting general knowledge and foundational insights about practitioners, preparing them for awakening. The true realm of learning for practitioners lies within universities, which possess exclusive dungeons and secret realms. The more formidable the university, the greater the resources it commands. This is one of the reasons why students aspire to attend prestigious institutions. Top-tier universities offer abundant resources, numerous dungeons, exceptional faculty, and a high-caliber social circle. It has been 3 days. The maximum duration for a novice dungeon of disaster level is 3 days, and today marks the day of Su Xingchen's return. One can only hope she returns safely. It has been many years since anyone from Huaxia University survived a disaster-level encounter. The primary reason for this is the extreme difficulty of disaster-level dungeons, with very few students daring to undertake such a perilous journey. As time ticks away, we find ourselves at the teleportation square of Huaxia University, where a multitude of gifted students and faculty members have gathered, including the principal. This gathering has been prompted by the recent entry of an S-class prodigy into a level 10 novice disaster-level dungeon. There are countless S-class prodigies at Huaxia University. Indeed, one could assert that there are no students below C-class. The majority are of S-class and A-class, with only a handful of B-class students and few C-class individuals. However, none have yet emerged from a disaster-level dungeon. With the passage of time, a thunderous roar reverberates through the sky. Suddenly, the fabric of space shatters, and brilliant rays of light burst forth, revealing a red that rapidly expands. Eventually, this red dot transforms into a crimson portal, suspended 20 meters above the ground. Once the portal stabilizes, an exquisitely beautiful young woman materializes, clad in a light blue feather garment. Her visage is exquisite, her figure flawless, and her long, slender legs are straight, delicate, and radiant. Yet, there is an icy aura about her, reminiscent of a goddess of ice. Swish the young woman, Su Xingchen, a student from Jiangxi No. 9 High School, awakened an S-class ice element. That very afternoon, she was welcomed into Huaxia University, and, on the following day, she chose to embark on the level 10 novice disaster-level dungeon, emerging now transformed. Su Xingchen lands gracefully on the ground. Mentor, she calls out upon seeing her instructor. In truth, she had not desired a mentor. How did it go? Her mentor, Shi Luofei, a legendary figure at Huaxia University, inquired. At the age of 24, she had already become one of the institution's most elite powerhouses, her strength formidable beyond measure. It is rumored that her grandfather emerged from a disaster-level dungeon. Mentor, I am at level 49, 99, 01, with combat power exceeding 100,000. Everything went smoothly, and I have acquired the legacy of the Ice Plains, Su Xingchen replies. Her tone calm. The atmosphere was chill, reflecting her inherently proud and aloof disposition. Following her acquisition of the legacy from the Icebound Secret Realm, she underwent a profound transformation. At level 49, she was on the cusp of reaching level 50. The reason for her deliberate restraint lay in her conscious choice to control her level. For ascending to level 50 would bar her from entering the Tier 30 dungeons. In a century, Su Xingchen became only the second individual to emerge alive from a catastrophe-level dungeon. Principal Zhong Tianli sighed, his face radiating joy. Su Xingchen was the second person in 100 years to survive such a perilous dungeon, and notably, she was also the second from Huaxia University. The last person to escape from a catastrophe-level dungeon was also affiliated with Huaxia University. The emergence of a talent like Su Xingchen brought immense pride to the principal. His elation was shared by her mentor, Shi Luofei, who was equally overjoyed. Principal, I've just received news that the two students from Jiangxing 9 who ventured into the catastrophe-level dungeon returned half an hour ago. A middle-aged teacher approached the principal and spoke in hushed tones. This information was relayed from Teacher Wang of the admissions office at Huaxia University Station at Jiangxing's second high school. Those young ones have also made it back from the catastrophe-level dungeon. Their names are Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen. If I recall correctly, Zhong Tianli remarked, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed Ji Qingyan to be the only one in a century to escape, only to discover that two students from Jiangcheng had also survived. He had heard about the situation in Jiangcheng, noting that Ji Qingluo was Ji Qingyan's twin sister. One awakened an S-level ice mage, while the other manifested an S-level Linglong. Such a pairing defied description, yet it was regrettable that the S-level Linglong chose to remain for a D-level swordsman, a decision that left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. Albeit a fleeting one, he had not anticipated that the S-level Linglong and the D-level swordsman would venture into the catastrophe-level dungeon, nor could he have foreseen their successful return. At that moment, his feelings shifted from mere disappointment to a sense of lamentation, tinged with a hint of regret. Principal, Ji Qingluo also went to the catastrophe-level dungeon? Ji Qingyan inquired, having overheard the middle-aged teacher's quiet words. Her heart was in turmoil. Her sister, an S-level talent, had not accompanied her to Huaxia University, and she was astonished to learn that Ji Qingluo had embarked on the dangerous journey with Su Xingchen, yet returned safely. Yes, according to the information received. They ventured into a level 10 novice catastrophe-level dungeon, the Lanling's secret realm, 3 mornings ago and have already returned safely, Principal Zhong Tianli affirmed, inwardly chastising Chen Xueming for his foolishness. Teacher Chu, I'm uncertain about attending Jiangnan University. Perhaps you could inquire with my brother Xingchen. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. In Jiangcheng, within a splendid villa, Ji Qingluo returned home, retreated to her bedroom to bathe and change, and then descended to engage in conversation with her mother. However, a strikingly beautiful woman arrived at their home. After a brief introduction, Ji Qingluo learned that this enchanting woman was a mentor from Jiangnan University. The purpose of her visit was to persuade Ji Qingluo to enroll at the university. Nevertheless, Ji Qingluo neither acquiesced nor declined, as her decision hinged upon where Su Xingchen would choose to study. Wherever Su Xingchen went, she would follow. Qingluo, do you hold affections for Su Xingchen? Zhumen inquit, examining the exquisite young woman before her. In truth, she already surmised the answer. How could one accompany Su Xingchen to a catastrophe-level instance if they were not fond of him? It is essential to recognize the terror inherent in such challenges, especially considering that Su Xingchen possessed merely a D-grade talent. Indeed, I do, Ji Qingluo replied without a hint of hesitation. It is not a matter of shame. My sister once admired him, and I, Ji Qingluo, share the same sentiments. Is it not worthy to cherish someone, even if they are merely of D-grade talent? Chu Mingyao asked, her smile radiant as she gazed upon Ji Qingluo. Chapter 24. The Golden Myth, Heart of Bright Jade. Skill training speed increased by 200. Master Chu. Is liking someone related to talent? Ji Qingluo inquired, her spirited eyes fixed on Chu Mingyao. Moreover, my brother Xingchen's talent is not lacking either. What if the talent is inferior? I possess an S rank and can elevate him, she continued. Besides, my brother's true abilities are far superior to the mere D rank he presents. His hidden talents are immensely powerful. Classmate Qingluo, what level are you currently? Chu Mingyao asked with a smile, choosing not to comment on Ji Qingluo's previous statement, as everyone is entitled to their own perspective. Master Chu, I am now at level 44, Ji Qingluo replied. My progress is indeed swift. No wonder I am at the catastrophe level. By the way, where does Su Xingchen reside? Could you possibly guide me to him? Zhu Menzia inquit, with a D-rank talent. He has nonetheless emerged alive from the catastrophe-level dungeon. Gaining admission to Jiangnan University through connections is not overly difficult. Moreover, I have realized that the key to enrolling Ji Qingluo in Jiangnan University is to first facilitate Su Xingchen's admission. I shall lead you there, Ji Qingluo nodded, bidding farewell to her mother before stepping out with Chu Mingyao. She was well aware of Su Xingchen's residence. Upon returning home, Su Xingchen exclaimed, finally back. Time for a shower. His rented apartment consisted of a single room with a kitchen and bathroom, costing 300 gold coins monthly. As an orphan, he had no source of income prior to awakening, relying on the government's monthly welfare of 1,000 gold coins. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing echoed as Su Xingchen took a quick shower and changed into clean clothes. Settling into a chair, he began to inspect his equipment. He recalled having obtained a golden necklace, which he found he was in need of. Item name: Heart of Bright Jade Grade. Human attribute: Golden Combat Power, 1,000 required level, 1 attribute 1. Recovery enhancement 100 attribute 2. Skill training speed increased by 200 for Su Xingchen, whose combat power exceeded 100,000. The specific combat power was trivial. What mattered were the finer attributes. The golden myth of the Heart of Bright Jade possessed a recovery effect, but it was the second attribute, skill training speed increased by 200, that truly captivated him. During combat, his skills would be enhanced significantly. Certainly, this was far inferior to the boosts he could achieve through attribute points. However, with the necklace's attribute accelerating his training speed by 200, it meant that in a day of combat, he could achieve a 40 progress instead of the usual 20. Wearing it, aggregate combat power, 137,932 points. Character panel. Weapon name: True Martial Radiance. Grade: Human. Attribute: Golden. Power: 2,000. Required level: 1. Armor. Name: Xianjin Armor. Grade: Human. Attribute: Golden. Power: 1,000. Required level: 1. Helmet. Name: God of War Crown. Grade: Human. Attribute: Red. Power: 500. Required level: 1. Necklace. Name: Heart of Bright Jade. Grade: Human. Attribute: Golden. Power: 1,000. Required level: 1. Bracelet. Name: Moonlight Bracelet. Grade: Human. Attribute: Red. Power: 500. Required level: 1. Ring. Name: Xian Jade Ring. Grade: Human. Attribute: Red. Power: 500. Required level: 1. With a full set of equipment, 3 golden and 3 red items. How could such a configuration not be extraordinary? After a glance at the gear, Su Xingchen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was exhilarating, akin to his previous life in gaming, perhaps even more so, as there had been no system assistance back then. Once he reaches level 30, he plans to select a Cataclysm level dungeon, potentially acquiring a complete set of Xian tier golden mythic gear. Gold and attribute points were in short supply. Su Xingchen returned the virtual interface to the main page, murmuring to himself. Now, at level 46, he was merely 4 levels away from 50, at which point he could don Xian tier equipment. He already possessed 2 pieces of Xian tier golden mythic gear in his backpack. What he required were still gold and attribute points. Attribute points enhance skills, while gold activates new special rings. Name: Su Xingchen. Age: 18. Talent: D grade. Occupation: Sword Hero. Minor accomplishment. Level: 46, 58. 11. Bond: None. Wealth: 6, 910, 230. Power: 137, 932. Attributes: 661, 540. Active skills: Sword Control, 2nd tier, 0, 0, 0. Qinglian Sword Song, 2nd tier, 0, 0, 0. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, 2nd tier, 0, 0, 0. Sword Path on the Edge, 0, 0, 0. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Barrier, 2nd tier, 0, 0, 0. After resting for 2 days, he planned to hunt 2nd tier monsters to elevate his level to 49. Su Xingchen closed the virtual interface, contemplating his future arrangements. He aimed to keep his level below 50. The reason for hunting only 2nd tier beasts was that their experience yield was low, yet each would grant him 10 attribute points. This strategy would allow him to accumulate substantial gold and attribute points without surpassing level 50. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Brother. Just as Su Xingchen was about to retire for the night, he heard a knock at the door, followed by the sweet voice of Ji Qingluo. Frowning in confusion, he wondered, "What brings you here right after returning from the dungeon? Aren't you supposed to be resting?" Upon opening the door, he beheld Ji Qingluo, radiant, stunningly beautiful. A vibrant aura of youth enveloped her, brimming with vitality. She was as stunning as her sister, Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen held the title of the most beautiful girl at Jiangxi No. 9 Middle School, and Ji Qingluo was equally remarkable, perhaps even surpassing her sister in certain aspects, differing only in their temperaments. "Brother, Mentor Chu from Jiangnan University wishes to see you," Ji Qingluo announced, shifting slightly. As she moved aside, Su Xingchen caught sight of Chu Mingyao, who had been following her. "Oh, Mentor Chu, greetings," Su Xingchen remarked, realizing that Ji Qingluo was not alone. The woman before him appeared to be merely 20 years old, clad in a white inner garment and a green pleated skirt. Her exquisite visage, flawless figure, and captivating curves, an alluring bosom, a delicate waist, and long, slender legs were a sight to behold. She exuded an air of sophistication and allure, embodying the essence of a mature goddess. "Student Su Xingchen, congratulations on your return from the cataclysmic dungeon. Will you not invite me in for a moment?" "Jumen Dias, my..." No wonder both Ji Qingluo and Ji Qingyan were enamored with him. He was indeed handsome. Furthermore, he radiated a mysterious charm. Though he appeared youthful, he possessed a composure that suggested he had everything under control. "Mentor Chu, please, after you." Su Xingchen gestured for Chu Mingyao to enter, followed closely by Ji Qingluo. Inside the room, the ambience was quite modest, indicative of a less affluent lifestyle. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Mentor Chu?" Su Xingchen asked curiously after offering water to both her and Ji Qingluo and taking a seat opposite them. Deep down, he was well aware that the meeting was likely regarding recruitment. Chapter 25. The invitation from Mentor Chu to join Jiangnan University. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join Jiangnan University. While it may not rival the illustrious four great universities, Jiangnan University stands as a premier institution, proudly representing our Jiangnan province. In truth, the resources available at Jiangnan University are on par with those of the four great universities. The disparity lies merely in the prowess required to access these resources. You and your classmate, Ji Qingluo, have emerged from a cataclysmic level dungeon, and I believe you possess superior strategies for navigating such remarkable challenges. Jiangnan University is abundant in dungeon resources, such as the world of all things, the Tower of Gods and Demons, and the Eternal Realm, resources that other institutions can only dream of, not only nationwide but globally. They are among the most extraordinary and formidable. Chu Mingyao took a sip of water, then spoke calmly, revealing her purpose while simultaneously highlighting the advantages of Jiangnan University. After stating her invitation, she did not press Su Xingchen for an immediate response, but simply gazed at him, awaiting his decision. In truth, she was unaware of Su Xingchen's actual power and rank. But she knew one thing: he was at least a D rank. Her flattery was merely a means to persuade him to agree to attend Jiangnan University, with the ultimate goal of bringing Ji Qingluo along. "Mentor Chu, you are aware of my talents, are you not?" Su Xingchen smiled and inquired. "Indeed, a D-rank swordsman." Chu Mingyao nodded. "You wish for Qingluo to attend Jiangnan University, do you not?" Su Xingchen replied with a knowing look at Ji Qingluo. "Correct. By the way, what is your level?" Chu Mingyao asked directly, her curiosity piqued. 46, Su Xingchen answered. 46? Faster than classmate Qingluo in leveling up? Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao's exquisite features displayed a range of emotions. "Are you jesting?" Initially, I assumed Su Xingchen advanced through the Cataclysm level dungeon solely due to Ji Qingluo's S-rank status. It was already astonishing that Ji Qingluo achieved level 44 from that dungeon. One must understand that even with an S-rank talent, after awakening, the first dungeon usually yield a maximum of just a few levels. Many others with different talents only reach levels 2 or 3 after their first dungeon. For Ji Qingluo to attain level 44 in her first trial is indeed remarkable. However, considering it was a Cataclysm level dungeon, it is somewhat justifiable. But now, Su Xingchen claims to be level 46, which perplexes me. Teaming up as support, one would only garner half of Ji Qingluo's experience. How is it possible that his level surpasses hers? Hidden profession, Su Xingchen replied. One cannot simply claim to possess a system. After all, Mentor Chu, in fact, I was the one who benefited from the Cataclysm level dungeon. Ji Qingluo interjected, smiling brightly. Indeed, She had traversed a catastrophe-level dungeon and acquired level 44 along with a full set of top-tier equipment. Upon hearing Ji Qingluo's words, Chu Mingyao was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Wasn't it he who had merely stumbled through? Could it be that he single-handedly cleared the entire catastrophe-level dungeon? It was perplexing. Furthermore, what was this talk of hidden professions? Could it be a vocation more formidable than an S grade? Unbelievable. Yet, aside from that, there seemed to be no other explanation. Su Xingchen, what are your thoughts? After a moment's pause, Chu Mingyao inquired, her heart aflame with anticipation. If a hidden profession truly existed, it would be extraordinary. Thus, a combination of a hidden profession and an S-grade Linglong would surely enhance their chances of conquering the 3 major dungeons of Jiangnan University. Over the years, she had made little progress. Perhaps this was a golden opportunity. Teacher Chu, if I were to attend Jiangnan University, what about the dungeon resources? Are they guaranteed? Su Xingchen did not respond directly, but instead posed a question about benefits. Choosing a university was paramount, with resources being the primary concern. He wished to enter a catastrophe-level dungeon, and if the university lacked such dungeons, it would be utterly futile. Our Jiangnan University does not impose restrictions on dungeon resources, Chu Mingyao explained. Furthermore, successfully clearing dungeons will yield additional rewards. Many universities have limited access to precious dungeon resources, and not all students qualify for entry into the superior dungeons. However, at Jiangnan University, as long as you possess the capability, you may enter. And what about you, Qingluo? Su Xingchen is geschiftet durch Qingluo. I will accompany my brother. Ji Qingluo stated without hesitation. Very well, I shall attend Jiangnan University. Su Xingchen's attention returned to Chu Mingyao. Indeed, during the 3 years of high school, the knowledge acquired revolved around professions. The 4 prestigious schools, the 9 elite institutions, and the 22 first-rate universities were all formidable, with Jiangnan University being one among them. Beyond these renowned establishments, there were thousands of other universities. After all, 90% of awakened professionals could gain university admission. Though Jiangnan University lacked the acclaim of the 4 prestigious schools, it was evident that most S-grade and A-grade prodigies opted for those institutions. In reality, the dungeon resources of Jiangnan University were even superior to those of the 4 prestigious schools. Before his awakening, he had longed for Jiangnan University, but upon awakening with a D-grade talent, he felt distance from it, believing it unattainable. Little did he expect that he would now have the opportunity to enter Jiangnan University. Invited by a mentor, classmates Su Xingchen and Qingluo, welcome to Jiangnan University. If there are no further inquiries, let us proceed to sign the enrollment agreement, which I would like both of you to review. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's intention to attend Jiangnan University, Chu Mingyao felt a surge of joy, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. She had not anticipated that, despite her regal stature, she would be so perturbed by the matters of a novice. As she spoke, she produced the enrollment agreement and presented it before Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo, her impatience palpable. This was quite natural, as she wished to prevent rival institutions from enticing them away. All right, let me examine it. Su Xingchen nodded, accepting the document. The agreement itself was rather straightforward. Essentially a notice of admission to Jiangnan University, albeit accompanied by a list of exceptional benefits. The terms of the agreement were as follows. 1. Lifetime enrollment as a student of Jiangnan University, with no transfer to other schools permitted. 2. A 4-year academic program, graduation upon achieving level 80. 3. An achievement-based system, successful reincarnation within 4 years allows for early graduation. 4. Specially recruited students receive a total fund of 200,000 gold coins, with an initial disbursement of 20 million at the time of signing, followed by semester-based allocations contingent on performance. 5. Unlimited access to dungeon resources at levels 30, 50, 70, and 90, with options for normal, hard, extreme, and calamity difficulties in each dungeon. 6. A commitment to uphold the university's reputation and honor, with a prohibition against acts that may tarnish its prestige. Su Xingchen swiftly perused the agreement, finding it satisfactory. In truth, it imposed no significant constraints. The sole surprise was the immediate provision of a 20 million gold coin fund upon signing. A timely boon, indeed. With a flourish, he signed the document, creating 2 copies, one for himself and one for the university's records. Ji Qingluo, standing beside him, also affixed her signature. At that moment, the 2 were officially recognized as students of Jiangnan University. Chapter 26. Marketplace Stall, Selling Equipment After Signing the Contract. Chu Mingyao transferred 20 million to both Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo. Simultaneously, she added their respective practitioner identification numbers. This number serves as a communication line, unique to each practitioner for their entire lifetime, symbolizing both identity and status, akin to an identification card. Xingchen, Qingluo, will you accompany me to Jiangnan City now? Or would you prefer to report later? Chu Mingyao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo. With the contract signed, she felt reassured and was no longer concerned that they might choose other universities. After all, this was a matter of personal credibility. There were no clauses in the agreement that would penalize them for attending different schools, underscoring the significance of trust. Her visit to Jiangcheng was primarily motivated by Ji Qingluo, but unexpectedly, she encountered Su Xingchen, a hidden class practitioner. Nevertheless, the existence of hidden classes mattered little. His level was a testament to his capabilities. As she contemplated returning to Jiangnan City, she casually asked if they would like to accompany her. Teacher Chu, we will wait a while before reporting, Su Xingchen replied. We intend to take this time to improve our levels, farm some gold, and enhance our attributes. While we can also do this in Jiangnan City, we have grown accustomed to Jiangcheng after many years. Very well. By the way, let's tackle the level 30 dungeon when we reach school. We must manage our levels wisely. Chu Mingyao nodded, offering a reminder before departing from Su Xingchen's rented room. Brother, I'll head back now, goodbye. Ji Qingluo said after chatting for a while, stifling a yawn and rubbing her eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued as she bid farewell to Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen saw Ji Qingluo to the door, waved her off, then returned to his room, closing the door to rest. It has been 4 days since awakening, yet I have not leveled up. What should I do? Lacking equipment has left my combat power woefully inadequate. At this rate, I won't even qualify for the most ordinary university. I am seeking to purchase a weapon, even a white grade 1, for 200,000 gold coins. I am inquiring about standard equipment, a complete set for 500,000 gold coins. Who has archer weapons? I will buy at a high price. I am looking for orange gear. Those with it can message me directly. Without money, equipment, or combat power, how can I progress? I heard that Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo from the 9th high school returned alive from the cataclysm level. They might have surplus equipment. It would be wonderful if I could purchase some from them. After so many years, someone has finally emerged from the cataclysm dungeon. The Jiangcheng Practitioners Chat platform is bustling with numerous discussion threads. However, most conversations revolve around requests for equipment, team formations, and matters concerning the cataclysm level. Equipment and combat power remain perennial topics of interest. Équiping une elfe en lance combat pro. However, the drop rate for equipment is exceedingly low. Statistics reveal that even for S-grade items, the probability of acquisition is merely 0. 1. This implies that one must hunt down 1,000 beasts to potentially procure a single piece of equipment, and it is likely to be of the white variety, with blue items being even rarer. As for orange and red gear, they are hardly worth considering. The scarcity of equipment is palpable. As night fell at 8 o'clock, Su Xingchen awoke, languidly unfurling the virtual light screen. Upon the display, a flurry of requests for equipment flooded in. He could not help but reminisce about his high school days when teachers spoke of the rarity of equipment, a truth only fully comprehended upon becoming a professional. Equipment, it seems, cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Currently, selling equipment proves more lucrative. He contemplated selling some items first before activating a special ring. Su Xingchen mused to himself, recalling that Chu Mingyao had previously transferred him a signing bonus of 20 million gold coins, which he had yet to utilize. Nonetheless, 20 million coins would only suffice to activate a single special ring, hence his need for more gold. His system's space housed a considerable amount of equipment that needed to be sold. Moreover, a crucial factor was that everyone had recently awakened. During this period, novice players were in dire need of equipment, making prices soar, akin to the inflated cost of winter coats during the cold season. Conversely, these items would be much cheaper in summer. Subsequently, Su Xingchen established a stall in the platform's marketplace. Although a 5 fee was required, he would not need to oversee it. He listed the equipment as follows: white, 20,000 gold coins, weapons and armor, 100,000 gold coins, blue, 40,000 gold coins, weapons and armor, 500,000 gold coins, orange, 300,000 gold coins, weapons and armor, 2 million gold coins, red, 1 million gold coins, weapons and armor, 10 million gold coins, golden myth, weapons, 30 million gold coins. Upon completing the listing, a subtle smile graced Su Xingchen's face. He then entered the chat room. 1. Selling white equipment, blue equipment, orange and red gear, and golden myth weapons. Interested parties should act swiftly. After posting, Su Xingchen spent 10,000 gold coins to pin his message, which would remain at the top for 180 seconds, displayed in a bold red font, ensuring it was highly visible to all participants in the chat. Premium blue gear. Selling orange gear? What? There are even red items for sale. Surely you jest. Have you all overlooked the golden myth weapons available? Damn, is this a bulk sale? I'm off to check it out before they're all snatched up. Lo and behold, there truly are golden myth weapons, but the price is staggering at 30 million gold coins. Alas, I'm not an archer. The golden myth weapons have appeared. Someone is indeed selling legendary and mythic items in the marketplace. After the message from Su Xingchen was dispatched, the chat screen erupted with fervor. However, this brief excitement swiftly faded into silence as everyone hurried off to check the equipment. With the announcement of exquisite gear and orange and red items for sale, how could curiosity not be piqued? More importantly, there was a golden mythic item available. Silence reigned for a minute, but soon the once quiet chat screen surged with activity once more, this time with a fervor magnified many times over. Indeed, orange and red items were for sale, and even a golden mythic weapon had been sighted. The presence of red gear and a golden mythic item for sale in the marketplace was nothing short of astonishing. Could this be the handiwork of Su Xingchen from a 9th guild? After all, he was the only one who had emerged from the calamity level. Though it was also possible that it was Su Xingchen. The news spread beyond the chat screen, reaching the offline community as well. After all, we were talking about red gear and a golden mythic item. In no time at all, countless elites from Jiangsheng buzzed with excitement, particularly the archers. Those archers backed by powerful families quickly gathered their funds, eager to acquire that golden weapon. Ding ding ding, Ji Qingluo. Brother, are those items you're selling? A message appeared on Su Xingchen's screen. Upon opening it, he found a private message from Ji Qingluo. Su Xingchen, yes, I am selling off some surplus equipment to clear out my inventory. After all, it's of no use to keep it. Su Xingchen be brave. Speaking the truth, a fact of his current situation. Furthermore, he was indeed in need of funds. A poor man, despite possessing tens of millions of gold coins. He still felt impoverished due to the exorbitant costs associated with his system. Ji Qingluo, brother, you must be short on money. Once you've sold the equipment, I'll set up my stall and sell my surplus gear as well, and I'll transfer the gold to you afterward. Gold coins hold little value for me. Ji Qingluo sent another message, leaving Su Xingchen momentarily stunned. How did this little vixen know he was in need of money? Chapter 27. Activating the teleportation ring. A paid group upgrade offered for 10,000 gold coins for half an hour. After concluding his conversation with the enchanting temptress, Su Xingchen gained clarity. The temptress had no evidence to suggest he was financially constrained. It was merely an instinctual perception, a woman's sixth sense, perhaps overwhelmingly accurate. Ultimately, he found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce. After all, regardless of the vast wealth she possessed, amounting to 2 or 3 million gold coins, it was hardly sufficient for anything beyond her daily expenditures, especially since she planned to sell equipment as well. Once the conversation with the temptress came to an end, Su Xingchen perused the stall and was astonished by the rapid sales. Nothing remained. Observing the empty display, he could only exclaim in wonder. Following this, he proceeded to settle his accounts. Notification: You have acquired a total of 44,260,000 gold coins. After a 5 service charge, your actual gain is 42,047,000 gold coins. Beep. Account ending in 6667 has received 42,047,000 gold coins. Please check your balance. Withdrawal confirmed within a mere 5 seconds. 42 million gold coins have been credited to his account. Indeed, it was the powerful professionals who were the wealthiest. Yet, such wealth was swiftly expended. Su Xingchen's current balance now stood at 68,957,230 gold coins. Notification: activation conditions for the teleportation ring have been met. Would you like to activate the teleportation ring? Upon accessing the special ring interface, the prompt appeared, confirming that the conditions for activation had been satisfied. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen proceeded. Was it not merely 10 million gold coins? Though he lacked 100 million, he certainly possessed the 10 million required. Teleportation ring activated. Name: teleportation ring. Power: 1000. Tier: unique. Attribute: gold mythical. Properties: directional teleportation distance of 1000 miles, random teleportation distance of 1000 miles. Cooldown period of 60 seconds. Note: activation of the invincible ring requires 0,100,000,000 gold coins. The activation of the teleportation ring unfolded as anticipated, its primary function being teleportation. It allowed for both targeted and directional teleportation, with a maximum distance of 1000 miles. And the same limit applied to random teleportation, both subject to a cooldown of 60 seconds. This item was essential for survival, a crucial tool for escape. No, it was indispensable for traversing distances. What excited Su Xingchen even more was the prospect of the next special ring, the invincible ring. He was deeply curious about the extent of invincibility this ring could bestow. However, activating the invincible ring required a staggering 100 million gold coins. The pursuit of wealth was relentless, always the quest for more riches. He closed the virtual interface and decided to rest. Sleep was beckoning him. As he prepared for the following day's hunt against the monstrous beasts, focused on accumulating gold and enhancing his attributes. The acquisition of equipment was of little concern. He held no expectations of encountering rare red or gold items in the wilderness. Even if he were to consider the worst-case scenario, even if he had stumbled upon a golden myth, it would merely be regarded as a coin. Chen Xiweming, you are but a foolish pig. Jiangcheng, 9th High School. Teacher's Dormitory. Chen Xiweming, a teacher from Huaxia University stationed at the admissions office of Jiangcheng 9th High School, had been residing in the school's dormitory for some time now. It was merely one of many in Jiangcheng 9th High. At this moment, he held the phone away from his ear. Yet the scornful words from the other end were still discernible. He was called a pig, and a foolish one at that. Such insults fell within the school's regulations. Was it truly necessary to be so agitated over merely surviving an S-class disaster? Even if they had cleared the disaster level, it only suggested they were a tad luckier. At worst, he could visit Ji Qingluo tomorrow and persuade her to enroll in Huaxia University. As for someone like Su Xingchen, a D-class, he couldn't even muster the energy to consider him. Did one not find it utterly ridiculous to think of bringing him to Huaxia University? After the other party finished their tirade, Chen Xiweming finally spoke. He could only listen to the insults directed at him, unable to retort. For the caller was none other than Wang Ziguang, the admissions office director and vice principal of Huaxia University. Recently, he had faced a reprimand from the principal. Thus, he felt compelled to chastise Chen Xiweming in turn. The following day, at the break of dawn, Su Xingchen arose and, after a brief morning routine, departed from his rented accommodation. He purchased 2 portions of breakfast from street vendor, stowing one in the system space. Time within the system space stood still, ensuring that even if the food remained there for a millennium, it would emerge as fresh as it had been upon entry. One portion was reserved for lunch, as he intended to hunt demon beasts in the wilderness and would certainly not return by midday. In fact, he planned to linger in the outskirts for several days, with ample supplies stored within the system space. Boarding the bus, he exited the city and, upon reaching the wilds, took to the skies on his sword, soaring deeper into the desolation. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! In this wilderness, it felt as though a king had entered a novice village, with demon beasts falling like blades of grass. Experience 10, coins 100, attributes 10, coins 100, attributes 10. Entering a slaughter frenzy, Su Xingchen wielded the true martial radiance, slashing through demon beasts with each stroke. His experience, coins, and attributes steadily accumulating, though he paid little attention to the numbers. 1, 2, 3 up to 1,098, 1,099. Time slipped by, and one demon beast after another succumbed. By midday, Su Xingchen had already hunted down 300 demonic beasts, all of the first tier. This meant that in just one morning, he had amassed 130,000 gold coins, 13,000 attributes, and 13,000 experience points. While the gold and experience were of little concern, the attributes were indeed delightful. Feeling slightly peckish, Su Xingchen sought out a picturesque and tranquil spot to sit and have a bite to eat, taking a brief respite. With a mere blink, the light screen unfolded. Newbie level 1. Seeking assistance for leveling up. Price is negotiable. Suddenly, Su Xingchen noticed a chat message. Someone was seeking help, and they were offering payment. This presented a lucrative opportunity. Su Xingchen, Cataclysm level, me, offering leveling services from level 1 to 20 in 3 days, guaranteeing safety and effortless victory. Price set at 10,000 gold coins, non-negotiable. With nothing better to do, he posted a message on the chat screen, pinning it at the top. The price of 10,000 included a fee of 1,000 for the pinning service, which naturally would be borne by the other party. After sending the message, Su Xingchen noticed his name had also been elevated, now adorned with the suffix Cataclysm level. It seemed that overcoming the Cataclysm level had transformed into a badge of honor, a mark of authority, signifying his triumph through the Cataclysm dungeon. Wow, charging 10,000 gold coins for leveling. This is extortion, he thought, realizing that only a fool would seek his assistance. Perhaps the elders of affluent families might consider such an offer. Leveling assistance could only be provided amongst peers. During the novice phase, only those in the same tier could assist one another, or else it would be ineffective. Indeed, otherwise, a stronger player could elevate their junior's level in no time. Hey, did you see who is offering to help level up? It's that Cataclysm level player from the 9th Academy, Su Xingchen. His name bears the suffix Cataclysm level. How cool is that? It's a symbol of status, a mark of glory. 10,000 for leveling from 1 to 20 in 3 days, ensuring safety. Only he dares to make such a claim. And remember, that 1,000 is merely for pinning the message. Haha. The professionals present in the chat were utterly astonished upon witnessing Su Xingchen's proclamation. 10 million gold coins? Is this a joke? This is outright robbery. However, soon enough, many noticed the suffix attached to Su Xingchen's name, triggering a wave of envy among countless onlookers. Beep, beep, beep. Su Xingchen refrained from further commentary and continued to eat. At that moment, a private message notification chimed, signaling that someone had reached out to him directly. Chapter 28. The charming young girl, Duanmu Ruashi. Su Xingchen remained silent, savoring his meal. At that moment, a notification indicated he had received a private message. He opened it to find a message from someone named Duanmu Ruashi. Senior Su, please take me along. I have no objections to the price you mentioned. Do you have time now? The sender was a girl, as inferred from her profile picture and name, and she appeared to be quite beautiful. To reach level 20, she offered a staggering sum of 10,000 gold coins, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family. Su Xingchen replied, I have time. Let us meet outside the East City Gate in half an hour. He returned to his meal. Duanmu Ruashi promptly replied, all right, see you in half an hour. In Jiangcheng, at the Lanxin Garden Villa district, a breathtakingly beautiful girl descended the staircase. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, sporting twin ponytails, and her white casual shirt was snugly fitted, accentuating her figure. She wore a gray pleated skirt and delicate white stockings that adorned her slender, graceful legs, complemented by petite white shoes. Her entire demeanor radiated youthful exuberance. Dad, I found someone to help me level up, the girl announced as she approached a middle-aged man lounging on the sofa, smoking a cigar. Who is it? Before the man could respond, a refined woman beside him inquired, her eyes filled with affection. They had only one daughter, cherished and protected like a precious jewel. Given their status and influence, countless talented individuals would eagerly assist their daughter in leveling up. However, she insisted on finding someone herself, leaving them with no choice but to indulge her. After all, there was still ample time before school commenced. As for the trial dungeons, she had merely participated in a basic one, resulting in her remaining at level 1. Su Xingchen, known for surviving a catastrophe-level dungeon, was the D-rank swordsman she referred to. As Duanmu Ruashi spoke, her petite hands clasped behind her back, and she skipped excitedly toward the villa's exit, mindful of the time. She needed to arrive at the East City Gate within half an hour. Donc, surviving a catastrophe-level dungeon is no small feat, her father remarked. I'll take you. Duanmu Nanshao extinguished his cigar and rose. The elegant woman beside him draped a coat over his shoulders. Dad, please refrain from speaking out of turn, where you might as well not go, Duanmu Ruashi cautioned, aware that her father's concern stemmed from more than just accompanying her. He intended to assess her companion. Nodding in understanding, Duanmu Nanshao and his daughter departed the villa, with their chauffeur driving them toward the East Gate. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the East City Gate, where they exited the vehicle and awaited their meeting. After a brief moment of anticipation, whoosh! At that moment, a streak of radiant light pierced through the air, finally landing at the city gate. It was a strikingly handsome young man, soaring on his sword, with a trail of azure light shimmering behind him, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness. The youth appeared to be around 18, tall and upright, emanating a calm charm. Endless Ruashi? Jun Ruaching retracted his extraordinary flames, Qing Shuang, and cast a glance at the exquisite girl, tentatively greeting her. After all, this place housed only her, along with a middle-aged man who, without a doubt, could not possibly be named Enduring Ruashi. Indeed, you are Senior Su, Enduring Ruashi replied with a cheerful nod. Although she was a student at Jiangsheng First High School, she was familiar with the exploits of Su Xingchen, primarily due to his status as a disaster-level figure, which prompted her to learn more about him. She knew Su Xingchen was the heartthrob of Ninth High School. As expected, he was remarkably handsome, even more so than her father. Yes, Su Xingchen confirmed with a nod. Senior Su, this is my father. Enduring Ruashi quickly introduced her father, noticing the sharp gaze her father directed at Su Xingchen. She tugged at her father's sleeve playfully. Hello, uncle. Rest assured, I promise to bring her back safely in 3 days, Su Xingchen addressed him, acknowledging the elder. After all, age commands respect, and besides, he intended to earn money from the girl, making her family his benefactors. That would be for the best. Enduring Nanshao nodded in agreement, albeit with evident displeasure. His gaze towards Su Xingchen held a warning, concerned that this young man might whisk his daughter away. Over the years, as his daughter matured, he had grown increasingly wary of young men, perceiving all boys her age as mere children. Now, upon seeing Su Xingchen, his heart tightened, fearing that this pig might lead his precious cabbage astray. Enduring Junior, shall we depart? Su Xingchen inquired, nodding at Enduring Nanshao before turning his gaze towards Enduring Ruashi. Yes, she is indeed a beautiful junior, as lovely as Qing Luo, he mused. All right, Enduring Ruashi responded, awaiting Su Xingchen to guide her. She could not fly and thus relied on him to carry her with his sword. Whoosh! The extraordinary flames, Qing Shuang, manifested, and Su Xingchen stood atop it, extending his hand towards Enduring Ruashi. Thank you, Senior, she said, offering her delicate, fair hand. She then positioned herself behind Jun Xiaoyao, feeling a flutter of nervousness and shyness. After all, it was her first time holding hands with a boy, and the physical contact made her blush, despite their intentions being purely to assist her. Yet, how could she help but feel this way? It was evident that a rosy hue blossomed on Enduring Ruashi's exquisitely youthful face, brimming with collagen. Whoosh! The extraordinary flames. Qing Shuang transformed into a stream of light, whisking Su Xingchen and Enduring Ruashi away. Instinctively, Duanmu Ruoyim Su Inkeles Vest. Though she felt a pang of embarrassment. This was her inaugural flight, and despite being accompanied, fear gripped her heart. What if she were to plummet? Moreover, the inertia of flight compelled her to clutch Su Xingchen instinctively. That little rascal was clearly doing this on purpose. At the East City Gate, Duanmu Nanshao ground his teeth in frustration, yearning to unleash a torrent of blows upon that scoundrel. It was infuriating. It was undoubtedly intentional. A deliberate act to take advantage of his precious little cabbage. In the distant sky, that streak of light had long since vanished. Yet Duanmu Nanshao remained transfixed, unable to shake off his concerns. This was her first experience of flight. All right, you may release me now. Su Xingchen, soaring through the air on his sword, found himself embraced from behind by a stunningly beautiful girl. It would be peculiar if he did not feel a surge of excitement. Any normal man would be utterly captivated. The scent was delightful, soft, and comfortable. However, such a position was not conducive to flight, and recognizing Duanmu Ruashi's tension and shyness, he spoke to ease her mind. Duanmu Ruashi was indeed overwhelmed with embarrassment, yet fear of falling kept her in place. Reluctantly, she held on. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, she attempted to loosen her grip, but one hand still clutched the fabric of his clothing. Senior Su, how are you faring now? After a brief moment, Duanmu Ruashi adjusted to the situation, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she began to inquire. Her inquisitiveness piqued. This was no fault of hers. Su Xingchen was truly extraordinary, an exceptional swordsman with a D-grade talent, who had miraculously survived a cataclysmic dungeon. Such an event was nothing short of a miracle, igniting her boundless curiosity. Chapter 29. Will you return home or spend the night in the wilderness? Level 46. By the way, what is your profession, and what talents do you possess? Su Xingchen inquired, simultaneously asking Duanmu Ruashi about her class and abilities. This was purely out of curiosity, as aiding a novice to reach level 20 could easily be accomplished with minimal effort. Level 46. Wow, Senior Su, you are truly remarkable. After just a few days of awakening, you have already reached level 46, while others are still at only a few levels. By the way, I am an S-level archer. Upon hearing that Su Xingchen had attained level 46, Duanmu Ruashi was momentarily stunned, her speech faltering. Level 46, how astonishing. From her perspective, even if Su Xingchen had survived a calamity, he should have been at least level 20. Otherwise, he wouldn't claim to assist others in reaching level 20 in 3 days. Yet, he was still classified as a D-level talent. She never anticipated that Su Xingchen could achieve such an impressive level. It was truly extraordinary. Many gifted individuals took months, or even a year or two, to reach level 46, while Su Xingchen managed to do so in just a few days. All right, let us form a team. You should first level up a bit more. Soon, the two arrived at Wilderness Zone 4, a location far from the city, densely populated with beasts, making it an excellent place to level up and farm gold. Since Duanmu Ruashi was still at the basic level 1, she needed to increase her level a bit. Level 20 should be quite easy. Alright, Senor Su, I will transfer the money to you. Let us add each other SIDs. Duanmu Ruashi nodded, preparing to form a team. Additionally, she needed to transfer her gold to Su Xingchen, which required them to become friends first. Su Xingchen provided her with his ID, and they quickly formed the team. She transferred 10,010,000 gold coins to Su Xingchen's account. Ding! Account ending in 6667 has received 10,010,000 gold coins. Please confirm, the funds have arrived. He was now one step closer to activating the invincible ring, hoping to accomplish this before the start of the new term. The notions of farming for red legends or golden myths were not on his agenda, as they were essentially unattainable. Red and golden gear only had a chance of appearing in powerful dungeons, and acquiring gold in the wilderness was nearly impossible, unless an extraordinary event occurred. Let us begin, Su Xingchen declared, not pausing in his flight as he headed straight towards the densely populated beasts. As he approached them, he waved one hand, summoning the radiance of Zhenwu into his grasp, followed by the explosive emergence of the Azure Lotus Sword Song. In that moment, sword energy surged forth, gleaming blades flashed as sword lights pierced the horizon. One beast after another fell, with no opportunity to resist or counterattack. Occasionally, a powerful 10,000 swords returning to origin erupted. Experience 10 gold, 10 experience, 100 experience 10. In team mode, the rewards for both players would remain unchanged. They would each receive their fair share. The experience gained from hunting a single beast is not divided into portions. Consequently, Duan Murawashi's experience surged rapidly, far beyond her expectations. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 2. Base combat power X, 110. Almost instantaneously, Duan Muruashi heard the notification of her upgrade. After all, under Su Xingchen's prowess, several first-tier beasts and a second-tier beast fell, propelling her to the next level. Senior Su, I leveled up, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This was her first upgrade, and even though she had previously experienced it, the thrill remained unparalleled. Instinctively, she tugged at Su Xingchen's sleeve, eager to share her joy. Just a couple of days ago, she had ventured into a dungeon without achieving a level up, yet here she was now, ascending the ranks thanks to his intervention. Su Xingchen smiled, acknowledging her delight without needing words. He could see the golden glow enveloping her, a symbol of her advancement. While conversing, he did not pause, but continued to engage in battle. Levels 3, 4, 5, all the way to 13, 14, and 15, her experience climbed rapidly. Time slipped away, and as dusk approached, Su Xingchen halted his combat. Regrettably, had he started 2 hours earlier, he could have propelled Duan Muruashi to level 20 in one continuous effort, concluding their endeavors for the day. Now, however, it was late, and she was only at level 15. It was evident that further combat was unnecessary for the day. Duanmu Jr., will you be heading home or spending the night outdoors? Su Xingchen inquired, casting a glance at her. It suddenly dawned on him that her attire bore no semblance to that of a combatant. She was clad in a JK uniform, white stockings and little leather shoes, as if she had set out for a spring outing. Senior, are you planning to camp out here? Duan Muruashi was taken aback by Su Xingchen's words. You don't intend to return to the city? Initially, he had no plans to return, intending instead to remain in the wilderness for a while, primarily to avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth. If you wish to go home, I can escort you to the city gates. Now that you're at level 15, you could easily reach level 20 tomorrow on your own, honing your skills and flight techniques along the way. Think it over, Su Xingchen replied. In truth, returning to the city was not his intention. He was content to linger in the wild for a spell, preferring not to waste time. Is it safe? Duan Muruashi's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Clearly, she was inclined to spend the night outdoors, relishing the novelty and excitement, though her concern for safety lingered. Safety is not an issue. Su Xingchen reassured her with a nod. Then I want to be going back today. I brought some daily necessities. Upon hearing Su Xingchen confirm their safety, Duan Muruashi joyfully remarked. As she spoke, her right hand extended and twirled, revealing a deep blue bracelet that appeared both ancient and mysterious. A spatial treasure? Su Xingchen inquired, his tone remarkably calm. Yes, Duan Muruashi nodded enthusiastically. Alas, one should not flaunt their wealth. Surely your parents and teachers have imparted this wisdom to you? Su Xingchen frowned, feeling somewhat speechless. He pondered how this beautiful young lady navigated life. Even the naive and innocent seemed more discerning than she. After all, to her, he was merely a stranger, yet she unabashedly showcased her treasure. Such spatial artifacts are immensely precious. If it were anyone else, they would surely harbor ulterior motives. Are you certain you can ensure your own safety? Moreover, you are a striking young woman. In that moment, Duan Muruashi's impression in his mind crystallized as that of a naive, sheltered flower, a wealthy heiress. Indeed, I've been taught, she replied. Do you think I'm a sheltered flower, senior? She giggled. Let me assure you, I possess an innate ability to discern hearts. I can easily identify those with ill intentions towards me, as well as those who harbor goodwill. Otherwise, would I be spending the night in the wilderness? Observing Su Xingchen's expression, Duan Muruashi chuckled playfully and continued to chatter. I see. However, you must remain cautious. The human heart is inscrutable. Su Xingchen suddenly comprehended. No wonder her father was so at ease with her teaming up with him to level up. She was not an oblivious sheltered flower, but rather someone capable of discerning intentions, aware that he held no malice towards her. Yes, I understand, Duan Muruashi responded affirmatively. Chapter 30, Duan Muruashi. Senior, you possess a dragon. How magnificent! The wilderness survival skills I learned over 3 years in high school are truly invaluable. Su Xingchen soared through the skies on his sword, seeking shelter in a cave. The cave was modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters, yet it was dry and suitable for resting. Upon entering, Su Xingchen made a rudimentary concealment at the entrance. In the wild, a cave is the most favorable refuge, holding the topmost position. Experiencing life outdoors for the first time was exhilarating. Duanmu Ruashi curiously surveyed the cave before commencing her organization. Observing her diligent efforts, Su Xingchen's impression of her shifted significantly. She was not merely a delicate flower. Before long, the cave was meticulously arranged. "Let me do it myself," Su Xingchen interjected as he noticed Duanmu Ruashi preparing his bedding. Her bracelet was a spatial treasure, containing an abundance of supplies. According to her, the provisions within could last a single person for 10 years without ever spoiling. "Do you possess a spatial treasure as well?" Epan witnessing Su Xingchen conjure amat blanquit. And quilt from seemingly thin air, she was astounded. Her bracelet was a cherished heirloom. While Su Xingchen lacked any significant background or support, his talent merely a D-grade swordsman, seemingly unrelated to such treasures. Yet, here he was, producing a plethora of items, clearly indicative of a spatial treasure. "Ahiden prefischen, Su Xingchen remarked." His words shrouded in ambiguity. No wonder, then, as this hidden profession must surpass even the S-grade. Duanmu Ruashi paused, momentarily taken aback, then marveled at the revelation. It was no surprise that Su Xingchen, with his D-grade talent, dared to venture into a disaster-level instance and returned unscathed, achieving level 46. It must be attributed to his hidden profession. Although the specifics of this hidden profession eluded her, it undoubtedly seemed extraordinary, perhaps even more formidable than S-grade. "By the way, do you have any food?" Su Xingchen inquired. "I have some rations." As he spoke, an assortment of bread, snacks, juice, and fruit materialized in his hands. He preferred not to delve into matters of talent, as they pertain to his secrets and trump cards. "We purchased the same provisions." "Thank you," Duanmu Ruashi replied. "Sitting up esit Su Xingchen." She accepted the food, then unfurled a picnic cloth, arranging the items and juice atop it, creating an ambience reminiscent of a delightful outdoor picnic. Half an hour later, having finished their meal and tidied up, they retrieved bottled water to freshen up. "Let us retire early. We should rise early tomorrow, so you can reach level 20 by midday. I can send you back around noon," Su Xingchen stated as he returned to his bedding, shedding his outer garments in preparation for sleep. "Senior, ISNT it's supposed to be 3 days?" Duanmu Ruashi's eyes sparkled mischievously, a sly smile gracing her lips. In her heart, she mused, "Why the urgency to send me back?" She began to doubt her own allure. After all, ISNT it enticing to hunt ferocious beasts alongside a stunningly beautiful girl? Within 3 days, she had reached level 20. Su Xingchen remarked, furlina virtual screen. Today, she had vanquished 201 beasts, earning 761, 200 gold coins, along with 10 attribute points and approximately 40,000 experience points, which could be deemed negligible. She devised a plan. After ensuring Duanmu Ruashi reached level 20 by tomorrow morning, they would venture to the farthest lands to hunt second or third tier beasts, thus acquiring both experience and gold, alongside attribute points. While keeping a check on their levels was imperative, they could not allow them to fall too low. Maintaining them around level 49 would suffice. After reviewing the virtual screen, she closed it and lay down to sleep. "Senior, is this truly safe?" As time passed, each second felt elongated. Duanmu Ruashi was anxious yet exhilarated, for it was her first night spent outdoors. Nevertheless, a sense of insecurity loomed over her, prompting her to inquire of Su Xingchen. "Just keep an eye on the cave entrance," he replied in a half-asleep murmur. Duanmu Ruashi paused, taken aback. What was he watching for? Tension, worry, fear, and curiosity entwined within her, leading her to cautiously approach the cave entrance, moving as if specters lurked just beyond. What is that? A dragon. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she peered outside, her heart racing as she dreaded encountering something terrifying. When she caught sight of the enormous dragon coiled not far from the cave, she trembled, her heartbeat momentarily ceasing as she beheld this fearsome creature. Indeed, there was a dragon, Goodness, she had not anticipated the existence of such a beast. As her gaze met the dragon's, it lifted its massive head, its enormous eyes locking onto hers. Yet, after a fleeting glance, it lowered its head to rest, dismissing her presence entirely. Senior, is that dragon yours? Duan Muroashi was no fool. Rather, she was astutely clever. If her senior had instructed her to observe the entrance, it implied he was aware of everything outside, including the dragon. Thus, it must belong to him. Yet disbelief washed over her, for it was too extraordinary, too astonishing. She needed to hear her senior confirm it before she could accept such a revelation. Be quiet and go to sleep, Su Xingchen replied, slightly irked, as he wished to rest, while she insisted on conversing. Duan Muroashi acknowledged his words, her mind reeling with shock and curiosity. A dragon? How could her senior possess such a magnificent creature? For where did it come, and just how powerful was it? Many questions linger in the minds of those curious to inquire of their senior, yet it is evident that he is weary, clearly on the verge of slumber and displaying signs of impatience. It is no wonder he speaks of safety. A formidable dragon stands guard outside, ensuring their protection. As he drifts into a deep sleep, the rhythmic sound of his steady breathing fills the air. With utmost care, Duan Muroashi returns to her own bed, feeling a newfound sense of security, knowing that a powerful dragon watches over them. However, sleep eludes her. She finds herself tossing and turning, pondering how her senior could possess a dragon. His D-class talent exudes an aura of mystery, a strength that is truly remarkable. In his presence, even S-class talents seem to pale in comparison, unable to stand alongside him. The following day, Su Xingchen awakens, opening his eyes and dressing with the intention of freshening up. He decides to call out to Duan Muroashi, approaching her bed only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The light blanket that had covered her has been kicked aside, and the upper buttons of her shirt are undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. Her short skirt has nearly rolled up to her waist, exposing her long, slender legs in a most alluring manner. Yet, her sleeping posture is rather ungraceful. This scene is overwhelming for Su Xingchen. Fortunate it is that he is the one here. Had it been another man, he surely would have acted upon the temptation. He swallows hard, striving to maintain his composure. It seems his previous impression of her was misguided. She is not so different from a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Duan Muroashi, it is time to rise, Su Xingchen calls out. Having done so, he makes his way toward the cave entrance, eager to avoid causing her any embarrassment. Chapter 31. Ji Qingluo, even if we do not sign a contract with Jiangnan University, we shall not attend Huaxie University. May I indulge in a little more sleep? Her voice was laced with nasal tones, a playful tone, and an air of languor. Just moments ago, she had been lost in slumber, having tossed and turned through the night. Now, still caught in the haze of sleep, she believed herself to be in the comfort of her home, responding with a childlike whine. It wasn't long before she realized something was amiss. The voices surrounding her did not belong to her parents. Instinctively, she awoke, sitting up abruptly, her drowsy eyes scanning the surroundings in confusion. After a moment, she blinked, only to grasp that she was outdoors, far from home. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of her disheveled appearance, the state of her buttons and pleated skirt. A gasp escaped her lips, but she quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, fearing she might make a sound. This was disastrous. Surely, the senior had seen her in this ungraceful state. Goodness! Of course, she recognized that her current predicament was due to her own actions. Hastily, she got up to smooth out her pleated skirt and blouse. She had intended to change her clothes, but the fear of Su Xingchen's sudden return compelled her to wait, planning to greet her senior first before changing. After a night of sleep, her attire was wrinkled and unkempt, necessitating a change. Senior, please wait a moment while I change my clothes. Stepping out of the cave, she spotted Su Xingchen engaged in his morning routine. With her head bowed, Duan Muroashi spoke softly, her cheeks flushed crimson, unsure of how much the senior had witnessed. How embarrassing. I will take a stroll nearby, Su Xingchen replied, and after finishing his grooming, he stated, moving further away. It was prudent for the girl to change in privacy, ensuring her peace of mind. Avoiding any semblance of impropriety was essential. Observing Su Xingchen, Duan Muruashi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The senior, in both appearance and character, as well as capability, commanded her respect. Quickly returning to the cave, she retrieved clothing from her spatial bracelet and changed. Normally, changing at home would take her half an hour, yet now, it took less than a minute. Such speed was unparalleled. Senior, I am ready. She emerged from the cave to find Su Xingchen leisurely wandering in the distance. Upon seeing this, Duanmu Ruashi bit her lip. Su Xingchen acknowledged, returning to her. As they reached the cave entrance, he suggested, let us eat something. I can send you back around noon. Senior, could you possibly keep me for one more day? I can pay you 20 million. The once cheerful Duanmu Ruashi's mood soured at the mention of Su Xingchen's plan to send her home at noon. Did he find her so unappealing? I shall send you back tomorrow at noon. No more changes. Su Xingchen initially intended to refuse, but upon considering the 20 million, he acquiesced. With that sum, he could activate the invincible ring in just a few days. Yet, with just one more day to spend with her, I shall strive diligently to reach level 49 before the commencement of the new term, focusing on enhancing my skills. As for equipment, I shall not dwell on such matters. For the notion of acquiring fine gear in the outskirts is utterly implausible. It is a belief that even the most skeptical would find hard to accept. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's agreement, Duanmu Ruashi was instantly elated, her face beaming with joy as she transferred funds to Su Xingchen. Griteos, classmate Yikvingluo. I am Teacher Chun from the admissions office of Huaxia University. We are located at Yushui Bay, Villa number 12. Ji Qingluo had just finished her breakfast and was preparing to practice her skills when an uninvited guest arrived. Upon seeing this person, she felt a wave of aversion. Nevertheless, the visitor wore a smile, feigning ignorance of her discomfort, and greeted her. Teacher Chun, please take a seat. Ji Qingluo did not invite Chen Xueming into the living room, but rather directed him to sit on a bench in the villa. Accompanying him was another teacher. Classmate Ji Qingluo, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. I sincerely invite you to join us at Huaxia University. You undoubtedly recognize the institution's strength, a fact that requires no elaboration for me. Regarding the conditions you previously mentioned, I have sought approval from the school, and it has been granted. However, it only allows for admission to Huaxia University without any additional benefits. Clearing his throat, Chen Xueming proceeded to speak, his intention being to secure a favor from Ji Qingluo. Once she arrived at Huaxia University, she would owe him a debt of gratitude. After making his statement, he awaited her response, believing that since he had already agreed to let the D-class talent, Su Xingchen, enter Huaxia University, she would surely feel grateful and eager to accept the offer as well. After all, the recognition of Huaxia University's prowess is acknowledged worldwide. Apologies, Teacher Chun, but I cannot join Huaxia University, Ji Qingluo replied with a smile. This man was indeed audacious. He had clearly witnessed her return from a disaster-level dungeon with her brother and was now under pressure from Huaxia University, prompting him to seek her enrollment once more. Yet, he presented himself as if he had her best interests at heart, perhaps even expecting her gratitude. Moreover, evelitlet Su Xingchen, permitting her admission to Huaxia University without any extra privileges, which only fueled her irritation. What do you mean? Chen Xueming failed to comprehend, initially believing that Ji Qingluo had acquiesced. However, upon realizing the truth, he was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. Did I not agree to allow Su Xingchen to attend Huaxia University? We have already signed a contract with Jiangnan University. Yikvingluo responded, unwilling to engage in circumlocution with a teacher from Huaxia University. We have signed with Jiangnan University. Hearing this, Chen Xueming felt utterly defeated. What now? Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen have both signed contracts with Jiangnan University. How am I to explain this to the school? Jiangnan University's response was remarkably swift. I arrived a step too late. Teacher Chun, even if we had not signed with Jiangnan University, we would not have gone to Huaxia University, Ji Qingluo remarked, a smile gracing her face. In the depths of the outskirts, there were scarcely any first-tier demon beasts left. Only second- and third-tier creatures remained. Even these second- and third-tier beasts were mere trifles before Su Xingchen. With the Qinglian sword song and the technique of sword control, he relentlessly harvested the demon beasts, each one falling before him. Experience, gold, and attributes surged, and a few ordinary pieces of equipment even dropped. Naturally, he regarded these ordinary items with disdain. Not to mention common gear, even orange and red items failed to captivate his interest. After all, he was adorned in red and gold. Hunting the third-tier demon beast ironclad pig. Experience 10,200, gold 3,000, dropped. Cloudfall bow red, 1 at this moment, and Muruashi also engaged in battle. Heard the notification sound and was momentarily taken aback. Following that, an expression of excitement illuminated her face. Today, not only was she with Su Xingchen, but she had also begun to partake in combat, enhancing her skills. Moreover, she now possessed an entire set of ordinary equipment, significantly boosting her combat prowess. Wow! At this moment, she could no longer contain her excitement and cheered joyfully. Although she had not slain the third-tier demon beast herself, she still reaped the rewards due to their team mode. A weapon, a bow. This was the archer's armament, and to top it off, it was red. How could she not be thrilled? Chapter 32. The swordsmanship ascends, 20th full power of the blade. Is it a weapon or clothing? Su Xingchen. A burst of equipment emerged, accompanied by a radiant column of red light, signifying it was a legendary item of red hue. The equipment was allocated to Duan Muruashi, indicating its suitability for her as an archer. In this realm, equipment is distinctly categorized into weapons and attire, while other gear remains universally applicable. Hence, this must be either a weapon or clothing. Senior, it's a legendary weapon of red quality. How splendid! Duan Muruashi exclaimed, her excitement propelling her into a joyful leap, exuding a vivacious charm, brimming with youthful exuberance. First, equip yourself, Su Xingchen instructed, as the battle continued unabated. Time equates to gold, experience, and attributes. Indeed, Duan Muruashi nodded, examining her equipment. She felt no concern for safety, for with Su Xingchen by her side, there were no threats to fear. Her motivation for combat stemmed solely from skill enhancement, independent of her level. Swoosh! Hiss! Su Xingchen soared on his flying sword, the radiance of Zhenwu transforming into a gleaming blade, weaving through the air. Qinglian's sword song erupted with waves of sword energy and light, occasionally culminating in the magnificent 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Wherever he traversed, the beasts fell like wheat before the scythe, devoid of any pressure. Time slipped away, minute by minute. As dusk approached, the two ceased their combat, preparing to return to their resting cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh before darkness enveloped the sky. Su Xingchen guided Duan Muruashi back to the cave on his sword. Senior, which university do you plan to attend? They sat on a stone outside the cave, resting and watching the sunset. Duan Muruashi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she curiously queried Su Xingchen. I've signed with Jiangnan University. Su Xingchen answered candidly, without hesitation. I heard you have a girlfriend named Ji Qingyan, correct? She went to Huaxia University. Although your surface talent is merely D rank, your credits must qualify you for Huaxia University. Why not attend there? Duan Muruashi asked, intrigued. Since Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo ventured into the catastrophe-level dungeon, he had gained notoriety, drawing the attention of countless individuals, including her. Many speculated that Su Xingchen, reeling from a breakup, had opted for the catastrophe-level dungeon for attention, while Ji Qingluo, an S-rank prodigy, foolishly followed him to certain doom. Yet, none anticipated that both would emerge alive from the catastrophe-level dungeon. Duan Muruashi was well aware of Su Xingchen's reputation at 9th High and was now curious. Given his extraordinary prowess, why not attend Huaxia University? If she were in his shoes, she would undoubtedly attend Huaxia University to prove herself. Jiangnan University is quite commendable, Su Xingchen replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. The night deepened. Su Xingchen and Duan Muruashi returned to the cave. Duan Muruashi produced provisions, mineral water, juice, and fruit. Senior, I acquired a piece of red gear today. Let us celebrate, she declared. On the picnic cloth lay an abundance of food and drink. She poured 2 cups of juice, keeping one for herself and extending the other to Su Xingchen. Very well, congratulations, Su Xingchen replied with a smile, accepting the juice as they clink their cups together. Senior, do you possess a golden myth? Duanmu Ruashi inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Surviving a natural disaster-level dungeon, she presumed he must have acquired a golden myth. Although such treasures were exceedingly rare, they were indeed a product of a calamity-level challenge. Yes, indeed. My weapon and attire are both golden myths, Su Xingchen responded. The weapon, while visible during use, bore no distinguishing marks to indicate its quality, leaving Duanmu Ruashi unaware that his Zhenwu radiance was golden. Wow! Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, overwhelmed with envy. To possess two golden myths, and both a weapon and clothing, the two engaged in conversation and feasted, basking in the amiable atmosphere. Over the past 2 days, their familiarity had grown, dispelling the initial awkwardness. After half an hour of indulgence, they finished their meal and freshened up before returning to their respective sleeping areas. Su Xingchen unfolded his virtual interface. Today, he intended to elevate his skills. Gold coins, 102318200. Attributes, 832710. Observing the information displayed on the main panel, a smile graced Su Xingchen's face. The special ring could now be activated, and his attributes had reached 830,000. Sword Control Technique, Level 2, 38. 15. Qinglian Sword Song, Level 2, 89. 11. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, Level 2, 11. 82. Thunder Sword Wave, Level 2, 2, 27. Sword Path Abyss, 0, 0, 0. These attribute points would enable the advancement of conventional skills to Level 3. His foremost desire was to elevate Sword Path Abyss, his ultimate skill. After reviewing the information, he commenced the upgrade process, beginning with Sword Control Technique. Consuming 61,850 attribute points, Sword Control Technique elevated to Level 3, 0, 0, 0. Flight Speed, 400. Sword Control Quantity, 4. Advancing from Level 2 to Level 3 necessitated 100,000 attributes. However, during battle, he had achieved a boost to 38. 15, saving him 38,000 attributes. Now, Sword Control Technique had reached Level 3, enhancing his flight speed by 400 and allowing him to control 4 long swords simultaneously. At this rate, what distinction remained from 10,000 swords returned to origin? The sole difference lay in the cooldown for 10,000 swords returned to origin, whereas Sword Control Technique possessed no cooldown, permitting infinite strikes. Now, it was time to upgrade Qinglian Sword Song. He continued his enhancements, as Qinglian Sword Song had seen the most usage during combat. Consumed 10,890 attribute points. Qinglian Sword Song upgraded to Tier 30. 0, 0. Qinglian Sword Song damage increased by 40. It is the most frequently used skill. Thus, it enhances the combat efficiency the fastest. Now upgraded to Tier 3, it only required a little over 10,000 attribute points. Consumed 180 attributes. 10,000 swords returned to origin upgraded to Tier 30. 0, 0. 10,000 swords returned to origin damage increased by 400. Attack range, 500 by 500. Cooldown time, 170 seconds. This 10,000 swords return to origin is the ultimate skill among regular abilities, comparable to area attacks and sword formations, possessing terrifying power. However, when the density of demonic beasts is insufficient, the skill is largely ineffective. Consume 98,730 attribute points. Thunder Sword Barrier upgraded to Tier 30. 0, 0. Thunder Sword Barrier defense increased by 400. Its attacks are overwhelmingly powerful, allowing for a rapid succession of kills, leaving the demonic beasts with no chance to resist, let alone counterattack. This passive skill requires a considerably slower upgrade. Although it is seldom utilized, it is indispensable for survival. Some abilities may be optional, but Thunder Sword Barrier is not among them. Taking a deep breath, the crucial moment has arrived. Now, he seeks to enhance the Sword Dao Ling Yuan, eager to discover the transformations that accompany its elevation. For this is Divine Tier. Upgrading Sword Dao Ling Yuan. He channels his thoughts to communicate with the system, prompting it to elevate the Sword Dao Ling Yuan. Consumed 100,000 attributes. Sword Dao Lingyuan upgraded to Divine 1000. Name, Sword Dao Lingyuan. Category, Martial Arts. Tier, Divine with Tributes. Colorful, Combat Power, 100,000. Function, Supreme Sword Attack. During battle, utter the phrase, Sword Dao Lingyuan, accompany me. Unleashing 20-fold sword power. Cooldown time, 1,500 seconds. The initial cost for enhancing Sword Dao Lingyuan is a staggering 100,000 attribute points. However, upon its elevation to Divine 1, despite the expenditure of 100,000 attribute points, its potency has dramatically increased compared to before. The combat power has surged by 100,000, and during battle, proclaiming, Sword Dao Lingyuan, accompany me will unleash 20-fold sword power with a significantly reduced cooldown period. Is truly worth it. Indubitably rewarding. Chapter 33, Activation of the Invincible Ring. Combat Power 310. 000 skills. Comprehensive enhancement. All regular skills have reached the 3rd tier, including the 10,000 swords returning to 1. Swordsmanship of the Abyss. Divine 1. He wished to continue upgrading, yet his attribute points were insufficient. He accessed the special ring interface. Invincible ring meets activation conditions. Would you like to activate? The prompt appeared. The conditions for activation had been fulfilled. Activation. What was there to hesitate or deliberate? He spent gold coins, after all, to activate this extraordinary ring. Invincible ring successfully activated. Name, Invincible ring. Combat power, 1000. Tier, unique. Attributes, gold and mythical. Effect, temporarily increases overall combat power by 10-fold during battle. Duration, 100 seconds. Cooldown, 1800 seconds. Ignores all damage and attacks. Duration, 100 seconds. Cooldown, 1800 seconds. Note, Resurrection Ring activation requires 0 gold coins. After activating the Invincible Ring, Su Xingchen examined his attributes. His expression shifted, for the Invincible Ring he had longed for was indeed terrifyingly powerful. In other words, within a span of 100 seconds, his overall combat power would be augmented 10-fold, rendering him impervious to all damage and attacks. This was nearly invincible. When his combat power was low, the gravity of this enhancement was not fully appreciated. However, once his power increased, the terror of a 10-fold boost was unfathomable. That 1 billion was worth every coin. In truth, several special rings were extraordinarily formidable. The Resurrection Ring. The next to be activated would be the Resurrection Ring. Upon realizing that the next activation involved the Resurrection Ring, Su Xingchen's heart trembled with anticipation. The Resurrection Ring. Those familiar with games would certainly recognize its significance. Even those unfamiliar with gaming could infer its extraordinary nature from its name alone. However, the activation of the Resurrection Ring required a staggering 1 billion gold coins. Strive to earn more gold. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Talent, D grade. Profession, swordsman. Minor accomplishment. Level, 46, 79, 66. Bond, none. Wealth, 318. 200 combat power, 317. 932. Attributes, 437, 060. Active skills, sword technique, tier 3 o'clock, 00. Azure Lotus Sword Song, tier 3 o'clock, 00. 10,000 swords returning to 1, tier 3 o'clock, 00. Swordsmanship of the Abyss, divine 1 o'clock, 00. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Aura, tier 3 o'clock, 00. Main interface. It looks splendid now. His combat power, previously at 130,000, had surged to 310,000. The bulk of this increase stemmed from the swordsmanship of the Abyss, which had ultimately added 180,000 to his power. After upgrading and activating everything, Su Xingchen closed the virtual interface and lay down on his bed to rest. The cave was not spacious. The space was merely a few dozen square meters, making it impossible for two individuals to share a bed comfortably. Thus, two beds occupied a substantial area, nearly adjacent to one another. Duanmu Ruashi intended to engage in conversation with Su Xingchen, but upon observing his apparent desire to rest, it was clear he was not inclined to chat. With no alternative, she resigned herself to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Xingchen and Duanmu Ruashi arose, freshened up, and hastily consumed a modest meal before soaring into the sky on their swords, venturing towards the horizon. You must enhance your skills. I shall elevate your level, he declared as he flew, with Duanmu Ruashi trailing closely behind. However, Duanmu Ruashi felt a tinge of melancholy with each passing second. She was one moment closer to returning home. The senior intended to escort her back to the city. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the outskirts, a mountainous region teeming with countless second- and third-tier demonic beasts, the ideal locale for accruing gold and experience swiftly. Upon arrival, Su Xingchen summoned the true dragon. In that moment, the roar of the dragon reverberated through the skies, its majesty overwhelming. All the demonic beasts trembled in fear, prostrating themselves, unable to move, only to be crushed under the cataclysmic force of the dragon's might. Before the true dragon, with a combat power of 999, the lower-tier beasts were obliterated. Experience 100, gold 1,000, experience 1,000, attributes 10, attributes 10. Su Xingchen's experience, gold, and attributes surged continuously. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 47, base combat power x 110. In a brief moment, a golden radiance enveloped Su Xingchen, shimmering like a golden dragon, though it vanished almost instantaneously, merging with him, elevating him to level 47. Simultaneously, Duanmu Ruashi also experienced a level up. The requisite experience for her advancement was significantly less than that of Su Xingchen. While he needed millions of experience points to ascend, she required merely tens of thousands. My goodness, senior, your dragon is incredibly powerful, Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed in astonishment, aware of the dragon's strength, yet taken aback by its sheer magnitude. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. Well, it's formidable indeed, Su Xingchen replied with a smile. With 999 combat power, it is undeniably powerful. However, at present, my own combat power stands at 310,000, and when utilizing my ultimate skills, I am not inferior to the true dragon, perhaps even surpassing it. With a resounding crash, the true dragon crushed the demonic beasts, while Su Xingchen remained active, aiming to expedite the hunt for these creatures and simultaneously enhance his own skills. In this dual pursuit, his growth would accelerate exponentially. Time passed, minute by minute, until noon approached. Duanmu Ruashi, having reached level 33, she experienced a stroke of good fortune today, acquiring not only a piece of red gear and an orange piece, but also several blue and white items. Yet, her spirits remained subdued. Shall I fetch you something to eat before taking you home, or would you prefer to return and dine on your own? Su Xingchen inquired, casting a glance at Duanmu Ruashi, awaiting her decision. After all, he had earned a substantial sum of 30 million gold coins from her. I'll go back to eat, senior. Please take me home, Duanmu Ruashi replied, her mood notably low. Her alluring lips formed a subtle pout, evoking a sense of tenderness. Very well, let us depart. Su Xingchen nodded, summoning his sword to soar through the skies alongside Duanmu Ruashi towards the city. Following the third tier of sword control, their speed had doubled, and in a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the city gate of the East City. Duanmu Ruashi had already informed her family, so Duanmu Nanxiao was awaiting her arrival. The separation of just 2 days had made him miss his precious daughter immensely, especially considering she had been out in the wilderness with a blonde youth, which left him feeling quite uneasy. To make matters worse, this blonde youth was strikingly handsome. Unbeknownst to Su Xingchen, he was perceived as merely a blonde youth in Duanmu Nanxiao's eyes. Dad, she joyfully called out upon spotting her father from a distance. This was her first extended time away from home. How have you been? Duanmu Nanxiao responded, his heart swelling with happiness at the sight of his beloved daughter. Although he masked it well, his gaze scrutinized her, searching for signs of injury or mistreatment. After a thorough inspection, he noted her well-being. Her level had indeed risen, and she appeared unscathed. Dad, I'm perfectly fine. Thanks to Senior Su, I managed to obtain 2 pieces of red gear. Duanmu Ruashi replied, her excitement evident. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duanmu Nanshao was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice as he responded, "Oh." The notion that his daughter had acquired 2 pieces of red gear in just 2 days was beyond his expectations, leaving him incredulous. When did the drop rate become so favorable? It seemed illogical. Chapter 34. Level 49. Heading to Jiangnan University for registration senior. I shall take my leave now. Su Xingchen politely greeted as he observed the touching reunion between the father and daughter, not wishing to dampen the moment. With a graceful flourish, he soared into the skies, riding the ethereal currents of his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword transformed into a vibrant azure streak, dazzling in its elegance, and in the blink of an eye, vanished beyond the horizon. Duanmu Ruashi's gaze lingered long after his departure. What is it? Do you have feelings for him? Duanmu Nanshao, her father, observed her every reaction with a hint of jealousy, internally lamenting the innocence of his little cabbage, now exposed to the swine of the world. Although their relationship had yet to reach that stage, the expression on her face had revealed much. Oh no, who would like him? Duanmu Ruashi replied, her cheeks flushing as she processed her father's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Duanmu Nanshao retorted, speechless. His precious little girl seemed destined to be snatched away. Dad, please enroll me, Duanmu Ruashi implored her father. Which university? He inquired, surprised by her swift decision. However, given the esteemed standing of the Duanmu family, she could choose any institution she desired, especially with her S-tier talent. With a swift rush, Su Xingchen, stepping upon the flickering flames of otherworldly frost, ventured deeper into the wilderness. There, he began to establish his foothold, engaging in battles by day and resting in caves by night. Days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, 22 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, aside from his nightly repose, he had not ceased his endeavors. Gold coins, experience, and attributes amassed abundantly. Gold coins, 61, 208, 200 attributes, 2, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 level, 49, 49, 76, swordsmanship, level 3, 83, 14, Azure Lotus Sword Song, level 3, 94, 81, 10,000 swords returned to origin, level 3, 66, 14, Thunder Sword Barrier, level 3, 37, 39, As for the sword path of Ling Yuan, he had yet to employ it. As dusk fell, Su Xingchen soared back towards the city gates on his sword, his face radiating vitality despite over 20 days of battle in the wild. Upon returning to the city, he took a bus and quickly arrived at his rented accommodation. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he laid down to rest. Subsequently, he activated his virtual interface, noticing an unread message. Ji Qingluo, brother, we'll meet at the airport tomorrow at 8 o'clock. It was a message from Ji Qingluo, reminding him of their rendezvous the following morning, as it marked the day of registration at Jiangnan University. Throughout his time in the wilderness, she had frequently reached out, maintaining their connection. Su Xingchen, all right, I understand. See you tomorrow. A surge of anticipation welled up within him. At last, he would embark on his journey to university, bidding farewell to this place. It had been 18 years since he crossed over to this realm, and prior to activating the system, he felt as though he had squandered his time, a slight disgrace to the vocation of traversers. Yet, amidst this reflection, he cherished the memory of a breathtakingly beautiful twin sister as a girlfriend. Although she departed after his awakening, their time together had been delightful. Moreover, even though Ji Qingyan had left, Ji Qingluo remained by his side. Following the activation of the system, his era of personal pinnacle had commenced, and university marked the dawn of this extraordinary phase. How could one not feel elated? He had come to realize that both crossing over and reincarnation offer their own rewards, merely differing in timing. The following day, bright and early, Su Xingchen arose, freshened up, and vacated his room without renewing the lease. He departed, purchasing breakfast from a roadside vendor, savoring it as he walked. He felt no nostalgia for this place, and indeed, there's nothing worth holding on to. Boarding the bus, he made his way to Jiangxing Airport. Brother, Upon reaching the airport entrance, he spotted an enchanting lowly beauty joyfully waving at him. Her happiness radiating in the morning glow, rendering her even more exquisite and attracting the attention of many passers-by. The airport was bustling, as it was the day for all professionals to return to school and for newcomers to report. The sight of such a lovely girl like Su Xingchen compelled many to steal glances. "Did you arrive this early?" Su Xingchen approached Yingluo, noting that during this time he had been in the wilderness and hadn't met her. Seeing her again, she appeared even more beautiful than before, stirring excitement within him, making sleep elusive. Su Xingchen, beaming with joy, took Su Xingchen's hand, and together they ventured into the airport. "What level are you now?" he inquired, knowing that although Su Xingchen hadn't ventured into dungeons recently, she had been honing her skills in the wild. "I'm level 47. Brother, how about you?" she replied sweetly, her curiosity piqued about her brother's level. "Level 49, Su Xingchen responded, noting that he surpassed Su Xingchen by 2 levels, a perfectly reasonable outcome, given that he had tirelessly farmed gold and attributes in the countryside, thus accumulating experience at a much faster rate. "Brother, your progression is astounding," Su Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. "Though it's only 2 levels, that equates to a staggering 17 million experience points. Since you're above level 41, each level requires at least 2 million experience points. To ascend from level 40 to 41, an investment of 2 million is required. Progressing from level 41 to 42 necessitates 3 million, while elevating from 42 to 43 demands 4 million, and from 43 to 44, 5 million. As one advances, the requisite experience for each upgrade intensifies, becoming increasingly daunting. After a half-hour wait, boarding commenced. An hour later, the aircraft touched down at the airport in Jiangnan province. Currently, inter-city travel lacks bus services, as the areas beyond the city are rife with monstrous beasts and unknown perils. Thus, airplanes stand as the sole means of long-distance transportation. A grand welcome banner for Jiangnan University adorned the airport exit. In addition to Jiangnan University, banners from other institutions were present, all welcoming new students. "Senior, we're the new students of Jiangnan University," Su Xingchen and Su Xingchen, the two said as they approached the welcoming area. "Welcome, junior students. Please hold on for a moment. We will take you to the university once there are more of you," said Jiang Yusin, a recent graduate of Jiangnan University, who was in charge of airport receptions this time, accompanied by 4 male and 4 female students. Upon seeing Su Xingchen and Su Xingchen, their eyes lit up, captivated by Su Xingchen's extraordinary beauty and Su Xingchen's striking handsomeness, making them impossible to overlook. "Very well, senior," Su Xingchen replied demurely. Following this, they completed a brief registration process. After both had finished, Jiang Yusin marked their names on the list of students to be picked up. "You're also from Jiangchen?" Jiang Yusin inquired, her face brightening upon seeing their details. "Indeed, my brother and I are students from Jiangchang 9th High School," Su Xingchen chimed in enthusiastically. "I too graduated from 9th High School," Jiang Yusin expressed, her joy magnified. After all, these were her junior students from Jiangchang 9th High School. Although Jiangnan University may not be on par with the prestigious 4 great schools or the 9 elite academies, it is nonetheless a first-rate institution. Its strength is not significantly inferior to that of the 9 elite academies. Each year, it enrolls 3,000 students. While this number appears substantial, these students hail from across the nation, and those who make it to Jiangnan University are indeed the cream of the crop. This year, it was her first encounter with students from Jiangcheng 9th High School. Chapter 35, Grading Assessment. A series of shocking revelations after waiting for approximately half an hour. A group of over a dozen new students arrived, including Su Xingchen and Su Xingchen. They boarded the dedicated bus of Jiangnan University, setting off from the airport towards their new academic home. On board, an upperclassman began to enlighten the newcomers about Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University enrolls 3,000 students annually, with a minimum credit line set at 200. "Dear freshmen, we have arrived at Jiangnan University. Our admissions are generally categorized into 2 methods, standard credits and special recruitment. For those who have not yet received their credit assessment, please accompany me to the grading center to facilitate the enrollment process and optimize future teaching. It is essential to register your credits. Upon reaching the university gate, a banner displayed a warm welcome, brimming with the spirit of the orientation ceremony. After disembarking, Lan Yubing addressed the group of new students. This is for those under special recruitment. Senior Lan, my brother, and I have not yet been assessed, Su Xingchen interjected. Upon hearing this, the gaze of the new students, along with Lan Yubing, turned towards her, filled with envy. It was evident that she was among the specially recruited. Being selected for such a program typically indicated an S or a grade, or perhaps a rare B-level profession. Regardless of the classification, they were undoubtedly the elite. Very well. Follow me, Lan Yubing affirmed, signaling for the other newcomers to wait momentarily, as the grading center was not far from the entrance. Before long, the three arrived at the grading center, which appeared relatively empty. Instructor Liu, these two freshmen have yet to receive their credit assessments. Could you please assist them? Lan Yubing requested of a middle-aged male instructor. You may proceed here. Instructor Liu nodded, gesturing towards a nearby luminous screen. This process is akin to awakening one's talents. Simply step through, and your information will be evaluated, resulting in your score. Jiqing Luo approached the screen, stepping forward. Beep! Her information was scanned, and her credits were subsequently displayed. Name, Jiqing Luo, age, 18 talent, 100 points, level 100 points, instance 100 points, combat power 100 points, overall score 400 points. The LED display beside the screen illuminated Jiqing Luo's credit information, capturing the astonished gaze of both Lan Yubing and Instructor Liu. They were rendered speechless. Full marks! Full marks! Both exclaimed in disbelief. The sheer shock stemmed from the realization that never before had a student achieved a perfect score at Jiangnan University, nor had such an occurrence been seen often across the nation. The last recorded perfect score was a century ago. Beep! After Jiqing Luo completed her assessment, Su Xingchen stepped forward, and his information was scanned as well. Name, Su Xingchen, age, 18, talent, 20 points, level, 100 points, dungeon, 100 points, combat power, 100 points, total score, 320 points, as Lan Yubing and Mentor Liu stood in astonishment. Su Xingchen's credit information appeared, illuminated on the LED screen. A total of 320 points. Compared to Jiqing Luo, it paled significantly. However, this score was still exceptionally elite. It would suffice even for the top 4 academies. The primary detractor was his talent score of 20 points, which diminished his overall score. Had it not been for the talent points, his credits would have been considerably higher. Moreover, aside from his talent, he had achieved perfect scores in the other 3 categories. Yet, he remained indifferent to his credits and talent. With the system in place, talent held lesser significance. 320 credits. Perfect scores in 3 categories aside from talent. In a state of shock, Lan Yubing and Mentor Liu noticed the information on the LED screen had changed. This information belonged to Su Xingchen. When they beheld his credit scores, astonishment washed over them once more. 3 perfect scores. Had it not been for the lackluster talent, this could have been a staggering 400 credits, an S rank. Jiangnan University had seen its fair share of S ranks. Just this semester, 6 had been enrolled. Yet, they had not anticipated the arrival of a perfect S rank at their institution, nor had they expected that alongside this S rank, there was also a D rank prodigy with 320 credits. Did you too undertake the dungeon trial at the disaster level? Lan Yubing found it hard to believe. Only those who faced the disaster level had the chance for full credits, but few dared to venture into such perilous dungeons, and even fewer returned alive. Observing that both Jiqing Luo and Su Xingchen had attained perfect scores in their dungeon credits left no doubt. They had both braved the disaster level and emerged unscathed. By sheer luck, Jiqing Luo replied with a smile, responding to Lan Yubing's inquiry. Did you two enter the disaster level together? Mentor Liu asked curiously. Indeed. Jiqing Luo nodded in affirmation. Now it makes sense. Mentor Liu withdrew his gaze from Su Xingchen, still perplexed by how this D-rank swordsman could achieve perfect scores in the dungeon credits, as well as in the other 2 categories, while only scoring 20 in talent. It became clear. Everything hinged on Jiqing Luo. Su Xingchen had merely coattailed her success. The scoring assessment was only comprehensible to the display screen. Other professionals could not see the detailed information. Even Minter Liu, responsible for the assessment, was unable to glean the specifics, preventing personal information from being compromised. Thus, he remained unaware of Su Xingchen's combat power or level. Junior students, let us proceed to complete the enrollment formalities, Lan Yubing announced, before leading Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo away from the assessment center. Soon, she reunited with the previously admitted newcomers to complete the enrollment procedures. The process was quite straightforward. Registration. Name, Ji Qingluo. Age, 18 years. Talent, S. Level, 47. Address, Jiang City. Credits, 400 points. During registration, the information required became more detailed, necessitating the input of level and credits, as this facilitates class division and enables tailored teaching according to actual circumstances. Moreover, the level and credits are hardly a secret. 400 credits. A perfect score. What? A perfect score? S-rank brilliance. It is indeed a full score. This junior has achieved a flawless 400 credits. Remarkable, isn't it? Goodness. A perfect score of 400, she actually attained it. Could it be that her trial in the dungeon was of catastrophic level? The mentor and senior who were processing the enrollment procedures, upon seeing Ji Qingluo's information, were left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After their exclamations, they prompted a wave of astonishment from others as they turned their gazes towards Ji Qingluo. So beautiful, so extraordinary. Amidst their shock, they continued to finalize Ji Qingluo's enrollment, which was swiftly accomplished, and soon it was Su Xingchen's turn. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18 years. Talent, D. Level, 49. Address, Jiang City. Credits, 320. Upon reviewing Su Xingchen's information, the mentors and seniors, still reeling from the earlier shock, found themselves astonished once more. Their expressions fluctuated dramatically. Although this newcomer, Su Xingchen, did not achieve a perfect score, the discrepancy was negligible. Apart from the talent rating, the other three categories were perfect scores. Additionally, Su Xingchen's level exceeded Ji Qingluo's by 2 levels, 49. Clearly, he is surpassing the expected level. Impressive. What more could be said, but impressive. Chapter 36, Class Assignment Results Class 101, mentored by Chu Mingyao, is processing enrollment procedures. The new students who previously arrived from the airport alongside Su Xingchen now find their once imperious demeanor diminished. The so-called prodigies? In comparison to Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen, they are clearly of a lesser caliber. Simultaneously, they are perplexed. How are Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen, with their outstanding academic achievements, attending Jiangnan University instead of Huaxia University? With the likes of Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen around, how can they possibly thrive? Before long, the enrollment formalities are completed. Su Xingchen is assigned to a standalone villa in the male dormitory area, while Ji Qingluo occupies a similar dwelling in the female dormitory area. Such is their treatment. One an S-class genius with perfect scores, the other achieving top marks in 3 subjects. The class assignment will occur 2 days hence. Students are advised to check the communication group for updates. Reports for each class will commence on the 3rd, as today is the 1st, with class assignments beginning only on the night of the 2nd. For now, other new students must also finalize their registrations. Class assignments will only follow upon completion of this process. Goodbye, brother. Ji Qingluo waves to Su Xingchen as she heads toward the female dormitory area, intent on inspecting her accommodation, for she is to reside at Jiangnan University for several years. Settling in is the priority. Su Nuntai Xingtian notes. Making his way towards the male dormitory area. Jiangnan University is vast, covering an impressive expanse of approximately 20,000 acres. However, the student body is relatively small, usually numbering around 10,000, yet each student is a paragon of excellence. A significant portion of the campus, 1/3 of its area, is dedicated to dormitories. Exceptional students enjoy exceptional accommodations. Even if one does not reside in a standalone villa, each student is afforded a suite comprising a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. In the dormitory area, flying is prohibited, as is the walking of pets or mounts. Upon entering the male dormitory section, Su Xingchen is taken aback by the sight of numerous female students. It seems that this university's environment is quite different from that of his previous life. The male dormitory is not as isolated as one might expect, with many female students present. This makes sense, as the dormitories at Jiangnan University are not cramped quarters shared by several individuals. Rather, they're designed for a comfortable living experience, symbolically distinguishing between genders. Romantic relationships and cohabitation are perfectly normal, making the presence of female students entirely unremarkable. To be frank, the dormitory area boasts an excellent environment, and after a brief 10 minutes, he is already captivated. Su Xingchen arrived at Villa number 108, a charming two-story abode, replete with every amenity one could desire, far surpassing the rented accommodation he had in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, it boasted a dedicated training room and even a pet room. Ji Qingluo, I'm all set here. Are you ready? Let's go out for dinner. Half an hour later, Ji Qingluo sent another message. Su Xingchen, all right, let us meet at the school gate in 20 minutes. Inside the villa, there was a kitchen and a refrigerator, yet he had no culinary skills and lacked any enthusiasm for cooking. Although he was short on funds, he was not in dire need of mere sustenance. 2 days later, in the evening, after enjoying a shopping excursion, Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo returned to their respective villas, filled with anticipation for the class assignment results, which were to be sent to their communication numbers. Time passed slowly. Ding! Around 8:30, a notification appeared on the virtual screen, indicating an incoming message. Dear students Su Xingchen, welcome to Jiangnan University. Your enrollment procedures have been completed, and you have been assigned to Class 101. Please add your mentor's communication number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Wishing you a pleasant life and a bright future, Jiangnan University Teaching Department. The message was from Jiangnan University, confirming the completion of class assignments. Class 101 required him to add his mentor's communication number. This university was unlike those of his previous life, with fixed classes and designated mentors. After reading the message, Su Xingchen proceeded to add his mentor's communication number. Upon attempting to add the number, he realized it was already among his contacts. The name was Chu Mengyao. The esteemed mentor who had come to recruit him and Qing Luo in Jiangcheng. He had not anticipated that she would become his mentor. Su Xingchen. Hello, Mentor Chu. I am Su Xingchen from Class 101. Having received the notification from Jiangnan University, it was only natural to reach out to his mentor, even though she was already a contact. Chu Mengyao, welcome, Su Xingchen. I will add you to the class group. Chu Mengyao replied promptly, sending a communication link. After clicking it, Su Xingchen found himself in a group, Jiangnan University Class 101 Contact Group. The group was administered by Chu Mengyao, with an additional administrator named Xia Shui. At that moment, there were already over 30 members in the group. All universities in the nation had uniform class sizes, typically consisting of 48 students. Thus, there were still a dozen individuals yet to join, either due to their mentors not having added them or other reasons. Zhang Mingming, greetings. Qin Yinping, greetings. Zhou Xiaoya, greetings. Jiang Liuli, greetings. Within the group, no one engaged in conversation. They merely sent greetings in the form of clasped fist emojis. Su Xingchen refrained from sending any emojis, instead gazing at the virtual screen. Collapsing onto the spacious and soft bed, I prepared to drift into slumber in a few moments. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and all 48 students had joined the group. A total of 48 students, 1 mentor, and 1 teaching assistant. Group leader Chu Mengyao, greetings, everyone. I am a mentor of Class 101, and it is my honor to guide you through your academic journey until graduation. I hope each of you will persevere and become the backbone of our nation. Group leader Chu Mengyao, please assemble punctually at 8:30 tomorrow morning in classroom 101. I am a firm believer in the importance of timekeeping and do not wish to see any early departures or tardiness. After all the students had joined the group, Mentor Chu Mengyao spoke, introducing herself succinctly while also establishing rules. Hello, Mentor. Hello, Mentor. Hello, Mentor. All the students responded, greeting Chu Mengyao. This marked the inaugural interaction between the students and their mentor. Administrator Xia Shui. Greetings, everyone. I am the assistant mentor for Class 101, here to support Mentor Chu in addressing your academic and personal matters. The administrator also spoke. The assistant mentor acts as Chu Mingyao's aide, stepping in during her absence and overseeing the student's academic and daily needs. Hello, assistant mentor. Hello, assistant mentor. Hello, assistant mentor. All the students greeted the teaching assistant once more. After the greetings exchanged between the mentor and assistant mentor, the conversation ceased. Awaiting further announcements, Su Xingchen closed the virtual screen and prepared for sleep, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming registration. University life had finally begun. Additionally, preparations were necessary for the level 30 trial dungeon. Otherwise, the levels would remain stagnant. Chapter 37. The first class of the newcomers, a class introduction. The classroom erupted the following morning. Su Xingchen awoke early, refreshed, and prepared for the day. As she stepped out of her villa, she observed numerous students departing for their classes. Most of them were upperclassmen, with only a handful being freshmen. It was easy to discern their status, given their demeanor and age. The school boasted a cafeteria, where the majority of students chose to dine due to their laziness. Who would prefer to cook when there was a readily available option? At the entrance of the cafeteria, Su Xingchen encountered Ji Qingluo, as they had previously arranged to meet there. Qingluo, which class were you assigned to? Su Xingchen inquired as they walked together into the cafeteria. Their presence turned heads, with a staggering 200 attention rate, causing several individuals to collide with one another, walls, and pillars, as Su Xingchen's striking appearance and Ji Qingluo's unparalleled beauty captivated all. Class 102. And you? Ji Qingluo replied, then posed a question of her own. I wonder if the class assignments were random or intentionally arranged. The two had been placed in different classes. It was rumored that Jiangnan University had opened 65 new classes this year. I'm in Class 101, and our mentor is the recently recruited Tutor Chu, Su Xingchen remarked. My mentor is called Murong Qingwu, Ji Qingluo responded. When shall we venture in the trial instance? Upon entering the cafeteria, they selected a relatively quiet table to enjoy their breakfast while conversing. Initially, they had hoped to be in the same class, but the separation did not dampen their spirits, for they were still at the same school, which offered a great deal of freedom without strict constraints. Perhaps in a few days, Su Xingchen suggested. Soon, they finished their breakfast and departed the cafeteria, heading towards their respective classrooms. In 10 minutes, Su Xingchen arrived at the classroom for Class 101. Although it was called a classroom, it was quite expansive, comprising lecture halls and training rooms, covering several acres. I've heard our mentor is a goddess. I've seen Tutor Chu. She is breathtakingly beautiful, a super goddess and an immensely powerful figure. If you wish to stay alive, do not provoke Tutor Chu. She is formidable, a voice echoed in the classroom. Upon entering, Su Xingchen found the atmosphere lively, with every student's face radiating curiosity and excitement, pride evident in their expressions. After all, being admitted to Jiangnan University marked them as the chosen elite. Senior. At that moment, Su Xingchen heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was sweet, and while she recognized it from somewhere, she could not recall the owner. Following the sound, she saw a stunning young woman waving at her, surrounded by several boys. They all sought to ingratiate themselves, for the young lady was undeniably exquisite. Duanmu Ruoshi. Su Xingchen cast a glance at the girl, furrowing his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he finally recalled her name, Duanmu Ruoshi. It had been some time since he had advanced her status, and, in the passage of time, he had forgotten. Or rather, he had not made a concerted effort to remember, thus inadvertently overlooking her. Senior, you have forgotten me, Duanmu Ruoshi pouted, visibly annoyed. To her astonishment, despite having teamed up with her for 2 days and spending nights alone together in a cave, he had forgotten her entirely. My apologies, Su Xingchen replied with a smile, offering no further explanation, simply expressing regret. Ruoshi, who is he? One of the boys encircling Duanmu Ruoshi inquired, his tone laced with hostility, as they regarded Su Xingchen with palpable animosity, perceiving him as a rival. After all, Su Xingchen was acquainted with Duanmu Ruoshi, my senior from Jiang City, she succinctly responded, adding, I've saved you a seat here. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, She gestured for Su Xingchen to take the place beside her, having reserved it. "Thank you," he said, not declining the invitation, as it was unnecessary. Ultimately, he needed to sit, regardless of where that might be. He settled beside Duanmu Ruashi, and at that moment, the hostility from the boys intensified to an almost palpable degree, as if they wished to tear him apart. Yet, Su Xingchen remained unfazed, feigning ignorance of their glares. At that moment, a series of sharp clicks echoed through the room, heralding the entrance of a stunning woman. With an enchanting visage, a flawless figure, and elongated legs, she exuded an extraordinary aura that left the hearts of all the boys trembling. "Good morning, students. I am your instructor. You may address me as Mr. Chu." Chu Mengyao entered the classroom, her gaze sweeping over all the students. After greeting them, she continued, "Now, let us begin the new semester with introductions. It is essential that we become acquainted and foster unity for mutual progress." As she waved her hand, signaling the students to take their seats, she spoke again. She was the mentor of Class 101, and in her classroom, it was imperative to follow her rhythm. In truth, she harbored a hint of displeasure, for among the two students she had brought from Jiang City, one had been assigned to another class. And that particular student was an exceptional S-rank talent, emerging from a disaster-level dungeon. However, the mentor Class 2 is her close friend. "Greetings, I am Zhang Mingming, a C-level swordsman, level 20. "Hello everyone, I am Tang Wuqiang, a B-level blade master, level 21. "Greetings, I am Hao Jian, a C-level thunder mage, level 16. "Hello, I am Mu Xian, an A-level exquisite, level 24. The students in the class each stood up to introduce themselves, most being of B and C levels, with no D levels present, although a few A levels were among them. The majority of their levels ranged from 15 to 25. After all, this is Jiangnan University, a place where only the extraordinary are admitted. The ordinary would have gone to a common university. "Greetings, I am Qin Mingfeng, an S-level gunner, level 32. Qin Mingfeng is the student who began to circle around Duanmu Ruashi, possessing a certain charm. After his introduction, he cast a provocative glance at Su Xingchen, raising his chin defiantly. "Hello, I am Duanmu Ruashi, an S-level archer, level 34. At this moment, it was Duanmu Ruashi's turn. Following her self-introduction, countless students gazed at her with envy. She was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possessed remarkable talent and a high level. Upon hearing her introduction, many boys with A-level talents, including Qin Mingfeng, felt a spark of excitement. To win Duanmu Ruashi's affection would be a delight. She was undoubtedly the ideal partner, blessed with talent, strength, and beauty, a perfect embodiment of excellence. "Hello, I am Su Xingchen, a D-level swordsman, level 49. Su Xingchen stood up to introduce himself, feeling somewhat awkward due to his conspicuous standing, which bore a hint of arrogance, though he truly did not mean to seem boastful. The majority of the class members were at levels 15 to 25, with only a handful boasting slightly higher levels, none exceeding 34. Yet here he was at level 49, the sole representative of D-level talent. Chapter 38, Preparing for the Level 30 Trial. Choosing the D-Class Dungeon, Level 49. Level 49? Is there a mistake? Surely at ISN T-Level 9? A D-Class talent. Able to attend Jiangnan University? Level 49? Upon hearing Su Xingchen's introduction, a wave of disdain instinctively washed over the crowd. A D-Class talent indeed. However, it didn't take long for them to process the information. Level 49, was there a misunderstanding? Did I mishear, or did you misspeak? In a moment, the students in the class began to murmur amongst themselves, casting glances at Su Xingchen filled with contempt. A lackluster talent is one thing. No one is mocking you for it. Yet to flaunt a claim of level 49 is quite another. That seems rather absurd. Level 49, even an S-class prodigy, would require several months to reach that level, and those with lesser talents might take years to attain such a rank. Yet here you are, claiming to have achieved level 49 within just a month of awakening. How audacious! In our class, 2 S-class and 9 A-class students would not dare to assert they are above level 40. Have you not realized this? It is unfathomable to suggest you surpass even S-class. My senior was right. He is level 49, and he emerged from a Cataclysm class dungeon. I was merely level 1, and he elevated me to level 33 in 2 days. Observing the skepticism and disdain from most students towards Su Xingchen, Duanmu Ruoshi could no longer remain seated. Rising to her feet, she spoke up. Such an extraordinary feat. Truly level 49, a Cataclysm class dungeon. Could he be the one who recently emerged alive from the Cataclysm class dungeon in Jiangchen? Remarkable. He had the audacity to venture into a Cataclysm class dungeon and return alive. Level 49 is immensely powerful, stronger than even S-class. Upon hearing Duanmu Ruoshi's words, the doubts began to dissipate. After all, Duanmu Ruoshi was an S-class herself and, apart from Su Xingchen, held the highest level. Furthermore, there had been news circulating in Jiangcheng about a student returning from a Cataclysm class dungeon, a fact known beyond their city. Yet, no one had anticipated that such a prodigy would be at Jiangnan University. Shouldn't he had been recruited by Huaxia University? Having completed my self-introduction, let us engage with one another during breaks. Now let us commence with the official class. Unlike high school, university life predominantly involves practical courses confronting beasts, adversaries, and formidable dungeons. I hope that by the time we graduate, Class 101 will still consist of 48 students. Chu Mingyao waved her hand to signal silence, concluding her introduction. Now we shall begin our lessons. A formidable practitioner relies on level, combat power, skills, and, most importantly, battle experience, which must be gained through interactions with dungeons and beasts. The strong remain strong in a virtuous cycle. However, once trapped in a vicious cycle, one can only rely on luck. Jiangnan University provides resources for dungeons and learning materials. The rest depends on one's own diligence. Your current task is to strive for advancement, enhancing your capabilities and skills to tackle the challenges of the level 30 dungeon trials. It is advisable for all students to reach level 40 before attempting the level 30 trials, Chu Mingyao stated earnestly. In truth, after entering university, there is little that mentors impart. It is primarily reliant on personal effort. The university can only offer basic support. Mentor Chu, may I participate in the dungeon trials now? My level is nearing 50, and I would hate to miss the opportunity for the level 30 trials. Su Xingchen raised his hand. After receiving a nod from Chu Mingyao to speak, he continued, certainly. If you have any questions regarding the choice of dungeons, feel free to ask me after class. The same applies to other students. Chu Mingyao was not surprised by Su Xingchen's intent to enter the dungeon, considering he was already at level 49. If he delayed, he would indeed miss the level 30 trials. The class lasted for 1.5 hours. Each week consists of only 3 days of classes, with one session in the morning and another in the afternoon. This particular lesson focused on rules and the semester's planning. Students must attend at least 2 classes weekly, barring mentor approval or if they achieve S-level grades. Besides attending classes, students are also required to practice their skills. Class dismissed. As the bell rang, Chu Mingyao indicated the end of the lesson. With that, she gracefully departed from the classroom. Mentor Chu, Su Xingchen quickly stood up and called out, "The office." She responded without turning back. Moments later, her elegant silhouette vanished from sight. She understood that Su Xingchen sought information regarding the dungeon trials. This young man was progressing remarkably fast. Did he possess a hidden profession? If so, what might it be? Curiosity stirred within her as Su Xingchen exited the classroom and made his way to the mentor's office. Soon, he arrived at Chu Mingyao's office, which stood ajar. "Mentor," he greeted upon entering, surveying the spacious and opulent surroundings. Indeed, Jiangnan University lived up to its reputation as a prestigious institution. The mentor's office was lavishly furnished, rivaling even the offices of high-ranking corporate executives. After all, professionals earn money swiftly, and indulging in comforts is hardly a transgression. "Please have a seat. You wish to learn more about the dungeons." Chu Mingyao gestured for Su Xingchen to sit down. This student, aside from his lackluster talent, exhibited extraordinary potential in every other regard. Teachers naturally favor exceptional students. "Yes," Su Xingchen replied, reclining casually on the leather sofa, displaying a relaxed demeanor devoid of typical student restraint. In the realm of the 30th level trials, Jiangnan University boasts a total of 20 dungeons, 8 at the ordinary level, 6 at the difficult level, 4 at the desperate level, and 2 at the calamity level. You may ponder which tier of dungeon you ought to pursue. I can only enlighten you about the calamity level, as I have yet to experience it myself, while I have ventured into the desperate level. Chimanjiao sat elegantly on the sofa opposite Su Xingchen, her legs delicately crossed, her skin fair and taut, exuding an allure that rendered her captivating. Whether clad in sheer black stockings or not, a mere glance sent a shiver through Su Xingchen's heart, compelling him to avert his gaze, lest their mentor perceive his distraction. Unbeknownst to him, Chimanjiao had long since noticed his reaction. As a formidable ninth-tier sovereign, her perceptive abilities were formidable. At her level, it transcended mere combat prowess, hinting at a transcendental essence of life following rebirth. In that moment, as she spoke, she was also subtly probing Su Xingchen, curious whether his previous foray into the calamity level was due to the support of Jiqing Luo or a testament to his own formidable capabilities. Thus, she directly referenced the desperate and calamity levels, deliberately overlooking the ordinary and difficult tiers. Her gaze fixed upon Su Xingchen, as if attempting to see into the depths of his being. Mentor, could you elaborate on the calamity level? Su Xingchen responded. Had it not been for the necessity of confronting the 30th level calamity, he would not have felt compelled to suppress his rank. Very well, Chimanjiao replied, evidently pleased. She discerned his confidence, realizing that his previous venture into the calamity level was not merely a matter of luck. The 30th level calamity encompasses 2 realms, the world of manifestations and the Zhenwu mountain range. Historical records indicate that 29 individuals have traversed the world of manifestations, none of whom returned alive, while 31 ventured into the Zhenwu mountain range, with only 1 returning. These accounts date back to a distant past, and the exact circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. Upon concluding her remarks, Chimanjiao's gaze lingered on Su Xingchen. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether her student would dare to embark upon the calamity level and how he might choose to proceed. Chapter 39. Duanmu Ruashi wishes to accompany to the instance. The new school flower rankings are released. I choose the world of all things. Su Xingchen pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Mengyao. Zhenwu mountain range. The fact that someone returned alive suggests that this instance may have been cleared, rendering my participation unnecessary and a waste of time and opportunity. Therefore, I plan to venture into the world of all things. Very well. A disaster-level instance requires no reservation. One can enter at any time. However, prior to entering, one must report to a mentor or assistant. Are you going solo or teaming up? Issuing a gentle reminder, then inquired with a hint of trepidation, primarily due to her talent level being widely recognized as D-grade, rather commonplace. Let's assess the situation, Su Xingchen replied. Qing Luo should return. If she wishes to join, I will take her along, as she possesses the ability to summon. Ensuring safety is not a significant concern. After finalizing their plans, Su Xingchen departed from the mentor's office. It was only 10 a.m., with classes commencing at 2 p.m., so he intended to grab a bite to eat before indulging in a brief afternoon nap. Senior. Just as he exited the office, he heard someone calling for him. Without needing to look, he already knew who it was. At Jiangnan University, he was only acquainted with Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi, and the voice was unmistakably Ruashi's. Following the sound, he spotted her approaching. Is there something you need? Su Xingchen inquired, a subtle smile gracing his features. Senior, are you planning to enter an instance soon? Duanmu Ruashi clasped her hands behind her back, leaning in closer to whisper, her demeanor adorably charming. A faint fragrance wafted into Su Xingchen's senses. What is up? Su Xingchen asked, intrigued. This younger sister of his seemed to harbor the desire to join him in the instance. He was aware that the instance he intended to enter was disaster level, which was no trifling matter. Senior, could you take me along? I promise to be obedient. Duanmu Ruashi said softly, her tone almost pleading, reminiscent of a child seeking affection. She yearned to accompany Su Xingchen into the instance. After their last team separation, she felt an emptiness, as if something vital had been lost. Knowing Su Xingchen would attend Jiangnan University, she had enlisted her father's help to enroll there, even leveraging connections to secure a spot in Class 101. Disaster-level instances are exceedingly perilous. The chances of survival are incredibly slim, Su Xingchen cautioned. He felt no need for extensive explanation, as everyone was aware of the horrors of disaster-level instances. Otherwise, no one had emerged alive from such trials for a century, with he and Ji Qingluo being the sole exceptions. His survival owing to the system he possessed. I'm not afraid. I will offer you 100 million. Duan Muruashi declared without a hint of hesitation. Despite the dangers of a disaster-level instance, she felt no fear at the prospect of accompanying Su Xingchen. Simultaneously, she seemed to have an epiphany. Her senior must be in need of money. Yet, the one thing I possess in abundance is wealth. Very well, but I cannot assure you of complete safety, Su Xingchen remarked. With money? Why didn't you mention it earlier? 100 million certainly won't activate the special ring, but at least it brings us a step closer. Understood. Thank you, senior. When shall we venture into the dungeon? I must prepare. By the way, I will transfer the money to you first, senior. Should we bring Qingluo along? Duan Muruashi expressed her joy. Subsequently, she began to transfer funds to Su Xingchen. I will ask her, Su Xingchen stated, waving her hand. She parted ways with Duan Muruashi and headed towards the dormitory. On the way, Su Xingchen sent a message to Ji Qingluo. Qingluo, I plan to go into the dungeon in a couple of days. Would you like to join? Momins latte. She received a reply from Ji Qingluo. Of course, I will go. Brother, are you in the cafeteria? After a few seconds, Ji Qingluo's response arrived. It turned out she was also preparing to message Su Xingchen, not expecting the latter to reach out first. Su Xingchen, I am in the dormitory. We'll head to the cafeteria shortly. As she walked, she replied to the message. Soon, she arrived at the villa in the dormitory area. What? Ji Qingluo achieved a perfect score. Ji Qingyan also attained full marks. Goodness, our Jiangxi No. 9 high school has produced perfect scores. Both sisters possess S-level talents, and their overall credits are flawless. Su Xingchen scored 320 points. How remarkable is that? A D-level talent managing to secure 320 points, which includes 3 perfect scores. Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen must have been accepted into one of the 4 prestigious universities, though it seems they attended Jiangnan University instead. This is Jiangsheng 9 High School. It is now a month since the awakening, and today marks the final assessment. Although some prodigies did not attend school or have already enrolled in universities, the institution is still able to account for their credits. The discovery that Ji Qingluo and Ji Qingyan achieved perfect scores left everyone astounded. Besides the sisters, Su Xingchen remarkably reached 320 credits. This implies that he must have secured perfect scores in the other 3 categories. Otherwise, attaining 320 points would be impossible, considering Su Xingchen's talent credits are merely 20 points. Did I make a mistake? Yet, I followed the school's admission regulations, Chen Xueming sighed, his face etched with a bitter smile. Huaxia University has harshly criticized him, leaving him reluctant to return to school. Now, learning of Ji Qingluo's perfect score, it dawned on him that Su Xingchen, that D-level swordsman, was the reason Huaxia University lost an S-level prodigy. Losing such a remarkable talent with a perfect score was unfortunate. Yet, that D-level swordsman also achieved 320 points, surpassing many A-level and S-level students in credit. Thus, it can be said that talent is not everything. Take Su Xingchen, who possesses a D-grade talent yet managed to survive a catastrophe-level dungeon, amassing a commendable score of 320 credits, no less impressive than an S-grade talent. Principal Zhang Leitang exclaimed with enthusiasm, encouraging the students to strive for excellence and bring glory to the 9th middle school. Indeed, excitement permeated the air as 2 prodigious S-grade talents emerged from Jiangxing 9th middle school, both achieving full credits for successfully completing the trials of the catastrophe-level dungeon. In addition to Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo, Su Xingchen, despite her D-grade talent, also emerged alive from the catastrophe-level dungeon, securing a total of 320 credits. Apart from her talent, she achieved full marks in the other 3 categories. On the Jiangnan University campus exchange platform, a flurry of activity ensued with hashtags such as New Campus Goddess emerges, First Campus Goddess Ji Qingluo, and Second Campus Goddess Duan Muruashi. The platform buzzed with excitement, primarily focused on the beauty of the campus goddesses, with talent and strength as supplementary criteria. Each campus goddess represented an unparalleled beauty, universally acknowledged as a goddess in the hearts of countless young men. Surprisingly, the rankings for this year's campus goddesses saw both the first and second places occupied by freshmen. The campus, always infused with the vigor of youth, serves as a gathering place for the most talented individuals. Hello, Junior Qingluo. My name is Lu Suifeng, a fourth-year student and an S-grade swordsman currently at level 99. I believe we have much to discuss. He introduced himself as Ji Qingluo emerged from the girls' dormitory with her newly acquainted classmates, heading towards the cafeteria. However, upon stepping outside, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of elite students, most of whom were upperclassmen. The speaker was a prodigious talent from class 401, also at level 99 and an S grade, exuding an air of charm and refinement. At that moment, his gaze seemed to devour Ji Qingluo, as he perceived the new campus goddess as an easy target. After all, he considered himself an experienced player, blessed with talent, strength, and a powerful family backing him. He awaited Ji Qingluo's response, convinced that this stunning junior would undoubtedly gaze upon him with admiration. Chapter 40. The sword path ascends with a power surpassing 500,000. Lu Xingchen, I must apologize. If you seek counsel on tackling the Cataclysm-level dungeon, I regret to inform you that I, too, am not versed in such endeavors. Perhaps you should consult my brother instead. Ji Qingluo maintained a serene demeanor, casting a glance at Lu Suifeng. Her expression, to the onlookers, suggested a fondness for him, especially considering Lu Suifeng was an S-class prodigy, having reached level 99 even before graduation. Similarly, Lu Suifeng held the same belief. However, Ji Qingluo's subsequent words left everyone in stunned silence, including Lu Suifeng. Upon regaining his composure, disbelief washed over his face. Did you misunderstand, or was it intentional? Were you unaware that Lu Suifeng wished to pursue a relationship with you? Yet you responded by suggesting he sought your advice on conquering the Cataclysm-level dungeon. Moreover, this insinuated that Lu Suifeng had never faced such challenges before, which carried an undertone of humiliation. Ultimately, it was a rejection. Qingluo, Lu Suifeng's expression was filled with embarrassment. Was emerging from a Cataclysm-level dungeon such an impressive feat? Before he could finish his thought, Ji Qingluo's lovely visage lit up with a joyful smile, her eyes sparkling. She waved her delicate hand, evidently greeting someone. Brother, I'm over here, Ji Qingluo called out, her demeanor lively as she trotted forward. The other students were astonished by her demeanor and quickly turned to follow her gaze. There, not far off, stood a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of mysterious allure. Let us go, Su Xingchen said, allowing Ji Qingluo to take his hand as they walked towards the cafeteria. Witnessing this scene left the other students in a state of shock, their expressions shifting rapidly. The esteemed school beauty, Ji Qingluo, had a crush on someone, and her demeanor clearly reflected her deep affection for him. Who could it be? Curiosity ran rampant among them. Damn it, Lu Suifeng's expression soured. He had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Ji Qingluo, only to be outright rejected. Yet here she was, behaving charmingly in front of another man, leaving him feeling humiliated and unable to save face. The following days saw Su Xingchen, aside from attending classes, gathering essential supplies. For he was preparing to enter the Cataclysm-level dungeon, unaware of how long he would be there. It was imperative that his provisions were sufficient. Besides, the system's storage was ample enough to accommodate numerous items. Over the span of 2 days, he spent nearly 1 million gold coins, ensuring his system space was stocked with all that he might need. Su Xingchen, tomorrow morning at 8:30. Gather at the school's south teleportation square to prepare for the dungeon expedition. Su Xingchen messaged Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. Soon, both replied, confirming their participation. The virtual screen unfolded before him. Gold, 61, 208, 200 attributes, 2, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 level, 49, 49, 76, sword control technique, 3rd stage, 83. 14, Azure Lotus Sword Song, 3rd stage, 94. 81, 10,000 swords return to origin, 3rd stage, 66. 14, Thunder Sword Chi, 3rd stage, 37. 39, it is time to enhance the skills. After all, there are attribute points available. Currently, the only course of action is to elevate the skills. System. Enhance sword control technique. Su Xingchen communicates with the system. Proceed with the upgrades in order, beginning with the sword control technique. Consume 33. 720 to elevate sword control technique to 4th stage 0. 0. Flight speed 600, number of swords 6, directly upgrade to 4th stage. In truth, the sword control technique had already reached 3rd stage at 83. 14, merely 16. 86 shy of advancing to 4th stage, primarily due to its frequent use. Elevating by 16. 86 requires the expenditure of 33, 720 attributes. This implies that to increase by 1 now necessitates 2,000 attribute points. Conversely, when ascending from 2nd stage to 3rd stage, only 1,000 attribute points were needed for a 1 increase. The requirement has indeed doubled. However, Su Xingchen remains unconcerned about such attributes. With a balance of 2 million at hand. Following the upgrade, the sword control technique now boasts an enhanced speed of 600, and the number of swords has risen to 6. Next, upgrade Azure Lotus Sword Song. Consume 10, 380 attribute points. Elevate Azure Lotus Sword Song to 4th stage 0. 0. Damage of Azure Lotus Sword Song increased by 60. The attribute points consumed for Azure Lotus Sword Song are considerably fewer. The reason is quite simple. Its frequent use in combat has naturally augmented its proficiency. Now, enhance 10,000 swords return to origin. Consume 66. 720 to elevate 10,000 swords return to origin to 4th stage 0. 0. Damage of 10,000 swords return to origin increased by 600. Attack range 1,000 meters x 1,000 meters. Cooldown 160 seconds. Indeed, the ultimate skills are formidable. After the enhancement, its power has significantly escalated, and the attack magnitude has doubled. Consume 125, 220 attribute points. Elevate Thunder Sword Chi to 4th stage 0. 0. Defense of Thunder Sword Chi increased by 600. This Thunder Sword Chi consistently requires the highest expenditure of attribute points upon each upgrade. Nevertheless, Su Xingchen cannot afford to neglect its enhancement. Although seldom used, it possesses lethality. It may not be essential, yet it must exist and be potent. Otherwise, one's life could be jeopardized. Now enhance the strongest ultimate move, the Sword Path Abyss. In Su Xingchen's mind, all other skills may remain unenhanced. But this Sword Path Abyss must be elevated, for it is overwhelmingly powerful, a true trump card. Consuming 100,000 attributes. The swordsmanship of Ling Yuan ascends to Divine 2,000. Name, Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan. Category, Martial Arts. Rank, Divine 2. Attributes, Colorful. Combat Power, 200,000. Function, Supreme Sword Attack. During battle, utter the phrase, Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan. Accompany me, unleashing 30 times the sword power. Cooldown, 1,400 seconds. Powerful, extraordinarily potent. Consuming 1,000,000 attributes. The swordsmanship of Ling Yuan has reached Divine 2. The combat power has grown from 100,000 to 200,000, a substantial increase of 100,000 combat power. In battle, the unleashed sword power reaches an astounding 30 times. With the cooldown reduced by 100 seconds. Do not underestimate a mere 100 seconds. In critical moments, every second can determine victory or defeat, life or death. Indeed, the swordsmanship of Ling Yuan is paramount for enhancement, Su Xingchen mused. 100,000 combat power. Considering the 200 amplification from the combat power ring, it effectively translates to an increase of 200,000 combat power. The next upgrade for the swordsmanship of Ling Yuan, I wonder, will it require 10,000 attributes? Su Xingchen fell into contemplation. The first upgrade of the swordsmanship of Ling Yuan consumed 100,000 attributes. The second upgrade required 1,000 attributes. Thus, for the third upgrade, If my calculations are correct, it would necessitate 10,000,000 attribute points. An astonishing 10 million, not merely 1,000. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Moreover, what about the 4th and 5th upgrades? Nevertheless, while the attribute consumption for upgrading the swordsmanship of Ling Yuan is indeed daunting, its power is undeniable. Name: Su Xingchen. Age: 18. Talent: D class. Profession: swordsman, minor accomplishment. Level: 49, 76. Bond: wealth: 161, 208, 200 combat power, 527, 582 attributes, 773. 960. Active skills: sword control technique, 4th order, 0, 0, 0. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 4th order, 0, 0, 0. 10,000 swords return to origin, 4th order, 0, 0, 0. Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan, Divine 2 o'clock, 0, 0. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Barrier, 4th order, 0, 0, 0. The combat power has surpassed 500, 0, 0, 0. If others were to learn of this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. It is noteworthy that many newcomers might not even possess 3,000 combat power at present. In fact, numerous professionals, awakened for 1 or 2 years, still lack even 10,000 combat power. Closing the virtual light screen, I shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the cataclysmic level dungeon, World of Multitudes. Chapter 41. Catastrophic Level Instance. The world of manifestations. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Xingchen awakened, refreshed himself, and donned clean attire before stepping out of the villa to the dining hall for breakfast. The meals served there were complimentary, yet remarkably delectable, comparable to those in high-end hotels. After all, the students of Jiangnan University were all prodigies, deserving of hearty nourishment, for might be days, if not longer, before they could indulge again. The anticipation was palpable. Seated opposite Su Xingchen were Duanmu Ruoshi and Jiqing Luo. The trio dining together attracted numerous glances, expressions of astonishment, envy, and even jealousy. It was noteworthy that these two were the newly crowned campus beauties of Jiangnan University, the first and second flower of the school. It puzzled many that the first and second beauties could be seen dining with a boy, and their familiarity suggested a relationship beyond the ordinary. Moreover, the boy was undeniably handsome, surpassing even a campus heartthrob. The level 30 instance has a longer duration, Jiqing Luo remarked, her cheeks adorably puffed, adding to her charm. The catastrophic level is unpredictable, as it adheres to its own rules, unaffected by external influences. The same goes for the desperate level. Have you two prepared for it? As Su Xingchen conversed while enjoying his meal, the two girls nodded attentively, appearing obedient. They embodied the essence of lively, enchanting, and graceful young maidens, all of a similar ilk. After finishing breakfast, the trio headed towards the teleportation square. The semester had commenced for 3 days, and everything was falling into place. Classes resumed. Training commenced, and forays into instances were underway. At this moment, the teleportation square was bustling with students, all preparing to embark on their respective instances. However, the majority were headed for the ordinary and difficult levels, with those daring enough to attempt the desperate level being exceedingly few. Minter. Upon their arrival at the teleportation square, Chu Mingyao and another stunning woman awaited them. This second woman, equally beautiful, was none other than Murong Qingwu, Jiqing Luo's mentor. Upon encountering the two, Su Xingchen, Jiqing Luo, and Duanmu Ruoshi greeted them courteously. Indeed, Murong Qingwu and Chu Mingyao nodded in acknowledgement before guiding Su Xingchen and the others deeper into the square. The first campus beauty, Jiqing Luo. The second campus beauty, Duanmu Ruoshi. They're so breathtaking, murmured the onlookers. They too are heading for the instance. Perhaps we should inquire about forming a team. Who is that boy? Mentor Qingwu is the only goddess in my heart. Mentor Chu is my goddess as well. They are all so beautiful. Whom should I choose? In truth, I find myself envious of that young man. Who knows him? The students in the plaza erupted with excitement upon seeing Jiqing Luo and her companions. The first and second school flowers, alongside 2 divine mentors, had safely returned. Chu Mingyao and Murong Qingwu, accompanied by Su Xingchen and others, approached the altar. This particular location housed only 2 altars, for they were of the calamity level. The activation of the teleportation commenced. The 2 offered no further admonitions to Su Xingchen and her companions, merely wishing them a safe return. They themselves had never ventured into a calamity-level instance. So what could they advise? Name: World of Myriad Manifestations level. Calamity conditions. Below level 49. Aged under 20. No items from outside members allowed. Time: unknown. Rating: 100 points. Team formation. Allowed death probability: 99. 99 boom. 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 A blood-red radiance surged into the sky, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. This spectacle left countless students astonished, for the crimson glow signified the teleportation light of a calamity-level instance. It was evident that someone was about to embark on such a journey. Calamity level. They were headed for a calamity-level instance. Such audacity. Surely, you do not yet recognize them. The young man is Su Xingchen, and the first school flower is Su Xingchen. These 2 had recently returned alive from a calamity-level instance. Su Xingchen, if I recall correctly, hails from Jiangsheng No. 9 High School, a D-grade swordsman. To be frank, I lack such courage. The choice to face calamity once more indicates an addiction to the thrill. Though terrifying, the calamity level also brings with it opportunities and fortunes. Astonishment. Excitement. No one had anticipated that Su Xingchen and her companions would venture into a calamity-level instance. The mere thought of the 10% mortality rate sent shivers down their spines. Amidst the cacophony of shock, the blood-red teleportation light soared, only to vanish moments later, leaving the sky eerily tranquil as if nothing had occurred. On the teleportation altar, Su Xingchen and her companions, too, disappeared with the light. Yao Yao, do you think they will return safely? Murong Qingwu gazed at the fading teleportation light, her eyes filled with concern. After all, Ji Qingluo was her student, a great prodigy who had previously ventured into a calamity-level instance and returned unharmed. Yet, luck had played a significant role in that success. Now, as they embarked on another calamity-level instance, this level 30 challenge would undoubtedly be far more daunting than the novice tiers. My greatest regret lies in never having experienced a calamity level. Chu Mengyao did not respond to Murong Qingwu. How could she? What could she possibly say? Could she predict the future? You, a monarch, still pondering instances? Murong Qingwu shot a glance of disapproval at Chu Mengyao. Instances are designed solely for those who have yet to reincarnate. After reincarnation, one is met with far more formidable secret realms. Thus, it is indeed a regret. In just one more year, I too shall venture to the battlefield, hoping they grow swiftly, Chu Mengyao lamented. For all professionals, the ultimate destination is the battlefield. That battlefield, destruction, chaos, resembles a hellish purgatory, perhaps even more terrifying than the very depths of hell. Yet one must go, for it is the front line in the defense of our homeland. I shall join you at that time, murmured Murong Qingwu. As formidable professionals, we cannot succumb to cowardice, for behind us lie our homes and loved ones. By the way, this year marks the triennial National Professional Students Elite Battle, does it not? There are only 3 months remaining. Alas, Su Xingchen and the others are too low in rank. Had they another year, they might have made a significant showing in the elite battle. Chu Mengyao contemplated the elite battle, a competition among university students. Although any university student can participate, the highest rankings are invariably claimed by those exceeding level 90, or even those who have undergone rebirth. As the trio was transported, they felt no force of spatial division. This indicated that entering the myriad realms would not involve random teleportation. Many dungeons employ such randomness, where, despite commencing the teleportation together, the conclusion of their journey results in disparate locations, making it impossible to remain with companions. In the myriad realms, one can form teams, thus ensuring they would not be separated. At this moment, the 3 held hands, unafraid of a myriad of uncertainties. Time ticked away, each second seemingly stretched into eternity, with no indication of when it would cease. The longer the teleportation lasted, the greater the distance traveled, possibly indicating a more perilous and enigmatic dungeon. After approximately 2 minutes, a rush of wind filled their ears, and before them, a brilliant light emerged. The teleportation had concluded. In an instant, The trio experienced a sensation of weightlessness as they plummeted swiftly toward the ground below. Chapter 42. The Rules of the Myriad World in a Moment of Brilliance. The transmission concluded. The three individuals experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness as they plummeted downward. Just as they began to fall, Su Xingchen summoned his longsword, transforming it into a dazzling streak of light. With one foot on the sword, he grasped each of his companions, stabilizing their descent. The transmission had finally come to an end, which had felt interminable. Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi exhibited not a trace of panic. In fact, a hint of excitement could be detected in their voices. Has her flying technique not yet reached the first tier? Su Xingchen inquired, glancing at Duanmu Ruoshi. It has indeed, she replied. Since her last upgrade under Su Xingchen's guidance, she had devoted herself to honing her flying skills. Recently, she had successfully achieved the first tier, granting her the ability to fly. Of course, practitioners must master object manipulation for flight before they can achieve true aerial flight, which is only attainable at the 5th tier or above. And just now, Su Xingchen expressed his confusion. In such circumstances following the transmission, one should instinctively employ their flying technique to stabilize themselves mid-air before assessing the situation. Yet, Duanmu Ruoshi showed no inclination to do so. "Isn't it, because I have a senior here?" Duanmu Ruoshi pouted playfully, her tone endearing. Her demeanor rendered Su Xingchen at a loss for words. "What about you?" Su Xingchen shifted his gaze toward Jiqing Luo, who had responded similarly. "Isn't it, because I have you, my brother?" Jiqing Luo's words echoed Duanmu Ruoshi's, leaving Su Xingchen utterly speechless. While the reasoning was sound, he still felt it was inadequate. With a swift motion, he summoned his sword and soared to the peak of a mountain, awaiting the manifestation of the spirit of the realm. Welcome to the Myriad World. I am the spirit of the Myriad World. Current population, 802, 381, total beasts, 201, 927, 365, 395, ordinary, 2,081 guaranteed drop, 88, welfare, trial duration, 100 days. Note, those whose trial duration exceeds 100 days will be eradicated. Early departure is permitted under the following conditions. 1. Hunt 1, welfare. 2. Hunt guaranteed drop, to obtain 1 golden equipment, mystical tier. 3. Accumulate over 10,000 myriad points. 4. Enter the Myriad Sacred City to receive the Myriad Legacy after approximately 1 minute. A resonant and ethereal voice echoed through the sky. The spirit began to announce the rules of the Myriad World. As the spirit's voice faded, 3 streaks of light appeared from the void, descending before Su Xingchen and his companions. They were enveloped in the luminous glow, which vanished in an instant, revealing a virtual information panel before them. Each possesses a virtual information panel. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Welfare, 0. Guaranteed drop, 0. Universe, 0. Inheritance, 0. Countdown 99 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Su Xingchen's information panel reveals that, apart from his name and age, all else remains at a standstill, 0. A countdown is prominently displayed. "Senior brother," she exclaimed, "is the difficulty of this instance challenging? How does it compare to your previous experience? Is it more formidable or comparatively easier?" At this moment, Duanmu Ruoshi called out, addressing him as senior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Xingchen was taken aback. Why had the address changed? Moreover, Duanmu Ruoshi appeared to regard it as entirely natural. He is simply a senior. How did he become senior brother? Jiqing Luo cast a wary glance at Duanmu Ruoshi, her suspicions aroused. It remains unclear. In terms of corresponding levels, they should be roughly equivalent. Presently, within this vast world, there are 800,000 practitioners, yet their levels and strengths remain a mystery. The number of monsters is staggering, reaching 2 trillion. However, there are only 2,000 guaranteed drop monsters and a mere 88 welfare monsters. At present, the levels of ordinary monsters are unknown, as are those of the guaranteed drop and welfare monsters. Judging by the circumstances, it seems these monsters possess considerable strength. If their levels were low, this would not qualify as a calamity level instance. If the welfare and guaranteed drop monsters were weak, we would have been eliminated long ago. Su Xingchen replied, the data appears clear, yet everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. The maximum duration of the trial is 100 days. Exceeding this limit results in obliteration. One can leave early, but certain conditions must be met. There are 4 such conditions, and fulfilling any one of them allows for an early exit. However, are these conditions truly easy to accomplish? Clearly, they are quite difficult, considering it is a calamity-level challenge. Brother, there's a note, Ji Qingluo interjected. Ordinary monsters range from level 1 to level 6. Guaranteed drop monsters are level 7, and welfare monsters are level 8. Upon hearing her words, Su Xingchen glanced at the bottom of the information panel. Indeed, there it was, annotations confirming that ordinary monsters are classified as levels 1 to 6, guaranteed drop monsters as level 7, and welfare monsters as level 8. This is troubling. Duanmu Ruashi's countenance darkened. Such high-level monsters. How could one possibly defeat them? Level 1 monsters possess approximately 1,000 battle power. Level 2 around 5,000. Level 3 approximately 10,000. Level 4 about 50,000. Level 5 near 100,000. Level 6 around 500,000. Level 7 about 1,000,000. And level 8 approximately 5,000,000. And here she was, with only a few thousand battle power. How could she possibly contend? Even resorting to her ultimate abilities, she could only defeat level 3 and level 4 monsters, and even at that, her pace of hunting was painfully slow. Levels 5 and 6 were beyond her reach. In the realm of the 7th tier, mandatory monsters, one would scarcely have the chance to escape. Upon reflection, it appeared rather straightforward. After perusing the annotations, Su Xingchen's lips curled into a faint smile. In this myriad world, while it posed a perilous ordeal for others, for her and Ji Qingluo, it bore no distinction from an ordinary level dungeon. After all, both she and Qingluo possessed the ability to summon. Is it truly that simple, senior brother? Upon hearing Su Xingchen's assertion, Duanmu Ruashi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If senior brother deemed it simple, it must indeed be so. He surely possessed a means to accomplish this catastrophic-level dungeon task. Suddenly, she recalled that senior brother had a formidable dragon. It truly was uncomplicated, akin to an ordinary dungeon for them. This was a land of opportunity, contingent on luck and the chance to confront the mandatory explosive monster. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement with Su Xingchen's sentiment. It was indeed simple. Now, it hinged on fortune. Qingluo, if you were to navigate this dungeon alone, would it still be simple? Duanmu Ruashi inquired, casting a glance at Ji Qingluo. Her lips pursed slightly. The two women, while harboring a subtle rivalry, managed to conceal it beneath a veneer of civility. Simple, Ji Qingluo chuckled. This little girl thinks she can vie for my brother's attention. As if I were oblivious to her intentions. It would indeed be a curious affair if I were to allow her to prevail. Duanmu Ruashi scoffed, evidently skeptical. Even though Ji Qingluo had reached the 40th level, she was not senior brother. To claim simplicity under such conditions seemed nothing short of jest. We'll find out through trial. With a roll of her eyes, Ji Qingluo sighed. It seems I must showcase a measure of my prowess to keep you in check. Having spoken, she initiated her summoning, causing the space to tremble slightly as a colossal azure bird materialized in the sky. The wings of this majestic creature spanned several dozen meters, and its overwhelming presence sent tremors through the hearts of those who beheld it. You can summon. What a terrifying azure bird. The expression on Duanmu Ruashi's face shifted dramatically before quickly settling into calm. She recognized that this formidable creature was conjured by Ji Qingluo. Though she had not anticipated Ji Qingluo could summon such a fearsome azure bird, a descendant of the Phoenix clan, with unparalleled strength. At that moment, Duanmu Ruashi felt a pang of envy, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Ji Qingluo had declared it simple. The ability to summon such a powerful azure bird was indeed remarkable. Chapter 43, Level 50, adorned in golden mythical armor, combat power exceeding 1 million. Do you believe it now? Ji Qingluo raised her delicate face and spoke, her demeanor exuding a sense of pride that made Duanmu Ruashi grit her teeth in frustration. However, she found herself powerless to retaliate. At this moment, she could only turn away, casting a pitiful glance at Su Xingchen. The latter, clearly overwhelmed, realized that his sister and the little troublemaker were at odds. With the sun still hanging high in the sky, it was prudent to take a short flight and practice their skills. The welfare beasts and mandatory drop monsters were alarmingly scarce, making their search a matter of luck. Thus, idleness was not an option. "Let us go," Su Xingchen declared, shifting the focus to the task at hand. He glanced at the sky and, without engaging further with Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, swiftly took to the skies on his sword. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi exchanged glances, then hastily followed suit. "Senior brother, wait for me," Duanmu Ruashi called out, her feet resting on a long arrow of dark golden hue. This arrow, however, was not a solid object, but rather a manifestation of her power. For a true archer's arrows seldom possess physical form, relying solely on the bow. Her flight technique was merely at the first tier, and her speed could not compare to Su Xingchen's. In fact, she was even slower than Ji Qingluo. Su Xingchen chose not to comment, and merely slowed his pace to allow her to catch up. In theory, he could easily carry her aloft, but doing so would hinder her training in flight techniques. After all, it was midday, and darkness would soon descend upon them. Today's objective was modest, to become familiar with and adapt to the myriad worlds around them. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, they encountered a den of monsters. To be precise, they stumbled upon a nest teeming with 4th and 5th tier beasts. Observing the multitude of creatures surrounding them, Ji Qingluo remarked on the abundance of monsters. "It is quite normal to find many beasts here, but they are all 4th and 5th tier. Ruashi, what is your combat power?" Su Xingchen inquired. "Senior brother, my combat power is 7,000, Duanmu Ruashi replied. "Very well. You will accompany Qingluo to hunt 4th tier beasts while I will take on the task alone. We will operate in team mode," Su Xingchen instructed. The 4th and 5th tier beasts posed little threat to him. With a mere wave of his hand, he could dispatch them effortlessly. Even Ji Qingluo was capable of defeating 4th tier beasts with ease, and if he summoned the Azure Bird, they would be obliterated without question. Duanmu Ruashi, however, was not in the same position. Her equipment was subpar, her level low, and her skills inadequate, allowing her only to engage in a tenuous battle with 4th tier monsters, which would serve primarily as a means of skill cultivation. "Understood," Duanmu Ruashi nodded. Following this, Ji Qingluo summoned the Azure Bird, and the two of them settled onto its back, soaring towards the direction of the beasts. Coincidentally, Ji Qingluo, being delicate and unaccustomed to combat, found greater safety riding the Azure Bird, while Duanmu Ruashi, as an archer, benefited from the advantageous position for range attacks. Thus, they flew together. "Roar!" Su Xingchen summoned the dragon, its roar echoing through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. He did not ride the dragon, as it felt inconvenient. Whoosh! The battle commenced at that moment. Experience 10,000, experience 50,000, experience 50,000, experience 10,000, gold 100,000, gold 500,000, attribute 10, attribute 10. Su Xingchen's experience in gold, along with his attributes, continued to rise. Currently, he required 10 million experience points to level up. However, the demon beasts he encountered were all at the 4th and 5th tiers, granting him between 10,000 and 50,000 experience points for each beast. Time passed, second by second. "Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level. 50 base combat power x 110 at last, he had reached level 50. This was the moment he had awaited, for attaining level 50 allowed the donning of profound tier equipment. Whoosh! He soared upward, landing upon the dragon's back. Su Xingchen. He adorned himself with a new gear. Name: Swordmaster's Cloak tier, profound attributes, golden combat power, 100,000 required level, 50 attribute 1. Swordsmanship damage increased by 200. Attribute 2. Defense increased by 200. Attribute 3. Can enter a state of invisibility when stationary, ineffective during combat. As he donned the cloak, a smile graced his face as he admired the equipment once more. Profound tier indeed. This was the golden myth of profound tier gear, which directly augmented his combat power by 100. 000. The 3 attribute bonuses were simply extraordinary. The gear he had longed for was finally within his grasp. Name: Crimson Ming Emperor Tier. Profound Attributes. Golden Combat Power, 200. 000 required level. 50 Attribute 1. Swordsmanship damage increased by 300. Attribute 2. Permanent increase of 200 to overall combat power. Attribute 3. Contains the essence of Crimson Ming Sword Intent, with a 20 chance to unleash the Crimson Ming Sword formation. Equipping the weapon, he replaced it with the Golden Myth of Profound Tier. The original True Martial Radiance had a combat power of 2000, while the new Crimson Ming Emperor boasted a staggering 200,000. Combat power 792,000. Incredible. His combat power surged by an astounding 792,000. Su Xingchen's total combat power now reached 1,411,558 points, surpassing the million mark. In addition to the dramatic increase in combat power, the attribute bonuses were equally remarkable, particularly that of the Crimson Ming Emperor. Each of the 3 attributes was exceptionally powerful, even eclipsing the current combat power rings by a significant margin. Name: Su Xingchen. Age: 18. Talent: D grade. Occupation: Swordsman. Minor accomplishment. Level: 50,001. Bond: Wealth: 163, 808, 200 combat power, 1,411, 558 base combat power, 20, 991. Attributes: 781, 050. Active skills: Sword Control Technique, 4th rank, 000. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 4th rank, 000. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, 4th rank, 000. Sword Path at the Abyss, Divine 2 o'clock, 000. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Barrier, 4th rank, 000. Equipment Combat Power Special Ring Combat Power Sword Path at the Abyss Swordsman Cloak, X Combat Power Ring, 200x Crimson Emperor, 200 Comprehensive Combat Power. At this moment, Su Xingchen's combat power is no longer merely 200 from the combat power ring, nor the 200 from the Crimson Emperor. On the surface, it appears to have increased by 1 point, yet in reality, it has risen by 4 points. Closing the virtual light curtain, a smile of elation graces his face as he stands atop the dragon's back, grasping the Crimson Emperor. A faint, ethereal shadow of a cloak envelopes him, reminiscent of legendary swordsmen. Brother, you've changed your weapon. In the distance, Ji Qingluo observes Su Xingchen halting his battle, her curiosity piqued. Soon, she notices the transformation of his weapon. The previous Zhenwu's radiance, while striking, pales in comparison to the one he now wields. Moreover, a delicate cloak of light surrounds him, not a physical entity, rendering him a true mythic swordsman. She finds herself momentarily mesmerized. Xian grade, golden myth, Su Xingchen responds, revealing that he obtained it from a treasure chest last time, having kept it from Ji Qingluo. Xian grade, golden myth. Senior brother, what is the combat power of your weapon? Duanmu Ruashi exclaims in astonishment. Xian grade. Even ordinary equipment at this level boasts considerable combat power. I never expected senior brother to possess a golden myth of Xian grade. How enviable. So, what is the combat power of the Xian grade golden myth equipment? 200. 000 combat power. Su Xingchen replies. 200,000. What an astounding figure. Duanmu Ruashi exclaims, her mouth agape in disbelief, exuding an adorable yet slightly alluring demeanor that makes one want to pinch her cheeks. It effectively increases by 400,000 combat power. Attribute: permanent 200 combat power increase. Su Xingchen chuckles. Indeed, 200,000 is formidable. Yet, the truly extraordinary aspect lies in the second attribute of the Crimson Emperor, which grants a permanent 200 increase to overall combat power. Chapter 44. The Crimson Sword Chi and the Crimson Sword Array. What? An increase of 200. Senior brother, please show me. Duanmu Ruashi was momentarily stunned, her exquisite visage shifting through a myriad of expressions before finally returning to normal. Unable to contain her excitement, she expressed a desire to behold Su Xingchen's golden myth. Take a look, Su Xingchen replied, nodding. He then adjusted the settings to grant her access to view his equipment attributes. Without such permissions, no one could discern the nature of his gear. Wow, this! The thrill of curiosity surged within her. The act of allowing her to see his equipment indicated a lack of guard against her, which filled her with delight. Amidst her joy, she wondered what kind of equipment her senior possessed and what his battle power might be. Upon witnessing Su Xingchen's gear, she gasped in astonishment. Save for 2 red items, the entirety of his ensemble was golden, far beyond her imagination. No wonder her senior brother was so formidable. His equipment was exceptional. Moreover, every piece of gear was a product of his own efforts. Next, she inspected the weapon's attributes and inscriptions, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. The inscription properties were astonishing. A cursory glance revealed that her senior brother's battle power likely reached around 6 to 700,000. Once we exit this dungeon, your level and battle power will also see a significant rise, Su Xingchen remarked as he glanced at Duanmu Ruashi. This dungeon is incredibly fortuitous for me, a veritable land of blessings. However, it all depends on luck. If fortune favors us, we may encounter monsters that yield guaranteed drops and beneficial creatures. Should luck be unkind, even if we do encounter them, we may not obtain any good equipment. Indeed, Duanmu Ruashi nodded enthusiastically, her eyes blazing with fervor. Her senior brother was truly remarkable. 99% of professionals would struggle throughout their lives to obtain even a single piece of golden equipment, let alone any red ones. Yet here he was, having awakened not long ago, nearly complete with an entire set of gold. At last, she comprehended that those graded A and S were mere trifles in comparison to her senior brother, almost like fools. Upon observing Duanmu Ruashi's reaction, Su Xingchen spoke, and then the battle commenced. With a swift motion, the Crimson Heavenly Emperor unleashed a devastating wave of crimson sword intent. Sword radiance, sword chi, and sword light ravaged the space around them. Concurrently, the Crimson Sword Array manifested, a formation spanning 500 meters in length and width. Within this array, annihilation reigned supreme. This sword array was likely more terrifying than the legendary 10,000 swords returning to origin. Sword array, sword array. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi watched intently as Su Xingchen transformed, eager to witness the true power of his newly acquired equipment. Upon seeing the sword array, both of them gasped in awe. Whistle, whistle, roar in this realm. The azure birds and dragons dominate all. The formations of swords and their gleaming edges wreak havoc and destruction. The monstrous beasts fall incessantly, often without even the chance to collapse. As they are instantly transformed into crimson mist, experience continues to surge, and gold coins flow in abundance. Among them, Duanmu Ruashi, possessing the lowest level, ascends the ranks the quickest. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 36, base combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 37, base combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 48, base combat power x 110. The sky gradually darkened. Su Xingchen and his companions ceased their battle. That will be all for today, Su Xingchen announced. Upon finishing his words, he soared away on his sword, heading towards the horizon. Whistle, whistle, after 10 minutes. The trio arrived at the entrance of a gorge. The gorge towered 1,000 feet high. At a height of 100 meters from the ground, a cave resided, serving as the dwelling for a flying beast, which Su Xingchen had already vanquished earlier that afternoon. Within the gorge, a small stream flowed, culminating in a waterfall. Today was fruitful. Duanmu Ruashi was the most delighted, for she had reached level 48. Moreover, she had acquired 2 pieces of mystical orange gear and 1 piece of mystical red gear. Such items belong to a higher tier. Even the white gear of this tier boasts a power of 10,000 points, let alone the orange and red pieces. You can don them tomorrow, Ji Qingluo remarked. The mystical gear requires level 50 for wear. Given that Duanmu Ruashi is currently at level 48, she would undoubtedly reach level 50 with the ongoing pace of hunting beasts. You both tidy up. I will gather some firewood and perhaps a wild rabbit. Su Xingchen surveyed the cave, estimating it to be around 30 square meters. For the 3 of them, Residing within it was not cramped. Tidying up was a task best suited for the girls, as they are meticulous and cherish cleanliness, ensuring the cave would soon resemble a cozy boudoir. Su Xingchen, on the other hand, would hardly partake in the cleaning. The little vixen nodded and began to organize. Whistle, whistle, Su Xingchen departed on his sword, venturing forth into the depths of the instance, where powerful beasts roamed alongside ordinary wildlife, which were superior to those found outside, having thrived in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Shortly, he encountered a small wild boar and a plump rabbit. Then, he found a colossal dead tree, shouldering it while carrying the wild boar and rabbit, making his way back to the cave. Upon returning, he cleaned the wild boar and rabbit by the stream. After preparing the firewood, he noticed that Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo were absent, causing him to frown. Thus, from the depths of the system space, I retrieved a fresh set of clothing and some toiletries, making my way towards the heart of the canyon, where the brook originated. Bathing in the pool beneath the waterfall was an exquisite experience. The sound of the cascading water was quite loud, causing Su Xingchen to miss the distant sounds of laughter. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, he was taken aback to discover two stunningly beautiful figures within. Their skin was as white as snow, their forms exquisite and perfect, leaving Su Xingchen momentarily speechless. The visual impact was so profound that it sent tremors through his very soul. As the two frolicked, the alluring scene was simply irresistible. Soon, the laughter ceased abruptly when they noticed Su Xingchen standing on the shore. The two ladies, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, who were closer to the waterfall, had not initially realized someone was approaching due to the noise. Upon recognizing Su Xingchen, they were astonished, and after regaining their composure, they gasped in surprise. In a hurry, they crouched down, revealing only their heads above the water's surface, feeling a rush of shyness and anxiety. At that moment, they wished they could disappear in the ground, never having anticipated such an encounter. It was unintentional. The sound was too loud. I just arrived, Su Xingchen stammered awkwardly, quickly turning away. It was a struggle to tear his gaze away, for even submerged, the water in the pool was crystal clear, rendering their bodies tantalizingly visible. After speaking, he reluctantly took a step back, moving away from the pool. How embarrassing. This was utterly mortifying. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi felt their faces flush crimson. Once they were certain Su Xingchen had departed, they hastily lathered themselves with soap and began to wash. Before long, they finished bathing, dried off, and changed into clean clothes. "Hello, you rascal," Duanmu Ruashi said, softly as they walked towards the cave, spotting Su Xingchen a couple of 100 meters away from the pool. Her lovely face was flushed, as if it might bleed. "Brother, how long have you been watching?" Ji Qingluo inquired, her heart racing, fearing he'd been watching for an extended period. "I didn't see anything," Su Xingchen replied with an awkward smile, choosing to disregard their inquiries. He gathered his clothes and toiletries, heading back towards the pool, intending to wash up before nightfall and prepare a meal. The situation felt awkward for all involved, and he thought it best to give them some space. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire the splendid figures of Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, utterly breathtaking. Chapter 45. The enormous spaceship in the distant starry sky, the black-robed priest, and the holy lord. After taking a bath, they changed into clean garments and took the opportunity to wash their soiled clothes. Upon their return, the sky had turned entirely dark, devoid of the moon's light. However, at the cave in the canyon, a bright bulb was illuminated, connected to a portable power source. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi had kindled a fire and were preparing for a barbecue. Duanmu Ruashi possessed a spatial treasure, while Ji Qingluo had a Chinquan ring. Aware of their venture into a replica, they had both stocked their spaces with an abundance of supplies, now ready for use. "Senior brother," Duanmu Ruashi called softly upon seeing Su Xingchen return, her voice tinged with shyness. After all, it is a delicate matter for a girl to be seen bathing by a boy, even if the duration was uncertain. However, considering their playful antics under the roaring waterfall, it was reasonable to assume that the sound had masked their presence. Yet, her eyes were not blind, and thus, it was inevitable that Su Xingchen had drawn near before realizing their situation. One could only blame the sound of the waterfall for this misunderstanding. I'll take care of it, Su Xingchen said with a smile as he accepted the plump rabbit and wild boar from their hands, placing them over the fire to roast slowly. However, his mind could not help but wander to thoughts of the enchanting girls before him. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air as the small wild boar and large rabbit turned a glorious golden brown, appearing utterly delectable. At that moment, the charming girl retrieved some juice from her Qingchen ring, while Duanmu Ruashi produced several other items. The scene resembled a delightful picnic rather than a trial in a disaster-level dungeon. How delicious it smells! I can hardly wait, Yikvingluo exclaimed, gazing at the perfectly roasted rabbit and wild boar, her mouth watering. It will be ready soon, Su Xingchen reassured her. In a distant void, engulfed in the darkness of dark matter, a colossal spaceship resembling a vast planetary world swiftly traversed the cosmos. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the vessel. Master, a voice echoed. We are approximately 3.5 years away from the galactic world. At the very core of the ship lay an expansive world, akin to the starry sky itself. Or perhaps the spaceship was, in essence, a vast realm. At that moment, a black-robed priest, staff in hand, approached a bronze coffin within this empty world, bowing in profound reverence. After completing his ritual, he began to report. This ordinary flight is dreadfully slow. Were it not for the fear of being monitored by those old geezers, this holy lord would not need to scheme for 1,000,000 years. Once I acquire that ultimate treasure and ascend to true divinity, I wonder what those old fools will dare to do to me. 1,000,000 years, I have squandered 1,000,000 years of my life. From within the coffin, a voice, weathered and indistinguishable in gender, replied, Master, should we avoid the higher planes of the galactic world? The inquiry lingered in the air, unanswered. He bowed deeply, exuding an air of utmost humility and reverence. Before the final decision is made, the Holy One shall not enter the galactic realm, as a mere projection will suffice. The voice, laden with the weight of experience, echoed once more. Indeed, the dark-robed priest nodded in acquiescence. The Holy Master requires a slumber of 3 years. Be vigilant regarding the seal of the starship. Ensure that the old fellows do not take notice. As the profound voice faded, silence enveloped the world at the heart of the vessel. The enormous starship, akin to a colossal celestial body, traversed the dark matter like a mere particle, gliding silently in a singular direction. Having feasted sufficiently, 2 exquisite maidens, with an air of unrefined grace, caressed their bellies. A large, plump rabbit and a small wild boar fell prey to the trio, alongside a bounty of juices and beverages. At 9 o'clock in the evening, they took their rest, preparing for slumber, as tomorrow would herald the commencement of their endeavors, striving to accomplish their mission expeditiously. Su Xingchen rose, proceeded to the stream to freshen up, and then soared back to the cave on his sword. Inside the cave, whether it was the mischievous girl or Sister Duanmu, he could not tell, but his bed had been made. Due to the limited space, the 3 beds were closely situated, and the cave had been tidied up by the 2 young ladies, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Reclining upon his bed, he blinked as a virtual screen unfolded before him. Gold, 193, 808, 200. An afternoon's efforts had yielded 30 million gold coins. Attributes, 894, 520. He had acquired 120,000 attributes. Universal value, 289, 803 points. It appeared quite promising. He had just attained level 52. Aside from these, Su Xingchen had also obtained 9 pieces of white-grade equipment. For pieces of blue-grade, 2 pieces of orange-grade, and 2 pieces of red-grade. He also discerned that within the realm of the universe, all dropped equipment was of the mystic grade. Senior brother, will you participate in the Battle of the Prodigies? On the opposite side of the bed, Duanmu Ruashi sat gracefully, her skin smooth and fair, her legs long and straight, exposed to the air, her toes resembling adorable silkworms, glistening and inviting. There is still some time. I will undoubtedly participate, Su Xingchen replied without a hint of hesitation. The Battle of the Prodigies is a contest for university students, held every 3 years on a national scale. Typically, participants are 3rd and 4th year students, as their levels, combat power, and skills are superior, qualifying them to compete for a place on the Prodigy leaderboard. Naturally, first and second year students may also partake, but achieving commendable results is exceedingly rare. In his heart, he thought, Su Xingchen, we shall meet again in 3 months. A confrontation between us is inevitable. 3 months' time, based on senior brother's growth rate. Achieving level 80 should pose no challenge. You are correct, Duanmu Ruashi remarked. This dungeon typically yields levels in the 60s or 70s within 3 months. Su Xingchen could easily reach level 80 if he ventures into another dungeon. As one progresses further, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. Let us strive onward. Su Xingchen closed the virtual light curtain, lay down, and tucked herself under the blanket, preparing for slumber. Not far away, Ji Qingluo glanced at Su Xingchen but chose to remain silent. She understood well that her brother and sister were destined to cross paths. Although her brother said nothing, it was evident that he cared deeply about their breakup. In the contest of heroes, she was most averse to witnessing conflict between her brother and sister. Yet, with one being her sister and the other her brother, what could she possibly say? In the next instance, she resolved to venture alone into that realm. She must hasten her growth and ultimately triumph over her sister, preventing any confrontation with her brother. If, one day, only one of them could survive, she would assist. In the myriad worlds, the following day dawned. Early in the morning, the three of them awoke, rejuvenated by youth. Upon waking, they were radiant and full of vitality. While others in the instance wore gloomy expressions, the trio was filled with joy, devoid of any worries, instead brimming with anticipation and excitement. Good morning, senior brother, greeted Yuanmu Ruashi. Good morning, brother, chimed in Ji Qingluo. Good morning, Su Xingchen replied, as they all began to rise. After exchanging pleasantries, they tidied up their beds and stored them away in their spatial compartments before heading to the stream to freshen up. They had a modest meal of dry rations. Today's objective, Yuanmu Ruashi at level 52, striving to break the 1,000,000 mark in myriad points. Su Xingchen spoke up, establishing a goal. Regardless of the outcome, it was essential to set a direction. After all, who knew what might be achieved? As for the monsters that were guaranteed to drop loot and those that provided benefits, they were left to chance. Let us give it our all, cheered Yuanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, shaking their small fists. With a whoosh, the three of them took flight, departing the cave and heading toward the battlefield of the previous day. Chapter 46, Level 53, Encounter with the 7th Tier Demon Beast, Guaranteed Drop, Experience 10, 000 Experience 100. 000 Gold 100, 000 Attributes 10. Yesterday was merely a day of acclimatization, yet today they embarked on a more established path. Both Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi showcased their prowess, with Su Xingchen undoubtedly serving as the primary force. Swordsmanship, the Azure Lotus Sword Song, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and the Scarlet Inferno sword array were unleashed in succession. Aside from the three of them, there were also the True Dragon and the Azure Bird. In an instant, demon beasts fell in droves, leading to a rapid escalation of experience and gold. The only regret Su Xingchen felt was regarding the attribute points, regardless of whether it was a 1st tier or 5th tier demon beast. Each kill only afforded a fixed increase of 10 attribute points. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 49, basic combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 49, basic combat power x 110. An hour later, Duanmu Ruashi had achieved level 50, meaning she could now equip Mystic Tier gear. With such equipment, her combat power would experience a significant enhancement. You should wear these bracelets and necklace first. Su Xingchen said upon witnessing Duanmu Ruashi's advancement. In his inventory lay 2 pieces of equipment, an orange bracelet and a red necklace. The bracelet boasted a combat power of 30,000 points, while the necklace offered 50,000 points. Although he could utilize these items himself, he was uninterested in the red gear, aspiring instead for the Golden Mythos. His purpose in the myriad realms was to attain levels, Golden Mythos, and attribute points. Thank you, senior brother, Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed joyfully. She understood that these 2 pieces of equipment which could have benefited Su Xingchen, were bestowed upon her instead. Your current combat power is low. These pieces are far more crucial for you. I can handle 5th and 6th tier demon beasts easily, Su Xingchen remarked. Were it golden mythos, he would not have been so generous. As for the red items, they were of little consequence. The critical factor was that the trio operated as a team, and a stronger ally would ultimately benefit them all. I now possess 230,000 combat power, Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed with excitement. 230,000 combat power. Just yesterday, when I first arrived in the Myriad Realms, I had barely over 7,000 combat power, and now I have soared to 230,000. How could I not be thrilled? Continue, Su Xingchen nadif. The battle raged on without pause. Experience surged, gold skyrocketed, and although the attribute points increased slowly, the steady accumulation was commendable. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 53, basic combat power X1 to by noon. A golden aura enveloped Su Xingchen, accompanied by a notification sound. He had leveled up, reaching level 53. A fierce roar echoed from the distance, resonating with the unmistakable presence of a formidable beast. The sound suggested the emergence of a creature exceeding the 6th tier. Could it be? A mandatory explosive creature. Beep. Alert. 7th-tier beast, mandatory explosive, detected. 6,989 meters to the left. As Su Xingchen pondered the situation, the system's alert chimed in. Exercise caution. It is a mandatory explosive creature. Su Xingchen spoke, though it was evident that both Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo shared the same apprehension, albeit without certainty. At last, we have encountered a mandatory explosive creature, exclaimed Ji Qingluo, her excitement palpable. Be careful, brother. Brother, we shall confront it together. Their enthusiasm was infectious, each expressing their eagerness to assist Su Xingchen. Presently, Ji Qingluo was the only one capable of providing substantial support due to her superior combat prowess, largely attributed to her celestial bird. No need for that. You two merely observe, Su Xingchen countered, shaking his head. A 7th-tier mandatory explosive creature, with a combat power of merely 1 million, paled in comparison to his own strength. If he unleashed his signature move, it would be an instantaneous defeat. Yi Qingluo nodded, swiftly alighting onto the back of her celestial bird, followed by Duanmu Ruashi. While they refrained from directly aiding Su Xingchen, they understood the importance of not hindering him during battle, ensuring he was unencumbered by distractions. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen stood atop the back of the true dragon, heading towards the direction of the mandatory explosive beast. Soon, he beheld a creature towering like a mountain, exuding an aura of destruction, such a terrifying 7th-tier beast, far surpassing the 6th tier in power. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, riding on the celestial bird, followed closely behind, their hearts filled with awe at the sight of the 7th-tier creature. Summon the sword. Su Xingchen commanded from the back of the true dragon, invoking the art of sword control. Instantly, 4 swords, the Red Emperor, the true martial radiance, the exotic flame of frost, and 3 white long swords of Xian tier materialized before him. 6 blades surged towards the 7th-tier beast. Whoosh, whoosh, hiss, hiss, roar. He refrained from utilizing the celestial lotus sword song, nor did he employ the 10,000 swords return, let alone the sword path abyss. Instead, he engaged in a distant confrontation with the 7th-tier beast through the art of sword control, partly to hone his skills and partly to assess the advantages he possessed against an opponent of equal strength. However, he underestimated himself. His attributes were extraordinarily formidable, with a comprehensive sword damage multiplier reaching 500. Even a standard sword control maneuver bore the weight of a grand technique. In an instant, crimson mist surged through the skies as the wounds on the 7th-tier beast multiplied. As Su Xingchen danced around the 7th-tier creature, it languished under the assault, unable to lay a finger on the hem of his garment. At that moment, Su Xingchen exerted overwhelming dominance in the battle. Senior brother is extraordinarily powerful. With the most ordinary of attacks, one can slay a 7th-tier demon beast. Duanmu Ruashi stood in astonishment, aware of Su Xingchen's formidable prowess. yet never anticipating it to be of such magnitude. From the circumstances, it appeared that her brother could eliminate a 7th-tier demon beast with a single stroke. Yikvingluo remarked. Although their professions differed, it was well understood that every practitioner possessed 4 skills. However, at present, the skills Su Xingchen employed were not even offensive. They were supportive in nature. Yet, even so, they were sufficient to contend with a 7th-tier demon beast. Qingluo, could you defeat a 7th-tier beast? Duanmu Ruashi inquired with curiosity. Considering she was merely 1 rank below Qingluo, both being S rank. Thus, how significant was the disparity between them? Yes, but not as effortlessly as my brother. Ji Qingluo affirmed with a nod. It is indeed possible to kill one. Generally speaking, the combat power gap between practitioners and demon beasts can be within 5-fold. Hence, one could potentially slay a beast with a combat power of 500,000 using a power of 100,000. This is primarily achieved through skill, gradually wearing down the beast. Of course, there exists a substantial risk of being slain by the beast in the process. It can be said that a heavy strike from a demon beast could prove fatal. Therefore, one must avoid being struck by a demon beast, at least not by a heavy blow. You're a Linglong. Can you truly kill a 7th-tier beast? Duanmu Ruashi expressed skepticism. 4G Qingluo was not an offensive type of practitioner, but rather a supportive one. What of Linglong? She is not incapable of combat. Ji Qingluo shot Duanmu Ruashi an exasperated glance, utterly speechless. Boom! Just as the two were conversing, the earth erupted with a dull roar, raising clouds of dust. For the 7th-tier demon beast had been vanquished by Su Xingchen and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Congratulations on slaying a 7th-tier demon beast. Guaranteed drop. Experience 2,000,000, 200. Gold 20,000,000. Attributes 10 drops. Chapter 47. The Must-Drop Monster. Erupting with golden myths, congratulations on slaying the level 7 beast. Guaranteed drop. Experience 2,000,000, 200. Gold 20,000,000. Attributes 10 dropped. Azure Profound, Gold 1 as the level 7 beast. Guaranteed drop. Collapsed. A notification echoed, signifying the acquisition of experience, gold, and attributes. More importantly, a piece of golden equipment had been unearthed. The moment was triumphant. From the beast's fallen form emanated 3 beams of light, 2 red and 1 gold, each shimmering with a vibrant allure that immediately hinted at the rarity of the loot. Simultaneously, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi received their own notifications. Another piece of equipment acquired. Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, her joy evident despite the redundancy of the drop. Securing equipment, even if it mirrored her own, brought her delight. After all, this was a red item of the profound tier, sure to incite frenzy among eager buyers. What is it? Ji Qingluo inquired. The headpiece, Duanmu Ruashi replied. Yesterday, I obtained a red headpiece, and today, yet another has dropped. What a coincidence! Give it to me, Ji Qingluo stated, for she had been in need of a red headpiece. All right, Duanmu Ruashi nodded without hesitation, promptly initiating the trade of the red item with Ji Qingluo. Guaranteed drop monsters have a high probability of yielding gold. Welfare monsters might drop imperial gear, Su Xingchen remarked, not bothering to inspect the equipment just yet. With her current combat prowess, she decided to wait until the evening to leisurely examine and equip her new treasures. Imperial gear. Imperial gear. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi gasped, momentarily stunned. The notion of imperial gear felt distant and elusive to them. Perhaps, Su Xingchen mused uncertainly, as it was merely speculation. Let us hope to encounter another must-drop monster today, Duanmu Ruashi replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Yet, she was acutely aware of the meager chances of such an encounter. For within the vast realm of myriad phenomena, only over 2,000 must-drop monsters existed. They remained oblivious to the initial count, but were aware that upon their entrance, the number stood at 2,081. Nearly a day had passed since they last hunted a must-drop monster, with no reduction in numbers indicating that others had not had similar luck. The same held true for welfare monsters. With a swift resurgence of battle, the onslaught resumed, marked by overwhelming dominance. Experience and gold surged. As time slipped by, the sky gradually darkened. I'm so exhausted. Level 52. Objective achieved, Duanmu Ruashi said, stifling a yawn as she stretched, reflecting on the entirety of the day. Aside from a brief half-hour respite for lunch, the remainder of the day was consumed by battles. Although exhaustion weighed upon them, the rewards were substantial. By day's end, they had successfully attained level 52, with level 53 tantalizingly close. Moreover, they had acquired a coveted red item along with several blue and white pieces of equipment. Level 54, exclaimed Ji Qingluo, who had just reached that milestone. Although Duanmu Ruashi began her journey later, the experience gained by the trio was equal, resulting in a mere 30 million experience point difference between her and Ji Qingluo, leaving them nearly on par in levels as they progressed further. In fact, their levels would soon align, with only slight variances in experience points. We're all exhausted today. Let us retire early, suggested Su Xingchen, who had attained level 55, 72, 18. He anticipated reaching level 57 the following day. As they moved forward, ascending levels would become increasingly challenging due to the escalating experience requirements. Indeed, the two women nodded in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Xingchen, they headed to the pond for a bath, hoping to avoid a repeat of the previous evening's mishap. The cave they returned to was the same as the one from yesterday. Given the proximity of their battles to this cave, it took merely half an hour to fly there on their swords. Approximately 30 minutes later, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi returned from their bath, donned in fresh attire, and it was Su Xingchen's turn to head towards the pond. For a man, spending more than 5 minutes bathing was deemed a waste of time. Soon enough, he returned to the cave, where the bedding had already been laid out from their previous stay, requiring no further tidying. Brother, this is for you. They gathered around a simple table laden with bread, snacks, juice, and beverages. Today's battles were exhausting. Let us just nibble on something. Su Xingchen nodded in agreement, accepting a piece of fruit handed to him by Ji Qingluo. By the way, brother, I have 120 million. I'll transfer it to you, Ji Qingluo stated, her hands remaining busy. No matter how much gold she accumulated, it held little value to her, having previously given Su Xingchen the gold earned from selling equipment. Senior brother, I also have 400 million, Duanmu Ruashi remarked, glancing at Ji Qingluo and then at Su Xingchen, her eyes revealing curiosity. Ever since she met him, she sensed he was in need of funds, though she couldn't fathom why. Typically, as long as a professional did not indulge in purchasing equipment, gold should suffice unless one led an extravagant lifestyle. Yet, her acquaintance with him began with the exchange of 10 million gold for her level up. Upon seeing Duanmu Ruashi prepare to transfer funds, Su Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. What do you mean, senior brother? Why do you treat me as an outsider? You accepted Qingluo's gold without hesitation, yet you react this way to mine. It's as if you're distinguishing between us. Duanmu Ruashi said softly, feeling inexplicably hurt by Su Xingchen's expression. Glistening tears cascaded down her cheeks. It was a mere illusion. Su Xingchen glanced at Duanmu Ruashi and then at Ji Qingluo, ultimately uttering in resignation, I accept the transaction. A total of 520 million gold coins were credited, combined with her previous reserves and today's acquisitions, culminating in a total of 890 million coins. The goal of 1 billion gold coins was now within reach. With a diligent effort tomorrow, she would amass the required sum. 1 billion gold coins would activate the resurrection ring. Senior brother, what do you require such a vast amount of gold for? Upon witnessing Su Xingchen's agreement, Duanmu Ruashi broke into a smile, her curiosity piqued. She hesitated, for this was a matter of Su Xingchen's privacy, and after posing her question, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, words once spoken are like water spilled. Hidden profession. Enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen responded, it can only be categorized as a hidden profession. Moreover, the notion of enhancement is not entirely unfounded. Is that so? From now on, all the gold we earn while teaming up will be yours, Duanmu Ruashi declared, her joy unmistakable. I too, Ji Qingluo chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Let us tidy up and prepare for sleep. What could Su Xingchen say? Agreeing was not an option, nor was dissent. She could only shift the conversation. In the future, gold will be of little use. The only special ring left to activate is the resurrection ring, and once that is done, gold will no longer be necessary. She drained the beverage in her bottle, then rose and made her way to the bed. Leaning against the mattress, she blinked, and the virtual screen unfurled before her, ready to review the day's harvest. The foremost matter, naturally, was to inspect the golden myth dropped by the mandatory boss. Chapter 48. The golden myth at this moment. His aspirations had soared to lofty heights. Anything less than golden equipment failed to pique his interest. To be frank, the disparity in combat power between human tier equipment and mysterious tier equipment was staggering. Human tier white gear boasted a mere 100 combat power, while mysterious tier white gear surged to an astonishing 10,000 combat power. This stark contrast was evident. Nevertheless, he would rather adorn himself with human tier gold than don mysterious tier red. Opening his inventory, he discovered a plethora of equipment. Upon inspection, he found name, Qingxian tier, mysterious attributes, golden combat power, 100, 000 required level, 50 attribute 1, poison resistance 200 attribute 2, damage increase 200. The golden myths of the mysterious tier far surpassed their human tier counterparts in both combat power and attribute benefits. After a thorough examination, he immediately equipped it, replacing the original Xianyuan ring. Combat power 398,000. The Xianyuan ring had a combat power of 500, and now, with the replacement of the 100,000 combat power Qingxian, he had gained an additional 99,500 combat power. Multiplying this by the combat power rings 200 and the chiming tinnies 200, his total combat power surged by an astounding 398,000. The increase was simply extraordinary. At present, Su Xingchen's total combat power reached 1,869,558 points, drawing tantalizingly close to the 2 million mark. Should he equip orange or red gear, his combat power would soar beyond 2 million. He mused to himself. A complete set of golden myths should approximate 3 million in combat power. Closing the virtual screen, he shifted his position and soon succumbed to slumber. Qing Luo, good night. Good night. Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qing Luo exchanged their nightly farewells before surrendering to sleep. Unlike the previous night, when they would have playfully disturbed one another before drifting off, tonight, after a day of arduous battles, they were too fatigued to indulge in any frivolity. On the third day in the myriad realms, as dawn broke, Ruoshi and Qing Luo rose from their slumber. Su Xingchen awoke, dressed neatly, and gently nudged Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qing Luo. Their sleeping positions were peculiar, one with her rear in the air, the other sprawled in a most inviting manner. The sight nearly caused him to lose composure. This is not your home. We are in the wilderness. Having witnessed this scene, he was left speechless, wishing they could be more considerate of his feelings. After calling out, Su Xingchen exited the cave to spare the two sisters any further embarrassment. After freshening up, the two sisters emerged, clad in new attire. Duanmu Ruoshi wore JK uniform, complemented by white stockings and petite white shoes. Ji Qing Luo donned a sleeveless top with a bow-tie blouse and a short skirt, her legs smooth and slender, radiating youthful vitality. Brother, senior brother. Upon seeing Su Xingchen, both sisters felt a flutter of shyness, timidly greeting him. Just moments before, they had been roused from sleep and were acutely aware of their disheveled appearance, blushing furiously. Regarded here as if it were his own sanctuary, Su Xingchen declared, "Today, I must depart this place and venture further." Beneath the cave, seated upon a massive stone, he retrieved some provisions, consuming them while conversing with his two younger sisters. The trio, though of the same age, at that moment appeared to emphasize his maturity in contrast to theirs. He was poised to leave ahead of them, as Ji Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi had yet to fulfill the conditions for departure. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Welfare, 0. Guaranteed drop, myriad realms, 101-6525. Inheritance, 0. Countdown, 98 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes, 9 seconds. Having entered the myriad realms nearly 2 days ago, his gains had been substantial. However, his aspirations extended far beyond these initial achievements. Good older brother, Duanmu Ruashi replied obediently. After freshening up, the three of them gathered, sharing their meal together. Brother, what is our goal? Ji Qingluo inquired. This quest may present formidable challenges to others, yet for you, it is rather straightforward. Surely you must have a goal in mind. What is it? Primarily, it hinges upon fortune. With a stroke of good luck, each of us could secure a set of golden gear, Su Xingchen chuckled. Although this quest seemed simple for him, encountering the guaranteed drop creatures and welfare beasts was entirely contingent upon luck. 20 minutes passed. Whoosh, 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 the azure bird and true dragon soared toward the horizon. The three of them rode upon the backs of these magnificent creatures, opting to refrain from sword flight. The speed of the true dragon and azure bird was extraordinarily swift, rivaling even Su Xingchen's own. Half an hour later, they arrived at the battleground from the previous day. Yet, they did not linger, continuing their flight. After an hour, propelled by the velocity of the true dragon and azure bird, they traversed thousands of miles. Along the way, they encountered clusters of feral beasts dispatched with a single strike, leaving their journey unimpeded. Beep, alert, 7-tier beast guaranteed drop detected directly ahead, 538 meters. Beep, alert, 7-tier beast guaranteed drop detected left front, 472 meters. The alert resonated in his mind. They had encountered a guaranteed drop creature, and remarkably, 2 of them. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Su Xingchen's face. At last, they had stumbled upon a guaranteed drop creature. Brother, elder brother, both girls exclaimed upon noticing Su Xingchen's pause. Their curiosity piqued. Guaranteed drop creature. Su Xingchen succinctly stated, raising 2 fingers. 2 of them, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, upon discerning his gesture, were filled with exhilaration. 7-tier beasts were formidable, yet in Su Xingchen's presence, they were trivial to the extent that the sisters could potentially confront them one-on-one. Their elation stemmed from the high likelihood of obtaining excellent equipment from guaranteed drop creatures. Qingluo Ruashi, do not confront it head-on. Su Xingchen nodded and proceeded to make arrangements. 2 7th-tier demon beasts, although not situated together, were in close proximity. He would handle one, while Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi would practice against the other. Otherwise, given his combat prowess, he could easily defeat a 7th-tier beast with mere basic attacks. All right. The 2 women exclaimed in unison, bubbling with excitement. They understood that Su Xingchen intended for them to gain experience. With a swift motion, they set forth toward their target. Despite the distance of several miles, the formidable 7th-tier demon beasts loomed large, their terrifying aura palpable even from afar. As they approached, Su Xingchen activated his technique. 10,000 swords returned to origin when he was 500 meters away. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy, brilliance, and intent, infused with the fearsome red inferno sword intent, surged towards the 7th-tier demon beast. Having previously honed his skills, he was well aware of his own strength, especially now that his combat power had soared to 1.8 million. There was no need for a prolonged engagement. He aimed for a swift, decisive strike. The primary motivation behind this was to eliminate the 7th-tier demon beast swiftly, allowing him to stand guard for Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. It was their first encounter with such a formidable foe, and he could not bear the thought of those 2 exquisite young women meeting a grim fate, perhaps even becoming prey for the beast. With a thunderous crash, his strike landed. The 7th-tier demon beast fell with a resounding thud, instant annihilation. From a distance, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, poised to intervene, gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Su Xingchen's overwhelming power. Knowing he was formidable was one thing. Witnessing his prowess firsthand was an entirely different experience. The visual impact of his decisive victory over the 7th-tier demon beast was nothing short of staggering. Congratulations on slaying the 7th-tier demon beast, guaranteed drop. Experience 2,000,000, 200, gold 20,000,000, 000, attribute 10, drop, Radiant Sun Golden Domain, Mysterious. 1. As the 7th-tier demon beast collapsed, the notification echoed, and Su Xingchen rejoiced at the acquisition of 2 million experience and 20 million gold. Most thrilling of all was the drop, gold once again. However, in the midst of his elation, he glanced at the fallen beast's location, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Chapter 49. The guaranteed loot of the 7th Order beasts. As the monstrous beast collapsed, 2 golden glimmers and a single crimson light emerged from its remains. This indicated a remarkable bounty, 2 golds and 1 red, an extraordinary double drop from a guaranteed loot creature. The likelihood of such a beast yielding equipment, particularly high-quality gear, was already substantial, yet the unexpected occurrence of 2 golds and 1 red left Su Xingchen utterly astonished. In the distance, after a moment of surprise, Duanmu Ruashi threw herself back into battle. Arrows sliced through the air, and verdant light danced as the duo rode upon the back of a bluebird, encircling the formidable 7th Order beast. Su Xingchen took a moment to steady his emotions, seated atop the true dragon, and glided toward Ji Qingluo and the others. However, he maintained a considerable distance from the 7th Order beast, as he had no intention of joining the fray. He merely wished to keep an eye on Ji Qingluo and her team. Should they falter under the beast's onslaught, he would be poised to assist them immediately. The 3 were in a team mode, and within the confines of his domain ring, he could extend his influence to them. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, the 7th Order beast fell with a resounding crash. This time, Su Xingchen did not acquire any equipment, but instead, he gained experience, gold coins, and an additional 10 attribute points. "Brother, how did it go?" Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as the beast lay defeated. "Quite well." Su Xingchen nodded in affirmation. "What about me, senior brother?" Duanmu Ruashi inquired eagerly, as if seeking a reward. "Very good." Su Xingchen smiled. The fact that both of them remained composed in the presence of such a colossal creature was impressive, and their swift victory over it was commendable. "Indeed, S-grade, truly deserving of the title," Duanmu Ruashi remarked. "Did the guaranteed loot creature yield 2 golds and 1 red?" Her question seemed to seek confirmation, echoed by Ji Qingluo's curiosity. "Yes, I received 1 gold. Who among you has the other gold and the red?" Su Xingchen replied with a nod. "I obtained the gold," Duanmu Ruashi stated. "And I acquire the red," Ji Qingluo added. At that moment, they were reassured that their eyes had not deceived them. The phenomenon was indeed genuine. A single beast had dropped 2 golds and 1 red, an unbelievable rarity that would be met with skepticism if shared with others. "It appears luck is on our side today," Su Xingchen remarked as he soared forward on the true dragon, unleashing waves of destructive sword energy that obliterated all 5th and 6th Order beasts in their path. It was still morning, and already they had encountered 2 guaranteed loot creatures, with the remarkable occurrence of 2 golds and 1 red. Was this not fortuitous? A mystical grade golden weapon. How splendid! Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement from the back of the bluebird. Her golden acquisition was a weapon, one of the most valuable forms of equipment. After all, weapons and armor were the most coveted among gear, particularly when it came to golden mythic weapons. "My luck is also favorable," she added, as I received a golden outfit. Ji Qingluo cast a sidelong glance at Duanmu Ruashi. "What are you so smug about? You possess a golden weapon of the Xian rank, while I do not. However, I have just acquired a golden garment of equal caliber to your weapon. Besides, even if I had a golden weapon, I still might not be able to replace it, for the weapon I wield amplifies my combat prowess by 150. With a whoosh, they continued to soar through the air. After half an hour, a multitude of monstrous beasts appeared before them, beasts that thrived in packs. The air resonated with a cacophony of sounds, rumbling, hissing, whistling, and roaring. The battle erupted, but it was less a conflict and more an overwhelming annihilation. Wherever Su Xingchen and the true dragon passed, destruction followed in their wake. Swathes of beasts fell, many reduced to mere mist and fragments. Experience and gold surged forth. "Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 56, base combat power x 110. A golden light flickered and vanished. The notification chimed, heralding Su Xingchen's ascension to level 56. At this stage, each level gained added 3 to 4,000 to his base combat power, which multiplied to over 10,000 with the amplification, and the increases continued to stack. The higher the level, the greater the power, provided one possessed amplifying equipment. Beep. Alert. 7th tier beast detected. Guaranteed drop. 89,107 meters ahead. Just after leveling up, another notification appeared. They had encountered a guaranteed drop monster. Goodness. Had they unwittingly wandered into the lair of these creatures? In the span of just 2 hours, they had confronted 3 guaranteed drop monsters. It was worth noting that there were only 2,081 such monsters in the entire myriad world. They had already slain 3, and now faced yet another. Was it as if these guaranteed drop monsters were tailored for their trio? Senior brother, another guaranteed drop monster has appeared? Duanmu Ruashi inquired. During the fray, she had inadvertently noted the change in Su Xingchen's expression. This expression mirrored that of when they had previously encountered a guaranteed drop monster. Could it be that they had stumbled upon yet another? Indeed. Focus on the battle and do not be distracted, Su Xingchen replied, nodding while admonishing her. The fact that she could perceive his change in expression indicated a lack of concentration on her part, which was unacceptable. Duanmu Ruashi, receiving the reprimand, obediently nodded, her demeanor endearing enough to evoke a pang of sympathy in her chastiser. Are you not ashamed? Always watching my brother. Ji-Qing Luo shot a glare at Duanmu Ruashi from atop the Qingyao, her sense of urgency intensifying. This girl was truly shameless. She needed to be wary, lest she steal her brother away. What do you mean, your brother? What if I look? Duanmu Ruashi retorted, refusing to concede. With that, both turned their heads away in unison, deliberately avoiding one another's gaze. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen chose to disregard the 2 enchanting maidens engaged in a verbal sparring match. Their witty banter was no concern of hers. Engaging would only lead to an awkward predicament, as one could easily encounter a perilous question. Before long, they encountered the towering and formidable 7th-tier demon beast, known as the Guaranteed Drop Monster. The Crimson Emperor unleashed a devastating sword light imbued with the essence of the Crimson Sword, which struck the 7th-tier beast, cleaving it in twain. As the beast collapsed, it stirred a tempest of dust that obscured the sky. Congratulations on slaying the 7th-tier demon beast, Guaranteed Drop, flashed across the screen, along with a bounty of experience points and gold. 2,000,000 experience, 200,20,000,000 gold, and a boost of 10 attributes. Among the spoils, one item stood out. A golden mythic artifact, the Star Moon Day, Xian 1. Ah, fortune truly smiles upon me, she mused, reflecting on how such a mythic treasure, an item that could be a family heirloom in the outside world, felt as commonplace as ordinary white gear to her. It was as if they rained down without cost. In fact, having hunted 4 of these guaranteed drop monsters, she had acquired 3 golden artifacts, while Duanmu Ruashi and Ji-Qing Luo each claimed 1. Calculating the odds, for guaranteed drop beasts had yielded 5 golden treasures along with several red items. The drop rate was nothing short of astronomical, nearing a staggering 10,000,000. It is worth noting that securing even a single piece of white gear typically required the slaying of hundreds, if not thousands, of creatures, while blue and orange items were exceedingly rare and red items were nearly non-existent. As for golden myths, they were indeed legendary. Records indicated that fewer than 500 existed throughout all of Huaxia, with 2.5 hours remaining before the scheduled break. Su Xingchen refrained from examining her newfound gear. Instead, she addressed the 2 maidens, her voice steady as she commanded several swords with her sword control technique, continuously harvesting demon beasts. She executed the Azure Lotus Sword Song, unleashing a torrent of blades and the Crimson Sword formation, causing demons to fall in droves. Experience and gold surged with each victory, her attributes steadily climbing by 10 points at a time. With time still on her side, she aimed to elevate her level to 57 before the respite. Chapter 50, Duanmu Ruashi. Senior brother, may we rest early today? Experience 100,000 experience, 200,000 gold 1. 000, attribute 10, attribute 10. Time passed, second by second. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 57, base combat power x 110 at last. Before midnight, Su Xingchen's level rose to 57. The primary reason was the abundance and density of the demon beasts in this area. Each strike resulted in the demise of numerous creatures. Exhausted, after halting the battle, Ji Qingluo instructed the Qingyao to stand guard nearby while she and Duanmu Ruashi sprawled on the lawn, the lush foliage shielding them from the scorching sun. A gentle breeze whispering through, offering unparalleled comfort. After a tiring morning, the prospect of a midday nap was irresistible. Without toil, there can be no gain. Here, have some water. Su Xingchen sat beside them, retrieving food from the system space. He handed 2 bottles of mineral water to Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. Senior brother, can we rest early today? Duanmu Ruashi asked softly, her bright, lively eyes fixed on Su Xingchen after sipping the water, rejuvenated. Right now, I feel so sleepy. What level are you both at? Su Xingchen did not answer but countered, brother, I just reached level 56, 214. Senior brother, I am at level 55, 78, 29. The two were uncertain why Su Xingchen inquired about their levels but answered truthfully. Very well. We shall rest when Ruashi reaches level 57, Su Xingchen declared. Presently, with Duanmu Ruashi at level 55, ascending to 57 would require over 100 million experience points, which would elevate Su Xingchen to level 58. And Qingluo would also attain level 58. All right, they chimed in unison. Over 100 million experience points. With diligent effort, they could achieve this in a little over 3 hours, especially if they encountered a few high-yield monsters, which would be even better. Such creatures offer abundant experience, gold, and the potential for excellent equipment. After half an hour of eating, Su Xingchen, observing the drowsy expressions of the two, felt a pang of reluctance. You two can rest on Qingyao's back for a bit. This way, we can balance rest and battle. Indeed, they could sleep on Qingyao's back without affecting its combat capabilities. Thus, they could seamlessly blend rest with their ongoing endeavors. Why didn't I think of that? Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. Then let us go. Su Xingchen said, taking to the skies atop the dragon, soaring into the distance, while Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi settled onto Qingyao's back. Its wings spanned an impressive 60 to 70 meters, making their slumber feel akin to resting upon a soft, downy blanket. Truly, a downy blanket. Furthermore, the azure bird is a descendant of the phoenix lineage, a formidable being that flies with such grace that those resting upon it feel not a single jolt. Before long, the two lovely sisters succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the azure bird trailed behind the true dragon, engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing a cacophony of roars and shrieks, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. As time passed, the hours slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 58, base combat power x, 110. Su Xingchen had ascended to level 58. Not only had he leveled up, but also Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo had advanced, surpassing him as they required less experience due to their lower levels. Unfazed by his own upgrade, Su Xingchen continued the onslaught. Sword energy surged, sword radiance ravaged, and sword formations obliterated all in their path. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, while the azure bird's call rent the very fabric of the void, as if this realm were on the brink of annihilation. Experience, gold, attributes, and equipment flowed in ceaselessly. At this moment, Duanmu Ruashi awoke, stretching languidly, her demeanor exuding a certain laziness. Rubbing her eyes, she relished in the fullness of her rest. Ji Qingluo also stirred, both having indulged in a 3-hour nap, an unusual length for a midday slumber. Oh, it's already past 3, Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, glancing at her phone. To her astonishment, it was indeed 3 o'clock, having only been just past 12 when she had drifted off. Observing Su Xingchen still engaged in battle, the two sisters felt a tinge of embarrassment. They quickly composed themselves before rejoining the fray. Beep. Alert. 7th tier monster detected. Guaranteed drop. 49,821 meters ahead. Beep. Alert. 7th tier monster detected. Guaranteed drop. 54,238 meters ahead. Beep. Alert. 7th tier monster detected. Guaranteed drop. 56,210 meters further. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Su Xingchen, amidst his battle, heard the alert resonating in his mind. The system had identified another guaranteed drop monster, this time revealing 3 such creatures. What remarkable fortune! In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, encountering such a number of guaranteed drop monsters seemed improbable, leaving one to wonder how the countless other adventurers were faring. Were they truly unable to find such beasts? Let us go. Guaranteed drop monsters await. Su Xingchen called out to Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo, soaring forth on his sword, leaving the true dragon to follow behind. After all, the area is teeming with monstrous beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo were elated and hurriedly followed Su Xingchen into the fray. Thunderous roars echoed as the true dragon and the azure bird soared towards them, leaving a path of devastation in their wake, obliterating countless beasts into a crimson mist, an apocalyptic scene reminiscent of hell itself. The distance of several thousand meters was but a fleeting moment for their swift flight. In mere minutes, they beheld a formidable 7th-tier beast, towering to a height of 100 feet, resembling a small mountain. Crack! The Emperor of Red Abyss unleashed a sword strike that shattered the very fabric of space. In an instant, the destructive sword light struck the 7th-tier beast. Boom! One strike. A swift kill. A notification chimed. Yet Su Xingchen did not pause, continuing his flight on the sword, for ahead lay another 7th-tier beast, merely a few thousand meters away. Soon, they encountered yet another formidable creature. Boom! Another instant kill. Once again, Su Xingchen disregarded the notification and swiftly changed direction. The 2 sisters trailing behind him were left in awe. Instant kill after instant kill. Were 7th-tier beasts truly so vulnerable? They had not anticipated encountering not one, but 2 guaranteed drop monsters. Only upon witnessing Su Xingchen's actions did they begin to grasp the reality. There were not merely 2, but at least 3. Indeed, they soon spotted the 3rd 7th-tier beast. At that moment, Duanmu Ruoshi was filled with curiosity. How did her senior brother discern the presence of 7th-tier beasts from such a distance? His accuracy was as if guided by an unseen map. Could it be related to a hidden profession? Boom! Without a hint of suspense, another sword strike resulted in an instant kill. Fortune smiled upon them. 3 guaranteed drop monsters yielded Su Xingchen 2 golden mythic items. The thrill of hunting guaranteed drop monsters was exhilarating. Not only did it yield superior equipment, but also abundant experience in gold. Indeed, slaying a 7th-tier beast granted a staggering 2,000,000 experience points and 20,000,000 gold coins. Pure ecstasy. As for attribute points, the joy was somewhat diminished. Regardless of whether one hunted 1st or 7th-tier beasts, the attribute points rose by a fixed amount of 10. One could only dream of the day when slaying a beast would yield 100 attribute points. Now, that would be unparalleled bliss. This is just the beginning. Data is of utmost importance, dear brothers and sisters. I urge you to wield your magical hands to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, to motivate updates, to leave 5-star reviews, and to generate energy through love. I bow to you all in anticipation. Chapter 51. The Sword Path of Ling Yuan. Accompany me, how splendid. The prospect of acquiring a complete set of the Mystic Tier Golden Myth is exhilarating. Ji Qingluo was filled with excitement, having just obtained a golden item. Though it was not a weapon, but rather a necklace, it was nonetheless a Mystic Tier Golden Myth. One can only imagine the exorbitant prices that adventurers would be willing to pay for such a treasure. It is said that a previous Mystic Tier Golden Myth fetched an astounding 13 billion gold coins. A complete set of Mystic Tier gold equipment alone boasts a combat power of 800,000. Duanmu Ruoshi pondered the implications. If a complete set possesses such might, what will be the outcome with an enhancement? The possibilities are staggering. Today might just be the day to acquire a full set. At that moment, Su Xingchen spoke up, a smile gradually blossoming on his lips. What does that mean? The two enchanting young maidens were momentarily taken aback, asking in unison, their confusion palpable. A complete set of mystic tier gold is their ultimate aspiration. Could be realized today? It seemed implausible, especially since it was already 4 o'clock, and soon they would need to find a place to rest. Moreover, encountering a guaranteed boss monster is no trivial matter. We may have just stumbled into the lair of the guaranteed boss monsters, Su Xingchen sighed, his demeanor suggesting he was somewhat exaggerating. The lair of guaranteed boss monsters? Numerous guaranteed bosses? The two young women blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Was this not a fortunate turn of events? Suddenly, the realization dawned upon them. Falling into the den of guaranteed boss monsters could lead to immense fortune. They were filled with excitement and anticipation, their enthusiasm palpable as if ready to embark on a grand adventure. With swift movements, they soared through the air, soon spotting 7th-tier demonic beasts, not one, nor two, but swathes of guaranteed boss monsters. Upon seeing these creatures, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo's eyes sparkled. They did not seem monsters. They envisioned the potential for acquiring exquisite equipment. In their eyes, each guaranteed boss represented rare red and golden items. Even in the face of impending peril, the overwhelming presence of the 7th-tier beasts did not deter them. While formidable, caution would ensure their safety, especially with the presence of the Azure Bird. In addition to the Azure Bird and the True Dragon, there was Su Xingchen, whose strength far surpassed that of the 7th-tier beasts. Would you like to witness my ultimate move? Su Xingchen inquired, his heart racing at the sight of the densely packed guaranteed bosses. My goodness, this is a treasure trove of experience and gold. Red and golden gear awaits. In that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. Ultimate move? What kind of ultimate move? The two women were taken aback. What ultimate move do you possess? Everyone knows that the ultimate move of a swordsman is the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. We have witnessed Su Xingchen wield this technique over the past few days, and it is indeed formidable, a super area of effect attack. The sword path of Ling Yuan, accompany me. As Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi stood in bewilderment, the Crimson Emperor manifested in Su Xingchen's grasp. He spoke the words, "The sword path ascends, accompany me," and in that moment a cataclysmic aura of sword intent enveloped him. The destructive power of the sword surged 30-fold. Subsequently, Su Xingchen unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, amplified by the same 30-fold increase, instantly covering an expanse of over 100 miles. This realm became saturated with sword energy, sword intent, and shimmering blades, a scene dominated by annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor returned to normalcy. Yet within that 100-mile radius, no living creature remained, as all beasts had perished. Experience 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Gold 20, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Attributes 10. At this moment, Su Xingchen appeared tranquil, yet the surge of experience and gold was monumental. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi remained in shock, utterly astounded by Su Xingchen's formidable strike. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 58, base combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 59, base combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 61, base combat power x 1. To golden light flickered around him 4 times, as his level ascended from 57 to 61. In total, he gained 460 million experience, having vanquished over 207th-tier elite monsters. After the beast's annihilation, the ground shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, blue, orange, red, and gold, each hue representing a piece of equipment, leaving onlookers awestruck. Prosperity had arrived. The two young maidens, recovering from their astonishment, were nearly leaping with excitement. The sound of notifications echoed continuously, alerts for level breakthroughs and equipment drops. These sounds were nothing short of enchanting for any professional. Swoosh, swoosh, perched upon the back of the True Dragon, they soared around, finding no more elite monsters, only 5th and 6th-tier beasts remaining. That concludes our endeavors for today. Let's find a place to rest, Su Xingchen declared. Though it was still early in the afternoon, the day's gains were overwhelming, necessitating a moment to recuperate. All right, agreed. The two maidens chimed in unison. Thus, the trio departed from that place, flying into the distance while seeking a suitable resting spot. Half an hour later, they discovered a cave, accompanied by a picturesque lake. I shall take a short nap. I'm somewhat fatigued, Su Xingchen remarked, reclining on the grass with his eyes half closed. The sword path ascends is indeed unparalleled in power, yet it exacts a heavy toll. After battling for an entire day, exhaustion settled in. Brother, you should rest first. We will tidy up the cave, Ji Qingluo suggested. With that, she and Duanmu Ruashi departed to the cave. As for safety concerns, the presence of the true dragon and the azure bird ensured there was no danger. A gentle breeze rustled the surface of the lake, where the azure bird and the true dragon stood vigil, each on their respective sides. Let us gather some supplies. When our senior awakens, we shall celebrate with a barbecue. There are so many golden myths. I never anticipated the sheer power of our senior's ultimate move. It seems even a level 100 would be vanquished in an instant. The cave was spacious. The two swiftly organized the area, setting up bedding and other essentials. Duanmu Ruashi spoke to Ji Qingluo. This is from our last expedition. We earned formidable skills. Ji Qingluo replied, I have heard Su Xingchen mention it, yet I am uncertain of the specifics. I never imagined that skill could be so terrifying, almost divine in its execution. As they conversed, they exited the cave to gather provisions for the evening meal. What transpired? The sudden decrease of over 200 exploding monsters? When I arrived, there were 2088 level 7 exploding monsters. In 2 months, only 7 had been slain. I did not expect such a drastic reduction in one day. Something must have occurred. The sudden loss of over 200 exploding monsters is rather alarming. What strange happenings might be unfolding in this myriad world? I encountered a monster, a fortuitous occurrence, that nearly brought me to my demise. Fortunately, I managed to flee swiftly. In this myriad world, there are hundreds of thousands of professionals, most around level 50. When faced with level 7 exploding monsters and level 8 fortuitous ones, their only option is to escape. On this day, many professionals noticed the sudden drop of over 200 exploding monsters, leaving them in shock and a creeping sense of fear. Finally, a worthy human has arrived. In the center of the myriad world, beneath a mountain towering 333,000 feet high, a sinister laughter echoed, resonating through the very peaks. Chapter 52. Duanmu, Ruashi senior brother. You are being distant, she remarked, noticing the darkness enveloping the surroundings. On the lawn, Su Xingchen stirred awake, a delicate blanket draped over him. He realized that the sky had turned dark, and he had slept for over 2 hours. Brother, are you awake? Not far off, 2 younger sisters had kindled a bonfire, and they had set up a barbecue station, complete with all the necessary ingredients, eagerly awaiting his presence. Well, I shall wash my face first, Su Xingchen replied, nodding. He rose, neatly folding the blanket before making his way to the lake, where he splashed his face with water, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Senior brother, tonight we shall celebrate in style, Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. During her idle moments, she had organized her spoils and had anticipated a prosperous outcome. Yet upon seeing the actual results, she stood in stunned silence for an extended period, utterly astounded. Level 59, 89, 14, gold. 4, 880, 000. 000 white gear. 202 pieces blue gear. 113 pieces orange gear. 24 pieces red gear. 31 pieces golden gear. 22 pieces. This was indeed a collection of red and golden mythic items. To her astonishment, not only did she possess a complete set, but she also had acquired over a dozen additional golden mythic pieces, far exceeding her expectations. To be honest, prior to entering the myriad realms, she had merely hoped to accompany Su Xingchen for some training, aiming for at least a set of ordinary equipment. If luck favored her, perhaps she might acquire a single golden item. Yet, unexpectedly, within just 3 days in the myriad realms, she had amassed a complete golden mythic ensemble. All right then, let us celebrate tonight. Tomorrow, I can indulge in a leisurely sleep, Su Xingchen smiled. The harvest was indeed astonishing. Even if they were to leave the myriad realms now, they would return with treasures in abundance. Yay! This is wonderful. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, Ji-Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi erupted in cheers, their joy akin to that of students being told of an unexpected holiday. Senior brother, I will transfer the gold to you. Gold holds little value for me, Duanmu Ruoshi stated as she assisted with the barbecue. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she turned to Su Xingchen and spoke. Without waiting for a response, she initiated the transfer, not allowing him a moment to interject. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she might weep should he hesitate to accept the transaction. Am I mistaken, or do I feel as though I am living off someone else? Su Xingchen pondered, astonished by the figures displayed in the transaction. A staggering 4.8 billion. She had directly transferred 48 million gold coins. Truly, this sister regarded wealth as inconsequential. Yet, her words rang true. As a formidable and extraordinary practitioner, she lacked for nothing in terms of finances, possessing a complete set of golden mythic gear. What need had she for more gold? Sufficient for her daily needs was all that mattered. As Duanmu Ruoshi, sipping her beverage, heard Su Xingchen's words, she couldn't help but burst out, spraying Su Xingchen's face in the process. Oh dear, senior brother, you're being too formal. We are teammates, supporting one another. Without you, even though I am ranked S, my level would surely be much lower now, and I wouldn't have reached level 59 so swiftly, nor would I possess a complete set of golden myths. Besides, I cannot afford to lavish you with such a small amount of gold. Hastily, Duanmu Ruoshi retrieved a tissue to wipe Su Xingchen's face and sweetly added, "All right, we can start eating now." After Su Xingchen allowed Duanmu Ruoshi to dab at her face a couple of times, she took the tissue to clean herself. Soon after, the barbecue was ready, and the trio enjoyed their juice while feasting. Cheers to you, brother. Ji-Qing Luo raised her juice, using it as a substitute for wine. And me. Duanmu Ruoshi eagerly joined in, holding her juice as well. The three gently clinked their glasses together. In the wild, they naturally refrained from drinking alcohol for safety reasons. Qing Luo, Ruoshi, what is your combat power now? Su Xingchen Inkoyeth. Brother, I have one. 7 million combat power. Yikving Luo replied. With a complete set of the mysterious golden myths, my weapons also provide a permanent 200 increase to overall combat power. My base power is around 50,000, with my weapons and armor each contributing 2,000,000 to combat power, and the other four pieces adding 100,000 each. It sums up to precisely 7 million. I have 7 million as well, Duanmu Ruoshi chimed Indiana. With 7 million combat power, one can easily annihilate a 7th-tier guaranteed boss. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of this, considering this is 7 million combat power. Other exceptional professionals at levels 50 or 60 barely reach 100,000. If they're cautious, they might contend with 8th-tier beasts. However, below level 70, this combat power is nearly at its peak. Su Xingchen nodded. For the second instance, achieving 7 million combat power, aside from Ji-Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi, I doubt anyone else in the world can match it. After all, this requires the most formidable, complete, mysterious golden myth set. They undoubtedly selected the finest gear from their collection. After an hour of feasting and drinking to their heart's content, the trio sat on the ground, conversing and dreaming of the future. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, Su Xingchen rose to wash in the lake. Upon returning to the cave, she felt an exhilarating rush, for she was about to comprehensively replace her equipment and activate her resurrection ring, which would significantly enhance her strength. She unfolded a virtual screen and noticed there was a transaction pending. Ji-Qing Luo had initiated a transfer. Such a large sum required confirmation through a transaction. 4.8 billion. Again, 4.8 billion. Su Xingchen said nothing and accepted the transaction. Gold coins, 15. 328 billion. Level, 61, 18, 32. Attributes, 1, 429, 800. White gear, 392 pieces. Blue gear, 208 pieces. Orange gear, 63 pieces. Red gear, 81 pieces. Gold gear, 48 pieces. In that final strike, he vanquished 239 7th-tier guaranteed drop monsters. As the captain of the team, his share of the spoils was naturally greater, thus he claimed half of the dropped equipment. The remaining half was divided between Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. A staggering 81 pieces of legendary red gear and 48 pieces of mythical gold gear. It was truly terrifying. Moving forward, he no longer needed to specifically hunt 7th-tier guaranteed drop monsters. Instead, he could focus on farming 5th and 6th-tier beasts. As for the attributes, it was better not to dwell on that. Defeating 5th and 6th-tier beasts would yield only 10 attribute points. In the future, he hoped to encounter a beneficial beast. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine the equipment. He intended to review all the mythical gold gear to facilitate his selection of what to equip and replace. The attributes of the gear were paramount and could not be overlooked. However, he soon realized that having an abundance of equipment was not necessarily advantageous. If he had only a few pieces of gold gear, he would not need to scrutinize them closely, as there would be little room for selection. Now, with dozens of pieces of mythical gold gear, he had no choice but to proceed slowly. After a full half hour, he finally selected a few pieces of mythical gold gear that he found satisfactory. Weapon, Crimson Inferno Emperor, no need for replacement. Ring, Azure Xian, also no need for replacement. Necklace, Star Moon Day, suitable for wearing. Bracelet, Fiery Sun Golden Domain, suitable for wearing. Armor, Mystic Water Azure Feather, can be worn. Headgear, Nanyang Summit, can be worn. A complete set of the finest mythical gold gear. The attribute bonuses were extraordinarily formidable. With the option to choose, he certainly opted for the best equipment to don. An entire set, dramatically enhancing his combat power. Chapter 53. Upgrading the Battle Power Ring. Comprehensive battle power approaching 7 million. Su Xingchen donned all the carefully selected equipment. Returning to the gear panel. As he beheld his entire figure adorned in gold, a smile crept onto his lips. Clothing name, Xian Shui Qingyu Grade. Profound attributes, Golden Battle Power, 200,000 required level, 50 Attribute 1. Defense increased by 300. Attribute 2, when attacked, can negate 70 of damage. Attribute 3, shatters the armor of equipment below the current quality. Headgear name, Jiuyang Wen Ding Grade. Profound attributes, Golden Battle Power, 100,000 required level, 50 Attribute 1. Defense increased by 100. Attribute 2, resistance to negative emotions increased by 200. Bracelet name, Liang Jinyu Grade. Profound attributes, Golden Battle Power, 100,000 required level, 50 Attribute 1. Defense increased by 100. Attribute 2, damage increased by 100. Necklace name, Xingyu Ryu Grade. Profound attributes, Golden Battle Power, 100,000 required level, 50 Attribute 1. Recovery enhanced by 200. Attribute 2, skill training speed increased by 400. All the attribute entries were somewhat similar, yet the numbers had doubled. Consequently, Su Xingchen's battle power surged to an impressive 136 points. 4 million battle power. Revival ring activation conditions met. Would you like to activate it? Before the special ring, a prompt emerged, confirming that the activation conditions had been fulfilled. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated it. He had awaited this moment eagerly. The revival ring was a treasure that could save one's life, allowing resurrection upon death, making it unparalleled in its significance. Revival ring successfully activated. Name, Revival ring, battle power, 1000, grade. Unique. Attributes, passive. When the character dies, they will be resurrected. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Daily limit of 5 times. Note, battle power ring enhancement requires 010, 000, 000 gold coins. At last, after expending 1 billion gold coins, the revival ring was activated. Now, even in death, he had no fear, for he could resurrect. At this moment, Su Xingchen felt an overwhelming urge to leap and cheer. The ring panel displayed 6 special rings, all activated. The special rings shimmered with a mysterious and dazzling light, uplifting his spirits. Special rings could be enhanced. Upon seeing the note, Su Xingchen was astounded. It was just like the game. This item could indeed be enhanced. Without a doubt, the attributes after enhancement would be extraordinary. However, the enhancement required a staggering 10 billion gold coins, a daunting starting price. How would he proceed from here? Fortunately, he possesses 3 billion gold coins, sufficient to enhance the combat power ring. Curiosity piqued, he wonders what the ring's attributes will be post-enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeds with the enhancement. After all, the gold coins merely sit idle. He decides to test the waters. Should the enhancement yield favorable results, he would strive to accumulate more gold to enhance other unique rings. Consumption: 10 billion gold coins. Combat power ring successfully enhanced. Name: Combat power ring. Enhancement: 1 combat power, 100, 000. Tier: Unique. Attribute: Golden, Mythical. Attribute: Permanent increase of 300 to overall combat power, Splendid. Marvelous. Upon witnessing the attributes post-enhancement, Su Xingchen's heart quivers with excitement. The combat power ring S enhancement has elevated his combat power to 100,000, with attributes soaring from 200 to an astonishing 300. Unbelievable. Upon re-evaluating his overall combat power, it no longer stands at 4 million, but has transformed into 6,898,704. Nearly 7 million in combat power. The thought of challenging 9th-tier demon beasts and demon kings fills him with exhilaration. After a prolonged moment, Su Xingchen closes the virtual screen and reclines on his bed. There remains the necessity to earn more gold. Initially, he thought that activating the unique rings would suffice, but he had not anticipated that these rings could also be enhanced, nor the extraordinary potential they possess post-enhancement. Enhancement is imperative. He must enhance, even if it means selling everything he owns. In the realm of myriad phenomena. On the third day, Qinglu and her companions finally awaken around noon, roused by hunger. Following a remarkable harvest the previous day, Su Xingchen had agreed to let them sleep in. "Brother, when shall we return?" she inquires, her eyes fixed on Su Xingchen as they enjoy a simple breakfast. "Don't you feel like we've been in the myriad phenomena world for quite some time? We have yet to encounter any welfare monsters. Perhaps if we linger a bit longer, we might be fortunate enough to meet one. As for leveling up, let's aim for level 69 first," Su Xingchen replies calmly. "Why return so soon? We have just conquered a disaster-level dungeon, which contains guaranteed drop monsters and welfare creatures. Can we afford to miss this opportunity?" In truth, he harbors additional aspirations to grind for attribute points, pursue welfare monsters, and seek the legacy of the myriad phenomena world. Although welfare monsters and the legacy remain elusive, he feels compelled to contemplate them. It seems as though they have been here for an eternity. Yet, when he reflects on the passing days, it is only the third day. Qinglu responds, "The primary reason for this perception is our rapid growth. We have only been in the myriad phenomena world for 3 days, yet we possess an entire set of golden mythicals. Moreover, our inventory brims with red and golden mythicals, creating the illusion that we have been here for several months. The welfare monster, what treasures might it yield? My curiosity is truly piqued." Duanmu Ruashi, enjoying her meal, gazes around with eager anticipation. If a 7th-tier monster guarantees the drop of a golden mythical artifact, what of the 8th-tier welfare monster? Surely, it cannot be the fabled imperial attire. Well then, after satisfying our hunger, we shall embark. Today, we will press onward, hoping to encounter either a guaranteed drop monster or a welfare monster. If fortune does not favor us, hunting 5th and 6th-tier beasts will suffice, serving as a means to gain experience and enhance our skills. Su Xingchen, having finished her meal, remarked, "It is already noon. Furthermore, we have only just risen. A midday nap can be overlooked. Today, we can truly display our prowess. With a formidable combat power of 7 million, 5th and 6th-tier beasts are mere trifles to defeat with a single strike." Qingluo, eager to unleash her potential, yearned to test her mettle against a 5th or 6th-tier beast, craving the thrill of annihilating such foes. Duanmu Ruashi mirrored her enthusiasm, lively and sprightly. Their personalities are quite similar, both belonging to the same vibrant type. Name: Su Xingchen. Age: 18 years. Welfare: 0. Guaranteed drops: 50. Universal value: 246, 125, 308. Inheritance: 0. Countdown: 97 days, 0 hours, 36 minutes, 14 seconds. The spoils from yesterday's triumph were indeed staggering. By vanquishing 239 guaranteed drop monsters, he acquired 48 golden mythical artifacts. Consequently, the figure for guaranteed drops in his information panel has risen to 50, indicating he has secured 50 golden mythical artifacts from such foes. His universal value has soared to a staggering 246 million. Slaying a single guaranteed drop monster yields 1 million universal value, while 5th and 6th tier beasts offer a paltry sum in comparison. Inheritance: 0. Welfare: 0. These two categories remain at 0, which is somewhat disconcerting. Thus, I shall make the most of the remaining time to alter these figures. As for attribute points, I have little inclination to dwell on them. After departing this universal realm, I shall venture to the outskirts to hunt lower-tier beasts, a more efficient means of accumulating attribute points. Whoosh whoosh. Moments later, the true dragon and the azure bird soared swiftly through the skies. Today, Duanmu Ruashi insisted on sharing a ride with Su Xingchen, claiming she wished to experience the sensation of flying upon a dragon. However, once seated upon the true dragon's back, she clutched tightly at Su Xingchen's attire. They were in close proximity. Upon witnessing Duanmu Ruashi's demeanor, Su Xingchen let out a cold snort, visibly displeased. Subsequently, she summoned her azure bird and, with a graceful leap, alighted upon the back of the true dragon beside Su Xingchen. "Do you not have your own azure bird?" Duanmu Ruashi asked, taken aback by Su Xingchen's sudden appearance, pouting in dissatisfaction. Chapter 54. Huaxi University, Su Xingchen's third catastrophic level instance today. Su Xingchen expressed her desire to sit together with her brother. She raised her small face defiantly and retorted, "So what if I have a Qingyao? Can I sit with my brother just because of that? You don't even have a flying mount, yet you claim the moral high ground." Humph. Duanmu Ruashi realized she could not win this argument and did not wish to invite further frustration upon herself. With a displeased huff, she turned away, ignoring Su Xingchen. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, accompanied by the devastating shockwave that descended like an avalanche, obliterating countless 5th and 6th tier monsters. Such occurrences were commonplace for a true dragon. Time passed, minute by minute. After a full hour of flight without encountering any guaranteed loot monsters or beneficial creatures, Su Xingchen resigned herself to the flow of events. They would hunt 5th and 6th tier beasts. Although the chance of obtaining quality gear was slim, it would suffice for leveling up. Gold coins, experience, attributes. He was open to it all, welcoming abundance. "I'm going to sleep," Su Xingchen declared, appearing quite bored. He lay on the back of the true dragon, resting his head on Duanmu Ruashi's fair leg, and soon drifted into slumber. With nearly 7 million combat power, hunting 5th and 6th tier monsters felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It was somewhat beneath his dignity. Not to mention, even 7th tier guaranteed loot monsters were beneath his notice. Of course, should they encounter one, he might still consider intervening. However, it was unnecessary. Both Su Xingchen and Duanmu Ruashi could eliminate them with ease. Besides, they had the true dragon on their side. As Su Xingchen observed this scene, her teeth clenched. She shot Duanmu Ruashi a fierce glare, swiftly departing as the Qingyao appeared before her, allowing her to mount its back. Duanmu Ruashi made a face at Su Xingchen, and the two exchanged playful expressions across the distance, engaging in a silent duel. Boom! Boom! The trio refrained from making a move, while the true dragon and Qingyao relentlessly annihilated monsters as they soared into the distance. "Teacher, I'm leaving," Su Xingchen said, her gaze fixed on the teleportation altar at the front of Huaxi University's instance transfer plaza. She then turned to her mentor. This marked her third instance. The previous two had both been catastrophic level, and she had returned unscathed each time, consistently reaching the level cap for the next instance. Now, Su Xingchen had achieved level 69. She could no longer suppress her growth. Thus, she chose to undertake a level 50 instance today. Be cautious, Luo Fei advised regarding her student, who was exceptionally talented, more so than she had been in her youth. After all, she had never ventured into a catastrophic level instance. Yet, within less than 2 months of awakening, her student had already cleared 2 such instances. Now, she was poised to embark on her third. It seemed Su Xingchen might still opt for the catastrophe level dungeon. After all, she aims to participate in the Battle of the Talents following my 4th dungeon. Upon uttering her thoughts, Su Xingchen proceeded directly towards the teleportation altar. Soon, the teleportation was activated, and a crimson beam of light soared into the sky, revealing the entrance to the catastrophe-level dungeon. Su Xingchen was embarking on her journey into the catastrophe-level dungeon once more. It was astonishing, truly remarkable. This marked her 3rd foray into a catastrophe-level dungeon, as she had consistently engaged in such challenges. It was said that her combat power exceeded 1 million. At level 69, boasting a combat strength of over 1 million. She was undeniably formidable. Typically, a level 70 character possesses around 100,000 combat power, yet she surpassed that significantly. She wielded several pieces of golden mythology, the world's foremost prodigy, unparalleled in her abilities. However, it seemed that 2 other catastrophe-level prodigies from Jiangnan University were also venturing into the catastrophe-level dungeon, not falling short in comparison to Su Xingchen. Regardless, Su Xingchen remained my unwavering goddess in my heart. Every student from Huaxia University was a remarkable prodigy, predominantly classified as A or S grade, with B grades being a rarity. Yet, these prodigies paled in comparison to Su Xingchen, who had already tackled the catastrophe-level dungeon twice, boasting combat power exceeding 1 million. Who could achieve such feats? Apart from her, there was no one else. Well then, let us all strive a little harder in anticipation of this year's Battle of the Talents. Luo Fei watched as her students were teleported away, her reluctant gaze retracting. When her eyes fell upon the astonished students in the teleportation square, she coldly reprimanded them before turning to depart, leaving all the students bewildered, wondering what had transpired. Who had offended this goddess? Experience 100, 000, experience 10, 000 gold 1, 000, attributes 10, attributes 10 as the sun dipped in the west. Its heat began to wane. Experience, gold, and attributes surged continuously. Su Xingchen awoke, rubbed her eyes, and glanced around in a daze, only to realize that during her slumber, her level had increased once again. This was hardly different from an idle game. Not far away, Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi appear to be engaged in some conversation, punctuated by their peals of laughter. Clearly, the two had reconciled long ago. It was uncertain when Duanmu Ruashi had made her way to Jiqing Luo's side. Regardless, she had slept soundly, undisturbed by any mandatory drop monsters. Su Xingchen inquired, "Did you encounter any mandatory drop monsters?" "No, none at all," the two responded in unison. Throughout the afternoon, they had not encountered any mandatory drop monsters, or rather, they had not encountered any throughout the entire day. Perhaps their luck from a previous day had been overly favorable, exhausting their fortune, which explained the absence of any mandatory drop monsters today. In truth, they held little interest or anticipation from mandatory drop monsters. What they truly looked forward to were the welfare monsters. Moreover, there exists the enigmatic inheritance of the myriad worlds, shrouded in mystery, with not a single clue as to what it truly entails or how one might endure its trials. I am on the verge of leveling up. After my elevation, today will come to a close, Su Xingchen remarked. Currently, he has attained level 62, 79, 66. At this pace, within a little over an hour, he shall ascend to level 63. The two ladies nodded in agreement, for they regarded Su Xingchen as their focal point. Whatever he decreed was accepted without question. Moreover, as Su Xingchen advanced in level, they too would inevitably follow suit. Level 62, 80, 61. Level 62, 83, 17. Level 62, 99. 99. In less than 2 hours. Buzz, congratulations on your level up. Current level, 63. Base combat power x 110. He has leveled up to 63. As twilight descended, Su Xingchen, along with the two ladies, a dragon, and a bird, ceased their skirmishes. With swift movements, they departed from the battleground, soaring toward their chosen resting place. During the day's combat, they had already identified a suitable location for the night, so now they simply had to proceed. One wonders who has encountered the welfare beasts? And what are the inheritance of the myriad worlds? While flying, Duanmu Roashi powdered her lips, having met the criteria for an early departure, and possessing a complete set of the golden myth, with plenty to spare, the novelty had worn off. Her only intrigue lay with the inheritance of the myriad worlds and the welfare beasts. Yet, alas, no encounters had been made, and not a single lead was in sight. It all boiled down to luck. It is merely a matter of fortune, Su Xingchen lamented, expressing her sentiments with a hint of resignation. For luck is indeed a most elusive concept. Chapter 55. What to do about the 629 certain monsters. The sky had completely darkened. The trio arrived at their resting spot, which featured a cave and a serene lake. Although the picturesque scenery was hidden from view by nightfall, the gentle breeze was refreshing, bringing a sense of tranquility that belied the anxiety typically associated with a disaster-level dungeon. They had already fulfilled the conditions for an early exit and could leave at any moment, thus they felt quite at ease. Their reason for staying was merely to accumulate a bit more gold and experience, and to see if they could acquire any equipment. As for the legacy and bounty monsters of the Infinite Realm, they held no expectations. I suggest that starting tomorrow, we should all strive to battle diligently. A month from now, if we have not encountered any bounty monsters or the legacy of the Infinite Realm, we will depart. Of course, we must ensure our levels remain below 69 to avoid missing out on the level 50 dungeon, Su Xingchen declared one evening while they enjoyed barbecued food and beverages. The Infinite Realm indeed holds abundant rewards, but I do not wish to squander time here, he continued. Very well, we shall heed the elder brother's advice. They both nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Xingchen's plan. Infinite Realm, Day 4, Level 65, Infinite Value 248 million, Attributes 1. 55 million, Gold 5. 46 billion. Day 5, Level 67, Infinite Value 252 million, Attributes 1. 64 million, Gold 5. 59 billion. Day 6, Level 68, Infinite Value 258 million, Attributes 1. 71 million, Gold 5. 71 billion. Day 9, Level 69, Infinite Value 266 million, Attributes 1. 89 million, Gold 5. 9 billion. As the days passed, time slipped away unnoticed, and it was soon noon on the 9th day. Unfortunately, luck had not been on their side. They had not encountered a single bounty monster, let alone the guaranteed ones. Moreover, they observed that aside from the ones they had hunted in the earlier days, no other adventurers had managed to slay any guaranteed monsters, as their numbers remained unchanged. The same was true for the bounty monsters. At noon, Su Xingchen and his companions sat beneath a massive tree, wide enough for 10 people to embrace, seeking shade as they ate and rested. I am level 69, 66, 66. I can no longer fight this afternoon, Su Xingchen remarked after finishing his meal, a frown creasing his brow. Reaching level 70 would prevent us from accessing the level 50 dungeon. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. I am level 68, 92, 02. I am level 69, 20, 35, reported Duanmu Roashi and Su Xingchen, indicating they were nearing their limits. This afternoon, I will disengage from the team mode, allowing you both to gain some additional experience. We can wander for a few more days, and if we do not uncover any clues regarding bounty monsters or the legacy of the Infinite Realm, we shall return early, Su Xingchen contemplated for a moment before speaking. There is no need to forfeit the opportunity to engage in the level 50 dungeon for the sake of ordinary beasts and some equipment. What if we encounter a horde of guaranteed explosive monsters and beneficial creatures? Su Xingchen inquired, her small face turned towards Su Xingchen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Not only she, but also Duanmu Roashi gazed at Su Xingchen with intrigue. As for this question, it required quick thinking. Su Xingchen chuckled heartily. To be honest, if you were to face a multitude of guaranteed explosive monsters and beneficial creatures, he would indeed be in a quandary. The guaranteed explosive monsters were somewhat manageable. At most, they would drop golden mythic gear of the Xian rank. Seeing such drops, one could easily choose to forego them without remorse. However, what if he encountered a beneficial creature? To abandon it? That would be disheartening, especially since he had never slain a beneficial creature and was unaware of the rewards it might yield. But to not forego it? What if defeating a beneficial creature resulted in a significant experience boost, propelling him to level 70? After an hour of being well fed and rested, he soared through the skies on the back of a dragon. However, prior to embarking, Su Xingchen had dissolved the party mode, allowing Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi to form their own small team. This way, their hunting of monsters and accumulating of experience would not concern him. As he lay comfortably on the dragon's back, Su Xingchen drifted into a deep slumber, having instructed the dragon to refrain from hunting monsters, lest it inadvertently elevate his level. Brother, senior brother. After an indeterminate time, a sweet and clear voice reached his ears. Initially reluctant to awaken, he ultimately decided to rouse himself. What is it? Su Xingchen rubbed his eyes and asked. Look, Ji Qingluo's expression shifted as she pointed into the distance with her delicate fingers, urging Su Xingchen to see for himself. Beside her, Duanmu Ruashi was struggling to suppress her laughter, her face contorted in amusement. Seeing the expressions of the two girls, Su Xingchen felt puzzled. What on earth is going on? What are you looking at? Nevertheless, he followed Ji Qingluo's gesture and gazed into the distance. What? Upon witnessing the scene ahead, Su Xingchen was rendered speechless. Good heavens, this had turned into a dilemma. During his midday break, he had mentioned the need for adaptability, thinking that the likelihood of encountering a horde of guaranteed explosive monsters was exceedingly slim. Yet, here he was, faced with the reality. Ji Qingluo's ominous words had proven true. He then activated the virtual interface, revealing a plethora of notifications on the system page, all pertaining to guaranteed explosive monsters. The reason he had not heard the notification sounds was due to his settings during sleep, which silenced alerts for guaranteed explosive monsters. 629 guaranteed explosive monsters. Furthermore, this was merely within a 100-mile radius, as the system's detection range extended 100 miles. Good grief. I'm so conflicted. Level 69. I am level 69. At present, there exists a formidable array of 629 monsters, each granting an impressive 2 million experience points, culminating in an astounding total of 58 billion experience points. In addition, this endeavor promises a bounty of 125.8 billion gold coins, as well as a plethora of orange and red equipment, alongside golden mythic items. However, should one ascend to level 70, access to the level 50 dungeons would be irrevocably lost. In deep contemplation, Su Xingchen found himself ensnared in a web of internal conflict, weighing the implications of his choices. Beside him, Xiaowashui and Baisero she observed intently, awaiting his decision. They too felt the weight of uncertainty, for this venture would elevate them to level 70 as well. What are your plans? Su Xingchen inquired, lifting his gaze to Baisero Shi and then to Xiaowashui. We shall heed our elder brother's counsel, they replied resolutely, devoid of hesitation, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, let us vanquish these foes. If we surpass the level, then so be it. The level 50 dungeons may be forsaken, and we shall proceed directly to the level 70 dungeons, Su Xingchen declared. His mind was made up. The cataclysmic dungeons posed a significant challenge. Any success would be a triumph. Furthermore, in the realm of myriad phenomena, he had already made considerable progress. With time still on his side, the welfare monsters and the legacy of the myriad world had yet to materialize, allowing him the luxury of patience. Sacrificing this opportunity for the sake of level 50 dungeons would be unwise. We share your sentiments. Out of 100 days, we have only utilized 8, Xiaowashui remarked. Indeed, we shall recover the spoils from the level 50 dungeons later, Baisero she added. Then let us commence our endeavor. However, we must not exceed level 89. Su Xingchen nodded in agreement. Level 89 represented his inner threshold, a limit he could not transgress, for he could not afford to miss the level 70 dungeons. With a mighty roar, echoing through the skies, Su Xingchen and his companions regrouped, and the battle commenced anew. Chapter 56. the mandatory monsters emerge, triggering the inheritance of the myriad realms. Gold, 20 million. Experience, 2 million. Attributes. Experience, 2 million. Gold, 20 million. Attributes. At this moment, the progress bar for leveling surged forward rapidly. Gold skyrocketed, yet the attributes left much to be desired, rendering them almost embarrassing to disclose. For those attributes paled in comparison to the wealth of gold and experience amassed. Swordsmanship. The Azure Lotus Sword Song. The return of 10,000 swords. Alongside the True Dragon and Azure Bird, as well as the mischievous Shui and the Elegant by Su Xingchen when they engaged in full combat. This realm was utterly engulfed in destruction. However, Su Xingchen refrained from utilizing the sword Dao Ling Yuan. This was a formidable move, reserved for dire circumstances, as it required a cool-down period. Given the sudden emergence of numerous mandatory monsters, would there be a welfare monster forthcoming? Might there be even more terrifying entities? Thus, it was prudent to withhold this ultimate move. The mischievous Shui displayed an expression brimming with excitement, while Bai Si Ruashi wore a smile that radiated joy. With gold experience and equipment continuously flowing in, how could one not feel elated? Unless, of course, one were to be foolish. 373 monsters. 372 monsters. 371 monsters. With each passing second, several mandatory monsters met their demise. On the virtual screen, the notification of 629 mandatory monsters dwindled rapidly. 370 monsters. 369 monsters. 388 monsters. 397 monsters. Suddenly, Su Xingchen discerned an anomaly. The once decreasing count of mandatory monsters was now inexplicably increasing. It soon became clear to him that as he advanced, the system had detected more beasts ahead, thus the numbers were escalating. To be precise, there were not merely 629 mandatory monsters in the vicinity, but a greater multitude. Time passed second by second. Brother, this doesn't seem right. It appears as though the mandatory monsters are endless, the mischievous Shui remarked, having identified the issue. Initially, they believed the mandatory monsters were confined to the dense cluster before them. Yet instinctively, they sensed that this area had been cleared, while countless more mandatory monsters lay ahead. Perhaps the remaining mandatory monsters are right here, Su Xingchen replied. Possessing a system, he could effortlessly view the count of mandatory monsters on the virtual screen. A piece of knowledge unbeknownst to the mischievous Shui and her companions, who relied solely on intuition. Now, he understood that the increasing count of mandatory monsters did not signify a rise in the overall total within the myriad realms, but rather indicated that the quantity in this specific locale had surpassed the previous tally of 629. Really? No way, exclaimed Bai Si Ruashi and the mischievous Shui, momentarily stunned, before their faces lit up with exhilaration. Boom! 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 The mandatory monsters continued to fall, blood soaring into the sky. This realm was more terrifying than hell itself. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 71. Base combat power, x 110. A golden radiance flickered as the notification echoed. Su Xingchen had reached level 71, with no turning back. No longer was there the qualification to venture into the level 50 dungeon. However, with the elevation in rank came an influx of gold and the allure of golden myths. Before her, the notorious loot-dropping monsters had vanished entirely, and even the 5th and 6th tier beasts were nowhere to be found. Announcement, 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 all loot-dropping monsters in the world of myriad forms have been eradicated, triggering the inheritance of the world of myriad forms. Those with a myriad value exceeding 10 million will qualify for early departure and will be teleported to the divine city of myriad forms in 180 seconds, in 360 seconds. All beings outside the divine city of myriad forms will be annihilated. As the beasts disappeared from view, a familiar voice of the artifact's spirit echoed in the sky, declaring the eradication of all loot-dropping monsters and simultaneously triggering the inheritance of the world of myriad forms. In 180 seconds, the teleportation to the divine city would commence, followed by the annihilation of all beings outside the city in 360 seconds. What? Ha! Standing on the ground were Su Xingchen, the mischievous water, and Bai Si Ruashi. A Upon hearing the artifact spirit's announcement, their expressions shifted, ultimately breaking into inexplicable laughter. Such occurrences truly defied belief. Luck, it seemed, was indeed a profound mystery. So, this was how the inheritance of the world of myriad forms came to be. If one were to forsake hunting the loot-dropping monsters for the sake of entering the level 50 dungeon, activation of the inheritance would have been impossible. For a moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for words, simultaneously struck by the cruelty and terror of the world of myriad forms. 10 million myriad value seemed effortlessly attainable for them, who had hunted loot-dropping monsters, yet it required the defeat of at least 10 such beasts. Conversely, for those unable to hunt these elusive monsters, with lower combat prowess and levels, achieving 10 million myriad value was akin to scaling a formidable chasm. In the world of myriad forms, there are 810,000 practitioners. How many would actually be teleported to the Divine City? Those who could not make the journey would face annihilation. Luck was undeniably paramount. Su Xingchen reflective. Although she was still uncertain about the nature of the inheritance or the opportunities it presented, the mere fact that they had triggered it was commendable. Had they not vanquished the loot-dropping monsters, the inheritance would have remained dormant. Indeed, Bai Siruashi nodded in agreement. It was nothing short of remarkable. Mischievous Water remarked, "Could it be anything less?" Just as they were preparing to leave the world of myriad forms the following day, they encountered a plethora of loot-dropping monsters. In a state of indecision, they had chosen to forego the level 50 dungeon. Only after defeating the loot-dropping monsters did they realize all had been cleared away. It was only after this eradication that the inheritance of the world of myriad forms was set in motion. Prepare yourselves. The divine city of myriad forms awaits. Su Xingchen. Everything was in order, ready to embrace the teleportation to the divine city, her heart brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. The last time, over 200 critical monsters vanished in an instant, and now the remaining 1,800 have also disappeared without a trace. What on earth is happening? It is utterly bewildering. It turns out that all critical monsters must be eradicated to trigger the inheritance of the realm of all manifestations. Could it be that someone has annihilated the critical monsters in one fell swoop? The inheritance of the realm of all manifestations has finally emerged. One must possess 10 million manifestation points to enter the city of all manifestations. Those who do not reach the city of divine manifestations will face obliteration. This is the end. I am doomed. What shall I do? I need 10 million manifestation points, yet I possess only 30,000. In the realm of all manifestations, following the voice of the artifact spirit, chaos erupted. A cacophony of lamentations filled the air. Obliteration. Nothing is more terrifying. In this world, the artifact spirit reigns supreme, determining who lives and who dies. Of course, while the artifact spirit is indeed the sovereign, it adheres to rules and does not contravene them. However, the weak practitioners are destined to be sacrificed. Meanwhile, the powerful, with their 10 million manifestation points, are brimming with exhilaration. In an instant, the entire realm of all manifestations buzzed with unprecedented activity, with some filled with anticipation and others engulfed in despair. The sky, once clear and boundless, thickened with ominous clouds as time passed. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled ominously. The very fabric of space seemed to shatter and distort, revealing mysterious beams of light that materialized out of thin air. These lights formed portals that descended upon the heads of certain practitioners. Naturally, those who received the portals were the fortunate ones qualified to enter the city of divine manifestations. In a swift motion, Su Xingchen and his companions were enveloped by 3 portals and subsequently vanished from sight. Chapter 57. The City of All Phenomena. The trial of inheritance begins at the heart of the boundless realm. A majestic mountain range stretches for millions of miles. At its core lies a peak that towers 333,000 zhang high, upon which floats an immense city. This ancient city emanates an unparalleled aura of authority. Although it appears to hover in the air, it is shrouded in a mysterious connection with the mountain. On this day, beams of light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, converging upon the city before gracefully landing within its confines. How beautiful! This must be the city of all phenomena. A divine realm indeed. The process of transportation swiftly concluded. Su Xingchen and her two companions found themselves within a stunningly resplendent city. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery before them, they were utterly astonished. Simultaneously, numerous other beams of light descended, transforming into various practitioners. Judging by their auras, most appear to be of levels 60 to 70. As this locale was a level 30 dungeon, it was improbable for those above level 90 to arrive. Moreover, the maximum duration of stay in the city of all phenomena is 100 days. How much could one grow in such time? The truly powerful may have already departed, while the weaker might have been obliterated. As moments passed, approximately 60 seconds later, no further beams of light appeared in the city of all phenomena. Welcome to the city of all phenomena. Current population, 10. 621. Current benefits, 88 heads. Notice, the Tower of all phenomena will descend in 180 seconds. Notice, each individual has only one opportunity for the trial. Notice, phenomenon points can be exchanged for gold at a 1:1 ratio. Notice, fighting is strictly prohibited within the city of all phenomena. Violators will be obliterated. Obliteration countdown, 240, 239, 238, 237. Within the city, the voice of the artifact spirit echoed once more, announcing the fundamental information regarding the city of all phenomena, along with the countdown to obliteration. Practitioners outside the city would face obliteration in 4 minutes. The purpose of entering the city of all phenomena seems to be the Tower of all phenomena and the exchange for gold, remarked the little troublemaker. The Tower of all phenomena represents the inheritance of this realm. However, each individual only has one chance for the trial. Additionally, phenomenon points can be exchanged for gold at a 1:1 ratio. The benefit monsters have never been slain. Will such a benefit monster appear in the city of all phenomena? Glancing at Su Xingchen. Let's explore the surroundings, suggested Su Xingchen. With that, the trio soared through the city of all phenomena, observing other practitioners who, like them, were in search of something, most likely the elusive benefit monsters. The practitioners they encountered exuded a powerful presence. However, within the city of all phenomena, fighting was strictly forbidden, allowing them to traverse without fear of attack. Boom! 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 As the countdown reached its conclusion, a rumble akin to distant thunder resonated through the air. A mysterious radiance emerged between heaven and earth, surging toward the exterior of the myriad phenomena divine city. This luminescence evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yet, in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Although the circumstances outside the myriad phenomena divine city remained unclear, an overwhelming sensation lingered that all had come to an end. The anticipated welfare creature remained elusive. With a resigned spirit, I resolved to venture to the heart of the myriad phenomena divine city to behold the myriad phenomena Linglong Tower. An hour later, despite employing the system's sensing capabilities, Su Xingchen found no trace of the welfare creature. It is noteworthy that the system could detect demonic beasts within a radius of 100 miles. Given that the myriad phenomena divine city was not as expansive as the myriad phenomena world, the absence of any beasts after an hour of flight indicated a significant truth. There were no welfare creatures within the confines of the myriad phenomena divine city. Furthermore, other practitioners were also in search of these elusive welfare creatures. Nodding in agreement, the trio of Xiao Huashui and Bai Si Ruashi joined in unison. They proceeded to soar towards the center of the myriad phenomena divine city, where the myriad phenomena Linglong Tower was destined to manifest. This tower represented the trial of the myriad phenomena world's inheritance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The majority of practitioners were not Navi. Thus, the lack of immediate findings regarding the welfare creature led them to deduce that none existed within the city. Consequently, they all directed their flight towards the center. There, a vast square of white jade sprawled across several miles. At its center stood a towering azure pagoda, approximately 300 meters in diameter. Its height was indeterminate, as its pinnacle had already ascended into the clouds. The pagoda emanated a phosphorescent glow, shrouding the entire square in an air of mysterious authority. Inheritance of the Myriad Phenomena World, Myriad Phenomena Linglong Tower, officially commences. Notice, entry into the Myriad Phenomena Linglong Tower allows for team formation, maximum of 5 individuals or solo attempts. Each participant has but one opportunity. 88 8th-tier demonic beasts, welfare, will appear within the tower. Slaying them will yield rewards. Notice, the Myriad Phenomena Linglong Tower comprises 9 levels, and reaching the summit grants the inheritance of the Myriad Phenomena World. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated once more. The square, indeed the entirety of the Myriad Phenomena Divine City, echoed with this proclamation. Swoosh, swoosh. As the announcement concluded, an entrance reminiscent of a teleportation portal materialized beside the Myriad Phenomena Linglong Tower. Upon witnessing this portal's emergence, countless practitioners instinctively propelled themselves forward, eager to be among the first to claim the inheritance. After all, the welfare creatures awaited inside, and their numbers were limited, clearly a case of first come, first served. However, with only one entrance available, the inheritance could be claimed by either a single individual or a small group at a time, necessitating a queue. In the Myriad Phenomena Divine City, where fighting was strictly prohibited, the orderly line posed no contention. It would be folly to risk obliteration by attempting to cut in line. Although some yearned to seize the opportunity to face the trial without delay, the majority opted for team formations, thus alleviating any urgency. Level 70 and above. Let the teams assemble. Forming a team, is there anyone interested in joining? We are short one member, preferably someone above level 60. Seeking a partner. In no time, the square became lively. Assembling a team is quite simple. After all, the rewards will be evenly distributed among the members, alleviating concerns over profit sharing. Teaming up merely serves to lessen some of the burdens and enhance the chances of success. Let us join the queue, Su Xingchen suggested to Ji Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi. The 3 proceeded to stand in line. Meanwhile, a new team had already been formed, consisting of just 3 individuals. Who would have thought that the beneficial creature resided within the wondrous tower? By Siyu Ruashi remarked, filled with anticipation. An 8th-tier reward creature. While others may struggle to hunt it down, for the senior brother, it would pose little challenge. Indeed, even she and Qing Luo could likely take it down in a one-on-one battle, given their complete set of golden myths. Observing their position in line, they realized it would be quite some time before their turn arrived. After a brief glance at their place in the queue, they understood that if the trial took too long, the wait would inevitably be prolonged. Not necessarily, Su Xingchen smiled. Within the wondrous divine city, there were over 10,000 professionals waiting to be tested, which would undoubtedly require considerable time. However, if the challenges within proved formidable, those undergoing the trial would be swiftly eliminated, thereby shortening the duration of each assessment. And indeed, Zhongling, first layer, failure. Less than 10 seconds had passed before the first trial concluded. Chapter 58. The Su Xingchen group, 5 seconds to pass so swift? Just a few seconds? 3 seconds. What a true man. Unable to surpass the first layer? It appears to be quite challenging. In less than 10 seconds, they were eliminated. This inheritance seems rather formidable. As the first contestant was eliminated, astonishment filled the air. In an instant, discussions erupted, and the atmosphere grew tense. After all, those who managed to arrive at the City of Infinite Wonders are all formidable practitioners. One cannot be too weak, nor can one claim to be significantly stronger. Yet, the opponent concluded in merely 10 seconds. How far could one progress? Furthermore, the Infinite Wonders Tower is just at its first layer. The first individual couldn't even pass the initial layer. What hope is there for the 9th layer? Xiao Mingcheng, first layer, failed. Zhou, first layer, failed. Zhang Yueshuang. First layer, failed. As the first elimination occurred, those in line advanced a step forward. However, all were eliminated in mere seconds or a few dozen seconds, failing to clear the first layer. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Time passed, second by second. At last, someone succeeded in passing the first layer, but fell at the second. How did the first layer fare? Please share. Yes, enlighten us. What was the situation inside? Countless practitioners waiting in line, as well as those observing from the sidelines, were eager to inquire about the one who had cleared the first layer. They sought to glean insights to mentally prepare themselves for their own trials ahead. All right, I suppose I can share. The first layer has a time limit of 60 seconds and contains 10 7th-tier demon beasts within a small area. The second layer has a time limit of 120 seconds and features 8th-tier demon beasts, a bonus. These beasts possess greater combat prowess and intelligence than ordinary ones. More importantly, once inside, levels in combat power are suppressed to a certain extent. The practitioner who cleared the first layer was Wang Mingyu, level 71, possessing extraordinary strength. Yet he could only conquer the first layer. Upon hearing Wang Mingyu's account, the pressure intensified. The dream of ascending the Infinite Wonders Tower was shattered. Yet many practitioners still clung to a glimmer of hope. There was no alternative. Many lacked the qualification for early withdrawal. Currently, the Infinite Wonders Tower remains their sole hope. Senior brother, if we encounter a 9th-tier beast, do we stand a chance? Why, Cece asked. Bonus beasts? It matters little. At least we can take down a few. What worries me is encountering a 9th-tier demon beast. The 9th tier boasts a combat power of 10 million. Moreover, the previous individual mentioned that the beasts inside are stronger than the ordinary ones, and practitioners' combat power and levels will be suppressed to a considerable degree. The further we go, the more terrifying the suppression may become. If they were ordinary, I will be confident, Su Xingchen replied. After all, having amassed several million in combat power, time passed by in mere seconds. Approximately 2 hours later, it was finally the turn of Su Xingchen and her companions. Before them, hundreds had attempted to traverse the Myriad Wonders Tower, yet none had succeeded in surpassing the second level, with only a handful of adventurers managing to clear the first. With a whoosh, the trio entered the teleportation portal. In an instant, they found themselves in an expansive realm, suffused with an air of desolation. This was not merely a continuation of the Myriad Wonders Tower. Rather, it was its internal world, a space treasure in its own right. Objective, defeat 10-tier 7 flying beasts. No loot. Countdown, 60, 59, 58. Upon their arrival, a notification echoed in their minds. The countdown had already commenced, and several seconds had elapsed. Concurrently, 10 flying beasts surged towards them, each formidable enough to surpass the ground-based creatures by more than double, showcasing the undeniable advantage of aerial combat. It was no wonder that other adventurers had fallen within mere seconds. The onslaught of 10-tier 7 flying beasts left no room for escape. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen did not hesitate. Raising her hand, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy, which surged forth to confront the 10-tier 7 flying beasts. Boom! 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 In a display of overwhelming power, the beasts fell like dumplings, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. Congratulations, Su Xingchen's team has successfully cleared the first level. The notification resounded, heralding their success. Notification, you have passed the first level. Would you like to enter the second level? Consideration time, 10, 9, 8. Soon, another notification echoed, inquiring if they wished to proceed to the second level. The countdown reappeared, and Su Xingchen and her companions were uncertain what would transpire should they fail to respond before it concluded. Would they be expelled from the Myriad Wonders Tower or automatically advance? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen decided to enter. There was no time to waste. 2 seconds had already passed since the countdown began. Could they afford to hesitate? Thus, she confirmed their passage to the next level. 5 seconds, and they had cleared the first level. How terrifyingly swift. Those who had entered before them had taken 40 to 50 seconds, barely scraping through. Yet Su Xingchen and her companions had triumphed in just 5 seconds. It appeared they held a glimmer of hope for the second level. In the plaza, all adventurers had gathered, totaling 621 individuals, now assembled in one place. It is well known that the wondrous divine city lacks benevolent monsters, which can instead be found within the wondrous Linglong Tower. At this very moment, many are gathered here, waiting in line, hoping to reap rewards within. After all, benevolent monsters appear on the second floor. Slaying these creatures would undoubtedly grant one the qualification to leave this place, ensuring they are not obliterated. As they chose to enter the second layer, a golden radiance enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, the three vanished from their original location. They swiftly reappeared in a similar realm, albeit one considerably larger than before. The air was thick with a terrifying aura, emanating from formidable beasts, 8th-tier creatures. Indeed, the presence of such powerful entities was palpable. Objective, 7th-tier Beast 20, no drops. Objective, 8th-tier Benevolent Beasts 3, no item drops. Hint, level restricted to below 70, combat power suppressed by 5. Countdown, 120, 119, 118. Upon entering the second layer, an announcement echoed, declaring the rules of the wondrous Linglong Tower's second level. Remarkably, the number of 7th-tier beasts had doubled, also without drops, while 3 8th-tier benevolent beasts appeared, similarly devoid of item rewards. This implies that, aside from equipment, other rewards still exist. The level restriction holds at 70, with combat power reduced by 5. The time limit for this layer is set at 120 seconds. Boom, roar, boom in the skies. Flying beasts could be seen, while powerful creatures prowled the ground. It was a convergence of aerial and terrestrial threats. Brother, leave a few 7th-tier beasts for us to handle. Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi urged Su Xingchen. They felt unable to contend with the 8th-tier beasts, but the 7th-tier ones were still within their capabilities, provided they managed the time effectively. All right, I will engage the 7th-tier beasts after 60 seconds. Su Xingchen nodded. With a flash of his form, he soared towards the 3 8th-tier beasts, stepping upon his flying sword, shimmering with brilliance. Target, 8th tier, despite the level restriction and the 5 suppression of combat power. This posed no challenge for Su Xingchen. The 8th-tier beasts were estimated to possess combat power ranging from 6 to 7 million, considerably stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Raising his hand, the Crimson Inferno Emperor materialized, and numerous sword auras surged towards the 3 8th-tier benevolent beasts. Chapter 59. The Hunt for the 8th Order Beasts. Benefits. With an attribute boost of 100,000, each Radiant Sword Light bore the weight of millions in combat strength, infused with terrifying damage. In that moment, the very fabric of space was cleaved in two by the sword's brilliance. The destructive power of the sword energy struck fiercely against the 8th Order beast, delivering an onslaught that left the creature grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Although it had not yet succumbed, it was left with but a fraction of its vitality. Simultaneously, as Su Xingchen unleashed his assault, both Xiaohua Shui and Bai Siruo, she also engaged the foe, facing a beast of 5 million combat strength with their combined one. 7 million was no trivial task. It was not insurmountable. In an instant, the second floor of the Wanxiang Linglong Tower erupted into a scene of devastation. Such terrifying attacks from my senior brother. During the chaos of battle, Duanmu Ruashi kept a vigilant eye on Su Xingchen, acutely aware that he was pitted against an 8th Order beast. However, upon witnessing the damage inflicted by Su Xingchen's strikes, she was left utterly astonished. She knew of his prowess, but had not anticipated his strength to reach such formidable heights. "Where's my brother?" At Duanmu Ruashi's words, Jiqing Luo turned to look, spotting Su Xingchen. Yet in the next heartbeat, his form inexplicably vanished, as if he had never existed. It felt like an illusion, a mirage. Where has he gone? Did he not come to the Wanxiang Linglong Tower? In her shock, Yikvinguus bewilderment deepened. Suddenly, the seemingly vanished Su Xingchen reappeared above the head of an 8th Order beast. Upon his appearance, he uttered a single word, and, simultaneously, the Crimson Void Emperor's strike descended upon the beast. With a resounding thud, the 8th Order beast collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the creature fell, Su Xingchen's figure once again faded from view. In the next instant, he materialized above yet another beast, delivering the same devastating blow, and the scene repeated itself twice more. 3 8th Order beasts fell, their demise appearing to span a moment in time. Yet they succumbed almost simultaneously. Congratulations on slaying an 8th Order beast. Benefits. Experience 20,000, 200. Gold 200, 000. Attribute 100, 000. Exclusive benefits applied. Congratulations on slaying an 8th Order beast. Benefits. Experience 20, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 200, gold 200, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, attribute 100, 0, 0, 0, exclusive benefits applied. Congratulations on slaying an 8th Order beast. Benefits. Experience 20, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 200, gold 200, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, attribute 100, 0, 0, 0, exclusive benefits applied. With the 3 8th Order beasts defeated, Su Xingchen paused his onslaught, the battle drawing to a close. Entrusted to by Si Ruashi and Xiao Huoshui, a notification echoed in his mind. Hunt 8-tier monsters to gain 20 million experience and 200 million gold each. However, what he did not anticipate was the attribute gain. Each monster traditionally granted a fixed increase of 10 attribute points, unwavering in its certainty. Yet now, the 8-tier welfare monsters offered an astonishing 100,000 attribute points, a 1,000-fold enhancement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Su Xingchen mused, repeating the word thrice in delight. Boom, boom, boom. Beside him, Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi continued their battle, unfazed by the onslaught of 27-tier monsters, systematically dispatching them with precision. The countdown ticked away, second by second. Boom! As the timer dwindled to 81 seconds, the last of the 7-tier beasts fell. Congratulations, Su Xingchen's team has successfully passed the 2nd level. A notification chimed. Each member receives 1 welfare treasure chest. The announcement celebrated their triumph, and the prospect of a treasure chest ignited excitement in Duanmu Ruashi and Jiqing Luo. Undoubtedly, this chest was a rarity. Yet, Jiqing Luo harbored a suspicion. Could it be akin to the mysterious treasure from the last instance? That time, the mysterious chest yielded exceptional gear, and it was clear that this welfare chest surpassed the previous one, particularly as they were now in a level 30 dungeon. Notification: you have passed the 2nd level. Would you like to enter the 3rd level? Countdown 10, 9, 8. The prompt for entering the 3rd level resonated. Su Xingchen Biplaiv, having successfully navigated the 2nd level, was indeed commendable. Rumor had it that the 2nd level housed 8-tier welfare monsters. He pondered what treasures might be obtained from slaying them. With only 88 8-tier welfare creatures in total, once they had been defeated, they could not be respawned indefinitely. Entering the 3rd level, they were uncertain of their chances of success. Those waiting behind might suffer the consequences. If the preceding team eliminated the welfare monsters, there would be nothing left for the rest. The adventurers in the square, upon hearing of Su Xingchen's team clearing the 2nd level, were filled with envy. However, they soon realized the implications. The number of welfare monsters was finite. Should the ones ahead defeat them, those in line would be left empty-handed. Yet by the time this realization dawned, it was too late. Furthermore, even those at the front of the line would find it futile without the strength to conquer the challenges. In an instant, they transitioned into the 3rd level. The space mirrored the previous one, albeit larger in scale. Objective: slay 37th rank beasts, no loot. Objective: slay 6 8th rank beasts, bonus. No loot. Note: level cap reduced to 65, combat power reduced by 10. Countdown: 180, 179, 178. Upon entering the 3rd layer, the task prompt appeared. The requirement to hunt 7th rank beasts has increased to 30, with no loot provided. The number of 8th rank bonus creatures has doubled from 3 to 6. The suppression of levels and combat power is increasingly daunting. However, for Su Xingchen and his companions, the impact of level suppression was minimal, despite the constraints. Their combat prowess remained largely intact. Conversely, the reduction in combat power posed a significant challenge, especially as the number and strength of the beasts escalated. Meanwhile, their own strength waned. Boom, 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 the trio exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging the gravity of the situation before springing into action. Su Xingchen engaged the 8th rank bonus creatures, while Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi confronted the 7th rank beasts. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted. To save time, Su Xingchen closed the distance to the 8th rank creatures, activating the power of his domain ring. This maneuver diminished the target's overall strength, damage, and attack capabilities by 50 within a range of 500 meters cubed, making the task of dispatching the 8th rank beast considerably easier. Sizzle boom with each strike, waves of sword radiance and energy erupted, creating a mesmerizing display of sword shadows and light. As the sword energy descended, the 8th rank bonus beasts fell, vanquished in an instant. 6 8th rank creatures were thus eliminated in a heartbeat. Congratulations on slaying an 8th rank beast bonus. Experience 20, 000, 000, 200. Gold 200, 000, 000. Attributes 100. 000. Exclusive bonus applied. As the 8th rank beast succumbed, the notification rang out, signifying the arrival of experience, gold, and attributes. Hearing this, Su Xingchen couldn't help but reflect on the thrill of hunting high-tier beasts. Indeed, the rewards in terms of experience, gold, and attributes were remarkably substantial. While he dispatched the 8th rank creatures, the 7th rank beasts also fell, yielding experience and gold that, although inferior to that of the 8th rank, were still quite considerable. The Myriad Realms Tower proved to be a true paradise for rewards. He harbored hopes of reaching the pinnacle for the experience, gold, and attributes that the summit promised to yield immense profits. In that moment, anticipation surged within Su Xingchen. Chapter 60. The 9th level of the Tower of Infinite Wonders. Tier 9 beasts in the 3rd level of the Tower of Infinite Wonders. The 8-tier beasts were swiftly vanquished by Su Xingchen, while the 7-tier beasts fell one after another before Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi, although their levels and combat powers were suppressed. Both Duanmu Ruashi and Jiqing Luo possessed an impressive combat strength of 1.7 million, and they were both classified as S-grade prodigies. Their ultimate moves were overwhelmingly powerful, and their attribute bonuses were formidable. Consequently, hunting 7-tier beasts proved to be an effortless endeavor. As the countdown reached 128 seconds, all 7-tier beasts were dispatched, and the chaos and destruction in the 3rd level dissipated, restoring everything to its former state. Congratulations, Su Xingchen's team has successfully passed the 3rd level. Echoed the voice of the spirit of the tower, announcing their success. The reward was a welfare treasure chest for each individual. The anticipation for another treasure chest was palpable as the little troublemaker watched the radiant light descend, ultimately landing in her backpack, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Senior brother, was your last treasure chest of the disaster level? Asked by Siluoxi. The last one was a mysterious treasure chest. My weapon was obtained from within it. However, although the dungeon levels are the same, the contents may vary, as each dungeon is an independent microcosm with distinct rules. I believe that the welfare treasure chests in a Tier 30 disaster level dungeon would not be inferior to those of the mysterious treasure chests, Su Xingchen replied. Such matters are often ambiguous and uncertain. Notice, you have passed the 3rd level. Would you like to enter the 4th level? Countdown 10, 9, 8. The choice was evident. The time for deliberation remained unchanged at merely 10 seconds. However, for Su Xingchen and her companions, as well as for all adventurers, it was not a matter worthy of contemplation. Having successfully passed the 3rd level, why would one hesitate to enter the 4th? Each test offered but a single opportunity. Only a fool would decline. Without a moment's hesitation, they chose to enter. Having already shed our pants, do you still need to ask if we want to enter? A golden light enveloped the 3, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the 4th level of the Tower of Infinite Wonders. Objective: defeat 57 tier beasts. No loot. Objective: defeat 9 8-tier welfare beasts. No items dropped. Notice: level suppression to within level 60. Combat power reduced by 15. Countdown: 240. 239. 238. Upon arriving at the 4th level, the trio immediately focused on their objectives. The number of 7-tier beasts had increased to 50, while the welfare beasts had been reduced to 9. The level suppression was now confined to within 60, and their combat power was diminished by 15. Boom, boom, boom. Without uttering a word, they charged into battle, indifferent to the lack of loot. Only experience, gold coins, and attributes remain. Of course, upon clearing a level, a reward chest is granted. Beyond that, there's nothing else. The completion times are as follows: 120 seconds for the 4th level, 118 seconds for the 5th, 105 seconds for the 6th, 90 seconds for the 7th, and 81 seconds for the 8th. The reason for the diminishing completion times lies in the accelerated pace of hunting the demonic beasts. What counts for this? The answer is simple. Jiqing Luo and Duan Muruashi found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of 7th-tier demonic beasts. With their combat power and level suppressed, their ability to slay these beasts diminished. Thus, Su Xingchen intervened. Even with the suppression of combat power and levels, he could still annihilate swathes of 7th-tier beasts with ease. With a single strike, he unleashed the technique 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, obliterating numerous 7th-tier demonic beasts and even dispatching 8th-tier ones with remarkable swiftness. Notification: you have passed the 8th level. Would you like to enter the 9th level? Countdown: 10, 9, 8. As the reward chest arrived, the notifications sounded. They had reached the 8th level. Would they not proceed to the 9th? It must be noted that reaching the 9th level meant achieving the pinnacle. In an instant, the three were transported to the 9th level of the Tower of Wonders, the highest tier. Clearing this level would signify their ascent to the summit and grant them the legacy of the myriad worlds. Their hearts surged with exhilaration, for they were but a step away from the inheritance. However, at this moment, their immediate priority was to comprehend the tasks of this level. Objective: slay 507th-tier demonic beasts, no drops. Objective: slay 4 demonic beasts, reward, no drops. Objective: slay 1 9th-tier demonic beast king, no drops. Notification: level suppression to within level 20, combat power suppressed by 50. Countdown: 600, 599, 598. Well then, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. They were tasked with defeating 500 7th-tier beasts, and only 4 8th-tier reward creatures remained. Thus, this level contained merely 4 reward creatures. Yet a 9th-tier beast, king, had also emerged. The level suppression was capped at 20, and combat power was reduced by 50. At this moment, Jiqing Luo and Duan Muruashi were utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Naturally, Jiqing Luo could still rely on her bluebird to engage in battle gradually, but it was of little consequence against the 507th-tier beasts. With a wry glance, Jiqing Luo looked at Duan Muruashi, who had previously inquired of Su Xingchen about what to do if they encountered a 9th-tier beast. Little did they expect that such a beast would indeed appear. "Be careful," she cautioned. "Leave it to me," Su Xingchen replied, his gaze fixed on the distance. The 9th-tier beast boasted a combat power of approximately 10 million. Even the king of the 9th-tier beast would possess no more than 12 million, with a maximum not exceeding 15 million. With his combat power suppressed by 50, he still had over 3 million remaining. However, the challenge loomed before them. The domain ring possesses the capacity to diminish a target's strength by 50%, effectively placing oneself on par with the formidable beasts. Furthermore, the invincible ring and the petrification ring are not mere trinkets. The sword Dao Lingyuan accompanies me. The myriad swords return to their origin. In an instant, Su Xingchen's form flickered, unleashing a tremendous attack. The sword Dao Lingyuan, amplifying the sword's might 30-fold, was bestowed upon the myriad swords returning to their origin. At that moment, the entire space resonated with the essence of annihilation. The Red Inferno sword intent and the Red Inferno sword array manifested as well. He unleashed his most formidable strike at the outset, aiming to eradicate the 7th-tier beasts and even eliminate the 8th-tier welfare monsters, clearing the field before singularly hunting the 9th-tier beasts, kings. Annihilation. Annihilation. Within the 9th layer of the mysterious tower, a world of destruction unfolded. 7th-tier beasts disintegrated into blood mist, while 8th-tier beasts succumbed. In the blink of an eye, tranquility enveloped the heavens and earth as all 7th and 8th-tier creatures were obliterated. A solitary 9th-tier beast, king, stood amidst the remnants, unleashing a furious roar. Rage. A howl of wrath. Although Su Xingchen's strike did not annihilate it, the beast bore grievous wounds. A few more such attacks would surely bring it down. Yet, the cooldown for Su Xingchen's grand move was substantial, rendering it impossible to strike again. The cooldown lasted over 20 minutes, while the task duration was a mere 10. Moreover, the ninth-tier beast would not await the cooldown. With a thunderous roar, the colossal ninth-tier beast swiped its massive claws at Su Xingchen. Swiftly, Su Xingchen maneuvered with his sword, evading deftly and simultaneously launched continuous assaults. The sword technique, Azure Lotus Sword Melody, echoed repeatedly, intermittently unleashing the red Inferno sword array. Seizing the moment, the petrification ring activated, rendering the ninth-tier beast immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xingchen approached within 500 meters, now within the domain ring's range. With a wave of the red Inferno Emperor's hand, a sword descended. With a resounding crash, dust soared skyward. The ninth-tier beast, King, collapsed with a thunderous thud. Chapter 61. Opening the treasure chest. Ascending to level 80, congratulations on defeating the ninth-order beast, King. Experience 200, 000, 000, 200. Gold 2, 000, 000, 000. Attributes 1, 000, 000. Exclusive benefits. As the ninth-order beast, King, fell, an alert sounded. He received 200 million experience, 2 billion gold, and 1 million attributes. In the ninth layer, all beasts were annihilated in 161 seconds. In truth, with Su Xingchen's hidden capabilities, he could have effortlessly dispatched them in an instant, as he had not yet utilized the power of his invincible ring. Congratulations! Su Xingchen's team has successfully reached the summit. Each member receives 1 welfare treasure chest. Reward: 1 unranked divine equipment. Notice, the inheritor of the Universal World Legacy is Su Xingchen. Notice, the Universal World will vanish in 1 day. Those who qualify for early departure will be teleported away 180 seconds before its disappearance, while others will follow the world into oblivion. Notice, in 10 seconds, all non-Universal World inheritors will be teleported out of the Divine City of the Universal. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The alert echoed in the ears of Su Xingchen and his companions, as well as throughout the Divine City of the Universal, reaching all practitioners. We have reached the summit. Unranked divine equipment. Congratulations, senior brother, on obtaining the Universal World Legacy, exclaimed Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, gazing at the empty realm, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They truly did not expect to reach the pinnacle, considering they had faced 500 7th-order beasts, 8th-order beasts, and a 9th-order beast. Yet, what was the outcome? Su Xingchen handled it with ease. Upon hearing the announcement from the artifact spirit, the two regained their composure from shock, leaping in exhilaration. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 72, base combat power x110. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 73, base combat power x110. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up, current level, 74, base combat power x110. With the suppression of levels lifted, Su Xingchen and his companions returned to their previous levels. Simultaneously, the experience gained from slaying the 7th-order beasts, 8th-order welfare monsters, and the 9th-order beast, King, activated. Originally, Su Xingchen was at level 71, but now, within the Universal Linglong Tower, he acquired billions of experience points, allowing him to ascend 3 levels, reaching level 74. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh at that moment. 3 streams of light appeared before Su Xingchen, swiftly vanishing into his backpack. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi each received 2 streams of light, comprising a welfare treasure chest and unranked equipment. The reason Su Xingchen received 3 streams of light, as one of the trials was the inheritance of the myriad realms, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, Su Xingchen and her companions vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves outside the Tower of Myriad Wonders in the square. At that moment, not a single adventurer remained in the square, for all had been teleported away from the divine city of Myriad Wonders the instant the 3 emerged, having lost their qualifications to linger there. A day later, we shall return, by sea Ruashi lamented. This time, the harvest was substantial. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity for the treasure chests and the unparalleled divine equipment. Divine equipment. 8 treasure chests and 1 unparalleled divine attire. How exhilarating. The little water sprite blinked her eyes eagerly. Opening treasure chests was her favorite activity. Now, within the entire divine city of myriad wonders, only the three of us remain. Let's find a quiet spot to open the treasure chests, Su Xingchen suggested. No one was more eager than he at this moment. After speaking, he made his way to a corner of the square, with the little water sprite, and Bai Si Ruashi quickly following suit. Before long, the trio arrived at a relatively secluded location and stopped. True Dragon, summoned forth. Azure Bird, summoned forth. Once everything was in place, they began to examine and open the treasure chests. Su Xingchen calculated that during their time in the Tower of Myriad Wonders, they had slain a total of 587th tier beasts, 88 8th tier welfare monsters, and 1 9th tier beast king. The 7th tier beasts yielded 2 million experience points and 20 million gold coins. The 8th tier beasts provided 20 million experience points, 200 million gold coins, and 100,000 attributes. The 9th tier beast granted 200 million experience points, 2 billion gold coins, and 1 million attributes. In summary, aside from reaching level 74, they had also acquired 2 billion gold coins and 81 million attribute points. In a moment, they could enhance the special ring, and their skills could also be improved. But for now, the priority was to open the treasure chests. There were 8 welfare chests. One could only wonder what treasures awaited within. With a thought, their consciousness entered the system space, and the 8 welfare treasure chests followed suit. Before them floated a row of gleaming golden chests. Open. In the system space, he was the sovereign. With hopeful anticipation, he opened the first welfare treasure chest. Welfare treasure chest successfully opened. Acquired 10 billion experience scrolls 1, 10-fold experience scrolls 10. The first chest revealed an array of experience scrolls. One type contained 10 billion experience points, while the other offered 10-fold experience. Upon inspection, he noted, Name, 10 billion experience scroll function, grants 10 billion experience points upon use. Applicable for levels 50 to 99. Title, 10-fold experience scroll function. Upon use, slaying monsters yields 10-fold experience, valid for 12 hours. After examining these 2 scrolls, it was evident that they aligned perfectly with his expectations. He activated them without hesitation. Subsequently, Su Xingchen continued to open the treasure chests. The second chest revealed 10-fold experience scrolls x10, attribute scrolls worth 10 million x1. The third contained 10 billion gold scrolls x2, world fragments x5. The fourth held 100 billion experience scrolls x1, world fragments x5. The fifth revealed world fragments x5, summoning metals x1. The sixth offered 10-fold experience scrolls x10, attribute scrolls worth 10 million x1. The seventh contained world fragments x5, 10-fold experience scrolls x10. The eighth presented life substitute talismans x10, 100 billion experience scrolls x2. Having opened all the welfare treasure chests at once, Su Xingchen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The contents were not equipment, but rather an assortment of scrolls and fragments. Of course, there was a summoning medal that presumably was equipment, along with the life substitute talismans. A quick inventory revealed 40 10-fold experience scrolls for 100 billion experience scrolls, which meant that if fully utilized, he could gain 400 billion experience. He possessed 20 world fragments, 2 attribute scrolls worth 10 million, which would grant him a total of 20 million attributes when used. Additionally, there were 2 10 billion gold scrolls, promising 20 billion gold upon activation, 10 life substitute talismans, and 1 summoning medal. With unwavering determination, Su Xingchen proceeded to use them, directly activating all 4 of the 100 billion experience scrolls. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 75, base combat power x1, 10. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 76, base combat power x1, 10. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 80, base combat power x1 to golden light flickered around him, eventually merging with his being. Simultaneously, the notification sounds continued to resonate. His level soared dramatically, advancing from level 74 straight to level 80. Chapter 62. Level less divine gear. Comprehensive combat power 24. 54 million. Experience scrolls, fully utilized. The level has ascended to 80. The tenfold experience scrolls can be sold for gold coins or used personally. Employing them while hunting monsters amplifies the experience tenfold, combined with the system's enhancement, resulting in a 20-fold increase. Now, he seeks to examine the World Fragment, the Life Substitute Talisman, and the Summoning Medal. Name: World Fragment. Function: enhances and upgrades treasures and special rings. It is evident that this serves as a material for upgrading treasures. Currently, he possesses no treasures and is unaware of what they entail. As for special rings, they are certainly not resurrection rings, as those require gold coins. Thus, it must pertain to summoning rings. Name: Life Substitute Talisman. Function: blood binding for ownership. Upon death, it allows the transfer of death to the talisman. Consumable 3 times. Does this not mirror the function of a resurrection ring? However, it is a consumable, and a single life substitute talisman can only be utilized thrice before it vanishes. Name: Summoning Medal. Attributes: golden. Combat power: 100,000. Gray divine. Affiliation: space. Property: capable of summoning a thunder white zephyr with a combat power of 5 million. Unlimited resurrection. This is indeed a formidable piece of equipment, even surpassing his summoning ring. Nevertheless, he still prefers the summoning ring, as it conjures a dragon. As a man, riding a dragon is undeniably impressive. Regarding the welfare treasure chest, this concludes the discourse. Now, he must examine the level-less divine gear and the myriad world's inheritance. Whoosh hiss, the light cluster is torn apart, revealing a dazzling long sword. Examine. Name: Chaos Divine Sword, exclusive divine. Attributes: multicolored. Gray divine. Combat power: 100,000. Required level: level less. Property 1. Swordsmanship damage increased by 1,000. Property 2. Permanent enhancement of overall combat power by 300. Property 3. In combat, it contains the intent of Chaos Sword, with a 20 chance to unleash the 9/9 return to origin sword formation, covering an area of 10,000 meters by 10,000 meters. Property 4. Grows and levels up alongside its master. This is the level-less divine gear, unbound by level restrictions. Divine gear with a direct combat power of 1 million. Swordsmanship damage of 1,000 equates to the might of the sword realm without any upgrades. A permanent enhancement of overall combat power by 300 signifies a tripling effect. The embedded Chaos Sword intent also offers the chance to unleash the expansive 9/9 return to origin sword formation. More importantly, this equipment will evolve with its master. This means the Chaos Divine Sword can level up without the need for fragments or gold coins, growing in tandem with its wielder. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xingchen adorned himself with the Chaos Divine Sword, replacing the Crimson Emperor. Combat power surged dramatically. What follows next? It is precisely what he is most concerned about, the incomparable world heritage. Within the confines of the system's space, Su Xingchen, his consciousness taking form, gently touches the luminous sphere. With a faint sound, the sphere shatters. Within it lies a finely crafted pagoda, emanating an enigmatic glow, the incomparable Linglong Pagoda. Upon seeing this pagoda, Su Xingchen's mind instantly realizes why it seems so familiar. This is indeed the incomparable Linglong Pagoda, the very object of their trials. To his astonishment, it now appears no larger than the size of a palm. He then lifts his gaze towards the square, where the incomparable Linglong Pagoda still stands. For a moment, he is taken aback. Yet, he quickly regains his composure. Perhaps the one in the square is merely a shell, while the one in his possession is the true, incomparable Linglong Pagoda, albeit in a diminished form. Disinterested in further contemplation, he chooses to examine it directly. Name: Incomparable Linglong Pagoda Grade. Supreme Treasure Attributes. Golden Combat Power. 5,888 required level. Level 1, Attribute 1. Suppression Type Supreme Treasure, containing gravitational rules. Attribute 2. Encompasses the sacred level Divine Ability, Incomparable Universe. The incomparable world heritage is embodied in this incomparable Linglong Pagoda, a supreme treasure of the suppression type, infused with gravitational rules, and possessing a sacred-level divine ability, incomparable universe. Beep. Supreme treasure detected. Supreme treasure panel activated. Would you like to place the supreme treasure on the supreme treasure panel? At this moment, the system's voice resonates, having detected the supreme treasure, thus activating the panel. Place. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xingchen complies. This is akin to a summoning ring. It does not require being equipped on the character's gear panel, but exists within an independent system panel, allowing its attributes to function as though worn on the gear panel. Placement successful. Incomparable Linglong Pagoda activated. Details can be viewed on the Supreme Treasure panel. Placement complete. On the virtual screen, an additional page appears. Previously, there was an information panel, character gear page, and special ring page. Now, a Supreme Treasure placement page has emerged, akin to the special ring. Level up. Change equipment. Place Supreme Treasure. Now, Su Xingchen's combat power has reached a staggering level. 24, 547, 203 points. A combat power of over 23 million. The foundational combat power for leveling up at level 80 is approximately 350,000. Equipment combat power, foundational combat power, sword path, Lingyuan combat power, special ring combat power, supreme treasure combat power. X combat power ring, 300 X chaotic divine, sword, 300 comprehensive combat power. Gold scroll consumed, adding 20 billion gold. Attribute scroll consumed, adding 20 million attribute points. Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Talent, D-grade, occupation, master swordsman level, 83. 28. Bond, none, wealth, 77. 5 billion, combat power, 24, 547, 203, base combat power, 358, 679, attributes, 30, 301, 120, active skills, sword control technique, 4th stage, 33, 67. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 4th stage, 78, 02, 10,000 swords returning to origin, 4th stage, 12, 55, sword path at the abyss, divine 2, 1, 34. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Chi, 4th stage, 11, 05. Alas, over 20 million combat power. Su Xingchen lamented. I am truly formidable. Moreover, the special ring has yet to be upgraded, and my skills remain stagnant. If I were to enhance both the special ring and my skills, my strength would become even more terrifying. With a sigh of introspection, he then withdrew his consciousness, closed the virtual screen, and opened his eyes. Senior brother, your unranked status must pertain to a weapon, came the voice of Duanmu Ruashi as he opened his eyes. Turning to look, he saw the fair-haired Ruashi gazing at him. Indeed, are you all weapons? Su Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. How could this sister pose such a question? Realizing she must be referring to the unranked statuses of the two enchanting maidens, he understood her inquiry. Yes, indeed. Our unranked statuses are all weapons. A permanent increase of 300 to combat power. Divine equipment is, after all, a divine artifact. The two beautiful maidens chattered excitedly, their expressions radiating exuberance. For possessing such a divine artifact, their combat power surged dramatically, and the formidable attributes left them feeling invincible. What level are you at? Su Xingchen inquired. I am at level 79, Duanmu Ruashi replied. I am also at level 79, Ji Qingluo added. The two of them being at level 79 suggested that the experience scrolls obtained from the treasure chest were quite similar. Senior brother, I have 3 gold scrolls to trade with you, Duanmu Ruashi stated, already initiating the transaction. I have 3 as well, Ji Qingluo echoed, offering her gold scrolls to him. Given their high levels, formidable combat power, and excellent equipment, they had no need for gold. As for daily life, their expenses were minimal. Let us find a place to rest adequately. We shall return tomorrow. After the transaction concluded, Su Xingchen remarked, this vast world of myriad phenomena is nearing its conclusion, with a successful clearance. Now, all 3 are qualified to participate in the Battle of the Talented. In his heart, he thought, Ji Qingyan, we shall meet in the Battle of the Talented. Boom boom, however, just as Su Xingchen's words fell, the entire divine city of myriad phenomena began to tremble, the very space quaking as if the apocalypse were upon them. The unexpected turn of events caused the expressions of Su Xingchen and the others to shift dramatically. Chapter 63. Beneath the peak, the suppressed deities emerge. Boom. Boom. As Su Xingchen's words fell, the entire Wanshi divine city began to tremble, the very fabric of space quaking as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sudden turn of events caused a shift in the expressions of Su Xingchen and his companions, leaving them bewildered. What could have transpired? Even if the Wanshi realm were to meet its end, it should be tomorrow. Moreover, there were no indications from the artifact's spirit. What was happening? Duanmu Ruashi's complexion turned ashen. This was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. Something must have gone awry. Su Xingchen responded. The Wanshi divine city is colossal, yet it sways as if it were experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. Brother, the Wanshi divine city is shrinking, Yikvingluo exclaimed, hastily urging Su Xingchen, quickly, we must leave the Wanshi divine city. Su Xingchen realized the urgency of the situation. However, with the sheer size of the Wanshi divine city, escaping proved challenging. With no other option, he grasped Ji Qingluo with his left hand and Duanmu Ruashi with his right, swiftly taking to the back of the true dragon. The dragon let out a thunderous roar and spiraled upward. Although it could not exit the Wanshi divine city, it managed to hover above it, ascending as high as possible. Before long, the true dragon carried the trio 10 miles above the Wanshi divine city. They beheld the city rapidly diminishing, once sprawling over 30,000 miles. The Wanshi divine city had now shrunk to merely a few hundred meters, and it continued to contract, ultimately reducing to the size of a palm. With a faint whoosh, the diminutive Wanshi divine city darted towards Su Xingchen like a streak of light. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the palm-sized city, which had transformed into a delicate sculpture. Witnessing this transformation, Xiao Huashui and Xiao Baisi were left astounded. What is happening? The Wanshi divine city has changed. They could hardly fathom this spectacle, which far exceeded their understanding. Boom! Boom! The heavens shook, and the space around them twisted and fractured rapidly. Su Xingchen and his companions felt like a small boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of annihilation. All this chaos stemmed from the mountain peak below. Yes, the mountain peak, which had originally served as a direct conduit to the Wanshi divine city, remained oblivious to the circumstances outside. Now, with the Wanshi divine city having shrunk and ultimately being taken by Su Xingchen, the mysteries beneath the city were destined to be unveiled. Before them stood a mountain towering tens of thousands of feet high, a veritable world unto itself. At that moment, the mountain quaked as if something were attempting to break free from its depths. What could be imprisoned beneath this mountain? The thought lingered ominously. A sudden wave of unease washed over Su Xingchen as a thought intruded upon his mind. The mountains trembled and crumbled around him, collapsing in a deafening roar. Within mere breaths, towering peaks that soared to unimaginable heights had completely disintegrated. A menacing black mist surged forth, permeating the atmosphere, yet strangely remaining contained, as if held in place by an unseen force. Could it be a demon? Duanmu Ruashi observed the unfolding chaos below, her delicate frame quivering slightly, clearly gripped by fear. It was evident that the Wanxiang Divine City, or the Wanxiang Linglong Tower, served as the suppressors of whatever resided beneath those mountains, and their sudden disappearance had allowed this entity to break free from its confinement. In the eyes of the little troublemaker, a grave expression took hold. At that moment, she was devoid of panic or terror, instead analyzing the situation with a clear mind. With a resounding crack, the mountain crumbled further, revealing a massive fissure in the ground. From a distance, something began to emerge from the earth. Witnessing this, the expressions of the three grew increasingly grave. In the sky, practitioners who had been fleeing on their swords were not merely escaping. These individuals had been transported from the Wanxiang Divine City and had not yet left the mountain's domain when this calamity struck. Now, they were scrambling for their lives. Originally, over 10,000 practitioners had been teleported from the Wanxiang Divine City, yet now only a few hundred remained. The rest had been entombed beneath the collapsing peaks. At last, The demon lord has emerged. What broke through the earth was a colossal altar, towering above the ground, adorned with intricate inscriptions that exuded an aura of profound mystery. At the center of the altar stood a gigantic deity demon, towering thousands of feet high, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction and power. Yet at this moment, this formidable being was shackled by massive iron chains binding its feet and collarbone. With each struggle of the demon, the chains clattered ominously, causing the air around it to tremble and distort. Such a terrifying presence. Su Xingchen gazed at the towering figure below, feeling compelled to steer clear and avoid any potential harm from this malevolent entity. Truly, a demon of unspeakable dread. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Should we leave this place? Duan Murawashi's face had turned pale, her fear palpable. She had never anticipated encountering a demon here. We cannot allow this demon to break free. The seals and chains are nearly undone. If it escapes, there will be no chance of our survival unless we can teleport directly back to Earth. However, that option won't be available until tomorrow. Jiqing Luo remained remarkably composed, articulating her thoughts. After speaking, her gaze shifted to Su Xingchen, entrusting him with the decision. Qing Luo is right. Judging by the demon's demeanor, before long, we shall be able to break free. Even if we flee for hundreds of thousands of miles, we will still be pursued. Now, while he remains unshackled, we must eliminate him, utterly and completely. Qing Luo, you shall provide healing support. Ruoshi, prepare for ranged attacks. Su Xingchen glanced at the little troublemaker, surprised by her composure. Remarkably, she displayed no panic and offered insightful analysis. Resolutely, he decided to devise a strategy to vanquish this demon. The two sisters nodded in unison, affirming their commitment. With determination set, it was time to engage. Employing the sword control technique, Su Xingchen initiated an assault to test the demon's defenses and strength. From a distance, he unleashed the technique, summoning 5 golden mythic swords of profound grade, which soared toward the demon from all directions. To his astonishment, despite being restrained, the demon's hands remained free and agile. Before the swords could strike, the demon swatted them away with ease. Witnessing this, the trio stood momentarily frozen in disbelief, gripping the Chaos Divine Sword. Su Xingchen raised it and unleashed a devastating sword radiance that descended upon the demon. Simultaneously, the petrification ring activated, encasing the demon in stone for 5 fleeting seconds. As the petrification took hold, the destructive sword radiance crashed into the demon. However, the damage inflicted was merely superficial. Meanwhile, Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi unleashed their attacks upon the demon. No longer novices, they seized the opportunity without hesitation. In a flurry of strikes, their combined might rained down upon the demon. Damn it! Damn it! These wretched human insects deserve to perish, roared the demon as the 5 seconds swiftly elapsed. The petrification lifted, and despite their relentless barrage failing to slay him or inflict any truly lethal wounds, the humiliation was palpable. The demon howled, chains rattling ominously, as the seals binding him began to weaken. The scene unfolded as if he were on the verge of breaking free from his constraints. Chapter 64, Invincible Mode. Slaying the divine demon was terrifying beyond measure, an entity that seemed impossible to vanquish. Duanmu Ruoshi wore a visage of despair. If the divine demon were to break free from its bindings, it would spell doom for them, leaving no avenue for escape. It's about to break free, Jiqing Luo exclaimed, her face etched with urgency. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes, as if she were making a critical decision. Qing Luo, Ruoshi, when the divine demon is petrified, I will unleash my ultimate move. If it fails to slay the demon, you must flee without hesitation. Do you understand? Su Xingchen's gaze was fierce as he observed the demon's struggle for liberation. After such a long wait, he was finally ready to unleash his true power. Would he be able to defeat this formidable foe? If his ultimate move proved ineffective, retreat would be the only option. The two sisters paused momentarily upon hearing Su Xingchen's words before nodding in agreement. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen stored the true dragon away. After preparing himself, He shot toward the divine demon. As he approached within 500 meters, the power of his domain ring activated, unleashing a torrent of attacks. His objective was clear: to trigger the petrification ring. Boom! Roar! The divine demon bellowed, its fury palpable. Time passed slowly, and at long last, the divine demon was petrified. Invincible! The sword path of the abyss, accompany me. Upon witnessing the demon's petrification, Su Xingchen hesitated no longer. The invincible ring took effect, and the sword path of the abyss unfolded, amplifying his sword damage by 30-fold and his combat power 10-fold. In this moment, his original combat power of 24 million surged to an astounding level, rendering him impervious to all damage and attacks for the next 100 seconds. In other words, the divine demon could not harm him during this critical time frame. Swish! Swish! Boom! The sword path of the abyss unleashed its 30-fold power, while the chaotic divine sword's damage surged to an astonishing 1,000. The combination was utterly fearsome. At that moment, the surrounding area transformed into a realm of destruction for 100 miles. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their wildest imaginations. Senior brother is truly formidable. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi observed from a distance, awestruck by the cataclysmic energy enveloping them. Crack! One of the demon's arms was severed, and numerous fatal wounds appeared on its body. At this rate, the divine demon was doomed. However, as the petrification wore off, the demon roared in fury, launching a devastating attack towards Su Xingchen. Yet, the demon's assault was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. What is happening? Duanmu Ruoshi gasped in horror at the sight. The divine demon was powerless against Su Xingchen. It was truly terrifying. Senior brother, surprisingly, he disregarded the assaults of the demon. My brother invoked a secret technique, one that demands a price to be paid, Ji Qingluo remarked. Although she was unclear about the exact means employed by Su Xingchen, she had surmised that he must have sacrificed something significant, temporarily elevating both his offense and defense to a terrifying level. It was no wonder, for earlier, her brother had mentioned that after using his ultimate move, he would take her away. Now, she comprehended that once her brother's grand technique had been expended, he would possess no further combat capability. Boom! Boom! Hiss! Whoosh! In the air, Su Xingchen ceased to evade the demon and instead faced it head-on, relentlessly bombarding it. Gradually, the demon stopped attacking Su Xingchen, realizing that its strikes could not harm him. This lowly human was immune to its damage. At this moment, it struggled desperately, seeking to escape. Time passed, second by second. Finally, at the 94th second, the demon collapsed. A blood-red crystal emerged from the demon's body, floating before Su Xingchen. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp it. However, the crimson crystal vanished, entering his backpack. Puff! Puff! At 100 seconds, the invincibility mode was lifted, and Su Xingchen coughed up blood, plummeting towards the ground. Brother! Senior brother! Witnessing Su Xingchen's plight, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi flew over, catching him just before he hit the ground. Congratulations on slaying the demon, Emperor Remnant. Experience 10 billion, gold 100 billion, attributes 1 million, dropped. Azure Radiance Feather Garment Emperor, color 1. Congratulations on obtaining Demon Emperor Remnant. The notification sound echoed, confirming the demon had been vanquished. The rewards were indeed bountiful. 10 billion experience, 100 billion gold, and an increase of 1 million attributes. Furthermore, an item had dropped. The Azure Radiance Feather Garment, which possessed only rank and quality, with no classification by profession. Upon hearing the final item, Su Xingchen was momentarily stunned. He had not perished, merely exhausted his combat strength, thus all was well. However, when he heard he had acquired the Demon Emperor Remnant, his mind was filled with questions. Brother, are you all right? Senior brother. The two beautiful sisters, Ji Qingluo cradled Su Xingchen in her arms while Duanmu Ruoshi watched nearby. Both of them had misty eyes, deeply concerned for Su Xingchen, even neglecting the spoils from slaying the demon. Mifine. Just need a rest for a couple of days, Su Xingchen smiled, reassuring them to alleviate their worries. You scare me to death. Ji Qingluo felt slightly relieved upon hearing Su Xingchen's words. Qingluo, Let us find a place to settle down for now, Duanmu Ruashi suggested. Yikvingluo nodded. Subsequently, embracing Su Xingchen, he summoned the bluebird. The trio swiftly departed, awaiting the Moro's return. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 2 hours of flight, they finally exited the mountain's range and arrived at a resting point, a cave. Indeed, another cave, within the secret realm. The finest sanctuary is undoubtedly a cave. Moreover, in the wild, caves are abundant. You tend to the cave. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Su Xingchen remarked, bemused, as the two lovely maidens treated him as an injured party. It was merely an overexertion, culminating in the expulsion of a couple of blood droplets. What was the fuss about? In fact, the release of blood brought a modicum of relief, lest the pent-up energy overwhelm him. Very well, responded Duanmu Ruashi, and she, along with Ji Qingluo, set about organizing the cave. Outside the cave, the bluebird and the true dragon stood guard over Su Xingchen, who, feeling somewhat bored, activated the virtual light screen. Killing the divine demons had yielded a staggering reward of 10 billion experience points, which was indeed formidable. However, at level 80, he required 20 billion experience to ascend. Thus, even with the addition of 10 billion experience points, he remained stagnant in his progression. Nevertheless, the prospect of 100 billion gold coins filled him with delight, for such wealth could elevate all his special rings by 1 level. Aside from experience and gold, he also acquired 1 million attribute points. Now, his attention turned to a particular piece of equipment, the Emperor's garment. Alas, Su Xingchen lamented internally. Though this feathered attire was classified as an Emperor's garment, it bore a colorful inscription. This colorful inscription signified divinity, thus allowing it to be deemed a divine garment as well. Regrettably, it was not something he could don. A bitter smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. I shall now examine the divine demon, Emperor's remnant. Su Xingchen stowed away the feathered attire, pondering the nature of the divine demon, Emperor's remnant. To his surprise, nestled within his backpack lay a blood-red crystal. This blood-red crystal was none other than the divine demon, Emperor's remnant. Chapter 65. The Fusion of the True Dragon. Ascending to the ruler of the demonic dragon title, Divine Demon, the Emperor's remnant category, auxiliary function. The crystal core left behind after the fall of the divine demons possesses terrifying power upon fusion. Upon examining the blood-red crystal, Su Xingchen was left in confusion, initially expecting it to be a treasure, only to feel somewhat disappointed. However, the prospect of fusion intrigued him. System, can I merge this item? He hesitated to act impulsively, given its divine origins. He aspired for strength, yet he was resolute in avoiding the path of demonic transformation. Thus he opted to consult the system first. Host is advised against fusion, can merge with the true dragon. The system's response elicited a sense of approval from Su Xingchen. In truth, he had been contemplating the fusion with the true dragon. Then let us proceed with the fusion, he declared, engaging in dialogue with the system, as he was not well versed in such matters and left it to the system to execute the operation. Please retrieve the true dragon first. Fusion in progress. The system prompted Su Xingchen to first recall the true dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly complied. Subsequently, he entered the fusion phase. Brother, everything is ready. Would you prefer to freshen up first or rest? At that moment, Ji Qingluo emerged from the cave, approaching Su Xingchen. I'll take a bath first, Su Xingchen replied, making his way towards the stream. After a brief wash, he returned to find 2 lovely maidens had prepared a meal, with 2 plump rabbits cleaned and ready for roasting. At last, they could return. The calamity-level trials were indeed formidable. Savoring barbecued meat and sipping juice, Duanmu Ruashi marveled. Honestly, had I not accompanied you, I surely would have perished in this calamity-level world. With you, I have experienced this realm, yet the emergence of that divine demon was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for you, anyone else would have met their demise. Danger accompanies opportunity. Without the calamity level, would you possess the golden myth? Let alone the unranked divine equipment. Unranked divine equipment? I never even dared to dream of such a thing. To be honest, she had never even heard of the term unranked divine equipment. Senior brother, if you were to encounter a transcendent being, would they not be your match? Baisi Ruoxi inquired curiously. That divine demon, such a powerful entity, ultimately was not slain by you. His strength had long surpassed that of any profession. Even those transcendent beings might not be his adversaries. I have yet to encounter a transcendent being. However, the average transcendent is likely no match for me. Su Xingchen responded. Transcendents are those who have been reincarnated. Without reincarnation, one is deemed a practitioner. Upon reincarnation, one becomes an extraordinary being. The hierarchy stands as extraordinary, sage, king, emperor. It is said that his mentor, Chu Mingyao, is an exceptionally powerful emperor, specifically a ninth-tier emperor. However, there is still a considerable distance from achieving extraordinary status, let alone the formidable realms of sage and king. As the three indulged in their meal, the evening sky began to dim. Once sated and rested, they ventured into the cave. Integration complete. Current status: Sovereign Dragon, Combat Power, 100,000,000. Skills: Breath of the Dragon, Space Tier, Dragon's Roar. Upon entering the cave, Su Xingchen checked and discovered that the integration was complete. He was no longer an ordinary true dragon, but had ascended to the status of a sovereign dragon, boasting a combat power of 100 million. This level of power rivaled that of an emperor, signifying that the sovereign dragon could contend with an emperor, with all beneath the emperor being mere ants. Taking a breath upon seeing the information post-integration, Su Xingchen marveled at the overwhelming strength. Despite appearing to have over 20 million combat power, one must not assume that all practitioners possess such high stats. Many level 99 practitioners barely reach 1 million in combat power. After all, orange and red gear are exceedingly rare, while golden myths are elusive and seldom encountered. It is virtually impossible to acquire a complete set. "What's wrong, senior brother?" asked by Siyu, who was beside him, shedding her white silk. Her movements were simple, yet enticing to the extreme. Noticing Su Xingchen's change in expression, she anxiously inquired, aware of his severe injuries that prompted his deep breaths. "Mifine, just upgraded my mount. By the way, Ruoxi, do you possess any summoning equipment?" Su Xingchen inquired, shaking his head. "No," Inmu Ruoxi replied, shaking her head. Summoning equipment is not easily obtained. She felt a flicker of anticipation. Qing Luo could summon a bluebird, and senior brother could summon a true dragon. Yet she remained without a mount. "Qing Luo, you should give me your summoning equipment, and also share your world fragments with me." "Ruoxi, I would like yours too." Su Xingchen pondered before speaking. The two exquisite sisters agreed without hesitation, despite being unaware of Su Xingchen's intentions. They traded their summoning equipment and world fragments to him. Subsequently, Su Xingchen removed his summoning ring and donned Ji Qingluo's summoning spirit ring, enhancing it with the world fragments. Enhancement successful. Current status: Summoning spirit ring 1, combat power 2,000,000. Enhancement successful. Current status: Summoning spirit ring 2, combat power 5,000,000. Enhancement successful. Current status: Summoning spirit ring 3, combat power 10,000,000. In total, 10 world fragments were utilized. The summoning ring has been enhanced to 3. Currently, the summoned bluebird possesses a formidable power of 10 million, sufficient for Ji Qingluo's use. After fortifying the summoning ring, the focus shifts to enhancing the summoning metal. With a successful enhancement to 1, the summoned Bai Zhe also boasts a combat strength of 10 million. Bai Si Ruoxi bestowed upon him 15 shards of the world, while Ji Qingluo contributed 10, utilizing 12 shards in the process, thereby earning 13 shards for himself. However, it would be remiss to overlook the necessity of gifting the summoning metal to Bai Si. Retaining the metal would serve no purpose for oneself, so it shall be regarded as a present for her. With the enhancements complete, the summoning ring is traded to Ji Qingluo, and the summoning metal is given to Duanmu Ruoxi. 3. A power of 10 million. Ji Qingluo accepts the transaction. Upon witnessing the attributes of the summoning ring, her delicate visage undergoes a myriad of expressions. The summoning ring has transformed. It is no longer as it once was, now enhanced to 3, capable of summoning a bluebird with a strength of 10 million. Furthermore, the inherent power of the summoning ring stands at an impressive 500,000. Thank you, senior brother, she exclaims with a peck. Upon seeing the summoning medal, Bai Si leaps with excitement, finally able to summon herself. After checking the details, she is left in astonishment, elated. In her exhilaration, she shifts closer to Su Xingchen, planting a kiss upon his cheek. Afterward, her face flushes crimson. Oof. Just express your gratitude. Don't get too close. Ji Qingluo shoots a sharp glance at Duanmu Ruashi, who responds with a series of hums. It's not like I leaned in too close to you, she retorts, her tone playful. Duanmu Ruashi, with a huff, turns away, choosing not to regard Ji Qingluo. She resumes, fiddling with her summoning medal, which, though unable to be equipped, can still be stored in her backpack without hindering its usage. Chapter 66. Return. The goddess Minter's astonishment in the wondrous realm. The following day, at dawn, Su Xingchen awoke, having activated his invincible mode the previous day and successfully vanquished the divine demons. However, the exertion had taken its toll. After a rejuvenating slumber, he now felt invigorated, restored to his peak condition. Rising from his bed, he prepared to return. After freshening up, he noticed Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo still indulging in their slumber and called out, "At this hour, still asleep? Isn't there a bit of time left?" Ji Qingluo lazily replied, "Indeed. According to the spirit of the artifact, we can be transported around 9 o'clock. Isn't it's still early?" Despite her words, she eventually stirred, as did Duanmu Ruashi. After a brief while, the trio consumed a light meal while awaiting their transportation. Time trickled by, each second marked with anticipation. 3, 2, 1. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated in the sky as a countdown emerged. With the appearance of the countdown, beams of teleportation light manifested, enveloping Su Xingchen and his companions. The brilliance carried an overwhelming spatial force, and in an instant, the three vanished from their location. Approximately a minute later, the transportation concluded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crimson beams of light graced the skies above the Jiangnan University Teleportation Plaza, heralding an extraordinary omen that captured the attention of countless talented students and even mentors. A calamity grade crimson. Had someone returned from a calamity grade instance during this period? Who ventured into the calamity grade? The 3 freshmen, Su Xingchen, Ji Qingluo, and Duanmu Ruashi, had entered the level 30 calamity grade instance, and to their astonishment, they emerge alive. Incredible. It is said that this marks Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo's second calamity grade instance. Remarkably, they survived and returned from the calamity grade instance. My admiration for them is profound. Their courage surpasses my own. I wonder if they have attained the golden myth? Countless students and mentors wore expressions of excitement. A calamity grade instance. This is no trivial matter. It is rumored that Ji Qingyan from Huaxia University achieved 3 consecutive calamity grade instances, having just returned alive from such an instance yesterday. Now, Jiangnan University boasts students returning from a calamity grade instance, and they have even accomplished 2 consecutive instances. While they may not match Ji Qingyan's 3, their achievement is still commendable. This is not merely the glory of Su Xingchen and his companions. It is a triumph for all of Jiangnan University. These 3 youngsters, quite impressive. Chu Mingyao, in her office, gazed towards the teleportation plaza through the window, a smile gracing her lips. Not just impressive, but exceedingly so. Jiangnan University has students emerging from the calamity grade. The principal wore a joyful smile, one tinged with a hint of pride. With a whoosh, 3 individuals emerged from the portal and gracefully touched down on the ground. At last, they had returned. "I'm back," exclaimed Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi in unison, their voices almost jubilant. It was only upon setting foot on the familiar school grounds that they felt truly alive again. The calamity level had imposed an immense burden upon practitioners, casting a long shadow over their spirits. "All right, Qingluo, go report your safety to your mentor." Su Xingchen instructed Ji Qingluo. Understood, Ji Qingluo replied obediently, and together, the trio departed from the teleportation square, ultimately parting ways. He and Duanmu Ruashi headed off to find Chu Mingyao, while Ji Qingluo sought out Murong Qingwu. Minter, Minter. Upon arriving at Chu Mingyao's office, they found her already awaiting their return. Her expression was one of indifference, yet internally, she reveled in joy. Both of her students had returned safely from the calamity-level instance. How could she not feel elated? Well, it's good that you're back. I trust the harvest was substantial? She responded, unable to suppress a smile. Yes, Minter, our gains were indeed significant, though it was perilous, Duanmu Ruashi replied, her enthusiasm palpable, resembling that of a young girl, despite her 18 years. Oh, do tell, Chu Mingyao inquired, her interest piqued. Her greatest regret was never having ventured into a calamity-level instance, and hearing her students speak of their incredible spoils stirred her curiosity, a sentiment shared by all, including men. We traversed the myriad world, where we encountered 800,000 practitioners, and within it, billions of 5th and 6th tier monsters, along with over 2,000 7th tier guaranteed beasts, and 8th tier welfare beasts. Securing a golden mythic item or slaying an 8th tier welfare beast would allow us to exit the instance early. By the way, time within the instance spanned 100 days. Exceeding this duration would lead to annihilation. We hunted numerous 7th tier guaranteed monsters, obtaining a complete set of mysterious gold myths, along with many excess items. Duanmu Ruashi chattered animatedly, gesturing towards the water dispenser to signal her senior to fetch her some water. It took her a full 10 minutes to convey the entirety of their experiences in the myriad world, including the formidable demon gods. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao listened with bated breath, her heart racing at the terrifying nature of the calamity level. Truly, if it weren't for a prodigy like Su Xingchen, one would surely perish in the myriad world. She reflected after absorbing Duanmu Ruashi's account. Moreover, based on your description, even I would find myself powerless against those demon gods. By the way, Xingchen, could you estimate the level of those demon gods and their approximate combat prowess? Chu Mingyao suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Xingchen, inquiring. Minter, I truly find it difficult to gauge the level of those demon gods, Su Xingchen replied. However, his combat power should exceed 100 million. Su Xingchen pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, that divine demon possessed a combat strength of at least 200 million. In its invincible state, its power reached an astounding 240 million. Coupled with the terrifying sword Dao Ling Yuan and the chaotic divine sword, it took quite a while to slay the divine demon. 100 million. Are you certain? Chu Mingyao suddenly stood up, her expression transformed with astonishment. To be frank, she found it hard to believe. A combat strength of 100 million equated to the power of an emperor. As a 9th tier sovereign, she felt like an ant in the presence of an emperor. Thus, when Su Xingchen asserted that the divine demon had at least 100 million combat power, yet he was able to slay it, she was incredulous. Indeed, Su Xingchen affirmed with a nod. How did you manage to kill it? Chu Mingyao fixed her gaze upon Su Xingchen's eyes, unable to discern any deceit, indicating he was not lying. Moreover, with Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi accompanying him, he had no reason to fabricate his words. Master, I utilized some hidden cards, and, by a stroke of luck, managed to kill it, Su Xingchen replied with a smile, intentionally remaining vague about the specifics, as these were his trump cards. Furthermore, he still possessed a considerable amount of gold coins and attribute points, which could be utilized to further enhance and upgrade his skills and special rings. At that time, he would be even more formidable. Master, after we reach the pinnacle, we will acquire limitless divine equipment, Duanmu Ruashi quickly interjected. Previously, she had not mentioned the limitless divine equipment and the treasure chests of benefits. Limitless divine equipment. Chu Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. Divine equipment. To be referred to as divine equipment, it must be extraordinarily powerful, even more miraculous than golden myths. Chapter 67. The Battle of the Prodigies. News of the Celestial Spirit Academy. The divine equipment is indeed extraordinary. After examining Duanmu Ruashi's unparalleled divine attire, Chu Mingyao was left in awe for quite some time, exclaiming that it surpassed even the golden myth in its magnificence. Such an exquisite piece of armor would surely drive anyone to madness upon sight. Not only others, but even she felt an irresistible yearning. How she wished for a complete set. Duanmu Ruashi remarked that this singular piece of divine gear was indeed remarkable. Yet having a complete set akin to the Golden Myth would be far more desirable. At that time, while she may not have been invincible, few could hope to defeat her. Divine equipment is a rare treasure indeed. Once you undergo reincarnation, your chances of acquiring such gear in the ancient battlefield will increase significantly. Chu Mingyao smiled. But such words are merely idle chatter. Do not dwell on them. A complete set of divine gear? What a jest. She herself lacked even a single piece. In truth, 99% of the most powerful beings have never laid eyes on divine equipment. To be honest, this is her first encounter with such splendor. Master, do divine items truly exist in the ancient battlefield? Asked Su Xingchen. The ancient battlefield is a well-known realm, for it is the ultimate destination for both practitioners and transcendent beings. One can only say that the opportunities are greater there, as the stage is larger. By the way, the Battle of the Prodigies has commenced earlier than expected. You should refrain from entering dungeons for the time being and focus on participating in the Battle of the Prodigies. Those who place in the top 100 will gain entry to the Celestial Spirit Academy. This is a unique opportunity for students. Besides the students, there are also 100 slots available for transcendent beings, totaling 200 slots for entering the academy. Chu Mingyao was uncertain whether divine equipment existed in the ancient battlefield, but she could only assert that the larger the stage, the greater the opportunities. As she spoke, she was reminded of the Battle of the Prodigies and the Celestial Spirit Academy, prompting her to advise Su Xingchen. The Celestial Spirit Academy? Su Xingchen was taken aback. He had never heard of this dungeon, nor had he heard of such a grand event that even transcendent beings participated in. Moreover, judging by his mentor's demeanor, it seemed that this Celestial Spirit Academy was quite extraordinary, a brand new dungeon that had suddenly appeared just days prior. The teleportation gate was located at the center of the Pacific Ocean and would open in half a month's time, allowing only 200 individuals to enter, 100 practitioners and 100 transcendent beings. According to the introduction from the spirit of the Celestial Spirit Academy, the difficulty level of the dungeon exceeded that of any natural disaster. Ruashi, the mentor does not wish for you to participate. You and Qing Luo should be capable of handling either the dire or disaster-level challenges on your own, Chu Mingyao said earnestly, her gaze shifting towards Duanmu Ruashi. Master, I understand, Duanmu Ruashi replied, her eyes blinking with comprehension. She was fully aware of her mentor's intentions regarding such a place. She ought to refrain from venturing forth, for the risks are simply not worth the reward. With her innate talent and formidable equipment, it would be prudent for her to focus on steady development. Certainly, she harbors aspirations of attending the Celestial Academy, yet she is acutely aware that her presence might hinder Su Xingchen. In her estimation, Su Xingchen is undoubtedly capable of shining brilliantly in the Battle of the Prodigies and subsequently gaining admission to the Celestial Academy. Moments later, Su Xingchen and Duanmu Ruashi emerged from the mentor's office. Having just returned today, there was little need for them to attend class. In truth, given their current levels and capabilities, they could easily forego the classroom. Any uncertainties could be addressed directly with their mentor. Senior brother, best of luck in the Battle of the Prodigies. Sweep everything before you. Duanmu Ruashi Ngiri Su Xingchen. Should he gain entry to the Celestial Academy, there would be little need for him to engage in dungeons thereafter. Of course, he would still need to tackle the Rebirth Dungeon. You and Qing Luo, even without my assistance, could effortlessly conquer a disaster-level dungeon. There truly is no necessity to venture in such perilous territory as the Celestial Academy. Su Xingchen reached out and patted Duanmu Ruashi's shoulder. Considering the two of them had collaborated on 2 occasions, they had indeed become close friends. Understood, Duanmu Ruashi nodded, her demeanor quite obedient. After departing from the academic building, they parted ways, with Su Xingchen heading towards the boys' dormitory, intending to rest adequately. He had just received news that the trio from Jiangnan University had also returned. At Huaxia University, within the martial arts training room, the atmosphere was as frigid as an icy expanse. Ji Qingyan, engrossed in her training, emanated a chill even colder than the surrounding air. At that moment, Mentor Luo Fei entered the room and spoke. I understand, Mentor Su Xingchen responded coldly. For the time being, it will be best to refrain from dungeon expeditions. Focus on participating in the Battle of the Prodigies to secure a spot at the Celestial Academy, Mentor Luo Fei advised. She was well acquainted with her student's temperament, thus remained unfazed by Su Xingchen's frosty demeanor. I am concerned that my time at the Celestial Academy may impact my rebirth, Su Xingchen replied. To her, securing a spot felt as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Not only would she have no trouble obtaining a single position, but even clinching the top spot in the Battle of the Prodigies would be within her grasp. Presently, she stood at level 90, preparing to tackle another disaster-level dungeon before her rebirth. However, her mentor insisted she participate in the Battle of the Prodigies, stifling her level advancement. The Celestial Academy represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will ensure you secure a position there, which may assist you in your endeavors, Mentor Luo Fei stated. With 100 exceptional slots available, I am certain that you will claim one. Very well, I understand, Mentor. Once the Celestial Academy concludes and I enter the dungeon for my rebirth, I shall prepare to journey to the ancient battlefield. Su Xingchen nodded in agreement with her mentor. Perhaps, within the Celestial Path Academy lies a tremendous opportunity. One must seize the greatest fortune to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy at the earliest. Time is of the essence, and indeed, the moments remaining for her are scant. Have you heard? Su Xingchen and her companions, who ventured into the catastrophe-level instance, have returned, alive. This individual is truly remarkable. It appears that she and Jiqing Luo have embarked on 2 journeys into that harrowing realm. Astonishingly, they navigated the treacherous catastrophe-level instance as if it were a mere stroll through a garden. Although fraught with peril, the catastrophe-level instance is laden with opportunities. Could they have attained the golden myth? Our Jiangnan University also boasts individuals who have emerged from the catastrophe-level instance, rivaling even Ji Qingyan of Huaxia University, who is said to be Ji Qingluo's twin sister. News of those returning from the catastrophe-level instance at Jiangnan University has spread far and wide, igniting fervent discussions and a bustling atmosphere of admiration and envy. After all, it is the catastrophe-level instance. Notice. The Battle of the Talented will commence in 3 days, with preliminary eliminations held on campus. The top contender within the university will advance to the national finals. Eligibility. All non-reborn practitioners may participate. Format. Battles will take place in a designated space, ensuring no real casualties occur, though participants will experience the sensations of injury. At this moment, a notification regarding the Battle of the Talented has appeared on the campus communication platform. Chapter 68. The 3 sentences of the mysterious person in the dormitory area of the villa. Su Xingchen had indulged in a refreshing slumber. Upon awakening, he realized it was already evening. This nap had been exceedingly revitalizing. Despite having rested on schedule within the dungeons, nothing could quite compare to the comfort of home, particularly when one considered the catastrophic nature of those instances. After washing his face, he exited his room, intent on heading to the cafeteria for a meal. After all, sustenance is paramount. Despite boasting a combat power of 20 million, hunger remains an undeniable foe. Soon enough, Su Xingchen arrived at the cafeteria, which buzzed with thousands of students from Jiangnan University, most of whom dined there. As a distinguished practitioner, who would have the time to cook for themselves? Although evening had fallen, the cafeteria remained bustling with patrons. Su Xingchen ordered his dinner and found a relatively quiet table to immerse himself in his meal. Hello, Junior. Long time no see. As he was savoring his food, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, followed by the emergence of a shadow before him. A sweet, melodious voice chimed in, "Hello, Senior." Upon lifting his gaze, Su Xingchen was met with the sight of an exceptionally beautiful senior, her presence undeniably delightful. Though he could not recall their previous encounter, he adhered to basic etiquette and responded while observing her with a hint of curiosity, as if trying to piece together a memory. "Junior, you don't remember me, do you?" She giggled. "We met at the airport when you arrived at Jiangnan University. By the way, my name is Jiang Yusen." Noticing the blank expression on Su Xingchen's face, Jiang Yusen understood. Their interaction had been brief, and, given the time that had elapsed, it was natural for him to forget. However, she distinctly remembered him. After all, he was exceptionally handsome and hailed from her hometown, Jiangcheng. Interestingly, she had also attended Jiangcheng No. 9 High School, making her his senior both there and at Jiangnan University. Oh, I remember now. You were also at Jiangcheng No. 9 High School, Su Xingchen exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. People tend to feel a sense of closeness to those from their hometown, which inexplicably drew him towards this beautiful senior. I never imagined you would be so formidable. Having faced 2 catastrophic events in succession, Jiang Yusin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Surviving even one catastrophe is enough to stir national intrigue. The last person to return alive from such an ordeal did so a century ago. It's astonishing that you have navigated 2 and returned safely. Such a prodigy is truly remarkable. It was merely luck, Su Xingchen replied with a smile. The 2 continued their meal, engaging in delightful conversation. Junior, someone asked me to deliver something to you, she said after they finished dining. Jiang Yusin retrieved an object from her pocket and presented it before Su Xingchen. Who was the other party? Su Xingchen accepted it, his gaze fixated on the item in his palm. It was a crescent-shaped crystal, no larger than a fingernail, shimmering with a translucent brilliance. However, within the crystal, there was a single character, Chun. He scrutinized the crystal closely, finding nothing unusual. Yet, he was certain that this crystal was not synthetic. He was intrigued by how the character had been embedded within it. He did not recognize the figure, a vague silhouette, indistinguishable in gender, merely stating that it was to be given to him. Jiang Yusin shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with the individual. In fact, she could not even discern whether the figure was male or female, merely a blurred presence. Did the figure say anything else? Su Xingchen inquired. It spoke a total of 3 sentences. First, to deliver it to Su Xingchen. Second, that it was of utmost importance, never to be parted with. And third, that it had been 30,000 years. Jiang Yusin earnestly conveyed these words verbatim to Su Xingchen. After finishing, she curiously observed him, wondering if he recognized the person. She too was intrigued about the identity of the figure. Thank you, senior, Su Xingchen replied, his eyes filled with perplexity. Ultimately, he decided to keep the crystal and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yusin. By the way, are you going to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies? Jiang Yusin shifted the conversation. Clearly, her junior was quite bewildered. Yes, I will participate, Su Xingchen responded. As they conversed, they walked towards the dining hall before parting ways. Soon, Su Xingchen returned to his villa in the dormitory area, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious figure. Who were they, and why had they sought out Jiang Yusin to deliver the crystal? After contemplating for a long while, he found himself at an impasse. He exhaled deeply, striving for calmness. If it was beyond comprehension, he resolved to let it go, believing that time would eventually unveil the truth. System, how is equipment reclaimed? In his bedroom, Su Xingchen flopped onto his spacious, soft bed, adopting a comfortable half-reclined position. He then began to communicate with the system. The system possessed a function, automatic reclamation. However, he refrained from activating it, wary of losing valuable equipment due to unfavorable pricing. Equal to market price, the system replied, a response that was nearly devoid of substance. What are the prices for the mystic grade? White, blue, orange, red, and gold. Su Xingchen asked again, seeking more precise information. White, 1 million, blue, 5 million, orange, 20 million, red, 100 million, gold, 500 million. The prices for weapons and clothing are twice that of ordinary equipment, the system responded. Meanwhile, subtitles appeared on the light screen. Very well, reclaim the white equipment. Leave the weapons and clothing, Su Xingchen remarked. His backpack was filled with items of the Xian rank, which required level 50 for donning. Any professional capable of reaching level 50 would undoubtedly possess Xian rank equipment. Thus, the white items would not fetch a significant price. Therefore, he decided to recycle the white Xian rank gear while retaining the weapons and clothing. Successfully recycled 1,011 pieces of equipment. Acquired gold 1,011 billion. In an instant, he recycled a total of 1,011 pieces of white Xian rank equipment. Most of these items were derived from slaying ordinary 5th and 6th tier beasts, with a few from 7th tier guaranteed drop monsters. 1 billion gold, to him at this moment, held little value. Su Xingchen smiled, and then proceeded to list all the blue and orange equipment on the external marketplace. 2/3 of the red items and 2/3 of the golden mythicals were also placed in the external market. The remaining portion was listed in the internal marketplace of Jiangnan University. The external market was a nationwide platform for professionals, while the internal market was exclusive to Jiangnan University. Blue, 6 million gold. Weapons and clothing, 12 million. Orange, 30 million gold. Weapons and clothing, 80 million. Red, 500 million gold. Clothing and weapons, 1 billion. Golden, 5 billion gold. Clothing and weapons, 10 billion. Of course, the prices in the internal marketplace of Jiangnan University were only slightly higher than the market rate. As for the golden items, they were an exception. He would not engage in actions that might disrupt the market. Once the equipment was listed, Su Xingchen announced on the chat platform, "I am selling Xian rank equipment, orange and red items, golden mythicals, clothing, and weapons. Interested parties should act swiftly." After sending the message, he exited the chat platform. The same was done on the campus platform. Having completed everything, he chose to disregard it all. Now, he intended to enhance and upgrade his skills and special rings. Chapter 69. The Enhanced Special Ring, a power beyond compare, total combat power of 29 million. Equipment of the profound tier is beyond my current capabilities. What? Orange and red, as well as golden myths. Weapons and garments also possess golden myths. I must investigate. Could there truly be golden myths available for purchase? The notion of red gear and myths at the profound tier seems far-fetched. This Su Xingchen, I have a vague recollection of him. Indeed, he was the one who previously sold a weapon of golden myth. I remember now. Su Xingchen is one of the few who survived the Cataclysm-level dungeons. I must take a look, even if I cannot afford it. Observing would suffice. On the chat platform, Su Xingchen's announcement is pinned at 10,000 gold coins, displayed in vibrant red lettering. Anyone participating in the chat can see it at a glance due to its striking visibility. Upon glimpsing Su Xingchen's message, astonishment ripples through the crowd. However, the majority seem to dismiss it as mere bragging. Naturally, it is human nature to revel in the spectacle. While they claim others are boasting, they rush to view the equipment. Soon, the chat platform falls into a brief silence. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. After a minute, the chat erupts with excitement. Good heavens! An abundance of orange gear and red gear, alongside numerous golden myths. Shock reverberates through the participants. Of course, the prices are steep and the equipment is rare. In an instant, countless adventurers are mobilized, gathering funds to acquire the gear. Red gear and golden myths can become treasured heirlooms within families, and their practicality makes them irresistible to innumerable adventurers, even the extraordinary, along with prominent families. However, Su Xingchen pays little heed to all this, as it unfolds exactly as he anticipated. He has no task to perform other than awaiting the influx of coins. Equipment that is valuable yet lacks a market? That is a jest. At this moment, he has accessed the panel for the special ring, preparing to enhance and upgrade it. Preparing to strengthen the combat power ring once more. This is certainly a significant boost. Yet, to his surprise, he discovers that this combat power ring cannot be enhanced. Notification: all special rings must be upgraded to 1 before further enhancements can be made. Notification: the special rings in the designated slots must be at maximum capacity before they can be enhanced. As he contemplates this conundrum, the notification sound resonates. Upon hearing it, Su Xingchen experiences a moment of clarity. He must enhance them in sequence, just like activation. Su Xingchen muses to himself, then begins the upgrade process, starting with the petrification ring. Ding! Consuming 10 billion gold coins. Petrification ring enhancement successful. Enhancement: 1 combat power, 100. 000. Rarity: unique. Effect: during combat, there is a 35% chance to petrify the target, with a petrification duration of 8 seconds. Enhancement complete. 10 billion. It has reached 1. The petrification probability stands at 35, and the duration has increased to 8 seconds. Onward with the enhancement, consuming 10 billion gold coins. The enhancement of the domain ring was successful. Enhancement: 1. Battle power, 100,000. Rarity, unique. Attribute, gold and mythical. Effect, during combat. It can release a domain function that weakens the opponent's overall power by 55 within a three-dimensional space of 5,000 by 5,000 by 5,000 meters, encompassing but not limited to battle power, damage, defense, and speed. The three-dimensional domain power has now reached 5,000 meters, a tenfold increase, consuming 10 billion gold coins. The enhancement of the teleportation ring was successful. Enhancement 1. Battle power 100,000. Rarity, unique. Attribute, gold and mythical. Effect, directional teleportation distance is 10,000 miles. Random teleportation distance is also 10,000 miles. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Instant teleportation can be accomplished with a snap of the fingers. How splendid! With a mere snap, one can vanish from sight, consuming 10 billion gold coins. The enhancement of the invincible ring was successful. Enhancement 1. Battle power 100,000. Rarity, unique. Attribute, gold and mythical. Effect, active. During combat, it can temporarily elevate the overall battle power by 20 times. Effect lasts for 200 seconds. Cooldown time 1800 seconds. It renders one immune to all damage and attacks. Effect lasts for 200 seconds. Cooldown time 1800 seconds. In the state of invincibility, the battle power has indeed surged by 20-fold. Moreover, the immunity to all damage and attacks has been extended from 100 seconds to 200 seconds. Although the cooldown time is merely 1800 seconds, his current level cannot withstand such consumption. After a single invincible mode, the exhaustion is overwhelming. It is inconceivable to await the cooldown before activating invincibility again, unless one ascends to become a transcendent being, consuming 10 billion gold coins. The enhancement of the resurrection ring was successful. Enhancement 1. Battle power 100,000. Rarity, unique. Attribute, golden, mythical. Effect, passive, upon death. The individual will be resurrected with a cooldown time of 55 seconds, limited to 6 times per day. Mastery of resurrection magic enables the revival of beings, ineffective against those of a higher realm, limited to 6 times per day. A reminder, when combined with time-space treasures, it can reverse time to resurrect beings that have perished long before. The resurrection ring has also been enhanced. Taking a deep breath, Su Xingchen pondered the formidable power of the resurrection ring. Mastery over resurrection magic allows for the revival of others. Moreover, if one possesses a time-space treasure, they can reverse time to resurrect beings who have been dead for an extended period. This is truly extraordinary. Time-space treasures? Where might they be found? Su Xingchen's heart brimmed with anticipation at the thought of possessing such a treasure. After witnessing the fall of those around him, even though it was impossible to resurrect them immediately, there still existed the potential to reverse the flow of time and bring them back to life after a certain period. The equipment had gradually become extraordinary. All special rings have been fully enhanced, reaching a level of 1, and his combat power surged from 1,000 to an astonishing 100 million. To be candid, such combat power was utterly insignificant in the eyes of Su Xingchen. What truly captivated him was the extraordinary effect of the special rings. Naturally, he would never disdain the additional combat power. Having just enhanced 5 special rings, he had increased his combat power by 495,000. However, factoring in the 300 boosts from the combat rings and the weapon, that amounted to over 4 million in combat power. The calculation of 495,000 multiplied by 3 and then by 3 yielded 455,000. Note, the comprehensive combat power of the entire body is permanently increased and is cumulative. 3 times 3 equals 9 times, not merely 3 equating to 6 times. Presently, Su Xingchen's combat power reached an impressive 29 million. Notice, enhancing combat rings requires 100 billion gold coins. Notice, insufficient gold coins. Very well. Su Xingchen intended to continue enhancing, but was met with the notification of insufficient gold coins. The requirement for the next enhancement was indeed 100 billion gold coins. 100 billion. It seemed that his efforts to amass wealth were progressing too slowly. He needed to strive harder to accumulate riches. In the heavenly Tao Spirit Academy, the focus was on generating wealth. First, he aimed to upgrade his skills. Su Xingchen's resolve was unwavering: to amass wealth, to amass wealth, and to amass wealth again. With sufficient gold coins, he would be invincible. There was no fault in this assertion. With just 6 special rings, he was indeed formidable. After regaining his composure, he opened the skill panel and commenced the enhancement of his skills. With 30 million attribute points, how could he not elevate his skills to new heights? Chapter 70. The arrival of Chu Mingyao's message marks the entry into the virtual realm. The enhancement of skills necessitates the expenditure of attribute points. To elevate from a 3rd to the 4th tier requires 100,000 attribute points. Advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier demands 500,000 attribute points. Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th tier necessitates 100,000 attribute points. Ascending from the 6th to the 7th tier calls for 500,000 attribute points. Of course, one may also cultivate skills without the use of attribute points, albeit at a painfully slow pace. The higher the tier of the skill, the more formidable its power becomes. Upon reaching a certain level, one may even overwhelm adversaries without relying on combat power. First and foremost, I shall upgrade the swordsmanship of Ling Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen prioritizes this skill due to its formidable nature. However, the required attribute points for enhancement are daunting. Currently, it demands 10,000 attribute points for an upgrade. Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan, Divine 2,001. Indeed, it is a mere 0,01, as this skill is utilized infrequently. Unlike the incessant application of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, during battles, skills may be enhanced, resulting in the Azure Lotus Sword Song progressing at an incomprehensibly faster rate than swordsmanship of Ling Yuan. Beep. Expenditure of 999 attribute points. Elevating swordsmanship of Ling Yuan to Divine 3,000. Name: Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan. Category: Martial Arts. Grade: Divine 3. Attributes: Colorful Combat Power, 500,000. Function: Supreme Swordsmanship Attack. During combat, utter the phrase, Swordsmanship of Ling Yuan, accompany me, unleashing 40 times the sword power. Cooldown: 300 seconds. The expenditure of 999 attribute points is essentially equivalent to 10,000,000. The power has increased from 30 times to 40 times, while combat power has surged from 200,000 to 500,000. On the surface, this manifests as an increase of 300,000 combat power. However, in reality, it translates to an augmentation of 700,000 combat power. Thus, Su Xingchen's current combat power exceeds 30,000. The increase in combat power is remarkably effortless, creating a positive feedback loop. In stark contrast, among his peers who awakened alongside him, a staggering 90 possess combat power of less than 10,000. To illustrate, Enmu Ruashi holds an S rank. Merely a fortnight ago, her combat power stood at 7,000. If an S-ranked individual like Enmu Ruashi is in such a state, what can be said of other prodigies, particularly those with D-ranked talents? The disparity is indeed disheartening. Having utilized 1,000,000 of the 31,300,000 attribute points, 21,300,000 remain. Now, to elevate other skills for the enhancement of swordsmanship of Ling Yuan necessitates 50,000 attribute points. Sword Control Technique, Upgrade. Sword Control Technique, Upgrade. Sword Control Technique, Upgrade. Expenditure of 5,000 attribute points. Elevating Sword Control Technique to 7th Tier 0,00. Flight Speed, 1200. Number of controlled swords, 12 at present. Even without the grand technique, of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The ordinary sword control technique manifests as a miniature version of it, akin to a sword formation. Xinglian Sword Song, upgraded. Xinglian Sword Song, upgraded. Xinglian Sword Song, upgraded. Consuming 5 million attribute points, Xinglian Sword Song ascends to level 7, 0, 0, 0. Damage of Xinglian Sword Song increases by 220. 10,000 swords returning to the sect, upgraded. 10,000 swords returning to the sect, upgraded. 10,000 swords returning to the sect, upgraded. Consuming 5 million attribute points. Sword returning to the sect ascends to level 7, 0, 0, 0. Damage of 10,000 swords returning to the sect increases by 1,200. Attack range, 10, 0, 0, 0 meters x 10, 0, 0, 0 meters. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Goodness. A grand technique indeed. The attack area has reached 10, 0, 0, 0 meters. This is a full-screen assault. Thunder Sword Chi, upgraded. Thunder Sword Chi, upgraded. Consuming 1 million attribute points, Thunder Sword Chi ascends to level 6, 0, 0, 0. Defense of Thunder Sword Chi increases by 1,000 alas. The attribute points fall short of 5 million. It can only be upgraded to level 6. There is a tinge of regret, but fortunately, he does not suffer from obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Otherwise, he would be perpetually troubled by the fact that while the other 3 skills have reached level 7, Thunder Sword Chi remains at level 6. All set, Su Xingchen deactivated the virtual screen and took out his phone to play games. Having slept the entire day, he now found himself unable to slumber, resorting to games to pass the time. Ding, ding. After merely 2 rounds of gaming, Su Xingchen heard the notification sound. Someone had sent him a message. With a blink, the virtual screen unfurled, revealing unread messages. He clicked to open them. Chu Mengyao, Su Xingchen, what level are your skills? It was a message from his mentor, Chu Mengyao, inquiring about his skills. Quite a coincidence. He had just upgraded his skills, and the mentor promptly asked about them. Su Xingchen, mentor, my sword control technique, Xinglian Sword Song, and 10,000 swords returning to the sect are all at level 7, while Thunder Sword Chi is at level 6. Su Xingchen did not conceal any details in his response. Curiosity gnawed at him. What could his mentor possibly want to know about his skills? Zhumendia. Level 7? Are you certain? Upon reading the message, Chu Mengyao was left perplexed. Did this fellow make a typographical error when replying? Level 7? Are you sure? It is worth noting that many professionals, upon graduating from university after 4 years, only attain skills of level 3 or 4. Furthermore, as skills progress, the difficulty of enhancement only escalates. Meanwhile, this individual has only had 3 months since awakening. Typically, even gifted professionals only reach level 2 skills. Who would believe that he claims to possess level 7? Instinctively, Chu Mengyao assumed Su Xingchen had made a mistake in his input, hence her inquiry. Indeed, it was merely a question, not a confirmation. She would never presume that Su Xingchen's skills had indeed reached level 7. Not even she, for her skills had just barely attained level 7. Su Xingchen responded, mentor. Aside from the Thunder Sword Chi, which is at the 6th tier, the rest are all at the 7th tier. He furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the implications. 7th tier, how absurd. Since he had already spoken it aloud, he could only seek confirmation once more. Chu Mengyao interjected, come to the virtual world. She continued, by the way, you know how to access the virtual world, right? At the virtual light screen, select the consciousness link to the virtual world, and then choose to enter it. Rest assured, once your consciousness enters the virtual realm, your physical body will be in a state of protection, shielded from external disturbances. Virtual World Skill Plaza. I'll be waiting for you here. Astonishment washed over her. She felt dazed, as if turned to stone. After a prolonged moment, her gaze finally shifted from the message. 7th tier. His skills had reached the 7th tier. How had he cultivated to such heights? In her shock, she yearned to witness it for herself, prompting her to instruct Su Xingchen on how to access the virtual world. Simultaneously, she worried that he had never ventured there before. Could it be true? Has he genuinely reached the 7th tier? Chu Mingyao's face was a canvas of surprise. She had expected Su Xingchen to possess skills only at the 2nd tier, and even that was an overestimation. All right, Mentor, Su Xingchen replied, following her instructions meticulously. Indeed, he had never set foot in the virtual world. The virtual world was a wondrous existence where consciousness could transcend into it, rendering the experience nearly indistinguishable from reality. With a realism rating of 99 and a sensory immersion of 95. For those with weaker willpower, distinguishing between the virtual realm and the real world became nearly impossible. Virtual world connection successful. You will enter the virtual world in 10 seconds. Body defense system is about to activate. 10, 9, 8. In no time, the connection to the virtual world was established and a countdown began. At that moment, Su Xingchen's heart brimmed with anticipation, intrigued by the unknown world, even before he had truly entered it. In fact, one could access the virtual world upon awakening. Yet Su Xingchen had been devoid of time. Within instances, one could not enter the virtual realm. Thus, despite having awakened 3 months prior, he had yet to step into the virtual world, a fact that would be met with disbelief by others. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and a gentle luminescence enveloped Su Xingchen. Simultaneously, his consciousness felt as if it had slipped into a dream. Before him lay a breathtaking world, reminiscent of a cyberpunk landscape. How exquisite! This was Su Xingchen's initial impression of this enchanting place. Chapter 71, Renaming and Banning. The sword god the scene was exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, Su Xingchen felt like a child entering a grand garden for the first time. However, he quickly acclimated to his surroundings. The streets bustled with people, and a virtual world map appeared above, guiding him to the skill square, where his mentor was likely waiting. Whoosh whoosh in this virtual realm. The differences from the real world were minimal, as its realism reached an astonishing 99. Riding the sword through the air, Su Xingchen soon arrived at the skill square. While it was not teeming with crowds, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. There, at the entrance of Skill Square, he encountered Chu Mingyao, sensuous, stunning, the embodiment of a mature goddess. Her figure and beauty were beyond reproach, exuding both innocence and allure. Chu Mingyao nodded, appraising Su Xingchen from head to toe. This young lad was truly extraordinary. She hadn't anticipated crossing paths with him. Back in Jiang City, to be honest, she hadn't thought much of him, considering he was merely a D-grade talent. Even after surviving the calamity-level dungeon, she had dismissed it as mere luck, attributing his success to his association with Jiqing Luo. Yet, it turned out that this young man was indeed exceptional, while Jiqing Luo merely basked in his glory. Mentor, is there something you need? Su Xingchen in Koyith. Have you truly reached the 7th tier? Chu Mingyao asked once more, her expression brimming with anticipation. If he had indeed attained such a level, it would be truly astonishing. Yes, Su Xingchen affirmed with a nod. The Battle of the Prodigies, which would occur in a specialized space devoid of real casualties, was set to take place the following day. This virtual world provided an opportunity for competitors to adapt quickly to the unique environment. Additionally, a higher ranking in this competition would greatly benefit one's future. Achieving the 7th tier at such a young age could propel him to an impressive rank on the Earth rankings. Chu Mingyao spoke to Su Xingchen, explaining these matters which were unknown to most high school students, particularly those without prestigious backgrounds like him. Therefore, as his mentor, it was imperative that she guide him well. Mentor, what is the Earth rankings? And is there a Heaven rankings as well? Su Xingchen asked, intrigued. What exactly were the Earth rankings? According to his mentor, they would assist in his future, but how? And if there were Earth rankings, did that imply the existence of Heaven rankings too? At that moment, Su Xingchen transformed into a curious child. Observing his demeanor, Chu Mingyao rolled her eyes. Despite his formidable strength from 2 calamity-level experiences, he still exhibited a certain navet. This is quite normal, considering that this young fellow lacks any notable background. Such matters are typically only understood in university, not in high school. The local leaderboard is primarily competitive in nature. It involves engaging in battles matched against others within a virtual realm or participating in scheduled duels. These confrontations filter out combat strength, focusing solely on the demonstration of skill. To elaborate, once 2 individuals are matched for combat, their power levels reset to 0. The victorious contender is evaluated based on the dynamics and speed of the battle, as well as the degree of triumph achieved. A swift defeat of the opponent guarantees a perfect score, which accumulates over time. Thus, a higher total score results in a superior ranking on the leaderboard. The local leaderboard imposes an age restriction of 25 years or younger. A higher ranking on this leaderboard enhances the rewards of points and merits earned in the ancient battlefield. Chu Mingyao spoke with earnestness, her pace deliberately measured, as if fearing that Su Xingchen might not comprehend or hear her clearly. In that moment, she embodied the role of a truly competent mentor. Mentor, your invitation to the virtual world is for the purpose of competition, is it not? Su Xingchen grasped the concept. Indeed, the arena of this virtual world serves as an excellent training ground, facilitating rapid skill enhancement and combat technique improvement. Moreover, it even offers the opportunity to experience the sensation of death, though, of course, this is not actual demise. Do you prefer open competitions or closed ones? She inquired. Observing Su Xingchen intently. There are two modes of competition, open and closed, she elaborated. Mentor, which mode do you recommend I choose? Su Xingchen, unfamiliar with these nuances, decided to defer to her judgment, recognizing that it was not a monumental decision. Very well then, let us proceed with open competition. Open competitions draw in numerous spectators, perhaps 10, perhaps 100, or even thousands, with the arena capable of accommodating up to 1 million viewers. Given that this is your inaugural competition and you possess no prior experience, you will begin at the lowest tier, meaning your opponent will be of the first skill level. Chu Mingyao stated with utmost seriousness, guiding him through the process. Next, she instructed him to modify his nickname. After all, it is prudent to keep one's real name and personal information concealed. In this virtual world, one cannot alter their appearance or gender, but they can change their nickname, albeit only once. This implies that the chosen nickname will accompany them for life. Notice, changing to the nickname Sword God requires 10 billion gold coins. Would you like to proceed with the change? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingchen thought it fitting to adopt Sword God as a moniker, given his identity as a swordsman. However, he was taken aback to discover that altering the nickname would indeed cost a staggering 10 billion gold coins. Mentor, does changing the nickname require gold coins? He asked, turning to his mentor, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Among the various professions, certain names are deemed too unique and are therefore prohibited from use. To wield such power, one must pay a terrifying price. The name you have chosen is that of the Sword God, is it not? This title, Sword God, is the most esteemed moniker among sword fighters. Upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, Chu Mingyao's lips curled into a smile. 100 billion gold coins, merely to adopt the title of Sword God. Indeed, the name Sword God remains unclaimed primarily due to the exorbitant cost. Typically, practitioners begin to adopt their monikers around levels 10 or even lower. Who among them possesses 100 billion gold coins? Even if one did, who would frivolously spend such a fortune on a mere title? Gold, 100 billion, successfully changed title to Sword God. Congratulations. The title of Sword God has been activated. Combat power 100. 000. Sword damage increased by 1,000. 10 suppression against sword techniques. The expenditure of 100 billion gold coins has led to the successful alteration of the title. However, what astounded Su Xingchen was that this title was not merely a name, but a prestigious honor, complete with combat benefits. 1,000% increase in sword damage, tenfold. Furthermore, the 10% suppression against sword techniques means that any adversary wielding a sword would find their power diminished by 10%. At this moment, Su Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. This was truly unexpected. What is it? Chu Mingyao inquired, puzzled by the change in Su Xingchen's demeanor. Chapter 72. Competition, Instant Kill Master. Are you aware of the phenomenon where a nickname can be associated with a title? Su Xingchen inquired. I have not heard of such a thing. What do you mean? Chu Mingyao instinctively shook her head. A title? How could a nickname possibly be a title? I have never come across such a notion. Besides, no professional would willingly spend 10 billion gold coins to alter a nickname. To practitioners, a nickname is merely a name. True strength is the ultimate truth. Look, Su Xingchen said as he revealed the nickname information to Chu Mengyao. Upon seeing the information, the exquisite features of Chu Mengyao transformed with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a revelation. The name of the top-ranked individual equated to a title. The effects of this title were astonishingly formidable. I truly did not expect this, Chu Mengyao marveled. Master, I will engage in competition. Please check if Ruashi and Qin Luo have altered their nicknames. If they have not, urge them to do so. If they already possess nicknames, then you may handle the information accordingly, Su Xingchen articulated. This information is of paramount importance. Spending 10 billion gold coins for an extraordinary title is remarkably worthwhile. Understood. I shall return shortly to observe your competition, Chu Mengyao affirmed with a nod. And then she vanished as if evaporating into thin air. Watching the mentor depart, Su Xingchen entered the arena to register for the competition in public mode. Beginner 0 points. Matching, match successful opponent, gunner 6 points, countdown 10, 9, 8. Soon, he was successfully matched with an opponent boasting 6 competition points. Within the arena, only nicknames and competition points were displayed, while skill levels remained concealed. Furthermore, the competition did not involve practitioners of the same class. Rather, it encompassed all 6 professions, matching him with any class available. The countdown diminished second by second. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Su Xingchen was enveloped by a radiant light. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast circular plaza, reminiscent of a stadium. At this moment, he stood at the very center of a 300-meter-wide arena, surrounded by spectator stands. Only a few individuals occupied the stands, as beginner competitions attracted little attention, primarily from lower-tier practitioners. As he materialized, a young man appeared 300 meters away, his opponent in the competition. Both stood at opposite ends. Sword God versus Gunner, countdown 10, 9, 8. Above the arena, on a colossal square screen, simple information was displayed. Sword God? Someone has chosen the nickname Sword God. Such a formidable name must be treated with the utmost respect. A name as audacious as Sword God has indeed emerged. In the sparsely populated audience, murmurs of derision can be heard. After all, this epithet is the moniker of the highest-ranking swordsman. To see someone adopt is quite astonishing. As the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the match commenced. The opponent, a gunman wielding a 12-foot spear, unleashed a dazzling arc of light aimed directly at Su Xingchen. The distance of 300 meters was but a fleeting moment for Su Xingchen. However, for the gunman, who lacked even the most basic flying technique, it was akin to the struggle of an ordinary individual. Thus, the attack appeared excruciatingly slow to Su Xingchen, reminiscent of a tortoise's crawl. Observing this, Su Xingchen felt a twinge of exasperation. He raised his hand, wielding his finger as if it were a sword. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, fracturing the very space it traversed. A faint sound echoed. The gunman was instantaneously vanquished, collapsing to the ground. A decisive kill. Witnessing such a swift execution was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a display of remarkable skill. This was no ordinary first-tier ability. With such prowess, how could one find themselves in the initial arena? In the audience, the few onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. The elegance of wielding one's finger as a sword was only surpassed by the art of delivering a lethal blow in a single stroke. Victory for the Sword God. Competition points 20 and notification chimed, announcing Su Xingchen's triumph and awarding him the highest score in the match. In this competition, 20 points represent the pinnacle, while 1 point is the minimum. The defeated opponent would see their score deducted based on their performance. The gunman, known as Big Gun, would undoubtedly lose all 6 points he had accumulated. Of course, the maximum deduction could not exceed 20 points. With a whoosh, the battle concluded, and Su Xingchen departed the arena. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the competition hall, ready to match again. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued searching for opponents. 20 points were insufficient to enter the leaderboard. Only those with over 100 points would gain entry. The leaderboard comprises a total of 10 million prodigies under the age of 25. Furthermore, this ranking is not confined to China, but spans the globe. Match successful opponent Lei Tianzi, 18 points, countdown 10. 9. In a world of 10 billion humans, the number of professionals under 25 is staggering. Hence, within the virtual arena, one can always find an opponent. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and Su Xingchen appeared on the stage once more. This time, the audience was slightly larger. With a swift understanding of the rules, Su Xingchen grew impatient, refusing to wait. As the countdown finished, he raised his hand, wielding his finger as a sword once more, and swiftly eliminated his adversary. In the arena, there was no brute strength, only skill prevailed. The sound of victory resonated as the announcement declared, Sword God victory, and the competitive points increased by 20. Once again, Su Xingchen had achieved a swift elimination, bringing his total competitive score to 40. Shortly thereafter, he departed the arena. What has transpired? It vanished in an instant. What occurred? Has it begun? Where is everyone? Has it not started? Or has it already concluded? In the audience, numerous professionals began to rub their eyes, their faces reflecting confusion and curiosity. It was simply too rapid. They could not discern whether the match had yet commenced or had already ended. Most merely sensed a flicker of the sword's shadow before it disappeared. 40 competitive points. What is the leading score on the leaderboard? With the competition concluded, Su Xingchen returned to the arena. Now, his score stood at 40. 2 matches had yielded him this total, while the majority of professionals were left wondering how many matches they would need to accumulate the same score. The nature of competition is such that points are not solely accrued. Losses can lead to deductions. Moreover, with a string of defeats, one might find themselves matched against increasingly formidable opponents. Without a hint of hesitation, he resolved to elevate his competitive score. With his current 7th-tier skill, the sword path of Ling Yuan, he was eager to discover who among the professionals under the age of 25 could stand as his rival. Match successful opponent, Lei Tianzi. 50 points, countdown 10. 9. This time, he was matched against an opponent with a score surpassing his own. After all, having achieved 2 consecutive swift eliminations, he had garnered the highest points, prompting the virtual realm system to verify he had not cheated by pairing him with a stronger adversary. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and Su Xingchen was transported to the arena. His gaze swept across the audience, which had noticeably increased in number, surpassing single digits. Chapter 73, Ranking 1000, Challenge 96, Third Competition, Victory. Instant Kill. Sword God Victory. Competition points 20. 4th match, Instant Kill. 5th match, Instant Kill. 6th match, Instant Kill. Up to the 50th match, Instant Kill. Sword God Victory. Competition points 20 with 50 consecutive victories. It was undeniable that Su Xingchen had achieved all instant kills. Now, his competition points had reached a perfect 1,000. Current ranking, 8, 237, 219. Quite remarkable. With 1,000 competition points, Su Xingchen found himself outside the top 8 million. This illustrates just how many prodigies exist globally. Of course, he was merely 18 years old. While many exceptional talents aged 24-25 had been honing their skills in the arena for 6 or 7 years. Yet, he had only been in the arena for half an hour. Half an hour. Rank at 8 million. Not bad at all. Shall we continue? At this moment, his mentor, Chu Mengyao, approached Su Xingchen. Upon witnessing his 50 consecutive instant kills and his achievement of 1,000 points, she nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the instant kills, she felt no surprise. After all, a 7th-tier martial technique against a 2nd or 3rd-tier technique would naturally lead to instant kills. Yes, please proceed, Su Xingchen replied. It's only 50 matches after all. Since I have free time, competing in the arena not only hones my skills, but also enriches my combat experience. It's a triple benefit. At 100 matches, your win rate will be assessed. The win rate leaderboard holds even more significance than the general rankings. Keep it up, Chu Mengyao encouraged, gesturing for Su Xingchen to continue. Subsequently, Su Xingchen continued matching. Sword God Victory. Competition points 20. 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 Time passed, minute by minute. Soon, Su Xingchen's matches reached 100, accumulating 2,000 competition points. none lost, all instant kills. Current. Your general ranking is 1,054, 210. Current. Your win rate ranking is 1,011. Rankings refreshed. His general ranking was approaching 1 million. The win rate stood at 1,011, an impressive 100 win rate. However, the early opponents were not formidable. Higher skills naturally led to a higher win rate. Thus, as the matches progressed, maintaining that win rate would become increasingly challenging. Mentor, what is your win rate? Su Xingchen inquired of his mentor. 89, 65, Chu Mingyao replied, her expression unchanging. After all, her win rate was still below 90. She sensed that her student was somewhat boasting. At that moment, she internally scoffed, thinking, "You shall soon realize how difficult it is to maintain a win rate. I shall continue for a while longer. You need not wait here." Su Xingchen remarked to Chu Mingyao. "What purpose does it serve to linger? I have comprehended the essence of competition. You need not remain here. Are you not weary? When your ranking ascends into the top 1,000, I shall arrange for you to duel the top 100 prodigies." Chu Mingyao replied, not intending to depart, for she was waiting for Su Xingchen to break into the top 1,000. To be candid, among those under 25, achieving a skill level of 7 is a rare feat, a true prodigy. Thus, it was effortless for Su Xingchen to reach the top 1,000. When he does, she would set up battles against the elite within the top 100. Only through combat with such extraordinary talents can one truly hone their skills. In essence, it is akin to the world of martial arts, where one practices sword techniques without the infusion of inner strength. When the sword techniques mature, the addition of inner strength becomes formidable. Presently, it is merely the practice of swordsmanship. Combat prowess is not yet required. Very well, I shall continue. Su Xingchen nodded. Truth be told, he too aspired to ascend. For the title of Sword God should not be tarnished by a lackluster ranking. The title must be upheld as the foremost. 7 tiers? What does that signify? With his mastery of the Sword Dao and the title of Sword God, even an 8th tier opponent would fall before him. Current ranking, 1,004. 225. Current win rate ranking, 922. Current ranking, 900, 11. Current win rate ranking, 604. Current ranking, 880, 198. Current win rate ranking, 561. Current ranking, 5, 710. Current win rate ranking, 208. Time slipped away, and unbeknownst to him, Su Xingchen had engaged in 300 competitions. Now his competition score had reached 6,000, placing him at 5, 710, comfortably within the top 10,000. In terms of win rate, he ranked 208. With 300 matches, all victories, it implied that at least 207 individuals ahead of him had also achieved a flawless record in 300 matches. He was nearing the coveted top 1,000. Continue onward. I shall assist you in finding an opponent within the top 100, Chu Mingyao exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. Instructor, are you truly exhilarated? Su Xingchen inquired with curiosity. Am I that obvious? Chu Mingyao paused, a smile gracing her lips. Seeing her candidness left Su Xingchen momentarily speechless. In this moment, only competition could alleviate his concerns. Top 1,000, here I come. However, breaking into the top 1,000 was no simple feat, even with a mere 4,000 rank differential, as the competition scores behind him were substantial. The Sword God triumphs, achieving an impressive increase of 20 points in competitive ranking. The Sword God has achieved victory once more, amassing a total of 500 matches. Indeed, a staggering 500 matches. Su Xingchen has participated in these battles, culminating in a competitive score of precisely 10,000 points. Not a single point less, exactly 10,000. Every opponent was swiftly defeated, not a single sword strike wasted. Congratulations! You have entered the top 1,000 of the leaderboard. Congratulations! Your competitive score has reached 10,000 points. Congratulations! Your win rate has secured you a position among the top 100. Everything aligns perfectly. So perfectly, in fact. A win rate placing you in the top 100, a leaderboard rank of 1,000, and a competitive score of 10,000. The challenge has already been announced. allowing it to simmer for a brief 10 minutes. Your opponent, a fellow swordsman with 7th-tier skills, holds the 96th rank. In the arena, Chu Mengyao has already arranged the duel for Su Xingchen within the same public format. She feels immense pride in her student's accomplishments, and his success brings her great satisfaction. Thus, she has meticulously prepared for this upcoming showdown, anticipating a fervor akin to a tsunami. I shall take a brief respite, Su Xingchen nods. His opponent also possesses 7th-tier skills, so he must remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen missteps. During his moment of rest, the virtual world is on the verge of eruption. What? Someone dares to challenge the 96th ranked Tianjin? Are they unaware that Tianjin is a prodigy holding the 8th position in the win rate rankings? Tianjin with 7th-tier skills. The audacity to challenge such a formidable opponent is astonishing. It is rumored that this challenger hails from Jiangnan University, ranked around 1,000. Challenging someone within the top 100 with a rank over 1,000? The peak battle ticket price is set at 100,000. If this truly is a peak battle, such a ticket price can certainly attract attention. Let us witness this, merely a ticket price of 100,000. In the virtual realm, discussions surrounding the challenge from the 1000th rank to the 96th rank have ignited fervent excitement. Talented individuals, formidable warriors, and prodigies from various universities have all caught wind of this news, and in an instant, countless spectators flood into the virtual world, eager to witness this epic confrontation. Furthermore, this battle is backed by a prestigious family, with odds set at 110. Chapter 74. The Pinnacle Battle, Sky Sword versus Sword God in the Virtual Realm. The Pinnacle Arena stands as a monument not merely to grandeur, but to the extraordinary. Today, it has opened its gates to an unprecedented event. While an ordinary venue can accommodate 1 million spectators, the Pinnacle Arena boasts the capacity to host a staggering 88 million attendees. Such is the transcendence of the virtual world, far beyond imagination. At this moment, countless individuals have purchased tickets and flooded into the Pinnacle Arena, each ticket priced at a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Good evening, esteemed spectators. Welcome to the Pinnacle Arena. This is a momentous battle, where a challenger will confront one of the top 100 ranked warriors. Sky Sword, ranked 96th, is prepared for combat, with the fight set to commence in 10 minutes. I trust you are well acquainted with Sky Sword. Sky Sword, age 25 matches, 1,000 win rate, 99. 1 skill level, 7th tier within the Pinnacle Arena. The voice of the spirit resounds, heralding the imminent onset of the epic clash while unveiling the details of the challenger. In truth, this revelation is hardly a secret. It is widely acknowledged that Sky Sword is one of the most remarkable prodigies of the past 5 years. Yet, who is the challenger? The answer remains elusive. Whispers suggest that he is a newcomer. A newcomer? With a rank of around 1,000, challenging someone within the top 100? Surely, this ticket may have been a waste. However, after thorough examination by the spirit, it is evident that this is not merely a ploy to sell tickets. Perhaps, indeed, a formidable presence has emerged. As time progresses, the Pinnacle Arena becomes increasingly crowded. With over 38 million seats, 70% have already been filled. The growing throng adds to the excitement, igniting curiosity about the identity of the challenger. The details about this figure remain shrouded in mystery, akin to an enigmatic veil that intrigues countless talented individuals and warriors. 5 minutes pass, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Finally, the 10-minute mark arrives. Now, we shall reveal the details of the challenger. Sword God, age 18 matches, 500 win rate, 100 skill level, 7th tier within the Pinnacle Arena. Colossal LED screens illuminate with the announcement. The spirit's voice reverberates as the challenger's information is displayed. What? 18 years old. This is a newcomer who has only recently awakened. A newcomer with a 7th tier skill? This is truly extraordinary to possess such skill at 18. With 500 matches and a flawless record, an 18-year-old newcomer daring to challenge Sky Sword, ranked 96th. Have you not noticed his moniker? Sword God. He dares to adopt the name of the Sword God. Such audacity. Indeed, this challenger is truly a prodigy. This pinnacle battle promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The atmosphere within the arena is electric, a veritable cauldron of excitement. The information regarding the challenger is utterly astonishing. The primary reason being he is merely 18 years old. 18, a fresh entrant in this cohort. Has he only awakened a few months ago? Perhaps just over 3 months. Yet his skills have astonishingly reached the 7th tier. What does 7th tier signify? It is a realm that many prodigies, even those over the age of 25, fail to attain. Indeed, it can be asserted that numerous professionals may never achieve the 7th tier throughout their lifetimes. According to the rules of the pinnacle battle, the victor shall receive a reward of 20 of the ticket sales. The defeated shall receive a mere 1. The pinnacle battle shall commence in 60 seconds. Countdown, 60. 59. 58. The voice of the world spirit continued to announce. Once the announcements concluded, the countdown appeared. Master, how many gold coins are the tickets? Su Xingchen inquired, his interest piqued by the monetary aspect. The pinnacle venue accommodates a staggering 88 million spectators, with tickets priced at 100,000 gold coins each. This particular pinnacle battle has sold out, meaning a total revenue of 88 billion gold coins from ticket sales alone. What then is the 20 reward? Her last words were clearly designed to entice him, urging him to triumph in this battle. If he emerges victorious, he would secure a staggering 777.6 billion gold coins. An alluring prospect indeed. Over 700 billion. Master, I am heading to the arena, Su Xingchen thought, overwhelmed by the magnitude of it all. With 88 million spectators, achieving victory would mean acquiring 777.6 billion gold coins. What a fortune! He could upgrade all his special rings once more. Glancing at the countdown, he realized he had to enter the arena within the next 30 seconds. With that thought, a beam of light enveloped him, and Su Xingchen vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Chu Mingyao also disappeared. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves within the pinnacle venue. In a mere second, Su Xingchen arrived upon the arena. Rather than merely an arena, it resembled an independent little world, visible to the other spectators. The arena measured 100,000 meters in length and width, surrounded by an invisible protective barrier to shield the audience from harm. Standing atop the arena, he surveyed the throngs of spectators. My goodness, so many people, densely packed like ants. Opposite him, suspended in the air, stood a young man radiating an aura of dominance, akin to a sovereign ruler. Tianjian, Tianjian, Tianjian. The ecstatic cheers reverberated, all hailing Tianjian, demonstrating the immense popularity of this young man. Could he be the sword god? An 18-year-old newcomer. If he were to triumph in this battle, it would be nothing short of miraculous. At 18, I had only achieved the 2nd tier, a flawless record of 500 victories. This pinnacle battle captivates the audience. A confrontation between 7th-tier warriors unfolds. The murmurs of discussion gradually overshadow the cheers for the heavenly sword. The countdown progresses, ticking down second by second. 3, 2, 1. At last, the countdown concludes. Whoosh! Su Xingchen's figure flickers as he steps upon his flying sword, hovering in midair. Simultaneously, 12 long swords soar forth. This represents the fundamental sword control technique. However, upon reaching the 7th tier, the number of controlled swords has expanded to 12. Whoosh! Hiss! In their initial encounter, there is no need for grand displays of power. They engage in tentative strikes. After all, the opponent is also a 7th-tier warrior, a peerless prodigy renowned for years. Caution is imperative. In this moment, the heavenly sword and the sword god engage in a battle from afar, each commanding 12 long swords. This is emblematic of their equality in tier. Indeed, achieving the 7th tier at the age of 18 speaks volumes about one's talent. However, you remain no match for me. Following the initial probing, the heavenly sword speaks, a smile gracing his lips. He is astonished by Su Xingchen's prowess. At 18, possessing 7th tier skills leaves him nearly speechless. In the future, perhaps Su could surpass him, but in the present, that is certainly not the case. After all, he has gained renown over many years, and his skills extend far beyond mere 7th-tier capabilities. To put it plainly, his ambition is to ascend to the top of the Earth rankings within the next 3 months, as he stands at a staggering 99. 99 proficiency in the 7th tier, ready to break into the 8th tier at any moment. Even without achieving the 8th tier, his combat experience alone would allow him to effortlessly defeat Su Xingchen, despite their shared tier. There exists a disparity between 7th tier warriors. Truth be told, I do not regard you highly, Su Xingchen states coolly. As he speaks, the Azure Lotus Sword melody is unleashed. The might of the Sword God's title is revealed in this moment. He is disinclined to engage in needless exchanges. Before the onlookers, 12 long swords merge into a colossal beam of sword light, imbued with the essence of annihilation. This sword light carries a staggering 1,000 sword path damage and 10 sword path suppression, instantly cascading towards the heavenly sword with overwhelming force. Chapter 75. What a celestial sword! Before the sword god, it too is but a fragile thing. The celestial sword sensed the devastating power of the sword path and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The expression on his face shifted dramatically, for he felt an ominous presence, a profound sense of crisis rising within him. Not only he, but the spectators, both professionals and extraordinary beings alike, sensed the terrifying might of Su Xingchen's Azure Lotus Sword Song, which had evidently transcended the power of a 7th tier technique. Could it be that he surpassed the 7th tier? Or perhaps he was at least 90 of the 7th tier? The myriad swords returning to their origin. The visage of the celestial sword darkened. At this moment, he dared not hesitate any longer. The pinnacle of the 7th tier myriad swords returning to origin erupted forth. However, he soon realized that his sword path power was being suppressed. In contrast, the Azure Lotus Sword Song clearly exceeded the 7th tier. With a resounding clash, the arena's space instantly shattered. The destructive sword light collided with the force of the myriad swords returning to origin. That ultimate strike left all professionals and extraordinary beings wide-eyed, eager to discern the victor. Nonetheless, most believed the celestial sword held greater odds of triumph, around 80% perhaps. Fragile, Su Xingchen uttered calmly, possessing absolute confidence in his strike. After all, the sword god title boasted an astounding 1,000 sword path damage, a figure not to be taken lightly. Though it may not rival sword path Ling Yuan, within the realm of swordsmanship, it was akin to activating an invincible mode. What could the celestial sword use to overcome him? The myriad swords returning to origin? An 8th tier technique? Even an 8th tier myriad swords returning to origin could not withstand his single blow. At that very moment, he stood as an unparalleled sword god, proud amidst the heavens and earth. And what of the celestial sword? Before the sword god, it too was but a fragile thing. Crack! Hiss! The myriad swords returning to origin shattered. The sword light cleaved through the celestial sword's thunder sword barrier, which instantly crumbled. And then the celestial sword's form disintegrated into fragments of light, vanishing from that space of the arena. For he had perished. As a sword hero, I am the sword god. With the celestial sword's disappearance, the battle concluded. Su Xingchen's gaze swept over the professionals and extraordinary beings in the audience. And he calmly declared, "Sword god, sword god, sword god." In that moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. Millions of professionals cheered. The once mighty celestial sword was rendered fragile before the sword god. He was indeed the sword god among sword heroes. At the tender age of 18, he had defeated the celestial sword, whose skills might have extended beyond the 7th tier, perhaps reaching the 8th, or maybe he was at 90 of the 7th tier. Regardless of which, he was undeniably the most exceptional prodigy of the age. At just 18, what heights might he reach in a few more years? The 9th tier? The heavenly tier? The sword god emerges victorious. The voice of the realm spirit echoed. You shall receive a reward of 20 of the ticket sales. Announcing Su Xingchen's divine power, a reward of 20 of ticket sales is bestowed. Whoosh! Su Xingchen is teleported away from the arena and arrives backstage. Soon, the mentor appears. Quite impressive, indeed, she remarks, but do not let pride take hold, for this is merely a competition. Chu Mingyao nods, her expression serene. yet internally brimming with exhilaration, yearning to leap in joy. However, her age and status as Su Xingchen's mentor restrain her. After all, a mentor must embody a certain demeanor. Acknowledging this, Su Xingchen nods in agreement. Now, focus on the battle of the prodigies. With that, Chu Mingyao vanishes from sight, exiting the virtual realm. Ding! Account ending in 6667 has received 777,600,000,000 gold coins. Please check your balance. The notification chimes, confirming the arrival of gold coins. A staggering reward of 777.6 billion gold coins. What a fortune. Now, I can enhance the special ring once more. This is simply delightful. Exhaling, I exit the virtual world, consciousness returning as the protective shield dissipates. Feeling utterly exhausted, Su Xingchen reflects on the mental toll of the virtual realm. With such a low level, the strain is considerable. It appears I must hasten my leveling up, striving for an early rebirth to become extraordinary. The exhaustion is palpable, akin to a relentless night of engagements. How formidable! Who would have thought that the sword god hails from our Jiangnan University? At merely 18 years old, a freshman, who is this sword god? Perhaps I have encountered him at school, yet I shall remain silent. My goodness, Jiangnan University boasts such an extraordinary presence. In truth, with just a single strike, he defeated the heavenly sword. Yes, the initial attack was merely a probing, fundamental strike. The true assault lies within the Qinglian sword song and the 10,000 swords returning to the clan. Both the heavenly sword and the sword god are fearsome, yet the former is no match for the latter. Jiangnan University is indeed formidable. At just 18 years of age, imagine when the sword god turns 25. He will undoubtedly claim the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Let us think bigger. Within a year, the sword god will rise to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. In the chat platform of Jiangnan University, the atmosphere is electrifying. Boiling is the only word to describe it, as countless students are overwhelmed with excitement, as if they were the sword god themselves. Indeed, they are students of Jiangnan University, and the might of the sword god brings honor to their institution. As members of Jiangnan University, their elation is palpable. Furthermore, many flock to witness that magnificent battle. It can only be described as spectacular, a word that encapsulates the essence of that encounter. Amidst the excitement, countless students harbor feelings of envy. At 18, to be so extraordinarily powerful, what does the future hold? It is almost unfathomable. I never imagined I would be defeated by him with a single strike. His skills must already be at the 8th tier. In the arena's resting area, the expression on Tianjin's face was ashen. He had just been struck down by a single sword and had exited the arena, returning to his resting space. Time passed, yet he remained disoriented, the sensation of death lingering as if he had truly perished. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that he, a distinguished Tianjin ranked 96th, had been preparing for 3 months to ascend to the top rank, only to be defeated, nay, obliterated by a mere newcomer. How could he possibly reconcile with this grim reality? Was he truly vanquished so easily? At that moment, a figure appeared before him, a woman of unparalleled beauty. "Sister," Tianjin exclaimed, rising swiftly. The weight of bloodline suppression rendered him as meek as a kitten in her presence, particularly since she eclipsed him in strength by an unfathomable margin. Truth be told, had she not surpassed the age of 25, he would not have dared to entertain thoughts of competing for the top position, for she had once held the title of first on the earth ranking and now stood atop the heavenly ranking. In a few days, you shall accompany them to the ancient battlefield. To linger here is beneath your dignity. I am bound for the celestial Tao Academy, she stated, her gaze icy, her tone frigid, her very being exuding an air of frost, akin to an ancient glacier. Without pausing for his response, she vanished into thin air. The ancient battlefield it is, he mused with a sigh. That realm is indeed the stage for the strong. Subsequently, he withdrew from the virtual world. The notion of being ranked first on the earth ranking had lost its allure. Perhaps his sister was correct. The ancient battlefield was indeed the arena for the mighty. At 25, to still be mingling with mere practitioners was undeniably a source of shame. Yet, A flicker of discontent stirred within him at the thought of departing in such a manner. Sword God, I hope you arrive at the ancient battlefield soon. Only then will you comprehend that sheer power does not equate to everything. Chapter 76, ranked 98th on the Earth leaderboard, first on the win rate list the following day. Su Xingchen awoke naturally, opting not to attend class. What need was there for a classroom? He intended to continue engaging in the pinnacle battles within the virtual realm, for therein lay the potential to amass an astounding fortune in gold coins. How had he previously overlooked the opportunity to earn gold in this place? Note: one may only participate in the pinnacle battle once every half-month. Regrettably, he found himself in a predicament. It was straightforward. He could not initiate a pinnacle battle until after 2 weeks. This implied that participation was restricted to a singular event within that time frame. To put plainly, the system prohibited the exploitative accumulation of wealth through the pinnacle battles. However, this was not entirely accurate. Those who were truly capable of witnessing the pinnacle battles in the virtual world were not lacking in the requisite tickets, each costing 100,000 gold coins. Alas, Su Xingchen sighed. He had initially envisioned engaging in 1 or 2 battles each day, which would yield a fortune in the trillions. Now he realized he had been overly ambitious, far too ambitious. Let us continue matching for battles, he murmured to himself, contemplating the wait for the pinnacle battle in 2 weeks. With his current rank of 1,000, he needed to strive harder. Defeating the 96th ranked Tianjian would not automatically elevate his standing. It was not so simple. The Earth leaderboard rankings were dependent on competitive points. As one ascended, the difficulty of improving one's rank increased, for the foremost positions were occupied by the pinnacle elite, all of whom were at the 7th tier, with perhaps some even at the 8th tier. Match successful opponent, Lu Hanqing, 11,004 points, countdown 10, 9. Currently, the matching speed had slowed considerably, as his opponents needed to be professionals or extraordinary beings with over 10,000 points. Lu Hanqing was assuredly ranked within the top 900. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded. Su Xingchen's form vanished, only to reappear on the arena stage. It was a conventional venue, yet teeming with countless professionals and extraordinary beings. After all, this was a 7th-tier battle, a contest among the top 1,000, naturally drawing a massive audience. In the virtual world, within the arena, battles of higher ranks were promptly showcased to professionals, enticing those eager to witness high-tier skill combat. Additionally, there were streamers dedicated to broadcasting professional competitions. At this moment, the venue was filled with over 10,000 spectators. Sword God! Sword God! Sword God! As Su Xingchen emerged onto the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name. Everyone was aware that this competition belonged to the Sword God. The title? Perhaps before yesterday, no one had heard of it. Yet following last night, the name of the Sword God had become known to countless outstanding professionals. Lu Hanqing stood bewildered, marked with a question mark. He was ranked 902nd, an absolute prodigy. Renowned within the nation, he was celebrated whenever he made an appearance. However, today his arrival was met with silence. In stark contrast, the entrance of his opponent ignited a fervent uproar. Who is this Sword God? He had no knowledge of him, having just returned from a dungeon, thus missing the news from the previous night. It seems you are quite famous, Lu Hanqing remarked coldly, a faint smile gracing his lips for the more renowned his opponent, the greater the sense of achievement in his eventual conquest. In this light, his own fame would undoubtedly swell. It seems adequate, he continued. You may strike first, but should I unleash my attack, you shall have no opportunity to respond. Su Xingchen chuckled, gesturing invitingly. Such arrogance, and to belittle the title of Sword God. Lu Hanqing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger igniting within him. It was the first time someone had dared to be so audacious before him. For Lu Hanqing, this was not merely arrogance. It felt like a personal affront. 3, 2, 1. Su Xingchen, disinterested, began counting, and as he reached 1, he raised his hand. A devastating sword light surged forth, overwhelming and crushing towards Lu Hanqing, imbued with the terrifying essence of chaotic sword intent. In that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture, akin to a chaotic realm. Crack! Puffed! The instant the sword light manifested, shock transformed Lu Hanxing's expression. Yet, it was too late for him to respond. He could only instinctively brace himself for the onslaught. Yet, against the annihilating sword intent and radiant blade, his defenses crumbled like mere paper. Destruction, death, oblivion. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. Indeed, from the moment Su Xingchen initiated his attack until Lu Hanxing's demise, the event unfolded in the blink of an eye. Sword God wins. Arena points 20. The voice of the realm spirit resonated, declaring Su Xingchen's victory and awarding him 20 arena points. Since the commencement of his participation, his score had consistently been 20, never faltering. After all, every battle had culminated in swift eliminations, a relentless series of instant victories. Dashing and domineering, he granted his opponents a fleeting chance, which they failed to seize, resulting in their obliteration. Truly formidable, he was indeed the unparalleled prodigy who had vanquished 96 foes. With a single stroke, he had ended the contest. It was as if one had not witnessed it at all, for it transpired in a flash, and Lu Hanxing's defeat was undeniable. Quickly, the sword god might continue his battles. They hurried to follow and observe further. Within the arena, countless professionals and extraordinary beings took a long while to regain their composure. The collective impression of Su Xingchen was encapsulated in 3 words: dashing, domineering, and powerful. Victory of the sword god. Competitive points 20. Time passes second by second. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day has elapsed. Throughout this day, Su Xingchen has either been on the path to matchmaking or engaged in battle. Presently, Su Xingchen is no longer ranked 1,000, but has ascended to 98th place, his competitive points reaching 20,020. He has fought a total of 1,001 matches, achieving victory in every one, each ending in a swift defeat for his opponents. In the victory rate rankings, Su Xingchen stands at the pinnacle with a flawless record of 100. Exhaustion envelopes him. The next day heralds the commencement of the Battle of the Champions, and thus he decides to conclude his endeavors for today. He murmurs to himself before preparing to exit the virtual realm. Suddenly, a figure appears. "Have you fought all day?" Chu Mingyao inquires, casting a glance at Su Xingchen. "Indeed," he replies, slightly bowing in respect, for one must honor their mentor and uphold decorum. "What is your current rank?" she asks, having just arrived in the virtual world, where she overheard numerous practitioners discussing the sword god, marveling at his relentless battles and swift victories. Skepticism lingered in her mind until now, upon hearing Su Xingchen's admission. Her curiosity piqued regarding his current standing. 98th place. First in the victory rate rankings, Su Xingchen responds. He adds that the ascent in rankings will become increasingly sluggish, as the opponents he faces diminish in number, leading to longer wait times. After all, not all practitioners within the top 1,000 are perpetually present in the virtual world. Many occupy themselves with dungeons. However, those not engaged in dungeons will promptly return to the virtual realm when summoned for a duel. How swiftly you have risen within the top 100. And first in the victory rate rankings. What is your win rate? Initially, she believed Su Xingchen would need to complete the trials at the Heavenly Tao Academy before entering the top 100. She never anticipated that on the very second day of competition, he would breach the top 100, let alone achieve the first position in victory rate. Truly remarkable, an astounding win rate of 100. Su Xingchen responds obediently, resembling a dutiful child. Very well. Tomorrow marks the Battle of the Champions, so you should rest now. Chu Mingyao says, gently patting Su Xingchen on the shoulder before her figure vanishes. Chapter 77. Su Xingchen. Do you think I will be defeated? Upon exiting the virtual realm, Su Xingchen had a light meal before succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following day, revitalized and brimming with energy. Today marked the commencement of the talented battle, an internal competition within the academy. Brother, over here, senior brother. As he stepped out of the male dormitory area, 2 melodious and sweet voices reached his ears, bringing an inexplicable joy to his heart. He was utterly familiar with these voices. They belonged to no one other than Jiqing Luo and Duan Muruashi. Following the sound, he found 2 stunning young maidens, Jiangnan University's first and second campus beauties. Ah. Su Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement and approached them. Brother, you are so impressive. It's a pity I missed your peak battle tonight, before last while playing games. Ji Qingluo pouted, reflecting on her regret. Had I known, I would have refrained from gaming that night to witness your grand performance. In truth, she had indulged in gaming for an entire day prior. You must have done the same, Su Xingchen remarked, casting a glance at Ji Qingluo before his gaze settled on the younger girl clad in white stockings. Senior brother, it's all Qingluo's fault. She insisted on dragging me into the game, and we both lost track of time, Duanmu Ruashi admitted, her head bowed like a child who had erred, tugging at Ji Qingluo's sleeve in the process. Were you not enjoying yourself? Ji Qingluo retorted, her tone laced with irritation as the two exchanged glares. Enough. Let us head to the dining hall, Su Xingchen interjected, rendered speechless by their antics. The two girls complied, never once disputing his words, obediently following his lead. Together, the trio made their way to the cafeteria, attracting the attention of countless students along the way, their gazes filled with awe, envy, and jealousy. The boys envied Su Xingchen while simultaneously feeling jealous of him, and the girls admired Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, who were also subjects of envy. Yet, it was a peculiar sight to see the three of them together. Announcement, notification, at 9 a.m., students participating in the talented battle, please gather promptly. The school's announcement echoed, reminding participants to assemble at the square by 9 o'clock. There was still an hour left. They had time. Duanmu Ruashi remarked, brother, you might encounter sister during the talented battle. If you were to lose to her, would you feel disheartened? Beside her, Ji Qingluo spoke timidly, her gaze lowered, avoiding Su Xingchen's eyes. This was her greatest concern, for she understood that her brother's participation in the talented battle carried dual significance. First, to vie for the qualification to enter the Celestial Academy, and second, to vanquish his sister, Ji Qingyan. Do you think I will be defeated? Su Xingchen smiled, his eyes gleaming. With a curious glance at Ji Qingluo, the little troublemaker was aware of his formidable strength, yet harbored concerns about his potential defeat by Ji Qingyan. What could this imply? Could it be that Ji Qingyan is exceedingly powerful? Even though she is an S-class ice mage, it seems unlikely that she could surpass him. So, what secrets does the little troublemaker hold? Surely, even if he were to falter, dear brother, you are merely 18 years old. One day, you will surely surpass her. Ji Qingluo shook his head. However, Su Xingchen discerned an unguarded truth in the little troublemaker's earlier words. What does it mean that even in defeat, the brother is merely 18? Is Ji Qingyan not also 18? Nonetheless, the final remark carried a genuine sentiment. The more she pondered, the more curious Su Xingchen became. Ji Qingyan, Ji Qingluo, something feels amiss between you sisters. I am so hungry. Senior brother, Qingluo, let us hurry along. Bai Siruoxi. Grasping Su Xingchen with one hand and Ji Qingluo with the other, sauntered toward the cafeteria with her elegantly straight and rounded legs clad in white stockings. Half an hour later, the trio finished their breakfast. Su Xingchen headed to the square, while Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo proceeded to the classroom. They would not be participating in the Battle of the Elites. Students opting out of the competition could observe the battles through a large screen in the classroom. Upon entering the square, he spotted Jiang Yusin waving at him. Senior, Su Xingchen greeted with a smile as he approached her. Take a seat here. Jiang Yusin patted the spot beside her, inviting him to sit. Thank you, Senior. I see you are participating in the Battle of the Elites as well. As Su Xingchen settled down, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, quite pleasant. Simultaneously, he noticed an exquisite senior sitting beside Jiang Yusin, though she radiated an air of aloofness, making her seem unapproachable. What captivated Su Xingchen the most were her pronounced curves and long, alluring legs, simply irresistible. Reaching level 99, if he did not strive for one last chance, he would need to undergo reincarnation. However, the opportunity appeared slim. By the way, let me introduce you to my best friend, Luo Yuheng, Jiang Yusin remarked with a sigh. With graduation approaching, reaching level 99 is indeed remarkable. But before reincarnation, I wish to tackle a large dungeon. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Academy has emerged, yet the qualifications are exceedingly scarce. Not to mention, there are many extraordinary talents within Jiangnan University, making it incredibly challenging to become the top. Furthermore, even if one achieves the title of Jiangnan University's finest, there are over 30,000 universities nationwide. With more than 30,000 institutions, over 30,000 individuals vie for a mere 100 qualifications. This opportunity can only be described as faintly possible. As Jiang Yusin spoke, she suddenly remembered to introduce her best friend, presenting Luo Yuheng to Su Xingchen. "Hello, Senior Luo." Su Xingchen stood and nodded toward her. "Hello," replied Luo Yuheng, exuding an air of cool detachment. Upon seeing Su Xingchen rise to greet her, she merely nodded in a perfunctory manner and uttered a single word of salutation. Su Xingchen, with a smile adorning his face, paid little heed to her indifference. He resumed his seat, anticipating the commencement of the Tianjiao battle. The three of them sat together, and Su Xingchen acutely felt the piercing stares of numerous eyes filled with malice. It was evident that many senior students harbored jealousy towards him, especially given the enchanting beauty of the two senior girls. Nevertheless, Su Xingchen chose to disregard these glares. In fact, he relished the sensation of being the target of others' hostility, yet remaining untouchable. As time passed, the square filled with over 3,000 students, predominantly comprising third and fourth-year students. Freshmen and sophomores were scarcely visible, for such competition was predominantly a domain for the upperclassmen. It would be implausible for those with combat power in the 2,000 to 3,000 range to contend against those boasting tens of thousands in levels 80 to 90. "Junior, would you take me into the rebirth instance?" Jiang Yusin gazed at Su Xingchen with her lively and beautiful eyes, blinking adorably. Her exquisite face radiated eagerness, yearning for the junior to accompany her into the rebirth instance. The rebirth instance indeed consisted of several tiers. The lower the tier, the lesser the future achievements, while the higher the tier, the greater the opportunities and potential for advancement. However, the risks associated with higher tiers were equally daunting, akin to natural disasters. "Senior, aren't you already at level 99? I'm only at level 80, Su Xingchen replied, taken aback. With a disparity of over 10 levels between them, each subsequent level would demand a considerable amount of time to attain. Under such circumstances, could they truly venture into the rebirth instance together? Chapter 78. The Battle of the Prodigies. Encountering Luo Yuheng in the first round, I have reached level 99, exclaimed Jiang Yusin with a playful smile. You level up rather swiftly, don't you? Perhaps once you emerge from the Heavenly Tao Spirit Academy, you'll find yourself at level 99. Moreover, if you could take me into the reincarnation dungeon, it would certainly be worthwhile for me to wait a while. Her junior, having awakened only a few months prior, had already attained level 80. The gap of 19 levels was significant. It was plausible that he would achieve level 99 upon exiting the academy. At the very least, one more dungeon run could elevate him to that level, especially since he only ventured into disaster-level dungeons. Are you serious? Su Xingchen inquired. Taking someone into a reincarnation dungeon is no trouble. After all, we can form a party of 5. Absolutely, Jiang Yusin responded without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Once I return from the Heavenly Tao Spirit Academy, if you haven't yet gone to the reincarnation dungeon, I shall take you along. But do note, the duration of training at the academy is unpredictable, Su Xingchen stated. A promise is a promise. Let's seal it with a pinky swear, Jiang Yusin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She extended her delicate, fair hand to perform a high five with Su Xingchen. High five? Quite simple, he replied. However, after the high five, she insisted on the pinky swear, her slender, translucent finger appearing exquisitely beautiful. Let us do it, Su Xingchen said, bemused, as he felt her finger bend in an awkward position. Huh. You speak as though the Heavenly Tao Spirit Academy is your family business, as if you can come and go as you please, Luo Yuheng interjected, rolling her eyes several times in utter disbelief. She found the duo's banter unbearable, particularly Su Xingchen's incessant references to the academy. Did he not realize that the Battle of the Prodigies had yet to commence? The national competition had not even begun. Huh. Su Xingchen chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. What is the big deal about the Heavenly Tao Spirit Academy? The Battle of the Prodigies is about to commence. All participants in the Battle of the Prodigies, please enter the designated space. In this realm, there is no real death. The competition is elimination-based, and the last person standing will be crowned champion. The champion shall represent Jiangnan University at the National Battle of the Prodigies in Kyoto. Countdown 10, 9, 8. In the Jiangnan University Plaza, a broadcast resonated through the air. As the announcement concluded, the countdown appeared. Golden rays of light began to descend upon the gathered students. As the countdown reached its end, the golden light enveloped all the students, and in an instant, they vanished. When they reappeared, Su Xingchen and his companions found themselves in a magnificent and resplendent space. The participants in this grand contest number 3, 812 individuals, each assigned a unique identifier for matching opponents. The elimination rounds will commence simultaneously, with those eliminated being transported away from this designated space. Ultimately, the last remaining contender shall claim the title of champion. In this particular moment, a voice emanates from the spirit of the space, and concurrently, Su Xingchen and her companions notice the appearance of identification numbers on the virtual screen. Su Xingchen's identifier is 1901. The first round of eliminations will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves, the spirit announces. A smirk crosses Luo Yuheng's face as she glances at her own screen, noting that her identifier is 93. Her opponent for the first round is 1901. She cannot help but wonder who her adversary may be. Regardless of their identity, it seems unfortunate for them. Encountering her would surely mean a swift end to their journey. Senior Luo, if I'm not mistaken, I am that unfortunate soul, Su Xingchen quips with a smile. Such fate. To meet in the very first round. Your luck is truly dismal. How else could you have matched with me? Indeed, your luck seems quite lacking. Luo Yuheng replies with a hint of surprise, her expression shifting to amusement as the realization dawns that the unfortunate one is none other than Su Xingchen. You, who previously boasted about the Spirit Academy, now find yourself facing me. How ironic. Just don't cry when you lose, Senior, Su Xingchen teases, turning her attention to Jiang Yusin. What's up? Jiang Yusin responds. Will Senior Luo cry if she loses? Su Xingchen inquires bluffily. Probably not. Jiang Yusin stutters, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. She understands that Su Xingchen's intent is to express confidence in vanquishing Luo Yuheng, while simultaneously expressing concern for her potential tears in defeat. This is intentional, isn't it? Luo Yuheng fumes, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, the countdown is nearly over. She glares at Su Xingchen, a look that conveys a promise of retribution. In an instant, all the students transform into fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. Su Xingchen is unsure of where the others have gone, but she finds herself upon a desolate plain. At the same moment, 100 meters away, Luo Yuheng materializes as well. Senior Luo, don't cry if you lose. Su Xingchen chuckles, not rushing to engage. The Tianjiao battle is not merely a contest of skill. Here, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Relying on comprehensive strength, skills, combat power, and tactical prowess, he truly regarded none of his peers as worthy opponents. Even among the many extraordinary beings, he felt no need to acknowledge them. With a combat strength exceeding 30 million, whom should he fear? Even if a sovereign were to appear, they would be compelled to kneel in submission. What I concede to you? Surely, you must be mistaken. You believe that having ventured into the calamity level twice renders you formidable. Though I have not traversed that realm. I have conquered countless dire level dungeons, and at Jiangnan University, few can rival my prowess. Luo Yuheng raised her head in arrogance, dismissing Su Xingchen with a glance. Her haughtiness unparalleled. Then make your move, she declared. Su Xingchen was taken aback. Oh, this proud Senior Luo Yuheng is not as reticent as I presumed. As she spoke, 12 long swords materialized before her. Among them, 6 were golden mythic grade and 6 were crimson legendary grade. The sound of the swords slicing through the air was palpable. These 12 blades could only be wielded, yet they did not enhance combat power due to the lack of equipped slots. Golden Mythic and Crimson Legendary. Upon witnessing the swords before Su Xingchen, Luo Yuheng's exquisite features shifted with astonishment. Goodness, how extravagant! 99% of adventurers toil their entire lives without even a single Golden Mythic, let alone a Crimson Legendary. Yet this individual presents 6 of each. How could Golden Mythic and Crimson Legendary have become so commonplace? Moreover, given that he was a swordsman, if professions were disregarded, surely all 12 would be Golden Mythic. With a resounding crash, the space shattered. After all, Su Xingchen's combat prowess was such that even a casual strike could rend reality. As Luo Yuheng sensed the impending doom emanating from Su Xingchen's destructive sword aura, her expression shifted dramatically. She felt the chilling grip of death. In that moment, Luo Yuheng comprehended that she was defeated. Chapter 79. The Secret of Luo Yuheng. Information on the rebirth instance. What a terrifying assault. What level of combat power does he possess? Luo Yuheng's expression grew serious, her heart filled with shock. In that moment, she comprehended that she had lost. She was on a completely different tier from him. Initially, she boasted a combat power of 14 million, which should have allowed her to sweep through Jiangnan University and easily secure a place in the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Academy. 4 other level 99 practitioners possessing over 10 million combat power would be nothing short of a dream. Yet, she was not like the others, for she harbored her own secrets and trump cards. At the very least, each level she ascended granted her a 112 increase in her base combat power, while others only attained 110. Though the difference between 110 and 112 may seem trivial, in reality, it was monumental. The disparity might not be apparent in the early stages, but in the later phases, it would be an insurmountable chasm. Crack! The defense shattered. Luo Yuheng's figure disintegrated into fragments, vanishing from sight. She had perished, and thus she had lost. However, it was not true death. Upon returning to the outside world, she would be intact, having merely experienced a sensation of demise. Whoosh! Su Xingchen was also teleported away, returning to the designated space at the forefront. In the first round, he emerged victorious. Now, he awaited the commencement of the second round. That senior Luo possessed formidable combat power indeed. Su Xingchen's expression remained tranquil, but internally, he was astonished. Although he had eliminated Luo Yuheng in one strike, the sheer magnitude of her defenses indicated her formidable strength. She might have even reached a combat power of 10 million. As time passed, one by one, the students returned. Those who did not return had been teleported away from the specific space, signifying their elimination. Junior, you won. Jiang Yusin's figure appeared, approaching Su Xingchen with eyes wide in astonishment. In her view, Luo Yuheng would surely triumph over Su Xingchen in their battle. Yet the outcome was clear. Su Xingchen sat calmly here, while Luo Yuheng was nowhere to be found, evidently eliminated. Senior, is it so strange that I overcame Senior Luo? Or could it be that she possesses some powerful secret? Su Xingchen smiled, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yusin. She had a combat power of 17 million. Jiang Yusin glanced around, then leaned closer to Su Xingchen, whispering softly, 17 million? How is that possible? Su Xingchen's calm demeanor shifted slightly. He had speculated that Senior Luo's combat power might be around 10 million, but he had not anticipated Jiang Yusin claiming it to be 14 million. This was quite astonishing. It appeared that Senior Luo had formidable hidden cards up her sleeve. She, too, was a swordswoman but possessed a concealed talent. With each upgrade, the foundational combat power increases by 110, while hers escalates to 112. During the initial 50 levels, the disparity is negligible. However, beyond level 50, the difference becomes exceedingly formidable. I stand at level 99 with a foundational combat power of 27 million, whereas she, at the same level, boasts an astonishing 34 million. Jiang Yusin spoke softly, revealing that this secret was known only to her and Luo Yuheng's mentor. So that's how it is, Su Xingchen mused, struck by the unexpected revelation. This Senior Luo is quite remarkable. Typically, the calculation for a professional's foundational combat power follows the formula 200 by 110 by 110. In contrast, Luo Yuheng's foundational combat power is computed as 200 by 112 by 112. Indeed, Junior, you are the true terror, she continued, acknowledging his strength surpassing even Luo Yueng's. It is evident that anyone who emerges alive from a catastrophe-level dungeon is not to be underestimated. Jiang Yusin's gaze towards Su Xingchen became intensely fervent. Her junior truly embodied the essence of a prodigy, capable of defeating Luo Yuheng, indicating his combat power must exceed 14 million. Of course, there may be other hidden cards and strategies at play. Regardless, this remains a symbol of formidable strength. By the way, Senior, could you enlighten me about the reincarnation dungeon? I find myself rather bored, Su Xingchen suggested, shifting the topic. Certainly, she replied, acknowledging the importance of the subject. After reaching level 99, further advancement is impossible without reincarnation, which necessitates cultivation to elevate one's realm. The reincarnation dungeon plays a pivotal role and is categorized into 4 tiers: mortal, celestial, immortal, and saint. Upon reincarnation, the foundational combat power is multiplied by 115 for mortal, 130 for celestial, 150 for immortal, and 180 for saint. Furthermore, the cultivation methods acquired from the reincarnation dungeon also possess tiers. Moreover, there is no distinction of profession post-reincarnation, Jiang Yusin stated, her tone measured and earnest. Though she, too, is a student, she has already reached level 99. By the time she attained level 90, her mentor had imparted knowledge regarding reincarnation. The difficulty of the reincarnation dungeon parallels that of other dungeons, categorized similarly into 4 levels. However, the nomenclature differs, Su Xingchen noted. The other dungeons are classified as normal, hard, deadly, and catastrophic, while the reincarnation dungeon comprises mortal, celestial, immortal, and saint. At first glance, they appear alike. However, the disparity in difficulty is profound. The mortality rate for mortal is 10, for celestial, 90, for immortal, 99, and for saint, an astounding 99. 999. The mortality rates for immortal and saint are terrifying. Statistics reveal that over the past 3 millennia, more than 100,000 individuals have ventured into the immortal reincarnation dungeon, with merely 128 returning alive, while nearly 20,000 have attempted the saint dungeon, with only 3 surviving. Jiang Yusin shook her head, dismissing Su Xingchen's perspective for the reincarnation dungeons are undeniably far more terrifying than others. Setting aside the divine and sacred tiers, even the celestial tier boasts a staggering 90 mortality rate. The number of reincarnation dungeons for the divine and sacred tiers is limited. As Su Xingchen listened to Jiang Yusin's words, a profound sense of anticipation stirred within him. There are 9 mortal tiers, 9 celestial tiers, 6 divine tiers, and 6 sacred tiers, Jiang Yusin replied. In Huaxia, countless dungeons exist, yet only 30 are reincarnation dungeons. After exchanging thoughts for a while, their break time arrived. Each round is limited to 5 minutes of rest. As the second round commenced, the aftermath of the eliminations from the first round left only 906 participants. Soon, the matching concluded, and Su Xingchen was paired with number 36, indicating that his opponent for this round was the aforementioned number. With a swift whoosh, the countdown reached its end, and everyone was transported away. Time passed, each second slipping away. The second round concluded with Su Xingchen's victory. The third round ended in triumph for him as well, followed by the fourth round, where he emerged victorious once more. As the 11th and final round approached, only 2 competitors remained, Su Xingchen and a senior in his 4th year. Su Xingchen discerned that although this senior had progressed far, he was still not as formidable as Senior Luo. Consequently, the once presumptive champion of Jiangnan University was swiftly defeated by Su Xingchen's singular strike. In the end, Su Xingchen claimed victory, securing the title of the foremost champion of the Jiangnan University contest. The announcement resonated, declaring his supremacy. Tomorrow, Su Xingchen would represent Jiangnan University in Kyoto for the national champion battle. In truth, apart from a fleeting interest in the first round, Su Xingchen found the subsequent battles rather mundane, each concluded with a single strike. His opponents paled in comparison to Senior Luo. Chapter 80. Chu Mingyao is to take Su Xingchen to Kyoto. Su Xingchen is extraordinarily formidable. He effortlessly dispatched foes with a single strike, embodying the essence of the swordsman profession with an elegance akin to that of a sword deity. Indeed, I recall now, in the virtual realm, there exists a figure known as the Sword God, and he is the very one. That evening, I witnessed his battles in the virtual world, and they were nothing short of astonishing. His combat style is consistently domineering and invincible. The top contender turned out to be a freshman. Jiangnan University. Various classrooms. On a massive screen. The elimination round of this year's Tianjiao battle at Jiangnan University has concluded, leaving everyone in awe. In truth, many anticipated this outcome, having observed Su Xingchen's battles in their entirety. An array of swift victories marked by instant defeats. Congratulations, Junior. In a designated space, Jiang Yusin expressed her congratulations to Su Xingchen. Thank you, senior sister. Su Xingchen replied with a smile. Humility, in this instance, felt unnecessary. It would have been disingenuous. Oof. You climbed up on my back. Beside them, Luo Yuheng scoffed. Senior Luo, that is not a fair statement. What did I ever climb on you? Su Xingchen Chekhov. Your words are mistaken, Senior Luo. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Luo Yuheng, envisioning the delightful image of being atop her. How splendid it would be. What do you mean by climb? Su Xingchen, you are shameless. Luo Yuheng quickly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. She had not anticipated that this freshman would dare to jest with her. Such audacity. Naturally, this was her first encounter with two senior sisters. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Su Xingchen hastily excused himself, retreating faster than one might run. Very well. Rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Kyoto. In her office, Chu Mingyao addressed Su Xingchen, her satisfaction with her student evident. She regarded him as a treasure gem. To be candid, she was aware of Su Xingchen's extraordinary talent. After all, it was no small feat to have returned from disaster-level dungeons twice, nor to have entered the top 100 of the leaderboard at the tender age of 18. Yet, she also recognized that his level and combat prowess were still lacking, preventing him from advancing to the final stages of the Tianjiao battle. However, she had not expected this young man to emerge as the champion. This marks the first time in Jiangnan University's history that a freshman has achieved first place. Are you also going to Kyoto, Mentor? Su Xingchen somewhat astonished. Initially, he thought he would be venturing to Kyoto alone, not realizing that his mentor would accompany him. Once we go to Kyoto, it's likely you won't return to Jiangnan, Chu Mingyao reflected. Su Xingchen shook his head in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind his mentor's words. Is it not merely about taking him to participate in the battle of the elites? Why speak of it so tragically? I hail from Kyoto. Therefore, this return to Kyoto serves two purposes: to escort you to the battle of the elites and to visit the Heavenly Tao Spirit Academy. Upon my return from the academy, I shall proceed to the ancient battlefield. Beyond these matters, there are other affairs that may prevent me from returning to Jiangnan. Chu Mingyao spoke, her tone tinged with reluctance. Yet, some matters are beyond one's control, and evasion is futile. One must confront them head-on. I see. Then, Mentor, I shall return to my dormitory now. At that moment, Su Xingchen observed carefully. His mentor was breathtakingly beautiful and alluring. Her exquisite visage, flawless physique, and long, shapely legs, both round and straight, delicate and fair, radiating a luminous glow, exuded maturity and sensuality, embodying both innocence and desire. Truth be told, who would not feel fortunate to marry her? Chu Mingyao, sensing Su Xingchen's gaze, paid it no mind and waved her hand, signaling his departure. After he left, she activated a virtual light screen and sent a message. Tomorrow, I return to Kyoto. Some matters must be resolved face-to-face. Mingyao, you finally consent to return to Kyoto. Our marriage cannot be delayed any longer. After all, we are both in our late 20s. Kyoto, at the top of a luxurious 108-story skyscraper. This level was extravagantly opulent. At this moment, a handsome and refined young man held a goblet, savoring the wine within. His eyes were cold and sinister, surveying the world below as if looking down upon all living beings. Upon receiving the message, a faint smile graced his lips, and a vision of an exquisite beauty surfaced in his mind. She had fled for 3 years, believing she could escape my grasp, yet she would inevitably return to Kyoto. How amusing. Xingchen, you must confront your adversaries. Apart from the other 3 prestigious academies and a few exceptional talents from the 9 top universities, there is one individual you must be particularly wary of. This person initially fell outside our radar, but has unexpectedly emerged. In truth, we have been monitoring him. Yet we never anticipated he would become your fiercest rival. Huaxia University. Shi Luofei spoke to Su Xingchen. The Battle of the Elites, Huaxia University's elimination round has concluded. Su Xingchen has secured first place and will represent Huaxia University in a national battle of the elites. I am aware of him. He is formidable. Perhaps he ranks among my top 3 rivals. However, he does not pose a threat to me. Su Xingchen's demeanor was frigid, haughty, and aloof. Her entire being resembling an ancient glacier, her emotions unwavering. Do you know? Speak of it. Shi Luofei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was intrigued. This was somewhat perplexing. So, who is the adversary we should be cautious of? Jiangnan University. Su Xingchen. Yikvingian replied. How well do you know him? Shi Luofei was all the more curious. From her understanding, Su Xingchen had been engrossed in her cultivation recently, seldom paying attention to the affairs of the outside world. Therefore, aside from the 2 instances of natural disasters, she was not well informed about other matters. However, I know he will appear in the capital, Su Xingchen remarked. After her awakening, she had almost become oblivious to external events, wholly devoted to enhancing herself. All she knew was that Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo had encountered 2 instances of natural disaster-level dungeons. Beyond that, she was entirely ignorant. Alas, according to what I gathered, he managed to elevate his competitive score to 10,000 points in just one night, challenging the 96th-ranked Tianjian, effortlessly slaying it with a single sword strike. And the following day, he entered the top 100 of the Earth rankings. His victory rate stood at 1,002 wins, with an impeccable 100 success rate. In the Jiangnan University knockout tournament, he dispatched all 12 rounds with a single sword strike. Shi Luofei sighed, then spoke leisurely. She was well aware that her student knew nothing of Su Xingchen's current status. The title of sword god, haha. Su Xingchen chuckled softly, a trace of a smile gracing her otherwise cold visage. Just a hint. No more than that. Then focus on preparing for the upcoming battle of the prodigies. Shi Luofei gestured for Su Xingchen to return and rest. This student was her greatest pride in life, having faced 3 consecutive natural disaster-level challenges. Moreover, she felt that even she might not be a match for her. Su Xingchen nodded and departed from the office, lifting her gaze to the void, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Time is running short. 3 years, less than 3 years. People often ask me why I am so humorous. To that, I can only chuckle. I wish to earn money, but find it elusive, not even a single free gift in sight. So how could I possibly make money? Chapter 81. Chu Mingyao. Proposing to the Chu family tomorrow the following day, early morning. Jiangnan University. At the school gate, Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo came to bid farewell. Brother, good luck. Ji Qingluo waved her hand, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Senior brother, returned from the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Academy with abundant rewards. Xiao Baisi, fair-skinned, also waved her little hand, watching the vehicle depart until it turned a corner and vanished from sight. These 2 little sisters certainly harbor fondness for you. Inside the spacious and comfortable car, Chu Mingyao elegantly crossed her legs, her high heels lightly tapping, exuding an irresistible allure. She glanced at Su Xingchen and smiled. There's no helping it, too handsome. Su Xingchen replied earnestly. Is that so? Chu Mingyao countered. Minter, am I not striking enough? Su Xingchen retorted. Just a child. Chu Mingyao turned her head to cast a glance at Su Xingchen. Indeed, her student possessed a certain charm that appealed to young girls. At this thought, a sly smile flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, their conversation veered towards the matters concerning the Battle of the Prodigies, discussing the 4 prestigious schools, the 9 elite universities, and the unparalleled prodigies from top-tier institutions. These were Su Xingchen's foremost rivals. Naturally, She held great confidence in her student. With a touch of caution and a stroke of good fortune, securing a qualification was certainly within reach. At the airport, boarding. Kyoto Airport. Arrival terminal entrance. A line of luxury cars awaited, with the foremost vehicle occupied by a suave young man, exuding an almost imperceptible yet formidable aura, the demeanor of one in power. A cigar was clasped in his hand, instantly marking him as a figure of significance, his presence compensating for his youth. "Young master, Miss Mingyao has arrived." At noon, a subordinate approached the young man and bowed in greeting. "Oh," the young man acknowledged, extinguishing his cigar. He alighted from the car, striding towards the entrance, a bouquet of roses cradled in his arms. Behind him trailed several attendants, the atmosphere of an influential figure's outing palpable. At last they arrived. Exiting the terminal, Su Xingchen stretched his hand and twisted his neck. "To be honest, I dislike flying. Fortunately, the duration was brief." "Is it sexy?" "Indeed," Su Xingchen replied without hesitation. The moment he finished, an awkwardness enveloped him. At that moment, it felt as though he had been caught in a wrongdoing. Yet, it was not his fault. If blame were to be cast, it would rest upon the mentor's stunning physique. Her silhouette was enchanting, making it difficult for his gaze to divert. Thus, he lagged a few steps behind her. "Do not stare my backside. Please cooperate with me later." Chu Mingyao did not turn around. With her long, graceful legs, she continued to stride forward, a hint of mischievousness gracing the corners of her lips. The little rascal, brazenly, was surreptitiously gazing at her rear and legs. "Well, who could blame me for being so exceptional?" Su Xingchen nodded, embodying the innocent demeanor of a child caught in mischief. Before long, a dashing young man appeared in their line of sight, exuding a powerful presence and an air of grandeur. This young man, accompanied by a retinue, approached them. "Mingyao, welcome back to the capital," he greeted as he drew within 10 meters of them. He was suave and ethereal, swiftly making his way to Chu Mingyao and presenting a rose to her. "Zhang Mingyu," Chu Mingyao acknowledged, accepting the rose. However, her tone was notably indifferent, radiating an aura of distance. She took a step back, declining the young man's embrace. This reaction left Zhang Mingyu momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered, acting as if nothing had transpired. "Shall we head to the car? Are you returning to the Chu residence first?" Zhang Mingyu smiled, gesturing invitingly. "No, thank you. I will first arrange for Xingchen to go to the hotel, then return home. By the way, Zhang Mingyu, since we have met, I must clarify some matters face to face. Tomorrow, Xingchen will be coming to propose to the Chu family. Over the past 3 years, I have given this serious thought and have concluded that we are not suited for each other." Chu Mingyao shook her head and took Su Xingchen's hand. The gesture natural and intimate, reminiscent of lovers who had reached a certain depth of connection. As she spoke, her gaze softened like water, resting upon Su Xingchen. Boom! Su Xingchen was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, as if struck by lightning. What was his mentor playing at? They seemed perfectly fine. Why was he being dragged into this? Simultaneously, he felt a terrifying sense of pressure and a piercing gaze, the weight of an influential presence bearing down on him. At this moment, he finally grasped the meaning behind his mentor's earlier words. To cooperate with her was to be embroiled in this matter? Was this truly something a person of his age should endure? "What? Mingyao, you must be joking," Zhang Mingyu exclaimed, equally astonished. To be honest, he had originally believed that Chu Mingyao would never escape his grasp. Now that she had returned to the capital, he had come to greet her, presenting himself with a facade of magnanimity. Yet this was the outcome. It was entirely beyond his expectations. For a moment, he was caught off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, casting a hopeful glance at Chu Mingyao, wishing she were merely jesting, even as sinister thoughts began to swirl within him. This was his true nature, adept at masquerading, with no one aware of his shadowy side. "I'm not joking. Tomorrow, I will go to the Chu residence," Chu Mingyao replied, concluding her statement. Holding on to Su Xingchen, they walked towards the airport exit. Upon exiting, members of the Chu family were already there to receive her. Soon, the two vanished from Zhang Mingyu's sight. "Seeking death," Zhang Mingyu remarked, retracting his gaze. At that moment, the young boy appeared to him as a mere ghost, Even Chu Mingyao would not escape his grasp. He would ensure she comprehended the dire consequences of today's events. In the future, when you come to the Zhang family, you will publicly be the esteemed lady of the house, but secretly, you shall remain merely a dog at my command. Minter, isn't this a bit excessive? After getting into the car, Su Xingchen spoke up. However, your presence is so soft and fragrant. Yet I have just arrived in Kyoto and already encountered formidable foes. Didn't we agree earlier? Why the sudden change of heart? Chu Mingyao turned to the small figure beside her, her voice icy as her gaze sharpened. Who could have anticipated such a situation? So, Minter, what shall we do next? Su Xingchen hurriedly responded. You didn't clarify this beforehand. Who could have known? But I suppose it is my fault for admiring your figure. Fortunately, this is merely a shield. In a couple of days, it will all be fine. I just need to clarify my stance. Was I not clear enough? Tomorrow, we shall go to the Chu family to propose a marriage. Chu Mingyao's expression hardened, her hands subtly moving as if preparing to form fists. What? A marriage proposal? Su Xingchen's voice rose several octaves, incredulity etched on her face. Minter, are you certain you are not jesting? Chapter 82. Journey to the Chu family. The proposal and bride price list. Do you understand the act? Did you really think I would take a liking to someone as juvenile as you? Chumendia Zimak, letting out a haughty chuckle. Yet beneath her bravado, there lingered a hint of uncertainty. It was merely an act. Su Xingchen suddenly grasped the situation and instinctively exhaled in relief, realizing it was all a performance. At that moment, he felt remarkably at ease. What does this mean? Observing Su Xingchen's demeanor, Chu Mingyao found herself inexplicably irked. With a swift kick of her high-heeled shoe, she nudged Su Xingchen. Confused, Su Xingchen was left questioning himself. Had he erred? If so, in what manner? The earlier interaction with the Minter had carried a certain ambiguity, reminiscent of gestures shared between couples. Based on his understanding of Zhang Mingyu, he was certain that tomorrow he would also visit the Chu family, potentially to propose. Therefore, she advised him to put in more effort, lest he falter before the Zhang family. Effort? How was one to exert effort in a proposal?